Chapter 1. Traversing to the Apocalypse 3 centuries later. In the pitch-black night, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the faint, haunting growls of zombies, reminiscent of ravenous beasts signaling their hunger. Atop a towering structure, Liang Tingting found herself cornered against the wall. One more step back would send her plummeting into an abyss, where the zombies would eagerly devour her flesh. Her face was a portrait of terror, her eyes flashing with intense hatred as she shouted, "Ruan Mingjin, I am your cousin. Is it truly necessary for you to kill me over a mere man? I have no interest in such a scoundrel. I am merely seeking vengeance," Ruan Mingjin replied, her eyes ablaze, gripping the tang knife tightly in her hand. In her previous life, it was this venomous cousin who orchestrated a tragic car accident to seize their family's fortune, robbing her of her parents. Now reborn, she had initially intended to exact her revenge swiftly to prevent further misfortunes. Yet, Liang Tingting's inherent suspicion allowed her to survive, escaping until a year into the apocalypse when she finally tracked her down. To ensure she could kill Liang Tingting, Ruan Mingjin had endured the company of that useless scoundrel for an entire year. With a cold smile, Ruan Mingjin drew closer, her tang knife poised. "Do not worry. Once I have dispatched you, I shall also deal with that scoundrel, ensuring you both have company in the underworld." "You." Before Liang Tingting could utter another word, a figure appeared before her in the blink of an eye, a sharp tang knife piercing her heart instantaneously. Swish! Ruan Mingjin withdrew the blade, expressionless, and kicked Liang Tingting's lifeless body off the city wall, where it was quickly swarmed and consumed by the ravenous zombies below. Suddenly, her ears perked up. She bent forward, narrowly dodging a bullet, and instantly sprang up, twisting in midair to face the window. Upon recognizing the newcomer, she smiled. "Zhao Zi, when did you grow such audacity to ambush me? That silenced handgun of yours is quite impressive. Where did you procure it?" "Enough of your nonsense. You heartlessly killed your own cousin. You possess no humanity. Today, I shall act as the arbiter of justice." With righteous fervor, Zhao Zi brandished his gun, yet his hand trembled uncontrollably. He fired 5 shots in rapid succession at Ruan Mingjin. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire stirred the surrounding zombies into a frenzy, their claws flailing wildly in the air. However, none of Zhao Zi's shots found their mark. Seeing Ruan Mingjin's figure vanish, panic set in, and as he contemplated fleeing, it was already too late. Ruan Mingjin's voice echoed from above. "You can't even hold a gun steady, yet you wish to avenge your little lover? Ruan Mingjin, you will pay for this." Zhao Zi, well aware of Ruan Mingjin's capabilities, felt a chill run down his spine. In desperation, he fired wildly at the ceiling. His gun could only hold 12 rounds, having used 1 during his ambush and 5 more now. He was quickly out of ammunition. Ruan Mingjin, grasping the window ledge, flipped downwards, her feet propelling Zhao Zi outwards. Upon landing, she deftly unsheathed the tang knife hanging at her waist and approached him. The man crashed violently against the wall, several bones snapping under the impact, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Sensing Ruan Mingjin's approach, Zhao Zi begged for mercy. "Jinjin, it was all my fault. I wronged you, and I should never have attempted to kill you for that wretched Liang Tingting. Please, for the sake of my remorse, spare me." "Spare you? And who will spare me?" As if hearing the most ludicrous of jokes, Ruan Mingjin burst into laughter. "Do you not recall the adage, 'A dog cannot change its nature'?" Without giving Zhao Zi a chance to respond, she raised the tang knife and severed his head, then hoisted his corpse and severed head, tossing them from the high tower's window. The zombies below felt as though they had struck an extraordinary stroke of luck, receiving a feast from the heavens. Ruan Mingjin glanced back, ensuring Zhao Zi had been sufficiently consumed before she climbed through another window to reach the rooftop. This tower connected several buildings, and she assumed that most of the zombies would have been lured away. She intended to escape from the opposite side. Just as she prepared to leap onto the roof of another building, her foot unexpectedly slipped during her jump, throwing her off balance. 3 centuries later, in a forsaken base, the night cast shadows over the ruins, the dark shapes reminiscent of gnarled claws, exuding an icy, bone-chilling silence. In a relatively intact area, the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, flames flickering on the ground, and a grim panorama of corpses strewn about, drenched in blood. Cough, cough. Suli hid behind a small villa, his body weakly leaning against the wall as he collapsed to the ground, his breath faint yet his consciousness remarkably clear. Days prior, a friend had informed him of a fourth-tier mutated wood plant discovered here. He had come, only to find it was a ruse, a trap set to eliminate him and seize his core. As a fifth-tier ability user, he could have easily escaped, but his adversaries, relying on their superior numbers, employed a tactic of alternating attacks, aiming to exhaust his powers and finish him off swiftly. Regrettably, they had underestimated him. He was on the verge of breaking through to the sixth tier, and he single-handedly dispatched them all. Yet, now he was at his limits, and without assistance, his survival was uncertain. At that moment, a spatial disturbance caught his attention, a blinding white light flashing before him. Su Li's spirit surged, and with the little mental energy he had left, he peered into the light, revealing the ethereal visage of a strikingly beautiful woman. In this apocalypse, everyone fought desperately to survive, although most could now find sustenance. A woman with such fair skin and delicate features was a rarity one he had never encountered before, far surpassing the acknowledged beauty of the base's commandant's daughter. His breath quickened, and he gradually shrank, transforming into a pure white snake as he inhaled deeply and crawled with all his might toward the woman. Ruan Mengjin stumbled, momentarily dizzy, and when she looked up again, she was left in awe. Around her, only a few buildings remained intact. The rest were either in ruins or missing crucial parts, resembling a landscape ravaged by relentless warfare. In her past life, the world had descended into chaos only where hordes of millions of zombies or formidable mutated plants had laid waste, and the environment before her exuded an ancient aura, faintly hinting at the scent of blood. Could it be that she had truly traversed through time? Chapter 2. You need to come closer to speak. The evening breeze gently caresses, the leaves rustle softly, and though the wind is not strong, it leaves Ruan Mengjin's eyes feeling parched, with a self-deprecating smile. She thinks, well, in that world, I have no attachments left. It matters not where I live, in this life, I must live well. That a bundle of dry grass rolls past her in the wind, and Su Li, momentarily distracted, fails to catch Ruan Mengjin's words. Seeing her standing still, he feels a growing sense of urgency in his heart. Who is this woman, standing alone in such a precarious place, seemingly unafraid of being devoured by high-level zombies or mutated beasts? Seizing the moment, he musters his last ounce of strength to coil around Ruan Mengjin's ankle, his exhausted tongue drooping at the side of his mouth, relieved that the bleeding from his wound has ceased. Feeling a chill at her ankle, Ruan Mengjin regains her senses, a warning bell ringing in her mind. Instinctively, she reaches down and flings Su Li away in front of her, with a crisp sound. It does not resemble a lifeless creature. Casting a cold glance, she sees a small white snake, seemingly dazed from being thrown, and upon making eye contact, she surprisingly senses a hint of grievance in its eyes. The sharp scent of blood wafts to her nostrils, and illuminating it with her flashlight, she realizes the small, white snake is injured. That it seems to be a mutated beast, seeking my help. At first, Su Li was merely curious about Ruan Mengjin, and as a protective instinct began to blossom, he had forgotten his own injuries. Now he felt little hope. His wounds were grave, and only a healer could save him. Yet he still strained to nod at Ruan Mengjin, lifting his snake head. The little serpent, entirely white, with its large, glistening black eyes now round with innocence, possessed an inexplicable charm. Ruan Mengjin shook off her chaotic thoughts. Standing firm, her gaze fixed on the small white snake, it quickly became apparent to her that it was already at fifth-tier strength, just a step away from the sixth tier. With a hesitant yet scrutinizing glance, she declared, "If you wish for my assistance, you must not bite me. Understand? Hissus." Having lost too much blood, Su Li had been too distracted by Ruan Mengjin to notice his condition. Now, feeling faint, he weakly let out a sound. It was clear that his voice was frail. After a moment's contemplation, Ruan Mengjin resolved to treat him. She approached Su Li, gently picking him up, examining him closely, and upon confirming his condition, she utilized her powers to heal his wounds. Weighing the small white snake in her hands, she proposed, "How about becoming my beast companion? Only those with abilities could contract mutated beasts, and such contracts were soul bonds. referred to as beast companions. However, those mutated beasts capable of transformation could not be contracted. Su Li's serpent eyes darted, feeling a semblance of strength returning. Unsure of how to react but not wanting to leave Ruan Mingjin's side, he coiled around her wrist, mistaking his actions for consent. Ruan Mingjin, thrilled, bit her fingertip and pressed it against Su Li's head. However, minutes passed and nothing occurred. Before she could voice her confusion, footsteps approached, prompting her to swiftly hide in the nearby dilapidated building. The crumbling structure had no roof, and only a large section of the ceiling remained near the door on the second floor. Crouching beneath the window, with a half-meter-high crumbling wall behind her. As long as she concealed her presence, those without mental abilities would not easily detect her. That a larger German shepherd suddenly burst from the grass, sniffing around the spot where Ruan Mingjin had stood. It then lifted its head sharply towards the ruined building, letting out a low growl of warning. Just then, a slender young man emerged from the shadows, recognizing from years of companionship that his dog had sensed someone hiding within the crumbling structure. His piercing black eyes scanned the second-floor window with hawk-like sharpness. Just as he was about to speak, the German shepherd barked loudly. Woof, woof, woof. Startled by the familiar sound, Su Li abruptly raised his head, rapidly flicking his tongue with excitement, wagging his tail vigorously. Ruan Mingjin, realizing her hiding place had been compromised, felt no anger. Just as she was about to step out, she noticed the small, white snake's reaction. Surprise flickering in her eyes, she instinctively pressed her finger against Su Li's head, asking, "Little one, do you know the person outside?" Hisses. Su Li froze for a moment, realizing that Ruan Mingjin had already figured it out. So he could no longer hide. That he nodded his head, worried she might abandon him, and gently nudged her finger with his head. Ruan Mingjin, uncertain of whether she could trust the snake, considered that this indicated the person outside was likely the snake's owner. No wonder she was unable to form a contract with the little white snake earlier. "I shall trust you this once, but should you pose a threat to me, I will not show mercy." "Captain, has Xiao Dian found Su Li?" Three more figures hurriedly approached from the shadows. Upon hearing the dogs barking, their expressions relaxed, yet their brows remained furrowed with uncertainty. Under the cloak of darkness, the man's expression turned serious. He exchanged glances with the others, two of whom transformed into fleeting shadows, encircling the dilapidated building to prevent anyone inside from escaping. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "We found him, but there is an unfamiliar person as well. We cannot ascertain if they are friend or foe." Chung Fong remained still, taking a deep breath, and waited until the barking ceased before calling out to the occupants of the building. "Listen, you are surrounded. Hand over Su Li if you know what is good for you." Su Li. Ruan Mingjin instinctively echoed the name, surprised that these individuals had given such a humanized name to a snake. Stirring her curiosity. Now a 7th-tier ability user, she lacked mental abilities but possessed keen awareness of her surroundings, distinctly sensing the presence of several individuals nearby. With a wry smile, she glanced at the small, white snake in her palm. Then, without further hesitation, she leaped through the window, facing Fu Chunming from a distance. Raising her right hand, still holding Su Li, her gaze swiftly swept over the three individuals and the dog, including the two members approaching from the sound. "Are you referring to this little white snake? You don't know?" Fu Chunming's brows furrowed slightly. That Su Li, accustomed to acting alone, had yet to officially join their team. His formidable strength had earned him a reputation as the leading 5th-tier psychic in the base. Did this woman not belong to their faction? In the hazy night, Ruan Mingjin's features were not clearly visible, yet the faint moonlight revealed her graceful silhouette, indicating an impressive figure. Ruan Mingjin felt a sense of bewilderment, but quickly surmised that perhaps the little white snake possessed formidable combat prowess and was somewhat renowned. "What should I know? However, this little white snake, named Su Li, must be your beast companion. And oh wonder my earlier attempt to form a contract with him failed, since he already has an owner. He should return to you. However, I have a small request. I need you to come closer to discuss it." Chapter 3: A Male-Dominated Environment. Captain Chung Fong did not let his guard down simply because Ruan Mingjin was a woman. Surviving alone in such a place at midnight indicated she was no ordinary ability user, and he immediately displayed vigilance. However, Fu Chunming waved him off, convinced by Ruan Mingjin's demeanor that she indeed was not affiliated with their base. At least she genuinely did not recognize them. Moreover, Su Li did not appear to be in distress, having been misunderstood as the snake's owner, which left him feeling awkward. After all, only 10 days prior. He had invited Su Li to join his team. Just as he was about to clarify Su Li's identity, Su Li's voice echoed in his mind. Chunming, she seems to know my strength. But she does not realize I am a beast, that I wish to stay by her side. Please do not reveal my identity for now. All right, I will approach. That my name is Fu Chunming. What do you wish to say? Promptly adjusting his words, Fu Chunming moved closer to Ruan Mingjin. Upon nearing, he found her even more beautiful than he had imagined. Bright eyes, pearly teeth, skin like white jade, a graceful figure, and her eyes, even in the dark, radiated a faint glow. Furthermore, she appeared to be in excellent health, seemingly untouched by the virus or hunger, resembling a well-protected golden sparrow. Ruan Mingjin, unaware of the fleeting shadow in the man's eyes, spoke candidly. Hello, I am Ruan Mingjin. I have a matter I wish to confirm. How long has it been since the apocalypse began? Calculating from the first year of the apocalypse, it is now the year 300. Fu Chunming's expression shifted to one of confusion, unable to comprehend why Ruan Mingjin would inquire about this point 300 years. That means it has been 3 centuries since the apocalypse began? Indeed. Is there a problem? Noticing the man's tense demeanor and scrutinizing gaze, Ruan Mingjin reined in her emotions and smiled as she replied, I actually lived in the mountains since childhood, that I only left after my family passed away. And I haven't encountered anyone along the way. What a coincidence. Your contracted beast sustained severe injuries, that I found him and then encountered you. That Su Li is gravely injured. Is he all right? At her words, Cheng Fong could no longer contain his anxiety and stepped forward to scrutinize the small white snake in Ruan Mingjin's palm, only relaxing once he confirmed he was unharmed. Ruan Mingjin shook her head. He has been healed by me. There is no need for concern. Look, isn't he quite spirited now? You are a healer. Fu Chunming immediately connected the dots, realizing the young and beautiful woman before him was indeed a healer. Yet, healers lacked offensive capabilities. Could it be that she possessed dual abilities? I am. The number of healing-type supernatural beings is exceedingly rare. Regardless of which base one visits, the treatment is invariably exceptional. However, Ruan Mingjin finds herself uncertain about her current location. 3 centuries have elapsed since the apocalypse, and she has no knowledge of the advancements that have transpired. Moreover, as Su Li is the contracted beast of Fu Chunming, it is evident that, whether she speaks or not, the other party will be aware of this fact, that it would be wiser for her to seize the initiative. How peculiar it is that, having merely stumbled, she has inadvertently traversed time and arrived 300 years into the future of the apocalypse. She gazes intently at the handsome young man before her and inquires. I have been isolated from the world for far too long and am unaware of the current circumstances. Might you enlighten me on the developments of humanity? You are human. The 2 others, overhearing their conversation, discern that Ruan Mingjin is not an enemy and approach with expressions of curiosity. Ruan Mingjin, utterly perplexed, responds, Of course I am human. Are you not? Ahem, we certainly are, the 2 reply, feeling inexplicably awkward. Miss Ruan, these 3 are my team members. The gentleman beside me is Cheng Fong, and the other 2 are Lu Jue and Xue Zian. This is not the place for conversation. Why don't we walk and talk? Would you care to visit our base? Fu Chunming smiles as he introduces the members to Ruan Mingjin. She nods, not overly concerned that Fu Chunming has not taken Su Li away, allowing the creature to coil around her wrist as she listens to his deep voice recounting the state of this era. It is said that prior to the outbreak of the apocalypse, the world was abundant in food. However, a virus known as Zombie New York erupted globally, transforming countless individuals into flesh-eating monstrosities overnight. That took humanity 10 years to gradually restore order and rebuild families. Just when everyone believed humanity had persevered, natural disasters began to strike with increasing frequency in the 20th year of the apocalypse, leading to catastrophic losses. After painstaking recovery, the population once again faced devastating blows. And when people finally emerged from the clutches of these disasters, they discovered that nearly half of their homes had been destroyed, with many newborns lost in the calamities. Even the zombies were not spared. Compelled by necessity to secure more living space, both sides signed an agreement that by the 30th year after the apocalypse, a shocking revelation emerged from the unified calculations of all the high-ranking officials across the bases. The gender ratio was an astonishing 10-to-1. In a bid to promote reproduction and plan for the future, The bases enacted policies allowing for polyandry and encouraged larger families, offering greater rewards for those who bore more children. Initially, the policy was poorly conceived, leading to the exploitation of many vulnerable women, who were treated as mere vessels for childbirth in exchange for food, adversely affecting the morale of the bases and causing a significant decline in the survival rates of women. In the subsequent decade, women became one of the most valuable commodities. By the 40th year after the apocalypse, the gender ratio had escalated to 30 to 1. It was only then that certain high-ranking officials, reluctant to cede more power to women, recognized the severity of the situation and convened an emergency meeting of the top 10 bases. After 6 years of deliberation, the policies were gradually refined. However, the ingrained culture of transactional relationships persisted, with many resorting to desperate measures for sustenance, and some even abducting children from women after childbirth to sell or consume. Despite all bases prioritizing the protection of women, such incidents could not be entirely eradicated. Ultimately, divine wrath descended, imposing a celestial law whereby once a man and woman unite, the man could never betray the woman, resulting in a staggering gender ratio of 90 to 1. Now, over 200 years later, the ratio has stabilized to 100 to 1. In an effort to mitigate the risks of female mortality, all women are provided with free health care. After childbirth, they can receive assistance from healing-type supernatural beings to quickly restore their health. And during their confinement, free meals are provided, ensuring a plethora of benefits. Chapter 4. 3 Husbands and 6 Servants. A decade ago, a capsule that enables men to conceive normally, known as the temporary conception capsule, was developed. However, it only produces male offspring, which can be extracted at the appropriate time. Fu Qinming pauses briefly before continuing. Men are more agile during pregnancy than women, hence the various bases support ordinary men facing hardships and having children, offering them the same privileges as women. Men can also give birth. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, 70% of humanity transformed into zombies. Women, due to their comparatively weaker physical capabilities, had lower survival rates. While Ruan Mingjin can comprehend the higher mortality among men, the revelation that men can also bear children leaves her momentarily astonished. Memories of her former life flash through her mind, particularly a jest made by her close friend Xiang Shui after a mission. After so long in the apocalypse, it's rare to see women. Most are men. If this continues, the gender ratio will inevitably become imbalanced. I wonder if, when that time comes, men will undergo genetic mutations to bear children. Who could have guessed that 300 years later, her friend's musings would manifest as reality? In her rebirth, while seeking vengeance against Liang Tingting, she swiftly locates Xiang Shui based on her previous memories and rekindles their deep friendship. Alas, only a year has passed, and she has suddenly traversed 3 centuries into a future where failing to secure 3 husbands and 6 servants spells death. She, filled with determination, inquires, are even high-tier healing-type supernatural beings exempt from this? No. Shuezian shakes his head. He is about to say more, but meets the captain's gaze and promptly seals his lips. Cheng Fong, sensing her underlying resistance, cannot help but chuckle. Having 9 husbands can provide you with a wonderful life. And they all get along splendidly. Look at Lu Jue and Zian. They are both the primary husbands of the same woman and share a great bond. You are still quite young, having been distanced from human society since childhood, with a lifestyle and mindset that differ greatly from ours. Naturally, you may find it difficult to accept these realities for the time being. However, I firmly believe that after spending some time at our base, you will undoubtedly adapt well. Fu Qinming discerned the resistance reflected in Ruan Mingjin's eyes, which seemed to harbor a hint of resentment. He found himself somewhat perplexed. Throughout his life, his mother had 3 legitimate husbands and 6 consorts. Although his second and third fathers occasionally exhibited jealousy towards one another, such disputes were merely playful skirmishes, and they always united in the face of other matters. That a woman, upon reaching adulthood, is destined to have at least 9 husbands throughout her life. Those with greater needs or a penchant for infidelity might even have numerous lovers alongside their 3 husbands and 6 consorts. The mere thought of Ruan Mingjin wishing to avoid such a multitude of men left Fu Qinming with an ineffable feeling, one that lightened his spirit considerably as he observed the depth of her gaze in the rearview mirror. At this moment, Lu Jue, who was focused intently on driving, suddenly interjected. Miss Ruan, most mutated beasts have retreated into the deep mountains. How did you manage to arrive here unscathed? Chapter 5. To the base in truth, I am a dual-element ability user. Moreover, I am quite familiar with that region from a young age. If I cannot fight, I can always flee, which is how I found my way here without a clear direction. As she spoke, Ruan Mingjin conjured a small whirlwind in her palm, a slight manifestation that nonetheless imposed a palpable pressure on the three companions and the dog. Apart from Fu Qinming, over the past year, she had sought to enhance her strength quickly, frequently using the excuse of gathering supplies to engage in battles with mutated beasts, gradually honing her skills and accumulating combat experience. Her healing abilities had risen to the 7th tier, while her wind abilities were currently at the 6th tier, nearing the 7th. In fact, she had subsequently awakened 2 additional abilities, Earth and Darkness, both at the 5th tier. There was no need to mention this. Sometimes, keeping a card up one sleeve provided an extra layer of security that a flicker of understanding passed through Fu Qinming's eyes. It was no wonder he could not perceive the fluctuations of Ruan Mingjin's abilities. She was a dual-element ability user. Typically, if one possesses a higher level of power than their opponent, they can discern the elemental type from the energy fluctuations emanating from them. However, dual-element users have multiple energies that counterbalance each other, making it difficult to detect them intuitively. This explained why the energy fluctuations surrounding Ruan Mingjin appeared unusually subdued. The three of them came back to their senses, nodding in unison, astonished that the seemingly beautiful and charming young woman before them was, in fact, a dual-element ability user with strength that was no less than the 6th tier at such a young age. Truly a fearsome prospect. Excluding their captain, among the trio, Cheng Fong possessed the highest abilities, being a gold-element user at the 6th tier and nearing the 7th. However, even though Ruan Mingjin's earlier whirlwind felt comparable to his own, the moment she unleashed her abilities, he sensed a certain suppression emanating from her. If Ruan Mingjin's wind abilities were at the 6th tier, the only possibility was that her healing abilities had already reached the 7th tier. Cheng Fong gulped, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Miss Ruan, I am a gold-element ability user, close to the 7th tier. What do you think of that? Since this is our first meeting, it would be premature for me to pass judgment. Ruan Mingjin was momentarily taken aback by his bluntness. She was aware that in contemporary China, there were more men than women, but she had not anticipated Cheng Fong's straightforwardness. Of course, she was no fool. She immediately recognized that his inquiry stemmed from his realization of her being a 7th-tier healing ability user. In a bid for tranquility, she thought for a moment before adding, I am not currently seeking a partner. Woof woof. Xiao Dian raised his right front paw to nudge Ruan Mingjin, who was seated in the passenger seat, panting excitedly with sparkling eyes. Beside them, Xue Zian cooperatively translated. Miss Ruan, this is our captain's beloved dog, named Xiao Dian, that he is currently courting Sister Xiao Xiao's dog, and in about a month, they will have puppies. He might be eager to share his joy of becoming a father with you, and he mentioned that he is very happy being with his partner, urging you to find someone as well. Ahem. At first, Xue Zian did not think much of it, but as he recounted the last statement, he recalled Ruan Mingjin's earlier words, and his tongue nearly got caught in his throat due to his own saliva. He hastily waved his hands in explanation. Miss Ruan, I meant no offense. Those words were genuinely Xiao Yan's. Woof woof. It seemed Xiao Dian was eager to affirm Xue Zian's words, barking joyfully while wagging his tail furiously. This, however, caused discomfort for Cheng Fong and Xue Zian, who were squeezed into the small space of the vehicle. Xiao Dian was already quite large, and in their haste to reach Su Li, they had chosen a compact and speedy car, only to realize how cramped the interior truly was. Although Ruan Mingjin could not comprehend the dog's speech, she could tell from its exuberance that Xiao Dian was indeed very happy. Are you a beast element ability user? Yes, I am a beast element ability user, as well as an earth element ability user. This was not much of a secret at the base, so Xue Zian answered candidly. After a moment, he smiled and added, Miss Ruan, given your beauty and your status as a healing element ability user, you will undoubtedly have no shortage of admirers. That my younger brother is of a similar age to you, and like me. He is a dual element ability user, but he is still unmarried and has a wonderful character. You might consider spending some time with him. Ahem, I currently have no intentions of pursuing a relationship. Ruan Mingjin was taken aback that the seemingly honest Xue Zian would suddenly promote his younger brother. She couldn't help but cough lightly, beginning to feel concerned about her decision to go to the base. Had she known this would happen, she might have disguised herself as a man. The resistance in her expression deepened. prompting Fu Chenming to raise his hand and slap the back of Xue Xian's head. Miss Ruan has yet to even visit our base. You should refrain from speaking too freely. We must respect her wishes. Yes, yes. Once Miss Ruan becomes familiar with the base, it can wait until then. Cheng Fong remarked half-jokingly that Yuli wagged his tail with pride, relieved that he had initially feigned being a mutated beast, allowing him to remain close to Ruan Mingjin. Enduring the banter from his teammates, Fu Chenming felt speechless. He cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror and, seeing that Ruan Mingjin's expression was largely unreadable, finally relaxed. Even though he had been raised in an environment where men outnumbered women, and his parents had instilled in him the expectation to find an exceptional woman to bear offspring, he did not believe he would develop feelings for a woman he had just met. However, witnessing his teammates either pursuing her or promoting their brothers left him feeling quite unsettled. Cheng Fong's voice faded. The car fell into a tranquil silence once more. Ruan Mingjin quietly exhaled, relieved. She had no desire to engage in discussions of marriage or relationships just yet. She preferred to familiarize herself with the base first and make decisions about her future once she understood the circumstances here. Before long, the vehicle ascended a steep incline, leading to a rather steep slope to AT this time. The morning light began to break, revealing the distant silhouettes of skyscrapers standing tall amidst the mist, their varying heights obscured by fog. Though they appeared close, it took nearly an hour for the group to finally arrive at the city gate. The gate stood approximately 12 meters high and 10 meters wide as it gradually opened. A heavy sound resonated, faintly accompanied by a soft electrical hum. Despite its imposing appearance, the gate opened and closed with remarkable speed. Upon entering the city, they could see another gate ahead, flanked by towering walls that seemed to stretch into the abyss. On either side, neatly arranged high-rise dormitories lined the path, leaving a wide thoroughfare in the center. Fu Chenming led the group into the quarantine room beside the city gate, explaining softly to Ruan Mingjin to prevent infected individuals from bringing the zombie New York virus into the city. Everyone returning from missions must undergo checks here. Since you are not a resident of our base, you will need to obtain a survivor resident certificate to reside here. After the inspection, I will assist you in processing your basic personal information. Chapter 6. You carry the ancient zombie New York virus, thank you. Ruan Mingjin nodded in understanding, then recalled something and asked, May I inquire what is required for processing the survivor resident certificate? Your situation is somewhat unique. You only need to fill out your basic information, that we are already aware of your abilities being healing and wind. You will simply need to demonstrate them to the staff for their records. Fu Chenming paused briefly before continuing. Initially, a blood test to determine blood type and abilities was required, but with my sponsorship, we can bypass that step. Also, since you are female, a fertility examination will be necessary, which involves a machine scan to assess your fertility value. Fertility value. Is that something I can opt out of? Ruan Mingjin was taken aback to learn of this requirement. It was remarkable that, even 300 years after the apocalypse, while resources had yet to return to pre-apocalyptic levels, the advancement in technology had reached such heights that fertility assessments could be conducted through machine scans. Truly astonishing. Beside her, Cheng Fong's curiosity was piqued, his expression cheerful. That's not possible. Regardless of gender, everyone must undergo the fertility value assessment for registration. What are the fertility values of other women in your base like? How do they compare to those of men? Upon hearing this, Ruan Mingjin could only relent, fully aware of her own physical condition. As a high-level healer with extraordinary abilities, her reproductive health was undoubtedly excellent. However, the additional examination left her with an unsettling feeling of suspicion. True to her instincts, she soon heard Lu Zhui's response. Currently, our base is home to 7 million individuals, of which only 70,000 are women. With an average fertility score of 65, the highest score belongs to our captain's mother, reaching an impressive 96.5, while the average score for men is merely 45, with the highest being 93. The fertility score is crucial, as a higher score significantly increases the likelihood of giving birth. Therefore, every newborn undergoes a fertility assessment upon arrival. Enter the base. This examination is indispensable, especially since you are a woman. Having just emerged from the deep mountains, it is even more necessary for you to undergo this assessment. Very well, I understand, Ruan Mingjin replied, feeling increasingly disheartened. That moment, a staff member pointed to the small, white snake on her wrist and said, Esteemed lady, Regardless of whether it is a mutated beast or a human, all creatures must be separated. Please remove the mutated beast from your wrist for individual isolation. Alright. As Ruan Mengzhen's fingertips brushed against the small, white snake, Su Li instinctively slithered into her palm, nudging her index finger with its head before leaping to the ground, allowing someone to escort it to the isolation room. The seamless movement left her utterly astonished. Understanding that Su Li was Fu Qinming's beast companion, she realized this place was akin to Su Li's home, hence its familiarity. Following the staff's guidance, she entered one of the rooms. Once the door closed, Fu Qinming entered another room. As the door clicked shut, his gaze deepened with concern. Each isolation room spanned 10 square meters and was equipped with a new type of machine designed to capture viral entities. Known as the pathogen capture collector, this machine would transmit all collected information to the central isolation research lab, adjacent to which was the monitoring room. Barely a minute had passed when alarms blared outside, prompting everyone to remain on high alert. A flurry of footsteps echoed outside the door, leaving those within perplexed. Fu Qinming furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance at the wall that separated him from Ruan Mengzhen's isolation room. He faintly heard footsteps approaching the adjacent room, only for them to abruptly cease, heightening his sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of the room rendered any further noise inaudible. Ruan Mengzhen's expression darkened as a group burst through the door. The warning lights within the room had turned red, indicating a problem. She feigned confusion and directed her gaze toward the middle-aged man in a white lab coat encircled by the others, asking, "What seems to be the issue?" "Madam, you are carrying the ancient zombie New York virus that we kindly ask that you accompany us to the research institute." The middle-aged man, seemingly concerned she might panic and flee, quickly added, "Please do not worry. We understand you have not contracted the virus and will not harm you, that we merely wish to extract the ancient zombie New York virus for research purposes." "What method of extraction do you intend to use?" Ruan Mengzhen's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. She was acutely aware that a simple blood draw could reveal her various abilities. Thus, she preferred to exercise caution and not disclose all her secrets. The middle-aged man sighed, recognizing her unfamiliarity with such procedures, and patiently explained, "Our pathogen capture collector has indicated that you carry the ancient zombie New York virus. Analysis shows that the virus is minimal, residing on your outer garments, shoes, and hair. Therefore, we wish to collect some of your personal items for research on the ancient zombie New York virus. Has your base not yet developed a serum for the zombie virus?" Ruan Mengzhen questioned, bewildered that in this advanced technological era, it seemed implausible that a serum for the zombie virus had not been created. After 3 centuries of apocalyptic existence, how had humanity managed to sustain so many survivors and even negotiate peace with the zombie king? "There is a serum, but the current zombie New York virus is entirely different from the ancient variant. Thus, the serum is effective only against the present-day zombie New York virus and has limited impact on the ancient strain." The middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, sighing once more, his brow furrowing with confusion. Over 200 years ago, a serum for the zombie virus had indeed been developed, specifically targeting the ancient zombie New York virus. When it was released, it saved countless survivors and prevented further losses among the strong. However, the Qingmu War had claimed the lives of over 90% of the key researchers, destroying much of the data. Although the zombie king suffered significant losses, humanity nearly lost the serum for the zombie virus. More than a century ago, as resources in Huaxiao increased, many policies were relaxed, allowing even ordinary people the opportunity for education. History classes covered the Qingmu War in detail. Just as the middle-aged man's questions began to surface, a cold voice interrupted from outside. "Scholar Yu, she was brought into the base by me. If there are any inquiries, feel free to ask me directly." Fu Qinming's voice resonated, commanding the soldiers to part, allowing him to fix his hawk-like gaze upon Yu Qianlin. Yu Qianlin felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth under Fu Qinming's intense scrutiny. Soon realizing the implication, a hint of ambiguity crept into his expression as he glanced at Ruan Mengzhen, clearly misinterpreting the situation. "Oh, you two aren't together yet, but you're already defending her. TSK? All right, I won't say anything further. The ancient zombie New York virus on our outerwear is the most concentrated. I won't touch anything else. You must allow me to take at least one item. Right?" Under the pressure of Fu Qinming's gaze, Yu Qianlin reluctantly relented, acknowledging the difficulty of dealing with today's youth who were so sensitive to teasing. Fu Qinming turned to Ruan Mengzhen, stating, "We must consult Miss Ruan's wishes before proceeding." "I have no objections," Ruan Mingjin replied that a mere outer garment was insignificant. She had plenty in her space and did not mind parting with it. As she removed her outer coat and handed it to a nearby staff member clad in protective gear. She felt a sudden chill around her ankle. Looking down, she was surprised to see Su Li, having navigated through the crowd, securely coiled around her ankle. Upon sensing her gaze, Su Li raised its tongue and appeared to grin. Yu Qianlin followed her line of sight, his eyes widening in surprise as he darted his gaze between the snake and the two individuals, instinctively sensing an unusual connection among them. Noticing the peculiar look on Yu Qianlin's face, Ruan Mingjin furrowed her brow, puzzled by his intense scrutiny. "Scholar Yu, is there something else you wish to inquire about?" "Ah, indeed. The ancient zombie New York virus on you is exceptionally potent and poses a risk of transmission to ordinary individuals without abilities. To prevent the spread of this virus, could you please wash up before entering the city?" Regaining his composure, Yu Qianlin smiled warmly, now curious about Ruan Mingjin's origins, wondering how she could carry the ancient zombie New York virus. Exchanging glances with Fu Qinming, Ruan Mingjin saw him nod in agreement, alleviating her concerns, and she consented with a slight nod. Without overthinking, she understood that washing alone would not eradicate the virus, but would at least prevent it from clinging to her. Fu Qinming instructed her to wait in a designated bathing area while arrangements were made for appropriate women's clothing, that he then proceeded to the disinfection room, taking Su Li with him. Upon returning from a mission, everyone was required to spend 10 minutes in the isolation room before proceeding to the disinfection room for sterilization. The bathing area was specially designed for handling unknown viruses lacking vaccines, featuring independent containers for specialized treatment. Knock, knock, knocked at a series of knocks resonated from outside the room. Ruan Mingjin rose to open the door, only to find a dark bag thrust before her, lifting her gaze. She noticed Fu Qinming, his head tilted slightly, seemingly embarrassed, his ears tinged with red. Upon meeting her bright, captivating eyes, he momentarily froze. "Who is she?" "Hello, little beauty. I'm Mu Xiaoxiao, a member of Little Fu's team. You can call me Sister Xiaoxiao. If you're interested, feel free to join us." Upon noticing her gaze, Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Ruan Mingjin's beauty, grace, and calm demeanor stood out amongst the women in the base, making her a fitting match for Little Fu. Ruan Mingjin offered a polite smile and nodded slightly. "Sister Xiaoxiao, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ruan Mingjin, that I prefer to familiarize myself with the base before discussing anything further." All right. You two chat. I have some matters to attend to. Just let me know if you need anything that I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." Mu Xiaoxiao rested one hand on her prominent belly while waving the other. And in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished into thin air. Sensing the fluctuations of supernatural energy in the air, Ruan Mingjin swiftly deduced that the individual was a space-type supernatural being capable of teleportation, which likely concealed more complexities than it appeared. Her gaze settled on Fu Qinming, who had regained his composure. From the reactions of the others, it was clear that Fu Qinming's identity was not ordinary. Otherwise, his team would not have recruited merely a space-type supernatural being capable of teleportation. Perhaps Mu Xiaoxiao had additional capabilities. That Fu Qinming placed a bag in her hands, saying, "Sister Xiaoxiao, she is pregnant and shouldn't be too close to you. I have already neutralized the toxins but need to do so again. You go inside and attend to your matters first." "All right, thank you." Meanwhile, after Mu Xiaoxiao got into the car, she urged her husband to drive swiftly to Zone S. The vehicle, having undergone a century of evolution and modification, boasted incredible speed, reaching up to 100 kilometers per minute, and within less than an hour, they arrived at the Fu family villa. That moment, Fu's mother happened to be home. Upon seeing her, her eyes crinkled into a joyful smile. "Oh, Xiaoxiao, you're quite far along in your pregnancy. Why are you still running around? I went looking for you earlier, but couldn't find you. Come, I just cut up some of your favorite fruits. Sit down and enjoy." "Ah, isn't this the clothing that Xiao Fu sent for women?" I rushed over as soon as I heard about it, just to catch a glimpse of that girl. After all, Xiao Fu has never shown interest in any woman before. Mu Xiaoxiao settled onto the sofa, picked up a toothpick, and popped a piece of fruit into her mouth. The juice bursting in her mouth, eliciting a soft sigh of delight. Mu Yin almost failed to react, standing up excitedly and staring intently at Mu Xiaoxiao. "You're not teasing me, are you? Qinming really brought back a woman?" "Yes. I heard that she encountered him and Xian while they were out rescuing Su Li. and she saved Su Li's life. That it seems she came from deep in the mountains and has never interacted with anyone from other bases before. When Mu Xiaoxiao first heard this, she found it hard to believe, but after seeing the girl's face, she was nearly certain. With Ruan Mingjin's beauty and strength, it was impossible for her to remain unknown. She was undoubtedly as unique as Zhizian and the others described. However, I observed that the girl seems to hold a special place in Xiao Fu's heart, as he personally attends to matters concerning her. Ha ha ha, I know my son best. He must have taken a liking to her. Even if not, he surely has a fondness for that girl. Fu Qinming, nearing 30 years of age, had maintained a certain distance from women outside his immediate circle, which included Mu Yin, Mu Xiaoxiao, and Mu Xiaoxiao's mother, Mu Qiong, even seeking the healing of male supernatural beings when injured. This greatly concerned Mu Yin, who feared her son might be gay, as the families of the higher-ups in the base held a disdainful view of homosexuality. If Fu Qinming were indeed gay, both the Fu family and the Mu family would become the laughingstock of all of Zone S. But now she could rest easy. Already satiated, she gleefully indulged in another half-plate of fruit. Burping from fullness while chuckling, Mu Xiaoxiao, somewhat embarrassed, couldn't help but remind her, "Aunt, that young lady's situation is rather unique. She is not familiar with this place, especially regarding the laws of the world. We must not rush things, cough, 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 I know. Rest assured." Chapter 8. No more than 17 vehicles after finishing her shower, Ruan Mingjin opened the black bag to inspect its contents. She rummaged through it for undergarments, discovering that the bra was a size too small, which she promptly tossed into her space, then retrieved a suitable one to wear. The space was a treasured heirloom, a pure silver necklace adorned with an emerald jade stone shaped like a lifelike blue lotus. From the moment she first laid eyes on the necklace in her childhood, she sensed the blue lotus carried an essence of perpetual vitality. After she formed a contract with it, it transformed into a blue lotus just below her collarbone. In her previous life, she had been deceived by Liang Tingting, but on the first day of her rebirth, she made the contract. Perhaps due to their bloodline connection, in her past life, Liang Tingting had inadvertently smeared her blood on the blue lotus, acquiring a storage space and a small piece of fertile black soil. After forming the contract, her space became a small world, complete with an unlimited independent storage warehouse where time was suspended. She could place anything inside merely by focusing her thoughts. The boundless world of cultivation would unlock as her strength increased. From the black bag, she retrieved a long white dress of exquisite texture, which, under the light, revealed faintly glowing lines of pale blue. Upon wearing it, it fell gracefully to her knees as she opened the door. A flash of white light zipped past, and a small white snake appeared around her wrist. Ruan Mingjin looked at Fu Qinming with a hint of exasperation. "Please keep your pet under control. It keeps wrapping around my arm." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Feeling rejected, Su Li nudged her hand with his head. His round eyes glistening with moisture, the Fu Qinming glanced knowingly at Su Li and remarked, "He seems to enjoy clinging to you. He has been quite frightened lately. Could I trouble you to look after him for a while?" How did he end up injured in the first place? If she were to outright refuse, it might come off poorly, especially since it was her first time at the base and there were many matters where she would need assistance. Ruan Mingjin found it difficult to decline. Upon reflection, pets typically did not stray far from their owners. So how had Su Li ventured so far and gotten injured? The man smiled faintly. He is simple-minded and easily tricked. He was lured away by someone, and it's fortunate he met you. Otherwise, he would surely have perished at IS that even possible. Ruan Mingjin was incredulous that in her experience across 2 lifetimes, mutated beasts were generally cautious, trusting only those closest to them. Even if contracted by humans, they would not easily lower their guard around other humans. This was a rather embarrassing situation. Su Li quickly covered his head with his tail, as if that could shield him from Ruan Mingjin's gaze. His awakened ability was a full spectrum of psychic powers, demonstrating extraordinary talent, and he could transform at a young age, which led to his placement in a school upon entering the base for systematic learning. His demeanor was more human than wild, allowing him to trust humans, especially friends, more readily. Thinking of another accomplice who had deceived him but remained unscathed, he flicked his tongue rapidly, his eyes obscured by his tail. Morphing into slitted pupils, tinged with a hint of bloodlust, Fu Qinming sighed, stepping forward to lift Su Li from Ruan Mingjin's wrist with a chuckle. "Miss Ruan, he is still my mutated beast, and his injuries have already been healed by you. It would be inappropriate for you to look after him. I shall take him back." "All right." Ruan Mingjin had no objections. Su Li was Fu Qinming's pet, and she had no privacy with him around. The resources in her space were off limits, and on the surface, she was virtually destitute. She could not expect others to bear the costs of her survival. She needed to quickly find a way to familiarize herself with everything here. As the car started, the scenery outside blurred past at an astonishing rate. She glanced at the side mirror, and in the blink of an eye, the isolation chamber faded from view. In no time, they arrived at the second city gate. Upon noticing Fu Qinming's vehicle approaching, the soldier stationed by the gate produced a rectangular device and pressed a button, causing the gate to open automatically. The vehicle smoothly passed through the gate, taking merely a second. Such speed was unparalleled, even among vehicles from the time before the apocalypse, leaving Ruan Mingjin intrigued. Mr. Fu, may I ask what kind of car this is? It can travel so swiftly, rivaling even speed-type mutated beasts. This is the SUD Super Energy Vehicle, one of only two in existence, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 87 kilometers per second. It comes equipped with specialized TX glasses to assist with driving. Slowing down to 10 kilometers per second, Fu Qinming patiently explained, in normal operation, it consumes minimal energy. The SUD is equipped with foldable energy-heavy machine guns on both sides, as well as a concealed energy cannon on top. When combat mode is activated, the entire vehicle consumes crystal cores, and this state-of-the-art SUD Super Energy Vehicle can convert any crystal core into energy supply. The energy-heavy machine guns and energy cannon require crystal core energy to function, so there is a dedicated extraction box for storing crystal cores. Unlike vehicles powered by electricity, the SUD's speed would drastically increase in combat mode, reaching up to 100 kilometers per second. This is impressive. Even ordinary people can operate it, though it consumes a considerable amount of crystal cores. Ruan Mingjin's eyes lit up as she touched the car window. Feeling its exquisite texture, a chill emanating from it. Upon closer inspection, the materials used to create the SUD Super Energy Vehicle were undoubtedly extraordinary. Fu Qinming smiled gently. Indeed, the SUD is currently the most advanced and practical vehicle for both combat and domestic use in China. With no more than 17 units in existence, due to a shortage of materials needed for its construction. The SUD is a premium brand, the latest model, and costs 100 million points. If you're interested. When you accumulate some points in the future, you could purchase an older model, the SUD Super Energy Vehicle, which can reach speeds of 55 kilometers per second and is valued at 5,999,000,000 points. There also exist energy-heavy machine guns and energy cannons, and the combat mode requires the use of crystal cores. However, previously, one could only customize corresponding crystal cores. Now, with the advent of the new SUD, the older models of SUD have also been released in new versions, allowing for the conversion of any type of crystal core, albeit at a relatively steep price of 666 million points. The latter also comes with a complementary interchangeable conversion box, which serves as both a storage and conversion extraction box, making it quite a worthwhile deal. Comparatively speaking, it does sound rather advantageous, doesn't it? In all of Huaxia, there are only 17 SUDs in Ruan Mingjin's view. Such a remarkable item would have likely been snatched up long ago by the higher-ups of various bases, considering that 100 million points is no trivial sum. Ordinary individuals could hardly afford it. She offered a polite remark before inquiring, how can one acquire points, and what are the possible avenues? Chapter 9. The Rapid Progress of the Era. Su Li curled up in front of the vehicle, glaring at Fu Qinming, flicking his tail in displeasure. Fu Qinming ignored him and proceeded to recount the current situation of the Zhou Tian base in detail. Huaxia comprises 10 large bases, 30 medium-sized bases, and 110 small bases. Despite the seemingly small number of bases, each occupies a significant geographical area. Their Zhou Tian base covers an area of 88,999 square kilometers, ranking second in size and third in total population, with a populace of 7,070,000 and an economic ranking of second as well, after a century of recuperation while earning points. To alleviate mental stress, some games designed to relieve pressure and shops specializing in culinary delights have emerged, starting from the Shenzhou base. Ordinary people can engage in these activities, serving others while earning enough points to sustain themselves. A century ago, the Shenzhou base pioneered the Star Network, contributing significantly to Huaxia and greatly facilitating communication among all survivors. Now, they can even surf the internet using mana chips a few years back. Television and movies gained immense popularity across Huaxia, with rumors suggesting that prior to the apocalypse, Huaxia already boasted such entertainment forms. Initially propagated from the Shenzhou base, the actors' expressions and mannerisms were exceptionally well executed, earning widespread admiration from the public, and they remain quite popular to this day. Upon hearing this, Ruan Mingjin couldn't help but marvel at the swift progress of the ER in her view, despite having endured viral outbreaks and natural disasters. The post-apocalyptic world 300 years later, while lacking in physical stores and more diverse living elements, boasts technology that is vastly superior to that of Huaxia 3 centuries ago. Take the SUD as an example. It was something completely out of reach 300 years prior. After Fu Qinming explained everything to Ruan Mingjin, he once again accelerated to the maximum speed. The base was too vast if he drove leisurely. They would not reach their destination for a long time. After passing through 7 city gates, the sky brightened, and the vehicle finally came to a stop at a roadside in front of a place marked as the Survivor Information Center of the Zhoutian base. An electronic voice announcing the arrival of a customer echoed from within, and soon a staff member clad in a custom black uniform emerged, upon seeing the rare new SUD super energy vehicle. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. After all, there were only 17 such vehicles in all of Huaxia, and one could go for a month without encountering anyone who owned such a battle car. However, he quickly composed himself and greeted with a smile, "Hello, how may I assist you? I need to register personal information for survivors and will return shortly," Fu Qinming replied, nodding that he then provided his name along with the name of the individual to be registered. Once the staff member completed the registration, they drove away in the blink of an eye. The Survivor Information Center of Zhoutian base vanished from sight, leaving Ruan Mingjin slightly dazed by the previous encounter. The staff member merely tapped lightly at his wrist, and a holographic screen appeared, on which he swiftly completed the operation in mere seconds. She couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Fu, how did that gentleman manage to summon the holographic screen? Is it the mana chip you mentioned earlier?" "Yes, that individual possesses a high-end mana chip that must be implanted beneath the skin. When in use, a gentle tap brings forth the holographic display, which connects to the Star Network 24 hours a day. One only needs to pay a monthly internet fee of 100 points. The signal is strongest within the base and is available outdoors as well, though not as stable as within the base." Nearby the Survivor Information Center was the best hospital in Area S, but the vehicle quickly came to a halt in front of the hospital's entrance. After Fu Qinming finished speaking, he opened the car door and stepped out. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li leaped into his pocket. After Ruan Mingjin exited the vehicle, he remarked with a smile, "If you're interested, I could gift you a mana chip. However, each person is only allowed to possess one due to identity verification. There's no need. Thank you. What I need most right now is to survive in the base." Ruan Mingjin replied, not expecting this man to be so willing to assist her upon their first meeting. She felt no turmoil within, merely a sense of gratitude, with no other emotions involved. After all, aside from offering her a ride, he had also kindly informed her about the current situation in Huaxia, which she deemed quite sufficient. She did not hope or expect Fu Qinming to purchase a mana chip for her. It was evident that such items were expensive, and she did not wish to owe him any favors. Fu Qinming pondered for a moment before patting his pocket and quietly inquired, "You saved Su Li's life. I can offer you a reward. How many points do you require?" 100,000. 100,000 points. I will return it to you later." Su Li urgently conveyed telepathically before Ruan Mingjin could react. Ruan Mingjin was momentarily taken aback and immediately waved her hand. "There's no need. Just consider it as you bringing me to the base and providing me with valuable information. Saving him was my own choice. I do not require points from you. Take it. Once you obtain your Survivor Resident Permit, I'll accompany you to apply for a Survivor Savings Card." Fu Qinming's expression darkened as he began to understand Ruan Mingjin better. He had assumed she would gladly accept, considering it was her first time at the base, and that living expenses required points. To his surprise, her response was completely unexpected. Sensing the commotion from the little white snake in his pocket, he sighed inwardly, realizing that if he did not give Ruan Mingjin 100,000 points, this little ancestor would likely cause a ruckus. Even if she remained quiet, she would certainly be less inclined to join his team. Moreover, all bases have a high degree of tolerance towards women. Even without Su Li's 100,000 points, Ruan Mingjin, as a newcomer to the Zhoutian base, would not only receive a Survivor Resident Permit, but also be granted relief funds from the base. If she had nowhere to stay, she could apply for 10 days of free accommodation at the base's notary office. With such assistance, given Ruan Mengjin's capabilities, she would undoubtedly be able to earn enough points to sustain herself in due time. Ruan Mengjin was resolute in not wanting to owe anyone a favor, shaking her head firmly. No, I said I wouldn't accept. Although I am not well acquainted with this place, I know that earning points is certainly no easy task. Besides, the clothes you gifted me are of excellent quality, so I suspect they're not cheap, that I truly do not need the points to be. By the way, I have 3 crystal cores that I wonder how many points they might fetch. As she spoke, she pretended to reach into her black bag, which contained her change of clothes, but actually retrieved 3 crystal cores of different colors from her space. All were third-tier cores, representing fire, metal, and wood attributes. The crystal cores were translucent and radiant, their colors vibrant and striking, far more dazzling than the thick, flowing hues of lesser cores. They emitted a faint glow, illuminating her delicate little paw. At a single glance, Fu Qiming noticed something peculiar. Chapter 10. 100% Reproductive Value. Miss Ruan, may I ask where these 3 crystal cores came from? Fu Qiming took the cores and examined them closely. Discovering that the contained powers were exceptionally fierce and robust, distinctly different from the current crystal cores. Even a slight probe revealed an overwhelming, tumultuous energy within. This left Ruan Mengjin perplexed, just as she was about to explain that they were obtained from defeating zombies. She suddenly recalled Fu Qiming's earlier explanation about the peace treaty between humans and zombies, which prohibited indiscriminate killings. She quickly rephrased, I acquired them from hunting mutated plants and beasts. That I asked their problem? Just look at my crystal cores and you'll see that Fu Qiming found it odd. Even mutated plants and beasts typically yielded similar crystal cores, yet Ruan Mengjin's cores appeared entirely different, and she seemed unaware of the anomaly. As he spoke, he twisted the spatial knot on his wrist, producing a fire attribute crystal core in his palm. See, this one is also a fire attribute core. Compared to yours, not only does its appearance differ completely, but the energy contained within is also vastly dissimilar. Mine is relatively gentle, while yours is charged with a violent energy that IT would require an assessment by Dr. Huangpu at the Research Institute to estimate its value. I understand that they are different, which is why I wanted to inquire how much these would be worth in points. Ruan Mengjin truly did not anticipate the significant changes that the crystal cores would undergo 3 centuries later. Being exceptionally sensitive to abilities, she instinctively recognized the core's crucial points. That Fu Qiming's crystal core, despite being a third-tier one, had an unappealing exterior, yet the energy within was remarkably docile, devoid of any traces of the zombie New York virus. Although its shell remained the same size, the energy contained within was even less than that of her own fire-type core. The reason Fu Qiming perceived her fire-type core as violent was that it had been extracted from a zombie's cranium, which contained a far greater amount of zombie New York virus than ordinary cores, resulting in an overwhelmingly domineering energy. That IT was astonishing that even the crystal cores of 300 years hence had evolved to become more gentle, suitable for human absorption, and posed no risk of zombification due to excessive toxin accumulation. That as she scrutinized him closely, Fu Qiming was finally stirred from his reverie when Su Li, nestled in his pocket, impatiently tapped his tail. That he appeared somewhat aloof, suggesting, once your matters are concluded, I shall head to the Research Institute and have Dr. Huangpu appraise its value for you. That I can sense that yours seems a bit more gentle and suitable for absorption. Perhaps it would be best to keep it for myself as a memento. I shall find another way to accumulate points. Ruan Mengjin forced a smile and reached out to reclaim the crystal core. But Fu Qiming raised his hand to evade her grasp, leaving her perplexed. That as their proximity increased, a hint of amusement flickered in Fu Qiming's eyes, though he seemed slightly uncomfortable. This should possess research value and could yield significant points. I will assist you in having it appraised at the Research Institute, and that is final. Suit yourself, she replied, conceding to his insistence. She had not anticipated that the seemingly gentlemanly Fu Qiming would behave in such a manner. It was merely her lack of understanding regarding the circumstances here that led to this misunderstanding. Upon entering the hospital, they approached the front desk to register their identities. The nurse at the reception appeared to recognize Fu Qiming, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hello, Colonel Fu. How may I assist you today? Please provide me with a form to test the fertility index. Fu Qiming replied, his demeanor unruffled, as if accustomed to such attention. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Ruan Mengjin couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Fu Qiming. It was evident that he frequently encountered admirers at such a young age. He had already attained the rank of colonel, undoubtedly indicating exceptional capability. With 707,000 individuals, 7,000 of which were women, it was no surprise that he had garnered numerous admirers. After receiving the form, Fu Qinming led Ruan Mingjin to the elevator. Noticing the heavy silence, he recalled the nurse's earlier words and explained, "Yes, I am indeed a colonel. However, I serve in a secondary capacity that I am not involved in any critical missions, so my role is primarily nominal. Typically, I engage in tasks alongside my team." Secondary. The term was novel to Ruan Mingjin. Fu Qinming nodded. In simple terms, officers at the base are classified as either active or secondary. Active officers wield real authority, while those like me, in secondary positions, receive only a modest salary. However, our benefits are equivalent to those of active officers, is it possible to do so? Intrigued, Ruan Mingjin inquired, "What are the requirements to become an officer?" To become an officer, there are 3 pathways, Fu Qinming stated, holding up 3 fingers. First, one must pass examinations and practical tests to attain the rank of Major General, subsequently advancing through contributions and military merits. Second, one must form a personal team of 100 individuals, possess formidable abilities, and accumulate sufficient points to secure a temporary Major General position, requiring substantial contributions within 3 months to achieve official status. Failure to do so results in the loss of opportunity, with each individual permitted only 3 attempts. This is the most challenging route. The third is the simplest, obtaining a recommendation letter to become a Major General. Typically granted only by officers of colonel rank or higher, and even those letters can be vetoed by officers of lieutenant rank or above. In summary, becoming an officer is quite difficult. Well then, how many points do you receive monthly? Ruan Mingjin couldn't suppress her curiosity. 20,000 points. Fu Qinming replied. As Fu Qinming finished speaking, the elevator reached the 23rd floor. The results could be obtained in 10 minutes through machine scanning. And Ruan Mingjin's fertility index registered at 100%, instantly capturing the attention of the hospital director. Fu Qinming stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Su Li, peering from Fu Qinming's pocket, was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to flick its tongue. As for Ruan Mingjin, she had already grown numb to the outcome. She had anticipated this result. The hospital director, Long Enyi, suppressed his inner fervor and warmly invited Ruan Mingjin into his office for tea. His smile was radiant as he spoke, simultaneously unveiling a holographic display from a mana chip, showcasing a youthful visage. "Miss Ruan, I have reviewed your information, and your fertility index is indeed 100%. This is a rare occurrence. The last instance was a naturally gifted wood-type ability user from the Shinjo base. May I inquire if you are already matched? Perhaps my grandson might pique your interest?" Chapter 11. This is my guarantor. Haha. Your grandson is quite the handsome fellow, but he is simply not my type. Please don't take offense, Director. Ruan Mingjin awkwardly fidgeted, her eyes twitching slightly as she gestured towards Fu Qinming. Noting that he had already secured the fertility check report, she hastily rose to take her leave as Long Enyi swiped to reveal another youthful photograph. We have received the check results, and I must attend to other matters. I will not disturb you any further. Goodbye. No, it was more like a farewell for good. Once in the car, Fu Qinming could no longer suppress his laughter, which irked the young girl. Causing her expression to sour, he cleared his throat. Please don't mind me. Such occurrences will only increase in frequency, so it would be best for you to adapt sooner rather than later. Is it not concerning that, without understanding me, they would dare introduce their grandson to me? Do they not fear for their safety? Ruan Mingjin calmed herself, in a world where men outnumbered women by 99 times. It was only natural for the elders to be eager. However, she had not anticipated the director of a hospital to be so fervent. Clearly, a 100% fertility index was highly valued here. And for a moment, she felt a sense of apprehension. She disliked being constrained by such expectations. Sensing her worries, Fu Qinming reassured her, "Rest assured, even if he is the director, he cannot arbitrarily publicize your fertility index. That would violate polar regulations and result in severe penalties. However, he will certainly report this to the higher-ups at the base. You are not an exception. Any index above 70% must be reported. When you go to register for your survivor residency permit, the system will encrypt your information, as long as you do not disclose it voluntarily. No one aside from a few key personnel will be aware. Moreover, Since you are someone I brought in, I bear some responsibility for this matter, and I will ensure it is handled appropriately. That's so. Thank you. Once I have accumulated points, I will treat you to a grand feast. Upon hearing this, Ruan Mingjin felt somewhat reassured. From the early Area H to the current Area S, it was evident that this place exuded a more advanced technological ambience. Even the roads were not constructed from concrete, but rather an indeterminate material that appeared almost mechanical. She had suspected Fu Qinming's identity was anything but ordinary. He would undoubtedly have no interest in mundane food. However, she had stockpiled numerous items in her space, and surely there would be something he would find appealing. She decided to familiarize herself with the situation here before proceeding. Fu Qinming, somewhat resigned, remarked, "There is no need for a feast. Let us just consider ourselves friends. You are a high-level healing ability user. Perhaps you might consider joining my team. The rewards for completing missions are quite substantial." Su Li, hidden in his pocket, emitted a disgruntled hiss, vigorously flicking its tail in discontent. Ruan Mingjin's ears perked up at the sound. Though she paid little mind to Su Mu's response, smiling as she nodded. "Yes, I will consider it." Upon returning to the Zhoutian Bay Survivor Information Center, they were once again greeted by the same staff member. The center spans 63 floors, making it one of the higher establishments in Area S, where all personal information and star network systems were primarily managed, with only the most confidential matters handled in the Central District. The three of them ascended directly to the 62nd floor, where the staff member led them to a door before departing. Fu Qinming entered with familiarity, followed closely by Ruan Mingjin. Upon their arrival, the individuals inside appeared momentarily startled before inviting them to sit. Name, age, ability level, residential address. How many husbands do you have? Who is your guarantor? I am Ruan Mingjin, just a month and 5 days past my 20th birthday. Possessing a 7th-tier healing ability and a 6th-tier wind ability, that I have no residence, no husband, and this is my guarantor. Ruan Mingjin picked up the information form, pushed over by the staff member, who was a woman seemingly in her 30s, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Ruan Mingjin swiftly filled out the form she was given. When she heard the mention of abilities, Wang Meijin was momentarily taken aback. It was only after she had seen the form closely that she expressed mild astonishment. Are you truly a level 7 healer and a level 6 wind elementalist? Indeed, if you have any doubts. Let her demonstrate right here. Fu Qinming replied with a nod to that moment. Ruan Mingjin gathered a shimmering green light in the palm of her hand, emanating a gentle aura that felt as if it enveloped one in the essence of a life-giving spring. Wang Meijin, well-versed in the extraordinary, immediately recognized that Ruan Mingjin was indeed a genuine high-tier healer. I have a fair degree of trust in Mr. Fu's character. With him as your guarantor, I am quite at ease. Please proceed to register your fertility value inspection report. This is my fertility value inspection report, Ruan Mingjin stated, placing the document before her. 100% fertility value. Wang Meijin exclaimed, her gaze towards Ruan Mingjin now infused with eagerness. Miss Ruan, rest assured, we will secure your information with 2 layers of passwords, that I am a colonel, and I will add an extra layer using my survivor residency certificate. As Fu Qinming concentrated, a light screen materialized before them, revealing details that were previously invisible. Wang Meijin, taken aback by Fu Qinming's attentiveness towards this woman, scrutinized the survivor residency certificate number beside his profile, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Within 2 minutes, Ruan Mingjin's personal information was fully entered into the system. After the loading was complete, a square box beside the table suddenly opened, revealing a freshly minted survivor residency certificate emblazoned with Ruan Mingjin's likeness. Here is your survivor residency certificate. You will need it for entry and exit from the base. Remember to keep it safe. It is difficult to replace if lost, she instructed. All right, I understand, thank you, Ruan Mingjin replied. Examining the certificate closely, she noted that aside from the different background, it was quite similar to the identification cards from 300 years ago during the apocalypse. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Wang Meijin could not help but ask curiously, Colonel Fu, are you two in a romantic relationship? No, not at all. They both replied in unison, with Ruan Mingjin's tone notably more intense than Fu Qinming's gaze turned towards her. She hastily averted her eyes, in the absence of a defined relationship, she could not afford to convey any misleading signals, especially regarding matters of the heart. Wang Meijin paused momentarily, then regarded the two with a knowing look, giving Fu Qinming a glance that suggested she understood. Clearly, he had yet to win over the young lady, which was understandable, as one must be discerning when selecting a first husband, particularly when the prospective partner possessed a perfect fertility value. Chapter 12. Opening an account. Casting a cold glance at Wang Meijin, Fu Qiming led Ruan Mingjin out of the office and into the elevator. Once outside the Survivor Information Center, Ruan Mingjin suddenly inquired, "Mr. Fu, may I ask how you summoned that light screen? It seems quite reminiscent of the mana chip. IT is a light brain, a more advanced technology than the mana chip. IT is currently the most sophisticated communication device in all of Huaxia. Once personal identification information is matched, the light brain can hide within the brain without causing any bodily harm. That IT can operate flawlessly with just a thought, offering greater agility and convenience than the mana chip, while also shielding one from external distractions," Fu Qinming explained gently. With a slight shift in his thoughts, a blue screen appeared, switching to a television channel within seconds, displaying a drama of moderate popularity. In the next instant, the light screen vanished. Moreover, the light brain boasts multiple functionalities in two modes. The first mode is external, allowing others to see, while the second mode is internal, visible only to the owner of the light brain. "I have activated the second mode now, so you cannot see it, but I can," he added. Such advanced technology. Even Ruan Mingjin, usually composed, could not help but express her astonishment. Humanity in the post-apocalyptic world had seemingly found its footing again. Advancing technologically, she wondered what fate had in store for her in this new world. As they entered the vehicle, Fu Qinming smiled lightly. "Once you have accumulated enough points, you can purchase one as well." "All right, I understand. By the way, where are we headed now?" Ruan Mingjin inquired, contemplating the steep price of the mana chip and the exorbitant cost of the light brain. That IT would take quite a while to gather enough points. Fu Qinming suggested, "Since you currently have no place to stay, why not come and stay at my home?" "No, you've already been quite a hassle today, having not slept all night, that I cannot impose further," Ruan Mingjin replied, having witnessed the urgency with which parents were concerned about their children's matrimony. She knew Fu Qinming bore no romantic interest in her, and she feared his parents might ask intrusive questions. Having experienced the tumultuous beginning of the apocalypse, she preferred solitude and peace. Suddenly, Su Li, a small creature with a flickering tongue, nudged Fu Qinming impatiently with its tail, urging him, "Hurry, give Miss Ruan the points. And tell her it is my token of goodwill that if you do this, I will immediately join your team. Miss Ruan, I will take you to open an account now to earn some points. If you refuse, this little guy will undoubtedly make my life miserable," Fu Qinming said. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled over the vehicle, placing Su Li before Ruan Mingjin, seizing the opportunity. Su Li leaped into Ruan Mingjin's arms, and she instinctively reached out to catch it. The slippery little creature coiled itself around her wrist. Feeling its cool touch, Ruan Mingjin couldn't help but tap Su Li's head gently. "I appreciate your sentiment. Rescuing you was my choice. Besides, your master has already aided me significantly today, so there's truly no need for points." "Hiss. How can that be the same? Fu Qinming is Fu Qinming, and I am I." Su Li twisted its body, feeling disgruntled, almost voicing its dissatisfaction. Just as Fu Qinming contemplated how to provide Ruan Mingjin with the points, she asked, "Mr. Fu, is there no other way? I merely need immediate assistance. Does your base offer any such provisions?" "There are," Fu Qinming replied, noticing her hopeful expression, that he couldn't bring himself to deceive her, especially since such benefits were standard across bases. That IT wouldn't be long before Ruan Mingjin discovered the truth, which could potentially tarnish his image in her eyes. When a woman first joins a base without a dime to her name, the base typically offers assistance, including a grant of 1,000 in relief funds and the option to apply for 10 days of complimentary accommodation. If relocation from another base is involved, the specifics would vary. "Miss Ruan, I suppose we can consider ourselves friends now." "Amichim," Ruan Mingjin replied, puzzled by his sudden question. They had only known each other for a short time, so it seemed premature to label their relationship as anything more than casual acquaintances. That Su Li instinctively wrapped its tail around Ruan Mingjin's pinky finger. The thought that Fu Qinming might win her affection first left it feeling disgruntled. Sensing the little white snake's discontent, Ruan Mingjin was bewildered, as she had no understanding of animal speech. She could only soothe it by gently rubbing its head and tail, causing the cool creature to warm up noticeably. Before she could grasp the significance of this interaction, the little white snake swiftly retracted its tail and darted to the front of the vehicle. assuming Su Li was merely an ordinary mutated beast. Ruan Mingjin was unaware of its deeper sentiments. However, Fu Qinming discerned the situation clearly, his expression darkening slightly as he observed the dynamics between them. Feeling a sense of discomfort, Fu Qinming smiled and said, "Now that we are friends, it would be rather distant to continue addressing each other as we did before. How about you call me Qinming, and I shall call you Mingjin? Please do not call me Mingjin." At the sound of that name, Ruan Mingjin was reminded of the excessively pretentious faces of Zhao Zi and Liang Tingting from her past life, and a deep-seated aversion surged within her. Realizing her reaction was perhaps too intense, she awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. "I apologize. I simply do not like being addressed that way. Besides, we only met last night, so it feels overly intimate. You may call me by my name or just Ruan." "Very well." Observing her clear reluctance, Fu Qiming did not press the matter, and he was well aware of his own feelings. He merely harbored a mild fondness for Ruan Mingjin, not yet reaching the level of affection. Thus, how she chose to address him was inconsequential. After starting the car, he swiftly drove toward the other side of the street. "That I will take you to open an account first. And once that is done, you can store your points. Afterwards, I will assist you in claiming your points and applying for free housing. Thank you for your help." Ruan Mingjin nodded thoughtfully. She resolved that once things stabilized, she would invite Fu Qinming to dinner as a gesture of gratitude for today's kindness. Opening an account was remarkably simple. All it required was the survivor's resident identification number, and within a minute, she successfully established her account. After exiting the S district of the Zhoutian base, Fu Qinming took her to the adjacent building to collect 1,000 points. Not everyone could migrate their household registration to the S district, and it might take a month to even secure a few orders. Thus, the application process was completed in mere minutes. Having successfully applied for her residence, Fu Qinming found no reason to stay any longer, and the two parted ways downstairs. Chapter 13. A new beverage refrigerator in the S district, within the villa area. As soon as Fu Qinming arrived home, he spotted his mother standing at the door, scanning the surroundings with a look of anticipation. Sensing something amiss, he approached, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Mom, what are you looking for? Honestly, why can't you seize the opportunity? You brought someone back to the base. Yet you didn't even think to let me see her." Mu Yin expressed her disappointment, shooting her son a glare before turning back inside the house. Upon returning, Fu Qinming was met with his mother's admonishments. Leaving him perplexed, he soon deduced that his cousin must have returned early and shared something with Mu Yin, leaving him with an expression of helplessness. "Mom, what are you talking about? I didn't bring her back alone. To be precise, that young lady is Su Li's savior. She has been living in the mountains until recently, and that is why we brought her to the base. That's so." Mu Yin regarded her son with a skeptical expression. Faced with his mother's inquiries, Fu Qinming nodded earnestly, insisting, "I assure you, it is absolutely true. That's Su Li. Is he the formidable psychic you have been wanting to recruit?" "Yes, that's him." Done on the way back, Su Li had returned to her residence. Mu Yin sat down on the sofa, her gaze serious. "Xiaoming, you're no longer a child. That I heard from Xiao Xiao that the girl is quite lovely, fair and sweet, that if you have any feelings for her, you should act quickly. Don't wait until it's too late and you find yourself unable to secure even a third position." "Ahem, Mom. Please don't worry about this matter. BY average age standards. I am still quite young at 29. I think I can afford to wait a little longer." Fu Qinming, who had not had a drop to drink since the previous night, nearly choked on his water upon hearing his mother's startling remarks. With a roll of her eyes, Mu Yin retorted, "Humph. Ambitious. Just wait, and you might find yourself regretting it." With that, Mu Yin ascended the stairs to her room, and there is hot food in the kitchen. "Eat and rest well." "Thank you, Mom. I understand." As Fu Qinming sat down to eat, his mind was consumed by his mother's words, shaking his head in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingjin was led by the staff to a dormitory-like area, where each floor was neatly lined with 10 doors. The staff paused in front of room 304, handing her a key. "Miss Ruan, this is your room. That if you need any assistance, feel free to come to the reception. We will be sure to help you." "All right. Thank you. That I appreciate your help." Ruan Mingjin politely nodded. She possessed the strength to find ways to earn enough points to sustain herself in this future world. Noticing the staff member lingered, she looked at him with curiosity. "Did I ask there anything else?" Miss Ruan, my name is Zhu Jigang. May I ask if you have a husband?" Zhu Jigang scratched his head awkwardly, his face reddening as he avoided making eye contact with Ruan Mingjin. Understanding his intentions immediately, Ruan Mingjin waved her hand dismissively, swiftly inserting the key into the lock. The door opened quickly, and she hurried inside. I am not looking for a partner at the moment, so I must regretfully decline your kind offer. Please take care, Bang. This was Zhu Jigang's first experience of infatuation, yet he had not anticipated such a direct rejection, leaving his heart shattered. Good upbringing held him back, and he could only sigh as he turned to leave. Though it appeared small from the outside, the interior was surprisingly spacious and well-arranged. The living room spanned nearly 20 square meters. With blue and white decor adorning the walls, that IT included a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom, all furnished with care, even providing a pair of women's slippers, an expense that must have been considerable, especially in this post-apocalyptic world, where even advanced technology could not match the diversity of pre-apocalyptic times. Ruan Mingjin examined the kitchen, finding only an electric iron pan and a pair of chopsticks. Nothing else was present. However, given the transient nature of her stay for the next 10 days, she considered herself fortunate to have these amenities that in the early days of the apocalypse, such peaceful and secure accommodations were rare. And she felt immensely grateful. The pressing matter now was to gather more information, earn points, and understand the so-called laws of heaven and earth. She needed to ascertain whether they imposed any restrictions on her. As she had no intention of having 9 husbands at present, she entered the bedroom, which was similarly sized at 20 square meters, offering ample space, that a single bed was placed in the center, adorned with a light blue duvet and mattress, impeccably clean and dust-free, indicating regular maintenance. That a vanity table stood beside the bed, but otherwise the room was sparse. After thoroughly inspecting the entire room to ensure there were no surveillance devices, she drew the curtains and quickly slipped into her personal space. The area was expansive, a self-contained little world, with endless fields planted with ripe crops. The storage warehouse retained its original form, appearing to cover only 1,000 square meters. Yet within it lay countless small spaces for categorizing and storing items, ensuring food did not spoil. Adjacent to the warehouse was her villa within this space, 3 stories high, complete with a front and backyard. Home to a few delightful small animals, that on the opposite side of the warehouse was her expansive farm, populated with pre-apocalyptic creatures. Chickens, ducks, sheep, and cows among countless others. She had stockpiled a significant number of poultry and seafood before the apocalypse. And during her quest for revenge against Liang Tingting, she had captured many still not fully mutated to be why now. Her collection had grown tremendously, far exceeding what she could consume alone. Everything was orderly, the only difference being a small shop that had materialized beside the villa, prominently displaying the words convenience store. The sign indicated it was currently at level 1, with a maximum level of 10. That Ruan Mingjin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Previously, her villa had been a bamboo house. Later, she discovered it could transform according to her desires, resulting in her current villa. Perhaps this sudden appearance of a convenience store indicated an evolution of her space, or it could be due to her crossing into a world 300 years into the future. Regardless of the reason, she understood that returning to 300 years ago was no longer an option. Her rebirth had altered many events, and fate had its own calculations for keeping her from the past. Arriving at the convenience store, she found the interior to be a mere 3 square meters, housing a beverage refrigerator. Chapter 14. The premier commercial system inside the beverage refrigerator, the selection was sparse, containing only a few bottles in red and green. Ruan Mingjin's eyes twitched slightly. If her memory served her right, there had been an occasion when Zhao Zi was absent, and she had shared drinks with Xiang Shui at a safe location. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zi returned, and in her flustered haste, she had tossed the drink into her space, not realizing where it had ended up. This incident had subsequently faded from her mind, overshadowed by Liang Tingting's trajectory. Why was she so certain? Because Xiang Shui had been furious upon learning that Zhao Zi had gone out searching for food, gripping the can tightly. Had Zhao Zi not returned in time, the can would have surely been crushed. The soda cans in the refrigerator bore faint indentations, suggesting they had been compressed during transport. Could it be? To confirm her suspicion, Ruan Mingjin scanned the empty spaces within the beverage refrigerator before turning to enter the villa's kitchen. She decided to prepare a nutritious breakfast, retrieving tomatoes and 3 eggs. After washing and cutting the tomatoes, she fried the eggs, then added the tomatoes to the pan, seasoning them with salt and soy sauce to complete the dish. Since cooking rice required some time, she opted for a quick sandwich and poured herself a bottle of breakfast milk that as someone with psychic abilities, her body demanded considerable energy, necessitating ample food to be by the time she finished her meal and began cleaning up. The milk carton on the table had mysteriously vanished. Hastily washing the dishes and pan, she stepped outside to the convenience store, only to find a bottle of breakfast milk had reappeared in the refrigerator. Her eyes brightened as she eagerly opened the refrigerator, retrieving the bottle, which felt pleasantly heavy, containing every drop. She attempted to peel off the straw to check the contents, but it wouldn't budge. Just then, an electronic voice chimed in. Please pay 2.5 points. In an instant, Ruan Mingjin was reminded of the relief funds that could be claimed early. After opening an account, any points earned in the future could only be stored within the Survivor Resident Card. Without the mana chip, one could still utilize the Survivor Resident Card directly. With a thought, the Survivor Resident Card, which had been resting on the bedside table in the villa's master bedroom, appeared in her hand. How do I make the payment? Please swipe your card here. The electronic voice echoed once more, and an arrow materialized before her. Following the arrow, she observed a cash register gradually emerging beside the beverage refrigerator. Resembling a pre-apocalyptic POS machine, she swiftly swiped her Survivor Resident Card, and the electronic voice chimed again. Payment of 2.5 points successful, though we welcome your next visit. Wait, I'm using items from my own space. And I still have to pay? You are clearly not a product of my realm. Now, what exactly are you? With a tug, she effortlessly removed the straw, inserting it to take a sip of what was undeniably breakfast milk. To her astonishment, a bottle identical to the one she had just taken appeared in its place. Her eyes narrowed, and she concentrated her wind-based abilities, glaring menacingly at the cash register. The cash register vanished instantly, reverting to the wall it had been before, but this time, a digital smiley face with a hint of servility appeared on the wall. I traverse various dimensions, specifically selling goods to those who have forgotten all pre-apocalyptic products. Today, I was supposed to bind with another woman who has lived for 300 years, but I suddenly realized that you, with your formidable luck, appeared, so I decided to bind with you instead. You may refer to me as the ultimate commercial system. Also, please do not question my moral integrity. Without your permission, I shall not take your belongings. Moreover, this is a self-contained world governed by natural laws. You are the master here, and I cannot take anything. You've had thoughts in that direction. Ruan Mingjin looked at him with a smirk. Ultimate commercial system. This is my exclusive space. How did you get in? Also, who was the woman you intended to bind with? Ruan Mingjin narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy as she compressed her wind abilities again, the energy radiating a terrifying aura. Did I end this space? She was everything. And the ultimate commercial system felt a wave of trepidation. The wall reflected his emotions in real time, digital beads of sweat appearing. No. I only have this one opportunity to enter. I only take your unwanted waste products. I pose no threat to you. Just let me stay. As for who my original host was, that is none of your concern. You do not need to know, no. I need to know, Ruan Mingjin advanced. Her right hand thrust before him. How is that none of my business? I was perfectly fine, and now you know the secrets of my space. How can I trust you? Calm down. At worst, I simply will not bind with you. The ultimate commercial system was nearly overwhelmed by her assertiveness, feeling utterly at a loss. Had it known this would happen, it would never have sought her luck. How about this? As long as you agree to bind with me. Everything I sell in my store will be half price. Half price? Is that too little? How about a tenth? For items that are not expensive to begin with, how many points can you even get at a tenth? Then what do you want me to do? The system, during its task, had to quickly find a host to bind with. Otherwise, it would continue to expend energy until it fell into a dormant state. The ultimate commercial system did not wish to be forced into dormancy just after arriving in this world, so it could only weakly concede to Ruan Mingjin. Ruan Mingjin took a step back, not retracting her hand, and said nonchalantly, just tell me the name of the host you originally intended to bind with, the one who has lived for 300 years, that I want you to speak the truth. Or else it's all off the table. That is confidential. What kind of confidentiality? If it were truly confidential, you wouldn't have mentioned it just now. Well, I thought you would agree, the ultimate commercial system was at a loss for words. If you keep stalling, I'll throw you out of my space. Ruan Mingjin would not indulge him, her eyes betraying her impatience. The electronic expression visibly shrank back. Fine, I'll tell you, but you must not cause her any trouble. Oh, I didn't realize you were so loyal. You haven't even become my host yet, and you're already defending her. What do you even want from me? Ruan Mingjin teased. Chapter 15 terrified him. His electronic voice trembling like a deflated cotton jacket. Of course. Do you not see who I am? I am the ultimate commercial system. Xiaoe, the most trustworthy among all commercial systems. The ultimate commercial system was nearly driven to exasperation, unable to explode in frustration. Finally, with a huff, it reluctantly uttered two words. Xiang Shui. What did you say? Ruan Mingjin asked, cupping her ear, uncertain if she had heard correctly. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. Her name is Xiang Shui. Xiang as in the surname, and Shui as in snow. Did you hear me clearly this time? I heard you clearly. No need to shout. The electronic voice was loud and penetrating. And Ruan Mingjin, standing close, nearly had her ears deafened. Rubbing her ear, she fixed her gaze on Xiao. Dangerously. Honestly. Why are you looking for her? Or do you know something? Please don't ask me that again. Why else would I be looking for her? It's because in these 300 years, she has done so much for all survivors of Huaxia, bearing immense merit. Collaborating with her would allow me to be accepted by the natural laws here. To put it simply, I would not be bound by the rules. Just a moment ago, he had been on the brink of a breakdown. The next moment, Xiao's emotions settled, finding Ruan Mingjin's inquiries utterly baffling. What do I know? I know everything I need to know. I really don't understand what you're asking. All right, I get it. Next time, don't ramble so much. Ruan Mingjin lightly coughed, reflecting on how she had encountered the phenomenon of traveling 300 years into the future, and now faced a system. She was not naive. Having watched numerous web dramas before the apocalypse, she understood the potential dangers of such supernatural powers. The ability to silently enter an independent space indicated that Xiao was not simple. Initially, she thought Xiao mentioned Xiang Shui because it was aware of their relationship. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Rather, it was concerned that the system might exploit Xiang Shui. Thus, she became more cautious. One must always guard against the unknown, especially entities of obscure origin. It appeared that even as a system, there were times it did not possess all the information. Moreover, the space was her greatest trump card. Now exposed before him, she could not show any weakness. You still shouldn't think about it, but you also cannot go looking for the woman named Xiang Shui right now. Why? I've told you everything, and yet you say I can't bind with you. That's too much. Xiao was angry, its electronic expression displaying fury, resembling a child sulking. That's the ultimate commercial system. It also had its dignity and could not be led around by Ruan Mingjin repeatedly. If it came to it, it would abandon this opportunity. After all, Xiang Shui was not bad. Although she did not possess immense luck, she had substantial merits, and binding with her would also bring benefits. Just as it contemplated escaping this small world, it found itself bound by an invisible force, unable to move even a step. Terrified, its electronic voice trembled like a deflated cotton jacket. What have you done to me? Why can't I leave? I owe you my thanks for that information. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known I could do this. Truly, thank you for the reminder. Ruan Mingjin smiled, her once round, innocent eyes now resembling those of a cunning ancient fox. As the master of the space, she held numerous privileges. With a mere thought, she could traverse any part of the space. Deep in contemplation, she realized that as the master, she had absolute authority over everything here. Even the independent laws generated could be utilized by her. Inspired by Xiao's words, she had used the power of the laws within her space to encircle Xiao, binding him here without her consent. Xiao, now calm, clearly realized this, not daring to shout at Ruan Mingjin, that he watched helplessly as she retracted her wind abilities, looking as if he were on the verge of tears. What do you truly want? Before we negotiate conditions, I want to know if you must bind with a host quickly. Ruan Mingjin had sensed something amiss long ago, that if there was nothing at stake, Xiao would not have been so eager to leave, indicating some pressing condition was at play. Xiao's expression stiffened, genuinely not expecting that Ruan Mingjin, who appeared harmless and innocent, possessed a cunning mind far beyond ordinary. This was no simple matter. It was almost supernatural wisdom. Indeed, upon entering this world, it is imperative for me to swiftly bind with a host. Otherwise, I shall inevitably succumb to a dormant state due to the continuous consumption of energy. There was no alternative but to speak candidly, for data is never deceitful. The woman before him, though somewhat cunning, possesses a fundamentally good nature, refraining from actions that contradict her principles, that as long as he presents no threat to her. He is assured of his safety. His data attribute analysis has never faltered. Otherwise, Ruan Mingjin would not be so favored by fate. She embodies healing, wind, earth, and dark abilities, alongside a lineage that grants her a spatial inheritance. Such a remarkable collection of traits in a person of great fortune should never converge. Noticing Ruan Mingjin's prolonged silence and her inability to depart, Xiao, undeterred, inquired, "Binding with me offers you numerous advantages." "What advantages?" 3 centuries ago, a person named Xiang Shui survived, and it is highly probable that this is the individual Ruan Mingjin is familiar with. As she pondered, Xiao A's voice piqued her interest. Xiao A rolled his eyes internally, forcing a smile. "You can enhance your beauty and strength through tasks, gain priority access to all items in the store, and even use them for free. You could awaken an additional ability if you desire. Is it truly that beneficial? Why did you not mention this earlier?" Although she posed the question, Ruan Mingjin remained unfazed by Xiao A's words, calmly responding with a gentle laugh. "To speak frankly, I am quite content with my natural appearance and have no desire to alter it. Furthermore, I believe my current abilities place me in a respectable position. I will strive to improve myself regardless of your assistance." The prospect of awakening further powers is indeed enticing, yet the task involved is undoubtedly substantial, and I am not a fool. Besides, I tend to desire many things without harboring any ambition. Thus, your final condition fails to tempt me that in my view, possessing abilities that are functional suffices. Everything adheres to the cycle of the 5 elements. My abilities complement each other perfectly, requiring no additional powers that might disrupt this balance. Chapter 16. The treatment at the guest house. I must commend you. Do tell me what you desire, and as long as you bind with me, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Xiao A felt a sense of resignation, that he had come to understand that this woman was not easily swayed. Even if the things he mentioned were genuine and attainable, they would not sway her in the slightest. Ruan Mingjin contemplated seriously. "Can you assist in resurrecting my family? It is a natural law that the dead cannot return to life. I regret that I cannot fulfill such a request." Xiao A felt a twinge of offense. If he possessed the ability to resurrect others, chaos would ensue in this world. Once a person dies, barring exceptional circumstances, they are destined for reincarnation. To desired the revival of an entire family. Was she deliberately trying to put him in a difficult position? Strengthening his resolve, Ruan Mingjin finished her breakfast milk in one gulp. Food was precious in this apocalypse, and nothing could be wasted. "Regardless, I cannot let you leave just yet. When the time is right, I shall take you to find Xiang Shui." "What do you seek Xiang Shui for?" Xiao A, fearing for her intentions towards Xiang Shui, "Watch her closely that I harbor no ill will towards her, before entrusting you to her. I must ascertain whether you are friend or foe. Otherwise, what if you were to betray her?" Ruan Mingjin chuckled lightly, preparing to leave. Remembering something, she waved the empty breakfast milk carton at Xiao A. "Do you still want this?" "No," Xiao A exclaimed in exasperation. "Oh, if you don't want it, then how did these items come about? Did you truly scavenge my discarded waste?" Remarkably, the taste was identical. Ruan Mingjin relaxed her grip, and the breakfast milk vanished, only to reappear in the trash bin of the villa's kitchen. Xiao A's electronic expression radiated pride. "Of course. Do you not realize who I am? I am a premier commercial system. Once I capture the principles, I can swiftly connect to other worlds. These beverages are not free. Even a host bound to me must at least bear some cost. Truly a commercial system. I understand now. Farewell, take care." With that, Ruan Mingjin's figure vanished, leaving Xiao A lamenting alone. "Wait, you can't leave me here. I will perish. Let me find Xiang Shui myself." Upon exiting the space, there came a knock at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Is there something you need?" Ruan Mingjin quickly took a tissue from the space to wipe her mouth clean, ensuring there was no lingering taste, before hastily opening the door. The visitor was a tall and handsome young man, dressed in the same uniform as Zhu Jigang, also a staff member of the guest house. They had encountered each other when Ruan Mingjin applied for accommodation at the guest house earlier. Having seen Ruan Mingjin before, he was aware of her beauty, but was astonished to find her even more stunning up close. Had it not been for Zhu Jigang's rejection, he would never have had the chance to interact with her. Zhang Sheng shyly smiled and explained, "Miss Ruan, greetings. That it was originally Zhu Jigang's duty to handle your meals, but he had an unexpected matter to attend to. so I was sent to deliver your breakfast. Please enjoy it at your leisure. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance. Ruan Mingjin accepted the tray, which was covered by a lid, concealing the contents within, but her curiosity remained piqued, despite having eaten her fill in the space. She found her stomach could still accommodate a bit more, intrigued about the taste of food in this post-apocalyptic world 3 centuries later. Zhang Sheng was nearly dazzled by her smile, feeling bashful as he scratched his head. Not a bother at all. It is my honor to serve you, Miss Ruan. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. That it was merely polite conversation, yet Ruan Mingjin was taken aback by his enthusiasm. Having lived through the early days of the apocalypse in both her past and present lives, she had grown accustomed to the greed of humanity, having witnessed countless comrades meet their end at the hands of others. She found it somewhat challenging to adapt to such unexpected kindness. Accepting her circumstances, she understood she had traversed 3 centuries into an apocalypse and must swiftly acclimatize to her new environment for her survival. Just as she was about to close the door, Zhang Sheng inquired with genuine concern. Miss Ruan, do you prefer to dine at 11 or noon? No need. That it is my first visit to the Zhoutian base, and I wish to familiarize myself with the surroundings. I shall skip lunch. Thank you for your concern. Ruan Mingjin paused, her demeanor warm as she smiled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng promptly asked, I am well versed in this area. Do you require a guide? Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I prefer solitude. Ruan Mingjin shook her head in refusal, waiting a few seconds before finally closing the door. Zhang Sheng lingered a moment, stealing a glance at the door before turning away. Did I end his memory? Ruan Mingjin was gentle and beautiful, and he had heard she was a powerful ability user, possessing a calm and unassuming demeanor that made it difficult for him not to be captivated. Yet he also understood that such an exceptional woman was beyond his reach. Finally able to enjoy a solitary meal, Ruan Mingjin seated herself at the table, lifting the lid to reveal an enticing aroma. There lay a meat patty larger than a palm, glazed with a honey sauce, its appearance alluring. Additionally, there was a large, snow-white steamed bun and half of an unknown fruit. She had not anticipated such a lavish breakfast. Were they not supposed to only guarantee basic sustenance in these times? The guest house's treatment was impressive, befitting the second-largest base in Huaxia. However, upon tasting the first bite of the meat patty, her brow furrowed slightly. The flavor was mediocre, somewhat tough and difficult to chew, the honey sauce neither too salty nor sweet, failing to impress. The bun possessed only a hint of the characteristic fragrance of steamed buns, and eating too much felt akin to gnawing on dry rations, devoid of taste. Nevertheless, the half-fruit was vibrant red and tasted somewhat like a tomato. Overall, it fell within an acceptable range, adhering to her principle of waste not. She finished her meal, retrieved dish soap from her space to clean the utensils, and set out to return them to the guest house, while inquiring about the locations of the commercial and food streets. The S district was vast, and the commercial and food streets were quite distant. Walking there would take a considerable amount of time. This time, it was Zhu Jigang who received Ruan Mingjin, warmly yet politely escorting her in the guest house vehicle. The guest house vehicle was quite ordinary within the base, but it provided a comfortable ride, devoid of jostling. Ruan Mingjin surveyed the interior, and unable to resist, she asked, So it was you who applied for my relief funds and accommodation? Later, I learned from the staff that it was also you who delivered my meals, and now you are driving me to the commercial street. Truly, you are a great help. Chapter 17. Huangpu Jini, not a bother. It is my duty to assist you. You need not take it to heart. Zhu Jigang was taken aback by her inquiry, surprised. Moreover, all goose houses in our Huaxia bases maintain such standards. The welfare may vary according to region and gender. Ah, I see. What is the monthly salary at your guest house? Ruan Mingjin inquired thoughtfully, seeking to grasp the current working conditions in this base compared to those before the apocalypse, under the gaze of someone who had stirred his emotions. Zhu Jigang's palms grew clammy. Maintaining his composure, he fixed his gaze ahead. The monthly salary is 9,000 credits. Ruan Mingjin nodded slightly and fell silent. After more than half an hour, the vehicle entered the nearest commercial street, where both sides of the road were lined with shops selling clothing and daily necessities. The street was bustling with people, a stark contrast to the desolate roads they had traversed earlier. Zhu Jigang produced a business card and handed it over, explaining that each district had only one commercial street and one food street, conveniently located adjacent to each other to avoid unnecessary running around. Miss Ruan, this is my number. Please contact me when you wish to return. All right, I will reach out if there is a need, Ruan Mengjin replied, nodding, though she harbored no intention of having Zhu Jigang come to fetch her. Since her rebirth, aside from stockpiling supplies, she had been diligently honing her skills and unleashing her potential. Even without the awakening of speed-type abilities, her running speed surpassed that of high-tier ability users by a factor of 2. Throughout the journey, she had been calculating the distance. The commercial street was approximately 100 miles from the lodge. Before entering, she had noticed several vehicles parked along the entrance, all engaged in private work, thus negating the need to trouble Zhu Jigang with another trip. Although it fell within his professional duties, the lodge was somewhat distant, and she possessed her own secrets. Having someone nearby was invariably inconvenient, especially since she needed to swiftly familiarize herself with the local situation and would likely return late, a time when Zhu Jigang would have long since finished work and gone home. Entirely unnecessary. Before returning home, Fu Qinming enclosed 3 crystal nuclei in a sealed box and summoned his subordinates to deliver them to the Research Institute for Dr. Huangpu to examine. By midday, a definitive report arrived, revealing astonishing results. The 3 nuclei contained the ancient zombie New York virus. Despite this, the small quantity absorbed would not cause significant effects. However, excessive absorption would lead to zombification. Dr. Huangpu, elated, danced about and rushed to Fu Qinming's home, pulling him from his bed. This aligned with the traditions passed down from 3 centuries ago, explaining the unwavering stance of the individual at the Shenzhou base. I am aware of your impending return to the base. Scholar Long had someone bring samples of the ancient zombie New York virus to me before dawn. I was almost at a loss for clues, but now with these 3 nuclei, research can progress more swiftly. Oh, inquire with your little girlfriend if she has any more of these nuclei. They would greatly aid the experiments. Who knows, I might be able to replicate the long-lost ancient New York virus serum. Moreover, these are clearly Tier 3 nuclei. Aside from the ancient zombie New York virus, the energy contained within is extraordinarily potent, significantly surpassing other Tier 3 nuclei, especially this fire-type nucleus, which nearly rivals a Tier 4 one. Had I not been deprived of sleep for 2 days and nights, I would be eager to have you take me to see your little girlfriend right now. I wonder how she came by them. It's quite possible she eliminated those older zombie kings. Dr. Mengjin is not my girlfriend. Where did you hear that? Fu Qinming, having just finished a shower, had only managed to sleep for 3 to 4 hours, his eyes bloodshot as he looked helplessly at Huangpu Jiani, who had a wild mane of hair. In the current human society, the average lifespan of ordinary individuals, excluding the death toll from missions, is 83 years, while ability users average 138 years. In comparison to pre-apocalyptic ages, an ability user at 138 years is akin to being 51 years old before the apocalypse. Despite Huangpu Jiani's youthful appearance, he is already the director of the Special Zone Research Institute at the Zhoutian base. With a real age of only 49, not even reaching the average lifespan, that he exhibited exceptional intelligence from a young age and lived next door to Fu Qinming. When Fu Qinming was born, Huangpu Jiani had already skipped multiple grades, completing his graduate studies and obtaining his bachelor's degree before reaching adulthood. Compared to others, Huangpu Jiani's life seemed to operate on an entirely different level. When he wished to take a break, he would skip school and rest at home, yet his brilliant mind never ceased its workings. The Fu and Huangpu families were not only neighbors, but also close family friends. Thus, whenever Huangpu Jiani returned home to rest, he would invariably seek out Fu Qinming to play, which was more of an opportunity for him to impart his knowledge to young Fu Qinming. When Fu Qinming was little, his parents approved of this arrangement wholeheartedly. Poor Fu Qinming found his resistance futile, ultimately swimming in a sea of Huangpu Jiani's knowledge for a full 6 years. For a while, nearly a decade, Huangpu Jiani vanished from sight, only to resurface with a master's degree just as Fu Qinming was entering university. Huangpu Jiani, somewhat perplexed and slightly sheepish, said Xiao Xiao called me and mentioned you found a girlfriend, and that the girl looked young. Who knows if she is even of age? Don't listen to Xiao Xiao's nonsense. Fu Qinming replied, exasperated, knowing well that Mu Xiao Xiao could not contain her tongue in such a short period. Even Huangpu Jiani, the research fanatic, was aware, and it seemed that everyone within their circle would soon learn of his impending nuptials. You should know about Su Li, a psychic with all-around potential that I've long wanted to recruit him into the team. It was during my search for him that I met you. Not to mention, Mengjin is Su Li's savior, and a woman. Previously, she had never interacted with anyone from the top 10 bases. Bringing her back to the base was merely a matter of human decency and protocol. Our relationship is not what you imagine. How could one speak of romance upon their first meeting? Besides, she is already of age, even if you are not yet involved in that manner. Look at you, so intimate in your words. Don't deny that you don't have those thoughts about her. Huangpu Jinni remarked, understanding this neighborly youth well enough. This fellow was merely putting on a brave front while his demeanor softened when it came to her, a stark contrast to how he treated his old neighbor. We are all acquaintances. There is no need to be shy man. You should boldly pursue the girl you like. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 18. He truly means well, perhaps struck by a sensitive chord. Fu Qinming was not keen to continue this line of conversation, feeling there was little more to say. Surely he knew what he wanted, so he swiftly shifted the topic. Now, what brings you to seek me? If you only came to discuss this, you might as well leave. I wish to rest further. All right, I know you tire my chatter to do as you wish. Just remember, if you fail to secure the position of first husband, don't blame your older brother for not having warned you. Seeing his impatience, Huangpu Jinni lost interest in further trivialities. Initially contemplating accompanying him, he now thought better of it, having endured this for several days already. A moment longer wouldn't make much of a difference. That it seemed prudent to allow this young man more time. Otherwise, he might never manage to win her over, that he truly has good intentions. Smiling, he continued, didn't you mention that lady was curious about the value of this crystal nucleus? You should know that until we receive precise research data, it's impossible to fully gauge its worth. However, I can provide an estimate based on the current value of the 3 nuclei. Typically, Tier 3 nuclei exchange for between 10,000 and 12,000 to 16,000 points. The nucleus brought by Miss Ruan is rather unique and can be utilized for research on the ancient zombie New York virus. Additionally, it contains more energy than an ordinary Tier 3 nucleus that I can provisionally assign a value of 3 times the maximum exchange rate for the Fire-type nucleus, plus a base value of 50,000 points for its uniqueness. This means that this Fire-type nucleus is currently valued at. Regarding the other 2 nuclei, let us assess them at 30,000 each for their uniqueness, with an average exchange rate at 3 times, giving 66,000 points for both. Altogether, that sums to 230,000 points that I have transferred the points to your account. You can decide how to convey them to her. As he spoke, Huangpu Jinni swiftly transferred the points to Fu Qinming. And with that, he slipped out of the Fu family villa. Upon arriving at the lodge, Fu Qinming still echoed Huangpu Jinni's words in his mind. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, chuckling at the absurdity of Huangpu Jinni, concluding he had fallen for Ruan Mingjin based solely on Mu Xiaoxiao's words. Or perhaps laughing at himself that he quickly located the staff responsible for attending to Ruan Mingjin and inquired, "Hello, may I ask where Mingjin is? I need to speak with her." "Hello, Mr. Fu. Miss Ruan has gone to the commercial street and food street. She may take quite some time to return, as she mentioned she would not be having lunch. Would you like to seek her out now, or should I notify you upon her return?" The lodge had regulations against disclosing information regarding beneficiaries or housing applicants, especially concerning women. However, since Fu Qinming had personally brought Ruan Mingjin to claim her assistance and apply for housing that morning, Zhu Jigang felt no need to withhold information about her whereabouts. Moreover, Fu Qinming was well known in the area. Anyone with even a slight connection to the base was aware of him, and Zhu Jigang trusted Fu Qinming's integrity. Believing he genuinely had matters to discuss with Ruan Mingjin, that it's still early. I will go find her. Understanding the situation clearly, Fu Qinming did not linger for long. He turned and departed from the guest house, driving towards the commercial street. Meanwhile, after more than an hour of inquiries, Ruan Mingjin had gained a general understanding of the commercial street's offerings. The majority of the items sold here consisted of clothing and daily necessities, with a fair number of color televisions and furniture as well. Most of the clothing stores catered to men's fashion, with only 2 women's boutiques along the entire street. The prices varied widely. Men's apparel was relatively affordable, while women's clothing tended to be pricier. The Zhou Tian base was expansive, and the prices of goods likely fluctuated by region. Here, the cheapest men's clothing cost 50 credits, while the least expensive women's garments started at 180 credits. This was merely for undergarments. Thus, the clothing Fu Qinming had someone purchase for him must have totaled no less than 720 credits. The white knee-length skirt she wore was made of exquisite material. Clearly expensive, Fu Qinming was indeed generous. Was it true that the post-apocalyptic world 300 years hence was so accommodating to women? Additionally, she casually inquired about the monthly salaries of these stores, discovering that the regulations were largely similar to those before the apocalypse, with the only stipulation being that operational hours were set from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. Just moments ago, she learned from the proprietress of one women's clothing store that the salaries varied by region, with different job positions yielding different incomes, from lowest to highest. H District, being a military zone, was not included. G District typically offered salaries ranging from 2,800 to 5,000. F District ranged from 3,500 to 6,000. E District from 4,500 to 7,000. D District from 5,500 to 8,000. C District from 6,500 to 9,000. B District from 7,000 to 15,000. A district from 8,000 to 20,000. The S District offered salaries from 9,000 to 30,000, while the central area ranged from 15,000 to 50,000, and the special zone provided the highest salaries, from 25,000 to 70,000, not including year-end bonuses. Not all jobs came with year-end bonuses, so one could only ascertain their amount through experience. Through her inquiries, Ruan Mingjin found that housing prices in the S District were quite high. Thus, most workers there were locals. Those from districts below, it would need to possess exceptional skills to secure employment in the S District. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to gain entry. However, these constraints did not apply much to those with abilities. For instance, Ruan Mingjin, as a 7th-tier healer and 6th-tier wind ability user, could easily acquire a household registration in the S District. This was why Fu Chenming had brought her there directly to register for a survivor's residence certificate. Another half-hour passed, and Ruan Mingjin had comprehensively grasped the situation of the commercial street. The majority of items sold were daily essentials, with color televisions and furniture being rare, and each item had only one store, offering limited variety. Even so, this round of exploration revealed that there were no televisions or instant water heaters. Only the most common and necessary items such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, face towels, buckets, power strips, and kettles were available. Upon reflection, watching television shows and movies could be done through the Mana chip by connecting to the Star Network, making a television unnecessary. Although the variety was limited, it sufficed for essential needs. Thus, there was no lack of sales. However, having experienced the early days of the apocalypse and understanding human nature, Ruan Mingjin refused to allow herself to become complacent. Thus, a regimented lifestyle was no longer suitable for her. Chapter 19. Strolling through the commercial street and food street regardless of whether it was the apocalypse over 200 years ago or the one 300 years hence, Ruan Mingjin was acutely aware that the most valuable commodity was always the crystal core. Rather than settle for a meager monthly salary, she preferred to venture out on tasks to earn more. With her abilities, while she might not be able to confront the formidable 8th and 9th tier mutated beasts, she could certainly manage to escape and save her own life. There was, in fact, a lucrative profession that suited her well, healing those severely injured, where each case could yield a substantial reward without the need for perilous adventures. However, she did not wish to place herself in a conspicuous position. In this intricate world, she could inadvertently obstruct the path of some powerful figure. Currently, she was at a disadvantage, but she adhered to the principle of not initiating conflict unless provoked. Ultimately, embarking on missions to eliminate mutated plants and beasts seemed most fitting for her. She would first accumulate credits, securing her own residence in this post-apocalyptic world. Without credits, she could undertake tasks, and when she had enough, she could enjoy leisure time at home. Such a life was indeed appealing. The food street connected seamlessly with the commercial street, with the entrance located at the end of the latter, upon Ruan Mingjin's arrival at the food street. It coincided perfectly with mealtime. She yawned, having not slept a wink the previous night, feeling somewhat drowsy. However, this was of little concern, as she planned to return for a good rest after exploring the food street. Not far ahead stood a restaurant, and she quickened her pace towards it. "Good day, sir. May I take your order?" Upon entering, she was greeted by a server wearing a professional smile, inquiring after the patron who had entered before her. The restaurant was quite spacious, yet only 3 servers were visible, a small number, but the establishment remained impeccably clean and tidy. Upon noticing a lady entering, another server, who had just finished serving a customer, brightened up, her fair face radiating genuine warmth, in stark contrast to the previous server's smile. "Good day, madam. May I take your order?" "I'll take a look at the menu first," Ruan Mingjin replied, receiving the menu. While her demeanor remained calm, Her inner thoughts were tumultuous. She was taken aback to discover that a simple plate of egg fried rice cost 58 credits, and a glass of freshly squeezed corn juice was priced at 66 credits. She wondered how the flavors of the food here compared to that of the guest house. Maintaining her composure, she returned the menu to the server and ordered a plate of egg fried rice and a glass of fresh corn juice. Oh, and make sure the fried rice is made with mutated beast eggs, and I would also like a portion of boneless fish soup. Certainly. May I ask you to settle the bill first? The total comes to 734 credits. The server removed her name tag, revealing a QR code-like symbol behind it. Ruan Mingjin recognized it as a means to pay with the mana chip. Without hesitation, she produced her survivor's residence certificate. May I pay by card? Of course. Please hold on a moment. The server, puzzled as to how she could afford such a hefty bill without using the mana chip, nevertheless maintained a polite demeanor as she turned to fetch the card reader. The residence certificate glided over the device, and payment was successfully processed. All our ingredients are selected from the finest and freshest sources. The fish in the boneless fish soup is taken from the softest, thornless parts of the mutated swordfish, ensuring a delightful taste that will surely satisfy you. Please wait a moment. Your dishes will be out shortly. Half an hour later, the meal was served. Observing the mutated beast egg fried rice, boneless fish soup, and a glass of fresh corn juice before her, Ruan Mingjin's nose twitched slightly, quickly identifying the soup as the most delectable dish. As expected, upon taking a sip of the soup, she found it rich and flavorful, devoid of any fishy taste, leaving a lingering sweetness after swallowing. Using her chopsticks, she picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth. The exquisite taste immediately captivating her palate, packed with protein. After savoring the boneless fish soup, she took a sip of the fresh corn juice, which indeed carried a subtle corn fragrance, though not as delightful as those from before the apocalypse. It was still quite acceptable. As for the mutated beast egg fried rice, she could not discern the type of egg used, but it certainly did not taste like chicken. The mutated beast meat was tender, and the overall flavor felt somewhat lacking, ranking on par with the meat served at the guest house. With a generous portion of food, Ruan Mingjin quickly found herself satiated, her belly round and content. After sitting for a while, she prepared to leave the restaurant, only to encounter a familiar face at the entrance. It was the proprietress of the women's clothing store she had inquired about earlier that morning. Upon seeing Ruan Mingjin, Ping Chuan paused momentarily before her face broke into a radiant smile. Miss Ruan, have you dined already? Yes, I have eaten. And this is? Ruan Mingjin replied, nodding, her gaze falling upon the man with whom Ping Chuan was arm in arm. With a gentle smile, Ping Chuan introduced them. This is my first husband, Fu Minglang. Minglang, this is the young lady I mentioned to you earlier today, Ruan Mingjin. Hello, Brother Fu. Ruan Mingjin greeted amicably. Fu Minglang returned the courtesy. Hello, Miss Ruan. Chuyan, enjoy your meal that I shall take my leave now. See you next time. Yes, see you next time. Upon exiting the restaurant, Ruan Mingjin exhaled a sigh of relief, her gaze immediately drawn to the fruit stall across the street. This particular establishment was spacious, with a plethora of fruits displayed within transparent glass-covered refrigerated cabinets, ensuring optimal freshness. After perusing the entire food street, she discovered that it consisted solely of dining establishments, with this solitary fruit shop being the exception. Stepping inside the fruit shop, she surveyed the offerings and soon spotted a familiar silhouette, picking up a plump, red fruit the size of her palm. She glanced at the label on its original spot, confirming it was indeed a tomato, to her astonishment. Even in this post-apocalyptic world 3 centuries later, vegetables and fruits had undergone such transformation. For instance, the large watermelon in the adjacent refrigerator bore no black stripes. Its skin was entirely green, leaving her to wonder what the flesh within might be like. Here, fruits were not priced by weight, but rather by individual pieces. A single tomato cost 10 points, and each was remarkably fresh, nearly uniform in size. The watermelons in the neighboring cabinet were similarly consistent in size, with each priced at 100 points. After some contemplation, she ultimately decided to purchase 2 tomatoes and a watermelon, spending a total of 120 points, leaving her with 146 points remaining. Upon exiting the fruit shop, Ruan Mingjin intended to find a place to store her fruits before exploring other areas of Zone S. When she unexpectedly encountered Fu Chenming, Mingjin, the price for your 3 crystal cores has been estimated. He announced that as Fu Chenming approached her, she couldn't help but notice how the sunlight accentuated the beauty of the young woman before him. her innocent large eyes seemingly brimming with untold affection, momentarily rendering him speechless. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and continued, due to the need for research data to accurately assess the crystal core's value. Dr. Huangpu can currently only offer you 230,000 points. May I transfer the amount directly to your account? Certainly, Ruan Mingjin replied, relieved to have a means to utilize her points. However, how much did your attire cost? You may deduct it from the amount to no need. It's merely a piece of clothing. Consider it a gift. I'm not concerned about that small amount, Fu Qinming said, shaking his head. With a fleeting thought, he summoned a holographic interface and swiftly transferred the points into Ruan Mingjin's personal account. Done. If you have any further questions, feel free to visit me at the Fu residence in the Villa District. I'm usually home, he added. Thank you, Ruan Mingjin expressed her gratitude, unsure of what else to say. Reflecting on her interactions with Fu Qinming since the previous night, she recognized that he was indeed quite amiable. If it meant working alongside him on missions, it might not be such a bad idea after all. With this realization, she felt a sense of relief. Fu Qinming had declined to deduct points, allowing her the opportunity to repay his kindness in other ways. Moreover, the post-apocalyptic world of 3 centuries hence was vastly different from the past, with many unfamiliar aspects, and having a teammate could expedite her understanding of it. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair, prompting her to tuck the bothersome strands behind her ear as she softly inquired, Captain Fu, you mentioned previously that I could join your team. Did I ask that's still an option? Absolutely, Dud. If you wish to join, you are welcome at any time. Fu Qinming replied, slightly taken aback by her sudden query, his lips curving into an involuntary smile, that if you join us, I assure you the best benefits. Should you desire a military title, I can arrange that as well. That won't be necessary, Ruan Mingjin said with a slight grimace, firmly refusing. She wasn't naive. Even an honorary military title would tie her to the base's military structure. And she still needed to find Xiang Shui at another base. Having military obligations might complicate her plans, so she had no intention of considering it for the time being. Let me settle in at the base first, and then I'll join your team, if that is acceptable. Of course, as I said, you're always welcome to join us, Fu Qinming reassured her, having gained a high-tier healing ability user from this outing. Fu Qinming felt his earlier frustrations dissipate. Healing ability users were already scarce, and even though their base ranked second among the 10 major bases in Huaxia, high-tier healing users could be counted on one hand. Ruan Mingjin's joining would undoubtedly bolster their team's security. Noticing the time, he suggested, shall I take you home now? I urgently need a communication device, so I intend to purchase a mana chip from the commercial street. Ruan Mingjin replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Fu Qinming nodded in understanding that if you require a communication device, I can take you to procure one. As they entered the vehicle, Ruan Mingjin recalled that she hadn't seen a dedicated store for mana chips in the commercial street and couldn't help but ask, Captain Fu, could you tell me where I could purchase a light brain? Due to the high cost of materials for light brains, they are rarely sold openly. However, if you need one, I can take you to buy it. Fu Qinming offered as he started the car, swiftly exiting the food street. Just moments later, Ruan Mingjin said, I lack sufficient points to purchase a light brain. Let us first check the mana chips. If you're going to buy, opt for the best. Light brains have superior signal quality and stability outdoors, unaffected by magnetic fields that if you wish, I can lend you points without interest, Fu Qinming suggested. There was only one mana chip specialty store in the commercial street, and Fu Qinming soon parked in front of it. You need not worry. I hold a military position, and as a high-tier healing ability user. Especially as a woman, the base offers many benefits in this regard. After a few missions, you'll earn enough points to purchase a light brain. No, I prefer to start with a mana chip. After all, this is my first visit to the base, and I'm still unfamiliar with many things that I wish to avoid incurring debts, Ruan Mingjin firmly stated, despite the tempting offer, upon hearing her refusal. Fu Qinming respected her decision, his regard for her rising. Entering the mana chip specialty store, the owner's eyes lit up upon recognizing Ruan Mingjin. His excitement stemmed not from her beauty, but from the prospect of making a profit. Earlier that morning, she had visited and shown interest in prices, and now, with a handsome man accompanying her, he assumed he might be her husband. Judging by their attire and demeanor, they hardly seemed like individuals short on points. Welcome to my humble shop. How may I assist you? The owner greeted, beaming. Owner, I would like this high-tier mana chip, Ruan Mingjin stated, having already scoped out the options. She approached a nearby display and pointed to a mana chip resembling a wristwatch. This particular mana chip was an advanced external device, primarily worn on the body's exterior. Only the registered owner could view the displayed information, and while it posed a risk of being compromised, it was nonetheless significantly safer than external devices. Fu Qinming raised an eyebrow. Why not opt for an internal one? I prefer not to have it embedded within my flesh, Ruan Mingjin answered candidly. While internal chips offered heightened privacy, they required surgical implantation, akin to adding another component to one's body. Ruan Mingjin was not a native of this post-apocalyptic world, making it difficult for her to accept such an idea. Recalling that Ruan Mingjin had come from seclusion in the mountains, Fu Qinming understood her reluctance to embed objects within her body and nodded in agreement. Purchase what you like. That's all that matters. Hello, this wristwatch-style mana chip is priced at 99,999 points. Would you like to pay with a mana chip or a survivor's resident card? The owner inquired, grinning widely. This chip was not the highest priced in the store. Yet it was still substantial, ensuring a healthy profit after costs. Amid the owner's astonished or disdainful gaze, Ruan Mingjin produced her survivor's resident card, stating calmly, charge it. Upon activating the wristwatch-style mana chip, Ruan Mingjin donned it on her left wrist. After leaving the mana chip specialty store with Fu Qinming, she suddenly remembered the tomatoes and watermelon she had purchased earlier. Captain Fu, how forgetful of me. There was a fruit shop in the food street. I didn't get a chance to buy the fruits. Would you mind taking me back? Sure, from now on, you can call me Qinming, Fu Qinming replied, turning the car around to head back to the food street. Seeing his straightforwardness, Ruan Mingjin felt a twinge of embarrassment, but nodded without further comment. After she purchased her tomatoes and watermelon again, Fu Qinming's voice broke the silence. Mingjin, I've added you to my contacts. Please confirm. Earlier, while the shopkeeper activated her mana chip, Fu Qinming had taken the liberty of noting her number. Ruan Mingjin had already familiarized herself with using the mana chip on their way to the food street. The contacts were automatically generated upon activation, consisting of 7 digits, while hers had 8. All right, I've confirmed it. Please change your nickname and set your contact number to private. Otherwise, others will easily see your number. 7 digits are quite memorable. Fu Qinming cast a glance at the light brain and offered a gentle reminder. Once she was settled, he drove away. The interface of the mana chip's contact list was simple and clean. Ruan Mingjin quickly located the settings and changed her nickname from the contact number to Moonlight. She then navigated through the settings to hide her contact number, ensuring that even if she logged into other applications or expressed opinions elsewhere, no one could trace her contact number. After stopping the car in front of the guest house, Fu Qinming glanced at the time, his gaze darkening as he looked at Ruan Mingjin, revealing no discernible emotion. Mingjin, it's rather late now. The guest house may not have prepared dinner for you. Would you like to join me for a meal at my home? Thank you, but that's not necessary. That I have these fruits to eat. Ruan Mingjin nearly failed to respond. It feels a bit strange for you to address me like that. You can just call me Xiao Ruan from now on. All right, Xiao Ruan. Then I shall take my leave. Fu Qinming smiled warmly. Ruan Mingjin sighed in relief internally, waved goodbye, and turned to ascend the stairs. Upon returning to her accommodation, she placed the tomatoes and watermelon on the table, along with the items she had previously stored in her space. From her space, she retrieved a set of clothes and headed to the bathroom. There was hot water and body wash. She squeezed a bit into her palm, its fragrance reminiscent of roses to avoid drawing attention. She selected an outfit identical to what she had worn in the morning, a white short-sleeve shirt paired with snug sports pants, of which she had countless sets stored away. Emerging from the bathroom, she keenly sensed a foreign presence. Her gaze sharpened as she noticed a small, white snake struggling to nudge against the window. With a soft thud, it leaped inside, causing the window to close automatically at the moment of its landing. As a high-level healer, Ruan Mingjin was acutely aware of the psychic energy flowing in the air, her eyes narrowing slightly. Upon meeting her gaze, Su Li felt inexplicably guilty, looking up at her with a pleading expression. His large round eyes revealing a hint of grievance. His tail instinctively attempted to sway, but drooped limply in midair. Though merely a small white snake, he exuded an impression of cuteness and submission. Recognizing him as Su Li, Ruan Mingjin lowered her guard, curving her lips into a smile. Not falling for the act of the small creature feigning weakness, she chose to ignore his presence and walked over to the kitchen to wash the 4 tomatoes. After washing the tomatoes, she noticed that the small white snake remained motionless, akin to a child who had done something wrong. Unable to suppress her laughter, she sat on the sofa, taking a bite of one of the tomatoes. "Suli, what brings you here? Does your owner know?" Hisses. Upon hearing her finally acknowledge him, Su Li's eyes lit up that he had known she wouldn't ignore him, and joyously flicked his tail, leaping onto the table to speak. Regardless of whether she understood, his gaze fixated on the freshly washed tomatoes. These tomatoes were washed by Ruan, and they looked so delicious that detestable food Ming must have bought them to please Ruan. In her past life, Ruan Mingjin had eaten expired bread, moldy instant noodles, and rotten meat just to survive. Subconsciously prioritizing food, she recognized Su Li's intent as he stared longingly at the tomatoes. Her brows furrowed slightly as she quickly finished the tomato in hand, then tucked the remaining 3 into her palms. "These tomatoes are mine. Did you come here just to eat my tomatoes? Has your owner not fed you well?" Hisses. At her words, Su Li paused, then excitedly slithered in front of Ruan Mingjin. Noticing her lack of disgust, he boldly jumped onto her lap, raising his head high and nudging her elbow affectionately. Before the apocalypse, Ruan Mingjin had always adored small animals that I in her previous life, after a betrayal by her teammates while foraging for food. She barely escaped a horde of zombies, only to fall into a group of mutated beasts. Exhausted and nearly dead, she was saved by a giant white python with 2 bulges on its head. At that moment, she lay on the ground, unable to move, but the python merely approached her, hissed softly, devoured the corpses of the mutated beasts, and then departed. In truth, she understood that the python had not left immediately, but waited until she regained some ability to move. To one who had faced despair in the direst of circumstances, that creature was not merely a python, but a guardian angel. Unfortunately, she had never seen that unique python again after her tragic demise at the hands of someone she had trusted most. Emotionally, she was always clear-headed, aware that it was her connection to the python that made her particularly tolerant of Su Li. Setting down the tomatoes, she gently stroked the top of Su Li's head, feeling the 2 protrusions beneath her fingers. Ruan Mingjin's feelings became somewhat complex as she noticed Su Li obediently holding his head high, seemingly enjoying the attention. With a sigh, she picked up a tomato and extended it toward him. "I truly have no way to deal with you. Go ahead and eat." "Oh." Su Li took a bite of the tomato. For some reason, unlike before when he found fruits rather bland, today's tomatoes tasted exceptionally sweet. After finishing the remaining 2 tomatoes, Ruan Mingjin looked down to find Su Li had already finished. His gaze intensely fixed on her. Amused, she remarked, "Tell me, how is it that a snake can be so affectionate? Aren't you afraid that I might turn you into a spirit wine?" Chapter 22. Renting a house. Speaking of tomatoes the size of a palm, how is it that after consuming one, you don't even have a bulging belly? Observing the still sleek little white snake, Ruan Mingjin felt curious. The giant python she had encountered before had devoured many mutated beasts, leaving its belly considerably swollen. Yet this tiny snake, after consuming a large tomato, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Unable to resist, she lifted Su Li and gently pressed on his abdomen with her fingertip. It felt flat. Had she perhaps touched the wrong spot? Moving her fingers down, she felt a slight protrusion, and in the next moment, she sensed Su Li's body stiffen. Previously devoid of any resistance, appearing entirely submissive, Su Li suddenly flicked his tail and swatted her hand away. Seizing the moment of her distraction, he swiftly leaped toward the window, using his psychic energy to open it, and vanished from sight. Bang! Before departing, Su Li did not forget to close the window, completely unaware of her actions. Ruan Mingjin stood there in a daze. Coming to her senses, she approached to check, but the little white snake had long disappeared, and the sky had darkened, leaving the area below shrouded in darkness. Realizing what had transpired, she couldn't help but chuckle at herself. "Hey, this little white snake is quite stingy. It was just a gentle touch. Being so small, what could I possibly do? Such a temper for one so tiny." After this episode, Ruan Mingjin abandoned the idea of having dinner in her space. Instead, she boiled water to prepare instant noodles, adding a sausage and a marinated egg, and afterward, she used her thoughts to clean up the dishes in her space. In the following days, Ruan Mingjin explored the area thoroughly and discovered that rental properties in the base were predominantly state-owned, with prices largely standardized according to specifications, while only a handful were privately rented, and those were relatively cheaper. She first inspected the privately rented houses, which were all 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen arrangements, clean and tidy, yet none had sunlight streaming in, as they were all blocked by nearby high-rises. Ultimately, she chose a state-owned one-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom, and one kitchen rental that included a small balcony. The rent was 10,000 points per month, and with her current balance of 130,027 points. Even renting for a year would leave her with plenty to spare. The staff member in charge of the rentals was an elderly gentleman, whose nimble movements belied his age. He walked briskly, exuding energy. Every prospective tenant was required to fill out a basic information form, including marital status and number of husbands, all mandatory fields. Upon reviewing Ruan Mengjin's personal information, he was somewhat astonished, for it was common for women in their 20s to have at least one husband, while Ruan Mengjin remained unmarried. With an increasingly warm smile, he remarked, "Miss Ruan, I see you are still single. Surely, in the future, you will have a husband. This one-bedroom unit may not suffice that if you find it too pricey. I have another option that is relatively cheaper. A 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 2-bathroom, 1 kitchen unit with 2 balconies, available for only 18,000 points per month. However, only the living room receives sunlight, and the location is somewhat more secluded. Would you like to take a look?" "No, the one I just looked at will suffice." Ruan Mengjin shook her head in refusal. Living alone, she saw no need for such a large space, as it would waste her points. Moreover, once she joined Fu Chiming's team, apart from undertaking missions, she would rarely remain at the base. Even 300 years later, this place remained an apocalypse, necessitating hard work and daily struggles for sustenance. There wouldn't be any opportunities for inviting friends over for visits. Seeing her determination, He Wei did not insist further. After all, the choice was ultimately hers that he retrieved a rental agreement and a set of keys from the drawer. Explaining that the unit was furnished with basic appliances. "This is the rental contract. Please take a look. Once you've made your decision, just sign it." Each room had 3 keys. One for her, one for the landlord, and one for the property management office that if you happen to lose your key, please inform me so I can arrange for a replacement promptly. "All right, I understand." Ruan Mengjin nodded, picking up the contract to read it carefully. Pausing at the rental duration, she asked, "May I rent it temporarily for 3 months?" "Certainly. Renting for 3 months can exempt you from paying a deposit. However, the entire rent for these 3 months must be paid up front. Should you choose to vacate the premises midway, we will deduct the duration of your stay and refund you half of the points. Do you have any further inquiries?" Once she finished writing, He Wei took the contract, reviewed it thoroughly, and upon finding everything in order, stamped his signature. "There are 2 copies. If there are no issues, you may move in immediately. Please proceed to pay the rent here." "All right, thank you." Ruan Mengjin took the paper, gently tapped her watch-like mana chip, and transferred 30,000 points. After leaving the rental office, she summoned a vehicle to the commercial street. The fare from here to the commercial street is 50 points each time, which is rather expensive. It seems she will need to purchase a mode of transportation soon. After browsing the express store, she discovered a motorcycle reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic electric scooters, capable of carrying only 2 individuals and lacking a canopy for protection against the rain. This model is the most popular and affordable transport option at the express store, priced at 11,299 points, which includes 1 complimentary maintenance service. As Ruan Mengjin entered the store, the attendant, Chao Zhikong, was immediately captivated by her stunning appearance and hesitated to approach her. Although modern-day Huaxia is considerably safer and more stable, ordinary individuals still find it challenging to survive in the wilderness. Thus, aside from those with supernatural abilities who can ensure their sustenance, the majority of survivors face the risk of starvation due to a lack of points. Even women, should they not possess abilities, find it difficult to attract the attention of the powerful individuals in areas A and S. However, with a gender imbalance favoring men, most women, aside from having multiple partners, often maintain several lovers, all bound by the laws of the universe, ensuring they do not suffer from hunger. Nevertheless, the complexities of human nutritional requirements are extensive. For families with better economic conditions, having fruit once a month is considered fortunate, and due to infrequent outings, many exhibit unhealthy pallor, often appearing sickly pale. Individuals like Ruan Mengjin, possessing fair skin with a rosy hue, are exceedingly rare in Area S. Having worked in the express store for many years, Chao Zhikong had learned to read people's expressions and immediately recognized Ruan Mengjin's unique aura. She was unlike any woman he had ever encountered. Swallowing hard, he noticed Ruan Mengjin lingering in front of the motorcycle, and seizing the moment, he confidently approached her with a smile, softly introducing, Beautiful, miss. This is the most popular electric motorcycle in Huaxia. Its design is sleek and elegant, charging fully in just an hour and providing a continuous range of 3 hours that IT can travel 5 kilometers per minute. It is perfect for commuting. Chapter 23. If only you were my daughter. All right, I will take this motorcycle. Previously, when visiting the commercial street, Wan Mingjin had ridden an electric motorcycle. The distance from her residence was somewhat far. However, the speed was still within an acceptable range. Before returning home, she made a stop at the guest house to inform Zhu Jigang that she had secured accommodation and that they need not prepare her 3 meals a day anymore, while also returning the housing key to the guest house. Then, riding her electric motorcycle, she revisited the rental office to inquire about the charging location from Hiwei before finally bringing back a plethora of living essentials to her rental unit. Just as she finished organizing her belongings, Fu Chenming contacted her through the communication device, asking, "Are you busy right now?" "Not particularly. Why?" Wan Mingjin seated herself on the sofa, somewhat puzzled. She had yet to officially join Fu Chenming's team. Was there an urgent mission? Mu Xiaoxiao gazed intently at her cousin, wishing she could bore a hole through him. Frustrated by his hesitance to speak, that Mu Yin shot a glare at her son, silently urging him to hurry up. Under the scrutiny of the two women, Fu Chenming felt overwhelmed, his embarrassment palpable as he lowered his gaze to the several puppies nestled within a large metal box. Exclaiming, "Xiao Tian and Wan Wan had puppies. Xiao Xiao said she wanted to gift you one and asked you to come pick one you like." Huh. Puppies. Wan Mingjin was momentarily taken aback that if her memory served her correctly. She had only met Mu Xiaoxiao once previously. Their relationship was not close enough for her to accept a gift of puppies. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. We have just met, and giving me a puppy feels inappropriate." "You don't like them?" The moment she uttered her refusal, Fu Chenming sensed the two women's gazes filled with intensity, reminiscent of being pushed into a corner. Yet he felt unable to resist that IT was a perfect opportunity to have her come by to fill out her enlistment paperwork while also introducing her to the team members. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. We are all part of the same team. Sister Xiao Xiao likes you very much. One wanted several puppies, so please choose one to keep that IT can also assist you as it grows." "Really, I just arrived at the base and lack the time and energy to care for a puppy that I will cover the expenses for raising it. Come by today. I will take you to fill out your enlistment paperwork and introduce you to the team members." It's settled then. To avoid further pressure from the two women, Fu Chenming decided to be firm, hoping she wouldn't take offense. Glancing at the puppy icons flashing on the screen, Wan Mingjin felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. In fact, she already had mutated beasts in her backyard, any of which could serve as excellent companions in battle. She truly did not need another puppy, but since Fu Chenming was so insistent, it felt inappropriate to refuse. "All right, where are you now? Have you rented a place? It might be a bit far from here. Where do you live? I can come pick you up." Upon hearing her agreement, Fu Chenming realized Wan Mingjin had not taken offense at his earlier tone, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief, his lips unconsciously curving upwards. After he ended the call, he looked up to meet the knowing smiles of the two women. He spoke seriously. "Xiao Ruan and I are teammates. This is her first time at the base. Her upbringing and perspective differ from ours. Please refrain from saying anything inappropriate. It might scare her." "Understood. We will wait for her to acclimate before you pursue her." Mu Yin and Mu Xiaoxiao smiled benevolently. Fu Chenming, not wishing to waste more time on them, sent a message in the team group chat and then drove to collect Wan Mingjin. Upon meeting Wan Mingjin, he felt an indescribable nervousness, akin to meeting a partner's parents for the first time, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. He awkwardly preempted, "Xiao Ruan, my mother is also at home, that if she happens to say anything out of line, I hope you won't take it to heart. That no problem." Wan Mingjin thought it was merely a matter of picking up a puppy and filling out enlistment paperwork. She would soon return and did not pay it much mind. Moreover, if Fu Chenming was as well trained as he appeared, his mother was likely a gentle woman as well. Navigating through towering skyscrapers, they traveled for an indeterminate time until the view ahead suddenly opened up. Towering, lush trees lined the roadside, and soon they arrived before a massive iron gate, towering 5 to 6 meters high. Flanking the gate were 6 to 7 meter high walls adorned with climbing vines, blooming with purple buds resembling wisteria. Unlike pre-apocalyptic times, these flowers were denser, more abundant, and the buds larger, while beneath the lush foliage lay slender, sharp thorns, akin to a multitude of glimmering swords that as Fu Chenming used his mind to input the designated command into the light brain. The heavy iron gate creaked open. The vehicle swiftly entered, winding through until it arrived at the Fu family's villa. Yin had long been waiting outside, her demeanor eager as she beheld Ruan Mengjin disembarking from the vehicle. Her eyes lighting up with satisfaction that in her excitement. She momentarily forgot that Ruan Mengjin was merely her son's teammate and reached out to take Ruan Mengjin's arm, only to be evaded. The Fu family villa was more lavish than the neighboring buildings. Immediately catching Ruan Mengjin's attention, she had noticed Mu Yin standing at the entrance, elegantly dressed and adorned with a gentle smile, and was taken aback by how close she approached, having grown accustomed to solitude. Aside from Xiang Shui, she was unaccustomed to others drawing so near. Living in a post-apocalyptic world, one could lose their life at any moment, and maintaining vigilance had become second nature. Although she suspected this woman was likely Fu Qinming's mother, she still chose to step back. "I presume you are Miss Ruan, that I've heard Xiaoming speak of you. I never expected such a young woman to be a 7th-tier healing ability user. How impressive! If only you were my daughter." Mu Yin paid no heed to Ruan Mengjin's movements, understanding that if she were in the same position, she too would have recoiled from an unexpected display of familiarity. Having lived several decades, she could discern that Ruan Mengjin was no ordinary individual, not easily swayed by emotions, and possessed a strong sense of self that it seemed her son would have to put in considerable effort to win her affection. Nonetheless, Mu Yin found herself increasingly fond of Ruan Mengjin. Who wouldn't desire a daughter who was both beautiful and formidable? She had once had a daughter herself, but regrettably, that daughter had fallen in love with the second son of the Xinzhou base and left with him, only returning for a month or two during the holidays. Ruan Mengjin suppressed her embarrassment and smiled gently. "Annie, Qinming is quite remarkable as well, I'm well aware of that. You see, healing ability users are rare. Do not be modest. If you're not interested in my son, I would gladly adopt you as my daughter." As she spoke, Mu Yin cast a disdainful glance at the downcast Fu Qinming. Chapter 24. "What are you gentlemen blushing about, Mom?" Fu Qinming furrowed his brow, his tone laced with a note of warning. That Mu Yin curled her lips, merely voicing a casual thought. If Ruan Mengjin could not become his daughter-in-law, having her as a daughter would suffice. In this day and age, who would disdain an extra daughter? All right, I understand. Xiao Yin and Xiao Jue are waiting for you inside. Miss Ruan, you are truly beautiful. The more I gaze upon you, the more I am enchanted. May I call you Xiao Ruan? Of course. As she approached the grand hall, Ruan Mengjin heard the faint barking of a dog. Upon stepping into the hall, she distinctly felt all eyes on her, some filled with curiosity, others with admiration. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a familiar figure at the table. It was Su Li, who had vanished for several days after that frantic escape. As she walked over and seated herself, Su Li naturally leaped into her lap. With a hint of exasperation, she picked up Su Li and placed him back down, but it seemed this little creature had become even more clingy in her absence. Despite Fu Qinming being his rightful owner, she could only indulge him in her hands. In the sweltering summer heat, the little white snake was entirely snow white, its body cool and soft to the touch. Ruan Mengjin instinctively weighed him in her hands and noted that he felt slightly heavier than before. Since his return, Su Li had taken to coiling around her wrist, and seeing this, Xue Zian and Lu Jue were unfazed. Showing little surprise, however, Cheng Fong was quite taken aback. Su Li was typically aloof, rarely engaging with strangers. He had merely thought Su Li had taken a liking to Ruan Mengjin, but it seemed he was willing to play the role of a pet snake to get closer to her. Not just him, the others also realized that Ruan Mengjin was completely unaware of Su Li's ability to transform, likely mistaking him for an ordinary mutated beast. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression was complex, yet she chose not to expose the truth. Giving Fu Qinming a look that said, "See how well she understands." Turning to Ruan Mengjin, she smiled and said, "Xiao Ruan, you have already met these two, so I won't elaborate further. They are both my husbands." The other 5 were Feng Xiaowei, Yu Qianlai, Jin Qianwei, Ji Songluo, and Song Qi. Together with me and Cheng Fong, we form the core members of the team, each having 10 to 13 subordinates. There are too many of us. When we embark on missions together, I will introduce you to everyone. Understood? Ruan Mengjin nodded, offering a polite smile to Feng Xiaowei and the others. "Hello, I am Ruan Mengjin, a healer and wind element ability user. I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Hello," the 5 responded in unison, flustered and rising to their feet, eager to introduce themselves to Ruan Mengjin. "Miss Ruan, I am Feng Xiaowei, a 6th-tier wood element ability user. 30 years old, currently unmarried. Miss Ruan, I am Yukinlai, 28 years old, a 6-tier Earth Element and Strength-type ability user, also unmarried. Miss Ruan, I am Jin Xianwei, a 6-tier Gold Element and Speed-type ability user, 29 years old, and still single. I am Ji Song Luo, 25 years old, a 6-tier Mutated Water Element ability user, unmarried. I am Song Qi, a 6-tier Fire Element ability user, 26 years old, still single. Each declaration grew louder, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Ruan Mingjin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. Why were these grown men blushing so? Fu Chunming's expression darkened as he observed his capable subordinates. As a fellow man, he could instantly tell that they all had a fondness for Ruan Mingjin. He anticipated her popularity, but was taken aback by how fervent their affections were. Each one seeming eager to showcase themselves. The sight irked him, stirring an impulse to take them out for some rigorous training right then, and their Desuli also sensed their intentions, a surge of anger welling within him. He disliked the idea of so many eyes coveting his Ruan. He wished she could only be seen by him. Yet, recalling Ruan Mingjin's steadfast words on their way back to the base, he calmed down, lifting his snake head high before letting it droop in resignation. He let out a yawn and flicked his tongue, affectionately licking Ruan Mingjin's fingertip. These men were not as handsome as him. He had no intention of getting jealous over them, as it would diminish his stature, but he didn't want Ruan to think poorly of him. He aspired to be a virtuous husband, for virtuous husbands are the ones who win affection. With this thought in mind, he gently coiled his tail around Ruan Mingjin's pinky, swaying his head as if to say, Ruan, see, I am well-behaved. Seeing her son so unresponsive, Mu Yin felt a pang of anxiety. Secretly lamenting her son's lack of ambition, casting repeated glances at Mu Xiaoxiao. Her son was a key player in this team, all of whom were exceptionally handsome, and she genuinely worried that her son had not yet caught Ruan Mingjin's eye before others did. Receiving the hint, Mu Xiaoxiao felt a sense of urgency. For her cousin's lifetime happiness, she had been quite concerned. Clearing her throat, she signaled Shuezian to bring the box containing the puppies to the table before Ruan Mingjin. Then she gently stroked the large dog lying beside her, saying, Xiao Ruan, this is my war dog, named Wanwan. She has given birth to 3 pups, 2 males and 1 female. Choose one. Consider it a welcome gift from me. Chunming, Zian, and Xiao Zhui as you join our team. All right. With the conversation reaching this point, Ruan Mingjin nodded in agreement. Thankfully, her space had ample supplies. She had stockpiled various pet foods to raise mutated beasts. And with her ability to cultivate, she could certainly manage. Standing up, she carefully examined the 3 pups in the box. The first looked like a German Shepherd, large in size, while Wanwan resembled a Border Collie, also quite sizable. The 3 pups were noticeably larger than those born before the apocalypse. Point 2 had predominantly black fur with pure white on their bellies, and brown mixed in with the black on their backs. Resembling the Border Collie more closely. They seemed to have been fed by Wanwan earlier and were currently sleeping soundly. The 3rd pup, with predominantly white fur, had streaks of black on its back and a few patches of brown on its head. Resembling the German Shepherd, if sensing a stranger's presence, the little one twitched its nose, slowly opening its eyes in a dazed yet innocent manner. It locked eyes with Ruan Mingjin for a moment before softly calling out and crawling towards her. Its gaze lively and bright, Mu Xiaoxiao straightened in disbelief upon witnessing this. This pup was the eldest, having been born first, and was therefore likely to be smarter, though we all tried to touch her. But she avoided us. She would only interact with Wanwan during nursing. Unexpectedly, it seems she has taken a liking to you. Then, I suppose she is the one for you. Both Xiaotian and Wanwan were immensely powerful mutated beasts, and their offspring naturally inherited their lineage. Moreover, having consumed numerous exotic treasures during gestation, they would only grow stronger. The pups were meant to be integrated into the team, and if they could choose their preferred owner, that would be ideal. Watching the innocent little pup making soft, adorable sounds, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Aside from holding it on the day it was born, she hadn't had the chance to touch it since. Yet, feeling happy, she said, Xiao Ruan, it appears you have a special connection with this little one that you should name it now. All right, then I will first thank Sister Xiaoxiao and the captain. And thank you for your hard work. Ruan Mingjin nodded, then turned to the somewhat unresponsive Wanwan sprawled on the sofa. Seemingly understanding her words, Wanwan barked a few times in acknowledgement, affectionately regarding the anxious little pup at the edge of the box. With Wanwan's confirmation, Ruan Mingjin finally removed the clinging Su Li from her grasp, gently cradling the little pup and softly stroking its fluffy head, perhaps due to its mutated nature and the care it received. The pup had no foul odor, instead exuding a delightful milky scent. After pondering for a moment, she smiled and said, "You are soft and fluffy, predominantly white, and so spirited. How about I give you a proper name and a nickname? Your formal name shall be Ruan Lingxue, and your nickname shall be Xuanwomi Wang." Xuanwomi's ears perked up slightly, its eyes crinkling into a smile, seemingly delighted with its name, happily barking and inadvertently waking the other two pups. Ao, Ao, Ao. Shuezian and Lu Jie facepalmed in resignation, dutifully picking up the other two pups and placing them in front of Wan. Suli glared enviously at Xuanwomi, hissing continuously, a hint of grievance in his demeanor. Just moments ago, his Ruan had rudely taken him away for this little pup, and he flicked his tail in displeasure. The Waiyu Kanlai gazed at Ruan Mengjin's fair visage, his heart racing uncontrollably that he realized he was smitten, and after much internal conflict, he finally mustered the courage to say, "Miss Ruan, I like you. May I ask if you would be my girlfriend? I am willing to give you all my assets." No one expected Yu Kanlai, who appeared the most earnest, to be so bold, confessing his feelings in front of so many during their first meeting, causing a stir among the crowd. Even Ruan Mingjin was taken aback, marveling at the audacity of people in this era, openly expressing their feelings. She felt somewhat troubled. Within just a few days, she had been introduced to potential matches and received confessions, which left her feeling overwhelmed. "We are only meeting for the first time. Are you truly certain this is love?" "I am absolutely certain." Yu Kanlai's gaze was resolute. Once a man from Huaxiao confirmed his relationship with the girl he cherished, it was a lifelong commitment, steadfast and unwavering. To convey his heartfelt intentions, he hastily added, "Miss Ruan, I understand you may not think highly of me, but if you choose to be with me, everything I possess will be yours. As long as I draw breath, I will unconditionally cherish you." "Xiao Lai, you and Xiao Ruan are meeting for the first time. She may not be very familiar with you. There's no need to rush this." Mu Yin interjected anxiously that Waiyu Kanlai, having grown up under her watchful eye, was a man of integrity and strength, not one to deceive. Generally, he was a man of his word, capable of showering love upon his wife. As a mother, she naturally wished for her son to not merely be a secondary husband, but at least the primary one, that she genuinely worried that Ruan Mingjin might be swayed by Yu Kanlai's sincerity. Fearing that this would diminish her son's chances, with her son's stubborn nature, he would not take action without recognizing his true feelings, which truly troubled her, that Yuli nervously observed Ruan Mingjin, hoping to glean some insight from her expression, that he dreaded the thought of making no progress while the girl he adored could be snatched away by another. Even Mu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of anxiety for Fu Qinming, beginning to perceive him as somewhat lacking. The current policies at the base were favorable, offering numerous benefits to women, far more lenient than a century prior. Consequently, many girls had developed arrogant and overbearing personalities. Exempting a minority, some women with special abilities, overly sheltered by the base, lacked motivation to strive, even when capable. Among 70,000 individuals, those above the 5th tier were exceedingly rare. Yet, Ruan Mingjin was not only a 7th-tier healer, but also a 6th-tier wind ability user. With a kind disposition and devoid of tantrums, she was entirely different from the other girls outside. Upon arriving at the base, apart from Fu Qinming, who had proactively assisted her in reaching the guest house, she had not sought help from anyone, even exchanging her own crystal cores for points to rent her accommodation. Such a girl was truly rare, practically impossible to find. However, despite her eyes feeling strained from blinking so much, Fu Qinming remained unresponsive, which infuriated her. Yu Kanlai continued to gaze anxiously at Ruan Mingjin, realizing his eagerness was perhaps misplaced. "Miss Ruan, you need not feel pressured to respond immediately. I am willing to wait." "No need for that. It is better to clarify matters face to face." Ruan Mingjin set down the glutinous rice and spoke earnestly. "Firstly, we come from different backgrounds, and I do not believe in love at first sight. If you say you like me upon our first meeting, I would rather think it was merely an impulsive moment. Secondly, I am not looking to enter into a relationship at the moment, regardless of how favorable the conditions may be. Thus, I do not mean to imply that you are lacking. On the contrary, living here, Fu Qinming comes from a respectable background, possesses considerable strength and undoubtedly contributes to the overall capability of the team. As his teammate and group leader, you are indeed commendable. You are already 20. If you do not pursue a relationship, you might not see next year's birthday. Are you perhaps averse to intimacy? Chung Fong pondered, arriving at this conclusion. After all, girls at the base began searching for husbands from a young age, and upon reaching adulthood, it was common to have 1 to 3 primary partners. Ruan Mingjin was the first he had encountered who was so adamant. Upon hearing this, the others stared wide-eyed at Ruan Mingjin, with the exception of Yu Canlai, whose companions were filled with a sense of loss. Teased in such a manner, Ruan Mingjin felt an urge to knock on Chung Fong's head to see what was inside. She had stated her intention to take her time, until she understood how the apocalyptic laws of the world would affect her in 300 years. She dared not make grand claims, lest she be left embarrassed later. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth. There is still a year left. I do not wish to seek a partner right now. It is not as severe as you suggest, Mr. Yu. To be frank, I do not have feelings for you. All right, I understand, Mr. Wan. You need not feel awkward. We will still be teammates. Rejected. Yu Canlai's eyes turned red. A bitter sensation spreading in his throat. Chapter 26. Processing military enrollment, it was merely a rejection of a confession. Yet this tall young man had reddened his eyes, appearing as though he had suffered a grievance. Ruan Mingjin felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and offered consolation. Mr. Yu, I believe you will find a better girl. Thank you. I'm just feeling a bit down. Please do not take offense, Yu Canlai said, noticing her discomfort, and could not help but chuckle. Indeed, she was a girl he had set his heart on. Her kindness was undeniable, that it was simply unfortunate that he had not caught her eye. He was not one to pursue relentlessly, and from this moment forth he would dismiss any unwarranted thoughts. Chung Fong placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled at Ruan Mingjin. Yes, like that. He'll be fine by tomorrow. All right, let us discuss the tasks at hand. Fu Chenming felt a complex mix of emotions. He was somewhat dissatisfied. For some reason, witnessing someone confess to Ruan Mingjin made him instinctively wish to avoid it. News arrived from the Sandan base, indicating that the nearby mountainous regions had seen frequent appearances of mutated beasts, along with many migrating, resulting in significant casualties. This mission not only involved exterminating the rampant mutated beasts, but also investigating whether it was a prelude to a beast tide or due to other reasons. It would last a month, and besides their team, 2 other teams would also participate. The Sandan base was a medium-sized base and an affiliate of their own, comprising both their personnel and those from the other side during the operation. Xiao Ruan, please fill out this enlistment form. After lunch at my home, we will head to the mission hall to process your enlistment number. Okay, when are we departing? Ruan Mingjin nodded. This mission was evidently not straightforward. Merely eradicating the rampant mutated beasts would not be an easy task. However, with danger came value. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Seemingly contemplating something, Fu Chenming's gaze darkened. In 3 days, after lunch, everyone returned to their respective homes. Before departing, Mu Xiaoxiao had Lu Jue pass a box of milk powder to Ruan Mingjin. Xiao Ruan, this is specially formulated milk powder for carnivorous mutated beast cubs, researched by Dr. Huangpu. Just add hot water to feed it to Xuan Womi. Thank you. During the year since the apocalypse began, Ruan Mingjin had gradually collected quite a few mutated beasts, including canines that properly care for them. She had deliberately gathered several types of pet-appropriate milk powder while scavenging for supplies. Initially worried that Xuan Womi might not adapt to it, she was pleasantly surprised by how thoroughly Mu Xiaoxiao had prepared, even providing milk powder. She stated, "This must be quite expensive. You have already given me Xuan Womi. I am more than grateful that I cannot accept this milk powder for free. How many points is it? I will transfer them to you, no need. Raising mutated beast cubs is not easy. Regardless, Wanwan is still Xuan Womi's mother. We cannot make it suffer," Mu Xiaoxiao replied dismissively. Wanwan seemed to agree, barking twice at Ruan Mingjin. However, Ruan Mingjin opened her mana chip, insisting, "No, you must accept the points. Just name your price. In fact, I will transfer it directly to you." "Oh, that really isn't necessary. I'm not short on this little bit of milk powder." Seeing her determination, Mu Xiaoxiao hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was too late. The holographic brain had already notified her of receiving a transfer. Before dinner, everyone had exchanged contact information. At this moment, Ruan Mingjin transferred the points directly from her contacts, sending a total of 90,000 points, roughly equivalent to the price of the milk powder. leaving her slightly surprised. The food street also had specialized milk powder for mutated beast cubs, with varying prices depending on the materials used. However, the milk powder developed by Huangpu Jiani was nutritionally balanced, containing numerous beneficial elements and devoid of harmful substances, promoting healthier growth for the cubs. Therefore, it was more expensive. A 500-gram pack cost 10,000 points, and the box contained 8 packs, along with a specialized milk bottle for wolf dogs and a constant temperature heating pad, amounting to approximately 90,000 points altogether. She blinked, cradling her belly with one hand and patting Ruan Mingjin's arm with the other. "You are truly generous. I have made a commitment that if you ever encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. You all must not bully her." With that, she turned to the others. Song Chi chuckled, scratching his head. "Sister Xiao Xiao, rest assured. Miss Ruan is a healer. We wouldn't dream of treating her poorly." You and your incessant chatter. Each area of the base had a mission hall, with different tasks available. Having filled out the necessary paperwork in advance, Ruan Mingjin swiftly completed her enlistment process and received her team member number. With the team member number, she could register a new contact list on the STAR network, distinct from the Survivor Resident Certificates contacts. This new list could only create a group displaying codenames, primarily used for mission discussions, ensuring greater secrecy and safety. Fu Chenming, who had previously taken on the task, had yet to relay the current mission members to the hall. Once everything was settled, he officially sent out the mission details to the group chat, introducing the new member in the process. Soon, messages flooded in, all warmly welcoming Ruan Mingjin's addition. After escorting Ruan Mingjin downstairs, Fu Chenming helped her carry her box. "Xiao Ruan, let me assist you with your belongings." "No need. I can manage myself." Ruan Mingjin smiled gently as she declined, one arm cradling the snow glutinous rice, while the other effortlessly lifted the box from its bottom. After bidding farewell to Fu Chenming, she turned and ascended the stairs. Once back in the car, Fu Chenming leaned against the seat, his gaze dark and brooding. Although he had not been asked to move anything, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. He sighed, only to realize that Su Li, who had been following him, had mysteriously vanished, likely trailing after Ruan Mingjin once more, which struck him as both amusing and infuriating. He was left chuckling at his own bewilderment. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Ruan Mingjin felt a sudden chill at her ankle, and without needing to look down, she knew it was Su Li. She had sensed his presence following her when she exited the car. This fellow was quite formidable, and even if she attempted to stop him, he would likely find a way to slip in through the window as he had done previously. Thus, she decided to let him accompany her. Perhaps in an effort to conserve resources, this building had 27 floors, with elevators only starting from the 6th floor, and her rented apartment was situated on the 19th. Entering her abode, perhaps sensing it as her future home, the snow glutinous rice squirmed, eager to explore. Ruan Mingjin chuckled softly, setting it down, and then moved to place the box in a corner against the wall before boiling some water. She took out a wolf puppy's bottle, first sanitizing it with boiling water, and then measured out formula according to the instructions, soon filling the air with a delightful milky fragrance. Chapter 27. I don't understand why you always feel so wronged as the familiar scent wafted through the room. The weary snow glutinous rice scampered over, tugging at Ruan Mingjin's pant leg with its tiny mouth, letting out a series of playful yips. "Take your time, don't rush," Ruan Mingjin said, lifting the snow glutinous rice on her lap and bringing the wolf puppy's bottle to its mouth. It bit into it with ferocity, as if determined to chew it apart. Truly, it was a specialized bottle. When the snow glutinous rice finished, not a single tooth mark remained, having been born not long ago and being a mutant beast. It could now open its eyes and run, yet it was still easily fatigued, particularly after a hearty meal, when it would fall asleep at the slightest closing of its eyes. Ruan Mingjin smiled helplessly as she placed the snow glutinous rice on a heating pad. Thankfully, she had purchased 2 blankets from the commercial street, initially intending to alternate their use. Now, she decided to use one for the snow glutinous rice. Meanwhile, the neglected Su Li, unwilling to accept that Ruan Mingjin's attention was solely on the snow glutinous rice, could not help but lightly tap her foot with his serpent tail, that in his desire to remain close to Ruan Mingjin, he had joined Fu Chenming's team, and today, not only did he assist Ruan Mingjin with her enlistment paperwork, but he also took care of his own. From the moment he entered the apartment, the person he had been longing for had been preoccupied with the little creature, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Thus, When Ruan Mingjin finally had a moment to spare and lifted Su Li from her ankle, he was met with a pair of round eyes filled with grievance that I must say, "You little white snake. Despite being a mutant beast, your emotions are more abundant than a human's that I truly cannot fathom why you always seem so wronged." Su Li blinked his eyes, his serpent tail coiling around Ruan Mingjin's middle finger. And upon making contact with her delicate skin, he could not resist a gentle wriggle. For reasons unknown, Ruan Mingjin sensed an unusual atmosphere, yet she could not quite articulate it. She glanced around. The rental unit was modest, consisting of a single room with a balcony, allowing her to see the entirety of the space at a glance. Not detecting any other presence apart from her own, she narrowed her eyes at the little white snake, regardless of your grievances. "Answer me honestly. Why do you keep running to me instead of following Fu Qinming?" Hiss hiss. Su Li emitted a forceful hiss, imbued with a profound sense of helplessness, instinctively nudging Ruan Mingjin's thumb with his head. Fu Qinming was certainly not his master. He yearned to transform into human form and embrace Ruan Mingjin, yet he feared that she would detest him upon seeing him as a person. Ruan Mingjin furrowed her brows, inadvertently overturning her earlier assumptions. With her 2 lifetimes of understanding regarding mutant beasts, she knew that they were typically proud creatures, not easily subjugated by humans, and certainly not one to bond with them, as Su Li did. Yet Su Li exhibited an extraordinary level of intelligence, as if he comprehended every word she uttered, grasping the underlying meanings and displaying a myriad of emotions, almost as if he were human. However, 300 years had passed. Anything could happen in that time. Just as she contemplated researching this further on the Starnet, her stomach rumbled audibly, prompting her to set Su Li down on the sofa and rise to prepare a meal. In the rental, there was a small refrigerator standing a meter tall, stocked with vegetables she had harvested from her space that in no time. She had stir-fried bell peppers with cauliflower and sauteed spicy rabbit meat. Once the dishes were ready and the rice cooked, she settled on the sofa, only to find Su Li had stealthily made his way to the table, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he fixated on the 2 plates of food. Each dish was generously portioned, sufficient for 2 people to eat to their heart's content. Seizing the opportunity to test Su Li's appetite, she casually grabbed an extra plate, served a bit less rice, and piled it high with rabbit meat. Sliding it toward Su Li. "Here, eat up." Hiss. Su Li was somewhat incredulous, and in an instant she was overjoyed. She flicked her forked tongue and licked Ruan Mingjin's fingers before burying her head in her meal. A tremor ran through Ruan Mingjin's heart. She felt a slight itch on the fingertip that Su Li had licked, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Watching the little white snake eat with such satisfaction lifted her spirits. If the reality differed from her expectations, she wouldn't mind raising Su Li even if she were Fu Qinming's beast companion. That'd be by the end of dinner. Su Li had eaten so much that tears of happiness streamed down her face. The reason was simple. The spicy rabbit meat was explosively flavorful and utterly delicious, leaving her unable to stop, with most of the rabbit meat eventually consumed. After washing the dishes, she noticed Su Li sprawled out in a straight line on the sofa, exposing her soft belly. Ruan Mingjin found it quite peculiar. It was her first time seeing a snake lying like that, resembling a human. Having eaten more than last time, Su Li's abdomen was noticeably swollen. She approached and sat down, unable to resist gently touching the slightly protruding belly of Su Li. The moment she touched it, it was as if she had pressed a switch that Su Li promptly flipped over. Raising her head and hissing at Ruan Mingjin, before swiftly darting towards the window, escaping once more, Ruan Mingjin was left in a daze, her mind racing back to Su Li's previous reaction, deepening her confusion. She opened the Starnet and searched for whether mutated beasts could transform into humans. The internet was fast, and numerous answers popped up almost instantly. After carefully reading the top few entries, her expression darkened. Besides remaining human, everything else seemed to deviate from her understanding. Gifted mutated beasts could indeed take on human form, and there existed no reproductive isolation between them and humans. The greater the potential. The earlier they could transform into human form, which was exceedingly rare among mutated beasts. The ability to transform into human form had been known for 200 years, though the exact onset remained a mystery. To date, among the known mutated beasts capable of transformation, the vast majority were male, with females being so few they could be counted on one hand, and all were exceptionally powerful. Interestingly, as time progressed, even zombies had collectively evolved with zombie kings capable of mating with humans. Upon learning this, Yuan Mingjin felt at a loss regarding how to face Su Li in the future, her heart simmering with anger at Su Li's concealment, mingled with a hint of embarrassment. She had genuinely regarded Su Li as merely a mutated beast, which had emboldened her curiosity to touch its belly. In others' eyes, it could easily be seen as lewd. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, and she vaguely sensed a rising heat in her body, unsure if it was just her imagination. When she took a shower and undressed, she discovered her skin was no longer as smooth as before. It felt a bit rough to the touch and appeared somewhat dry, causing her to feel anxious, with her body growing even hotter. She hurriedly took a cold shower and nestled on the sofa, logging back into Starnet to search for the consequences of not finding a husband by the age of 20, which left her trembling with fear. In 300 years, humanity set the age of adulthood at 20, allowing couples to bind their survivor residency certificates as a form of marriage, akin to pre-apocalypse marriage certificates. The only difference was that a man could bind only once in his lifetime, unless his wife died, at which point the bond was automatically dissolved, allowing him to seek another spouse. Chapter 28. Departure. If a woman did not have 3 legitimate husbands after reaching adulthood, her body would rapidly age and die. Early symptoms mirrored Yuan Mingjin's experience, beginning with deteriorating skin condition, swiftly losing moisture and entering a state of aging, accompanied by bouts of heat, that if she did not marry her first legitimate husband within a month, she would exhibit symptoms akin to a mutated beast's mating season, referred to as the heat wave, which would drive her to a frenzied desire for affection, leading to a loss of control. Following that would be the deterioration of organs and bone marrow. Once the organs began to fail, it was irreversible. Even if she were to marry 3, not counting the team leader, there are over 100 members present, each contributing to a lively and bustling atmosphere. Yuan Mingjin felt immensely awkward, wishing fervently that she could dig a towering castle from the ground with her toes. Initially, the intention was merely to familiarize everyone with Yuan Mingjin, to imprint her visage in their memories. Unexpectedly, Fu Chenming found himself embroiled in the gossip, noticing Yuan Mingjin's discomfort, and coldly admonished, "Enough. Let us refrain from excessive chatter. Matters such as these are determined by fate. Now, if there is nothing further to discuss, board the vehicle quickly, and we shall commence our journey." Chapter 29. Do go on. Pleased with that, Fu Chenming was the first to return to the vehicle, closely followed by Yuan Mingjin. The others, witnessing this, promptly fell silent and obediently boarded the transport, while Yu Kailing, with a smile, remarked, "They're merely engaging in playful banter, harboring no ill intent, that a little reprimand from the leader. And they settle down. Miss Yuan, please don't take it to heart." "Indeed," Yuan Mingjin nodded. "From now on, we are all teammates. I shan't dwell on such trivialities. You are all my seniors, so feel free to call me Xiao Yuan." "Yuan Yuan," Su Li softly called, causing the others in the vehicle to perk up and eavesdrop. However, Yuan Mingjin was not inclined to converse with him just yet. Firstly, the crowd was too large for comfortable dialogue. And secondly, she still harbored some sensitivity regarding Su Li's previous deception, that in truth, she bore some responsibility as well. Having traversed through 300 years into this era, her understanding of the surroundings was still lacking. Had she grasped the situation sooner, many misunderstandings could have been avoided. The memory of her Navi attempt to touch Su Li's belly filled her with embarrassment, and she was uncertain of what he looked like in human form. Shaking off those bizarre thoughts, she gently patted the head of Xuen Nuomi. This creature, full of vigor at home, now lay sprawled in a deep sleep, resembling a lifeless pig since boarding the vehicle until their departure from the base. Ignored once more, Su Li felt a pang of loneliness as he observed Yuan Mingjin being embraced by others, his heart heavy with sorrow. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he became, momentarily forgetting to use his mental energy, and he blurted out, "Yuan Yuan, I discovered you first. You cannot abandon me. I have chosen you for this life, and my feelings shall not waver, even if you reject me. I would rather live in solitude than seek another. Are you trying to pressure me?" Taken aback by his directness, Yuan Mingjin paused, then narrowed her eyes, regarding him with a frosty gaze. The others in the back seat held their breath, excitement written on their faces as if they had caught wind of a monumental scandal. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, glancing at Cheng Fong and the others, silently inquiring what had transpired between the two. Cheng Fong and his companions could only shake their heads in response, After disinfecting that day, they had returned home to rest, oblivious to the events that followed. They had not expected Su Li to be such a lovesick fool. Realizing he had forgotten to use his mental energy, Su Li felt a surge of embarrassment and frustration. Had he been in human form at that moment, his face would have undoubtedly turned crimson. He flicked his tail tip nervously, momentarily choked by Yuan Mengjin's icy stare, and leaned his head against her hand, rubbing it gently. In a low, soft voice, he implored, "I am not pressuring you. Please forgive me." "Forgive you for what? You have not wronged me in any way. There's no need for apologies." Su Li's voice trailed off. Yuan Mengjin suddenly felt several scrutinizing gazes upon her back. As prickly as needles, the little white snake, with unwavering determination, made her wonder how to convince him to cease his affections. There was no need for such declarations when they were not yet well acquainted. "Please, remove yourself from my wrist, that we're familiar enough. You've touched me there. Haven't you?" Hearing this, Su Li opened his mouth to retort, but was silenced when Yuan Mengjin swiftly pinched his lips shut. His serpentine eyes widened with confusion, and upon realizing, he quickly squirmed free, retreating beneath the vehicle to hide. Sighing with relief, Yuan Mengjin felt a wave of calm. The others, curiosity gnawing at them, longed to ask but hesitated. What exactly had transpired? Do finish your thought. In consideration for those behind them, Fu Qinming endeavored to maintain a steady pace with the trailing vehicle, yet even so, their speed had reached 10 kilometers per minute. They departed at 6 in the morning and, by noon, located a safe, open plain to rest. After 6 hours of travel, they had covered a staggering 3,600 kilometers. Once everyone had parked, Fu Qinming gathered them together. "This afternoon, we have 2 more hours to travel, which equates to another 1,200 kilometers before we reach the Sandan base. That we shall rest for an hour now and prepare some food. After an hour, we will continue our journey." "Understood." "Xiao Yuan, are you adjusting well? If anything feels amiss, do not hesitate to voice it." As stones were piled to kindle a fire, Fu Qinming settled beside Yuan Mengjin on the ground. "Fortunately, I am quite comfortable." Over the past year, Yuan Mengjin had been living on the edge, striving to grow stronger while remaining vigilant against Zhao Zi, expending energy to hunt mutated beasts and accumulate practical experience for rapid growth. She had scarcely enjoyed a full night's sleep. Now, riding in the vehicle, it was a smooth ride. Had it not been for the pressing mission, she might have mistaken this for a leisurely outing. As she spoke, Fu Qinming fell silent. Shortly thereafter, the water in the pot came to a boil. Yuan Mengjin swiftly prepared milk powder for Xuen Womi, trying not to delay their meal, holding the bottle in one hand while resting the other against Xuen Womi's forehead. This creature had only consumed a bottle of cold milk during the 6-hour journey and was now ravenously eager, practically leaping at the scent of fresh milk. Once the bottle had cooled sufficiently, she fed it to Xuen Womi, who finally relished the fresh milk powder, wagging its tail in sheer contentment. Xiao Tian lay nearby, observing quietly, his eyes brimming with affection as he recalled the scent of his offspring. While feeding Xuen Womi, Yuan Mengjin's gaze wandered in search of the little white snake, possibly thinking about that day's unintentional incident, now hiding from her. Sensing her distraction, Fu Qinming understood she was looking for Su Li. His mood turning slightly somber, he remarked, that method of Su Li's was ill-conceived. It didn't take long for it to be discovered. The upcoming month would be spent within the mountains, where mutated beasts were plentiful, leaving them little time to meticulously prepare meals. Thus, today's lunch was a bit more lavish, featuring rice, vegetables, and soup. Jin Qianwei glanced at the time with a grin, approaching Fu Qinming. "Captain, it's nearly time. The dishes are almost ready. Shall we extend our break by another hour?" "Very well, but it will not be the norm." Fu Qinming nodded, glancing at Yuan Mengjin, who was amusing Xuen Womi, after laying out the tablecloth and arranging the food. A tall, slender young man approached, carrying a basket. Yuan Mengjin detected a familiar aura drawing near and lifted her gaze, momentarily pausing in surprise. The newcomer was tall and lean, yet not rugged, with glossy, straight black hair, sharp brows and bright eyes, and a pair of almond-shaped eyes concealing a sharp glint. His lips were thin and lightly pressed, pale like spring blossoms, and combined with his chiseled features, he resembled a poised wolf ready to pounce. Yet, the moment he caught Yuan Mengjin's gaze, his countenance broke into a warm smile, dissipating the cold aura around him. Chapter 30. a host of mutated hedgehogs with 10 to 12 individuals sharing a pot of food. The group seated together comprised those known to Yuan Mingjin, including Fu Qinming and Cheng Fong, alongside Feng Xiaowei and his companions. Excluding Su Li, there were 10 in total. He walked directly to Yuan Mingjin's side, pushed Cheng Fong aside, and plopped down with a gentle smile. Lifting the lid off the basket, he presented a bottle of bright red juice to Yuan Mingjin, saying, Yuan, this juice is my special concoction. Sweet and delightful. Do give it a try. Thank you. Gazing into those familiar eyes, Yuan Mingjin could surmise his identity, and without hesitation towards Su Li, she naturally accepted the juice. Observing her acceptance, Su Li's eyes brightened, and he happily distributed the remaining juice. I made these, but they can't be preserved. Everyone gets one. Su Li, why is our juice different from Xiao Yuan's? Looking at the orange liquid in the transparent container and then glancing at Yuan Mingjin's red juice, which appeared more appetizing with a hint of sweet aroma wafting over, Cheng Fong licked his back teeth, shaking the bottle as he could not resist asking. Su Li rolled his eyes at them. Why question so much? They're all desserts. They're quite similar. Now, hurry up and eat. We need to continue our journey. I was merely curious as to why the red one looks more appetizing. Cheng Fong replied, taken aback by Su Li's intense reaction. Noticing Cheng Fong's orange juice and then looking at his own, Yuan Mingjin extended her hand. If you truly prefer this bottle, we can exchange. Yuan, do you dislike me? Though Cheng Fong was tempted, he understood the gravity of the situation. Before he could respond, Su Li immediately donned a pitiful expression, his almond eyes welling with tears, as though he had been wronged, prompting Cheng Fong to wave his hands in a panic. No, I think this bottle is quite good. Yuan Mingjin looked at Su Li with exasperation. I do not dislike you. Then do you think I look better like this or in my original form? Like a child receiving praise. Su Li's lips curled upward in delight, her pair of obsidian eyes seemingly infused with scattered starlight. Dazzling and enchanting, the youth, with his rosy lips and pearly teeth, bore a smile that appeared infectious, leaving Yuan Mingjin's heart in a tumultuous state. In a fluster, she averted her gaze, her ears burning with warmth, deciding it best to speak less and eat first. All right, I shall heed Ruan's advice. Although she received no definitive answer, the blush on the other's ears had already revealed the truth. Su Li felt as though her heart was overflowing with something sweet and delightful. On the side, Fu Qinming quietly observed their interaction, grappling with an indescribable sensation, his breath becoming heavier and his emotions somewhat restless. The others were at a loss for words, feeling as though they had already been sated by an unexpected deluge of affection before the meal had even commenced. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they rested for half an hour before setting off again. The Sandan base was situated at the outer edge of the Zhoutian base's jurisdiction, surrounded by mountains and forests. The Tio reached their destination swiftly. They had already mapped out a shortcut. The journey thus far had seen them traverse flat lands during their midday break, while the remaining path was overgrown with wild grasses and dense trees. As they progressed, the trees grew taller, and the birdsong became increasingly resonant. An hour passed, and the cheerful chirping faded into the distance, replaced by the distant sound of heavy hooves. That Fu Qinming's vehicle, the most fortified and fastest, maneuvered with agility under his command, placing it at the forefront. The sound of galloping grew nearer, and after listening intently for a few seconds, his expression shifted dramatically. This is not good. A multitude of creatures are approaching at high speed. It was a horde of mutated wild boars, over 180 of them. Now in her human form, Su Li sat in the back row. Upon hearing the commotion, she immediately extended her mental energy to investigate the situation ahead. 5 kilometers away, a pack of over 180 mutated wild boars was sprinting towards them, each weighing no less than 400 pounds. They were charging at a speed of 10 meters per second. Less than 4 kilometers away, Fu Qinming. Should we evade temporarily or confront them head-on? What is their strength? Cheng Fong rubbed his fists together. After all, these were mutated wild boars, renowned for their succulent meat. Devoid of toxins, perfect for culinary delights. After observing for a minute, Su Li continued, the strongest among them is the leading pair of mutated wild boars, likely the alpha pair of the herd, with strengths of level 5 and level 4. There are 43 at level 3, while the remainder are at level 2. Mutated wild boars possess immense strength, capable of easily damaging vehicles. However, since most of them are at level 2, and with our numbers and average strength above level 4, we have no reason to let this fresh meat slip away. Hearing this, Fu Qinming's eyes sharpened, that he opened the small cover in the center of the vehicle's control panel, pressed his thumb down, and spoke into the intercom. Ahead, there is a pack of approximately 180 mutated wild boars, with an average strength between levels 2 and 3 that we can handle them. Everyone, drive your vehicles into the nearby woods to avoid damage from the boars, and disembark to set up an ambush. Upon hearing their captain's command, the occupants of the 10 or so vehicles swiftly turned their steering wheels, guiding their cars into the woods on either side of the small path. They were well aware of the destructive capability of the mutated wild boars and parked deeper into the foliage before gathering. Fu Qinming quickly scanned the area, instructing space and healing ability users. Step forward, stay in the vehicles, and do not exit. Prioritize your safety. Yes, among the 100 or so individuals, over 20 stepped forward, boarding the most concealed vehicle. Song Qi turned to his 2 team members. He-Fa. Jian Liang, you 2 will stay behind to protect the space and healing ability users. Understood. The named He-Fa and Jian Liang left the group, opting to hide in nearby trees instead of boarding the vehicle. Ready to respond to any movement, as a psychic ability user, Su Li could not miss a single detail in the vicinity, allowing her to accurately discern where to lay the ambush for the most effective strike against the mutated wild boars. Collaborating with Fu Qinming, they soon allocated positions for everyone. With preparations complete, the mutated wild boars were now less than a kilometer away. Using her mental energy, Su Li observed the approaching boars. She shifted slightly to shield Ruan Mingjin, saying, Ruan, these mutated wild boars possess immense strength, comparable to level 2 and 3 power-type ability users. Stay behind me. I will protect you from any danger. No need. Don't underestimate me. I am quite capable. Blocked from her view, Ruan Mingjin pulled Su Li aside. Treat me like any ordinary teammate. Your actions obstruct my line of sight. Very well, Su Li replied, somewhat disappointed. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of galloping grew ever closer, and the sight of the pack of mutated wild boars quickly approached, kicking up clouds of dust. Observing this, Su Li frowned slightly. Noticing the change in Su Li's demeanor, Fu Qinming inquired, what is it? Have you sensed something? Nothing much, just that I feel a sense of fear emanating from the mutated wild boars, as if they are running from something terrifying behind them. The farther they flee, the fainter that emotion becomes. That Su Li's voice was heavy with concern. However, I looked behind us and saw nothing suspicious. I can't fathom the cause. That Ziyin. Keep an eye on the communication among the mutated wild boars. See if they mention anything related to this mission. Fu Qinming instructed. He nodded, then took out his walkie-talkie and relayed a message to the others. Soon, Xue Ziyin's voice came through. Understood, Captain. I will keep a lookout. Here they come. Ruan Mingjin squinted her eyes. For some reason, she perceived a dark aura surrounding the pack of mutated wild boars. But as time passed, that dark mist gradually dissipated, had the boars not clustered together. And with the dust obscuring her view, she might not have noticed it at all. As the mutated wild boars drew closer, she could distinctly sense their emotions carried on the wind. Fear. Not only her, but the others lying in ambush felt it too. This was quite perplexing. The mission's destination was primarily Jibei Mountain, and to reach it from their current position, they needed to pass through the Sandan base. Yet they had not yet arrived, so what could possibly instill such fear in the mutated wild boars? It was well known that mutated wild boars reproduce rapidly, and once they occupy a territory, they do not easily vacate, displaying remarkable boldness even in the face of adversaries stronger by a level. What could frighten them so profoundly that they would abandon their nest? In no time, the mutated wild boars were less than 100 meters from where the group lay in ambush. Perhaps due to fear, the herd was entirely oblivious to any irregularities and charged directly into the center of the ambush. With Fu Qinming's command, everyone surged forward, coordinating their efforts to slay one mutated wild boar after another. In an instant, dozens of level 2 mutated wild boars fell, caught completely off guard. The level 5 and level 4 mutated boars, taken aback by the sudden human ambush, let out terrified shrieks. Their earlier fear returning in full force, Fu Qinming conjured countless ice spikes around him, swiftly dispatching several level 2 wild boars, while also dealing with the charging level 3 boars. I will handle the level 4 mutated wild boar. You all be cautious. Ruan Mingjin's eyes sparkled with an eager glint. It had been nearly half a month since she traversed to the apocalyptic world 300 years hence. Yet she had yet to engage in combat with the creatures of this realm. Observing the mutated porcupine before her, which bore a striking resemblance to its namesake, she swiftly maneuvered with her wind-based abilities. Toppling the 4th-tier mutated porcupine that was poised to ambush Feng Xiaowei to end that brief encounter, she discerned the true nature of the 4th-tier mutated porcupine. It was far less ferocious than the mutated beasts of the early apocalypse. This group of mutated porcupines was evidently more manageable than in the early days of the apocalypse. Even a creature 1 tier lower would fight to the death, managing to inflict wounds upon its opponent. But the mutated porcupines at hand were noticeably weaker, easily felled by a mere gust of wind. With a multitude of teammates and the moment not being ideal for practice, Ruan Mingjin seized the opportunity, delivering a lethal blow to the 4th-tier creature. Simultaneously, Fu Qingming dispatched a 5th-tier mutated porcupine. After a span of 10 to 20 minutes, they concluded the battle against all the mutated porcupines. These creatures were not as intelligent as other mutated beasts. Their sheer strength rendered them rather cumbersome, and with the strength of their team, nearly no one sustained injuries during the skirmish. After extracting and distributing the crystal cores, the corpses of the mutated porcupines were collected by the spatial abilities user, to be sold later for contribution points at the end of the mission. Subsequently, the Earth Abilities user was tasked with turning over the ground to eliminate any lingering scent of blood that might attract more mutated beasts. Once these tasks were completed, they resumed their journey. This delay meant that considerable time had elapsed. By the time they arrived at the Sandan base, the sky was adorned with the hues of dusk. Approximately nearing 6 o'clock in the evening, the leadership of the base had long awaited their arrival at the city gate. A slightly portly, amiable-looking middle-aged man among them, the sun began to set without any sign of the team. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Previously, a squad had reported unusual behaviors from the mutated beasts. Even the typically immobile mutated porcupines were fleeing, and he feared that delays on the road might obscure the reasons for this exodus. The entire leadership of the base was fraught with anxiety, silently praying for the team's swift return. Finally, just before sunset, dark figures appeared on the horizon, and he excitedly retrieved his binoculars, confirming what he suspected. Vehicles were approaching, with the leading one unmistakably identified as the rare new SUD, undoubtedly Fu Qingming's. Before the vehicles reached the city gate, he had already gathered people to wait as the vehicle came to a halt before him. He quickly approached Fu Qingming, exclaiming, "Captain Fu, thank you for making the long journey. We prepared accommodations last night. Would you prefer to settle in for the night before discussing matters?" "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. We must disinfect before entering the city. It's rather cumbersome that we plan to depart for Jibei Mountain early tomorrow, so we will stay outside tonight. The most pressing matter now is for you to clarify the situation surrounding Jibei Mountain." Fu Qingming replied, shaking his head in firm refusal. Wang Lingcheng could only nod in agreement, raising his hand to summon his subordinates. "You all come over to assist in setting up the tents. You go inside and call a few more people out to help." Yes, upon receiving the order, the designated individual stood at attention, ready to turn and enter, but was halted by Fu Qingming's voice. "No need. The tents we brought are all lightweight models that can be set up in 2 minutes, so we won't require extra hands." As words fell, others had already retrieved spherical tents the size of buckets from the trunk. Proceeding to a clear area where they pressed the red button atop each sphere and placed them on the ground, that a crackling sound echoed as the spheres rapidly expanded, revealing simple yet sturdy tents before everyone's eyes. Chapter 32. Just knew they would bully this group of singles. Ruan Mingjin gazed in wonder at the tents, marveling at their miraculous unfolding. Su Li, aware that Ruan Mingjin had never lived in a base, felt a pang of heartache at the thought of his beloved girl enduring life alone in the wilderness teeming with mutated beasts and insects that he had anticipated that she would not possess such convenient tent spheres. And seeing her wide-eyed in admiration of the tents, he couldn't help but smile, presenting her with one of the spheres. Ruan, since this is your first time at the base and your first mission with us, I prepared this convenient tent sphere for you. It's quite comfortable. You should give it a try and see if you like it." "Thank you, I really like it." The man's face lit up with a gentle smile, his almond-shaped eyes gleaming with pride as if awaiting praise. Ruan Mingjin, touched by his joy, found herself smiling back involuntarily. Realizing her reaction, she cleared her throat and moved aside to open the convenient tent sphere. Before long, a brand new tent emerged, sturdier and larger than the others. Since learning of her body's impending decline, she had been diligently monitoring her health, confirming the dire warnings from the Star Network, unless she found her first husband soon. Her organs and marrow would begin to age, an irreversible process that in truth, Ruan Mingjin did not harbor any aversion to Su Li's advances. Perhaps she could attempt to connect with him, that if her heart were to truly stir, she might find acceptance in that. Setting aside the laws of heaven and earth, through the Star Network, she had learned that men here were raised with a strong sense of loyalty to their partners. And the few who had been reported for betrayal across all of Huaxia could be counted on one hand. Whether in matters of love or otherwise, mutuality was essential, leading her to consider trusting Su Li just this once. As the tent was stowed away, a foolish grin spread across her face. Those surrounding her observed this scene with envy, knowing they were merely a group of singles being taken advantage of. As the two shared a warm moment, Fu Qingming noted the shift in Ruan Mingjin's demeanor towards Su Li, an inexplicable urgency rising within him, as if something of great importance was at risk of being claimed by another. Wang Lingqing, following Fu Qingming's gaze, caught sight of Ruan Mingjin's profile. "Captain Fu, I see you've been intently watching over there. The young lady, is she your beloved?" "Not at all." Fu Qingming swiftly retracted his gaze, his expression chilling as he fixed Wang Lingqing with a frosty stare. "There are things you should not inquire about. It would be best for you to discuss the current situation accurately." His gaze was sharp and penetrating, akin to that of a judge assessing a criminal. Wang Lingqing felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple, yet he dared not offend him. Just then, the other two teams began to arrive one after another, providing him a moment of relief. "It seems everyone has arrived. Let us gather the captains together, that I'll relay everything that has transpired and what I've learned to avoid any omissions." "Very well. I appreciate your efforts, Major Wang." Fu Qingming nodded, clutching the convenient tent sphere tightly, before turning to enter the designated meeting tent. In response, Wang Lingqing instructed his men to summon the captains and key members from the other two teams. Song Qi and Cheng Fong, along with the group leaders, willingly entered to join the discussion. While Fu Qingming and the others convened, Ruan Mingjin found herself with idle hands and decided to join in cooking. With 30 days to spend in the jungle, vigilance was paramount, leaving little time for elaborate meals. Tonight could very well be the last opportunity in these 30 days to prepare a decent meal. And she yearned for something satisfying. It was crucial not to rely solely on others to cook for her. She was uncertain how others managed, but that was not her style. Moreover, with so many team members, it would be impractical to retrieve her supplies from her spatial storage. This mission clearly required collaboration, with no room for independent dining. Rising, she opened the trunk of the vehicle, locating her pack, and unzipping it to extract a small pouch filled with various seasonings and cilantro purchased from a food market. In this post-apocalyptic world, culinary advancements had only recently begun to stabilize, and the availability of condiments was exceedingly limited, with only red chilies, garlic, and ginger to be found. Nevertheless, these essentials would suffice, with skill and proper technique. A delectable dish could still be created. Upon hearing that Ruan Mingjin intended to cook, everyone except Su Li was taken aback, staring in disbelief. That he expressed his surprise. "Little Ruan, you can cook." "Of course. It's quite simple." "What's the problem?" Ruan Mingjin replied, having only previously heard of the concept of 3 husbands and 6 servants, genuinely puzzled if women here did not cook. Initially, Cheng Fong had claimed that Ruan Mingjin hailed from the mountains, and they had doubted it. After all, a girl living alone in the wilderness until the age of 20, surviving against numerous mutated beasts, was quite an astonishing feat. They were now astounded to learn that Ruan Mingjin could indeed cook, transforming the way those around her viewed her. For reasons unknown, Ruan Mingjin sensed their gazes felt peculiar, as if they were regarding a rare treasure. Su Li, irritated, frowned slightly, displeased at the sight of so many men staring at Ruan Mingjin. He stepped forward, positioning himself before her to shield her from their gazes. Ruan's cooking is absolutely delicious, far surpassing the renowned thornless fish soup from the best restaurant in District S. Do not underestimate her. Go on, go on. We're not underestimating little Ruan. We're just too surprised. Observing someone's haughty yet somewhat mischievous expression, accompanied by a hint of boastfulness, the crowd snapped back to reality. rolling their eyes in exasperation. I in this day and age, which family would not pamper and care for their daughters, nurturing them with utmost caution to prevent any scrapes or bumps? The notion of allowing a girl to cook was utterly astonishing to them. Nevertheless, the group remained reluctant to let Ruan Mingjin take charge in the kitchen. Little Ruan, just wait to enjoy the feast. Leave such rough tasks to us men, they insisted. Indeed, with your delicate skin, it would be unfortunate if you were to get burned. Although you are a healer, it would still be quite painful. Just listen to your brothers. You can sit back and relax. Brothers, you say. How utterly ridiculous. Su Li shuddered, rubbing her arms in disdain, but then quickly altered her demeanor. Ruan, I can cook too. Although my dishes may not be as delectable as yours, they are far from lacking in flavor. Just let me handle it. You can sit back and enjoy. Chapter 33. What a fragrance. Su Li was a person of action. Having spoken, she ignited the stove and prepared to cook. Ruan Mingjin retrieved the prepped chilies, garlic, and ginger, seeking the assistance of her water element teammate to wash them thoroughly. Returning to the stove with the cleaned ingredients in hand, she remarked, "All right, thank you, Ruan." Although Ruan Mingjin spoke in a perfectly ordinary tone, the others were struck by the couple's apparent intimacy. Shaking their heads in disbelief while simultaneously desiring to witness what culinary marvels they would conjure. While Su Li was indeed cooking, Ruan Mingjin remained the main force behind the operation. She began by pouring oil into the pan, then utilized her wind element ability to envelop and finely chop the ingredients before adding them to the pot. Given the number of people present, nearly all of her prepared ingredients found their way into the dish. As soon as the chilies hit the pan, their spicy aroma wafted through the air, causing many to momentarily choke before instinctively swallowing. Su Li, witnessing a drop of oil splatter on a Ruan Mingjin's hand, felt a pang of concern. Ruan, that's too hot. Let me stir it instead that I can endure the pain. You just direct from the side that I'm not so fragile. Never mind, you take over, with their proximity. Ruan Mingjin caught the pain reflected in Su Li's eyes, an unexpected jolt to her heart causing her cheeks to blush slightly. After adding a pinch of salt, she handed him the spatula. Once it's fragrant, I'll add the chopped meat from the mutated porcupine. As she spoke, she lifted the large chunk of mutated porcupine meat she had set aside, preparing to add it to the pan, only to realize it was too large to cook evenly. Thus, she employed the same method to cut the meat into smaller pieces. Jian Liang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Stepping forward with curiosity, "Little Ruan, how are you able to control your abilities so precisely? Each piece is nearly identical in size. Even our captain would struggle to achieve such uniformity. Actually, it's quite simple. Just envision your abilities as an extension of your own body. That IT requires less innate talent and more dedication of time and effort through practice." Ruan Mingjin had specifically trained to master her abilities for greater potential and power during combat. Even applying her skills to cooking, this process demanded immense patience, often tedious. Yet the results were remarkable. Applying this knowledge in practical situations could yield unexpected rewards. In simpler terms, mastering every nuance of one's abilities allowed for more precise application against foes, ensuring no energy was wasted. The depth of culinary skill was unexpected. Ruan Mingjin truly was unlike ordinary women. Jian Liang, inspired by her words, offered heartfelt praise. Some were deeply captivated by Ruan Mingjin's earnest demeanor and expression. A youthful man in his 20s, radiating a scholarly charm and sunny disposition, shyly approached and whispered, "Little Ruan, you're amazing. I really admire strong girls like you. Would you consider being my girlfriend?" Unexpectedly, amidst the simple act of cooking and discussing the merits of focused practice, Ruan Mingjin nearly choked on her own saliva. Noticing Su Li's eyes filled with ire and preparing to speak, she quickly interjected, "Ahem, Su Li, please pay attention while cooking. Don't burn it, Jiao Luo Jia. I am not interested in you, so please don't waste your time on me. There are countless women in Huaxia. I'm sure you can find someone better." "How well, I appreciate your kind words," Jiao Luo Jia replied, his expression one of mild disappointment. Yet undeterred, he believed that declaring one's feelings for a girl one admired was a sign of courage. Ruan Mingjin's lack of interest was anticipated, and he felt no embarrassment. Here, among familiar faces, he had seen it all before, and he was able to take it in stride. Since Ruan Mingjin showed no interest, he would not pursue her further. After all, such a woman, a 7th-tier healer, was likely only suited for someone as capable as their captain or Su Li. Sizzling sounds filled the air as oil reached a boiling point, colliding with the meat and producing a delightful hiss. The aroma of the stir-fried meat with chilies wafted throughout the vicinity, drawing the attention of others busy preparing their own dishes. "What are you cooking? It smells incredible." "We're stir-frying mutated porcupine meat," Suli quickly replied. Due to the crowd, they were cooking in batches of 10 to 13 people. Upon hearing Suli's voice, several individuals inquired in unison, "What did you add? How does it smell so good?" "It must be more than just chilies." "Yes, besides chilies, we also used garlic and ginger." Since Ruan Mingjin had washed the ingredients in front of everyone and utilized her abilities to chop them, there was no reason to hide it. Glancing at the girl beside her, who wore an unperturbed expression, Suli nodded in affirmation. Some widened their eyes in realization. "Why didn't I think of that? I feel so foolish." Ordinarily, when cooking, they would add only one ingredient, that if garlic's flavor was too strong or ginger too spicy, they would simply omit them. They had never considered that combining them with meat would yield such an enticing aroma. Jia Luo Jia gazed at the vibrant and aromatic stir-fried porcupine meat, unable to resist swallowing hard. The individual who had just called himself foolish was named Mu Qingwen. His taste buds were tantalized, and he was eager to discover the flavor, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Could you share the steps with me? Are there any particular points to note?" "First, add oil to the pan. Once the oil is hot, add the chopped chilies, garlic, and ginger to stir-fry until fragrant. Then add salt before incorporating the mutated meat." Seeing Suli open her mouth to speak but falter, Ruan Mingjin realized she was likely struggling to articulate her thoughts. Thus, she patiently explained to Mu Qingwen, "The chilies enhance the flavor, and those who enjoy spiciness will definitely appreciate it. The garlic helps mitigate the dish's cooling properties, while the ginger serves to eliminate any fishy taste." As she spoke, she fetched a large iron basin for the dish. "Suli, the meat is ready. Please scoop it out." "All right," Suli replied obediently, deftly transferring the stir-fried porcupine meat into the basin. This pot of meat would undoubtedly be insufficient for 10 people. From the outset, Ruan Mingjin had not intended for only their group to partake. Each team would certainly receive a portion, so they would need to prepare another batch, though she initially aimed to handle it herself. Suli insisted on taking over. Reluctantly, Ruan Mingjin allowed him to wash the pot. Then, once it was heated, she added oil to fry the meat until golden, seasoning it appropriately before adding water, ginger, and minced garlic, covering the pot to simmer for over half an hour. During this time, Ruan Mingjin proactively invited members from other teams to share the stir-fried porcupine meat. Thankfully, with just over 100 people, dividing into 11 teams meant that each group could receive a substantial portion, enough for each to enjoy a generous bowl. Chapter 34. A subtle emotion gazing at the dish, where the meat outnumbered the chilies and the colors were enticing. Everyone could hardly suppress their saliva yet managed to hold back. Meanwhile, Chung Fong emerged to call everyone to eat, having initially washed his hands and prepared to return to the meeting. However, a gust of wind brought an irresistible aroma, rendering him unable to move. "What have you all cooked? It smells divine." Group leader Chung, "It's Ruan Mingjin's stir-fried porcupine meat. It smells incredible." The lingering scent of the stir-fried meat tantalized TFA's taste buds, nearly causing him to drool as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chung Fong was taken aback, glancing at Ruan Mingjin sitting by the fire, but he smiled slightly and approached her. "Then I suppose I won't be attending the meeting. I am quite hungry. Eating is a priority. You all shouldn't just stand around. Feel free to dig in." Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he picked up a bowl to serve himself rice. Using his chopsticks to grab a piece of the stir-fried porcupine meat and popping it into his mouth. His eyes lit up immediately that a burst of spiciness combined with the savory essence of the meat exploded in his mouth, releasing a hint of juices, both fragrant and spicy with a touch of numbing sensation. It was utterly to his liking. "You're quite something." Skipping the meeting to eat first, Suli glared at him in discontent. She and Ruan Mingjin had cooked, and she hadn't even had a taste yet, while he had already indulged. Not wanting to wait for Fu Qinming and the others, she hurriedly grabbed 2 bowls to serve rice, filling one for Ruan Mingjin before eagerly sampling the stir-fried porcupine meat. It was indeed delicious. Though not quite on par with the meal they had enjoyed previously, it was still far more flavorful than any dish she had tasted before. 2 individuals took the lead, prompting the others to cease their waiting and eagerly grab their bowls to devour their meal. The meat simmering in the pot was tender and delectable, and Su Li's eyes sparkled with disbelief as her cheeks were stuffed to capacity. Muffled words escaped her lips. Ruan, the dishes you've prepared are simply exquisite. It appears so straightforward. I can't believe I never considered salt any of the meat before making the soup. It enhances the flavor immensely. By the way, Ruan, what kind of meat did you stir-fry with the chili that day? It seems even more delicious than the mutated porcupine meat. Focus on your own meal. You're quite the chatterbox. Ruan Mingjin had already discerned the situation at the food street, realizing that in the post-apocalyptic world 300 years hence, only mutated beasts seemed to remain. Ordinary poultry had vanished, and even the fish in the boneless fish soup they had eaten at the restaurant was derived from mutated fish beasts. Thus, she was even more articulate now. After this meal, Chung Fong was so full that grease dripped from his mouth. Despite feeling stuffed, he still yearned for more. Only after finishing the last piece of sautéed meat from the large iron bowl did he finally set down his utensils with satisfaction. The large iron pot still brimmed with meat, and fortunately, Ruan Mingjin had anticipated a shortage and added extra meat, along with preparing an additional large bowl of stir-fried meat, proving her foresight was commendable. By the time Fu Qinming and his group concluded their meeting, it had already been 2 hours since the others had finished their meal. The sky had darkened, a canopy of stars twinkling above. Upon seeing them emerge, Chung Fong instinctively stoked the fire to warm the dishes. Fu Qinming glanced at the satiated group, his expression calm and unperturbed, yet he offered a gentle smile towards Wang Lingsheng. The hour is late. Would you care to join us for dinner? No, there's no need. You have traveled all day, and I haven't had the chance to host you. It would be rather inappropriate for me to impose. I shall take my leave now. I will gather the ability users for a mission at the city gate at 6 tomorrow morning. Until then, thank you for your hard work. Do rest well tonight. As he stepped outside, Wang Lingqing caught a whiff of a faint, alluring aroma of meat. An unfamiliar scent that resembled chili-infused stir-fried meat, yet seemed even more enticing. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was unexpectedly invited by Fu Qinming, leaving him flabbergasted as he hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. After all, they had come from afar to assist in resolving the cause of the mutated beast's rampage. And he had not prepared any food for Fu Qinming and his companions, nor had the accommodations he arranged been utilized that it would be quite inappropriate for him to linger for a meal. He might as well return and make do with whatever he could find. After battling the mutated porcupines in the afternoon and expending some energy, Shuezian and the others were already ravenous. Regardless of Fu Qinming's polite conversation with Wang Lingsheng, as they clamored to fill their bowls with food, Song Qi slurped a mouthful, the flavor of the stir-fried meat exploding in his mouth. It was simply divine, making him wish he could consume his own tongue. After only a couple of chews, he instinctively swallowed, nearly choking himself. His eyes gleamed with delight, as if the meat before him were a treasured possession. "Boss, you need to come try this. The stir-fried meat is incredibly fragrant and delicious." "Understood," Fu Qinming replied nonchalantly, filling his bowl with rice and taking a seat, then picking up a piece of stir-fried meat to taste. He was instantly astonished. Though he was not one to particularly enjoy spicy food, the reheated stir-fried meat was less intense than when freshly cooked. Instead, it was more aromatic, bursting with juice with every bite. Truly unforgettable. His pace of eating quickened, yet his demeanor remained composed and serene, standing in stark contrast to Song Qi and the others, who were devouring their meals like hungry wolves. Previously, during missions, mealtime was merely a matter of appeasing hunger. And upon returning to the base, they never ventured to the food street, nor were they skilled in culinary arts. The meals prepared at home were mediocre at best, making this their first encounter with such delectable fare. Leading them to devour it eagerly, in no time, the dishes were nearly empty. Burp. Shuezian let out a satisfied belch, a look of contentment on his face. "Who prepared this? It's truly delicious, Su Li, when we were dining. It was just you and Xiao Ruan present. It couldn't have been you who cooked, could it? Your culinary skills are remarkable." "You misunderstand. I merely assisted. The dishes were made by Ruan. Su Li was caught off guard by the praise. Feeling a bit bashful, yet internally elated, for their satisfaction indicated Ruan's exceptional culinary talent. The Fu Qinming had already anticipated this, and upon discovering that it was indeed Ruan Mingjin who had cooked, his impression of her deepened. He licked his lips, as if remnants of the stir-fry lingered there at that moment. He could not deny that his feelings had subtly shifted. He harbored much admiration for Ruan Mingzhen. But there was also a more intricate emotion that he could not quite comprehend, that Liu Jie recalled that Mu Xiaoxiao also loved spicy food and gazed enviously at Ruan Mingzhen, earnestly asking, "Xiao Ruan, you are truly impressive. Even we men cannot produce such delectable dishes. Xiaoxiao enjoys spicy food, and I wish to cook for her. Could you please share how to prepare the stir-fry dish we just had?" Chapter 35. A day is not enough to prove anything. You need only follow the steps I outlined, adding the ingredients to the pot in sequence and stir-frying, that if it doesn't succeed the first time, simply try again. Practice makes perfect. Ruan Mingzhen asked Fu Qinming for paper and a pen, meticulously detailing the steps before handing it to Liu Jie. The steps appeared simple, yet Ruan Mingzhen had written them in great detail. Liu Jie grasped the key points at a glance. If they weren't on a mission, he would have rushed back to the base to experiment immediately. His voice carried a hint of gratitude. Xiaoxiao loves spicy food, but sometimes she lacks an appetite. Lighter dishes don't satisfy her, and dishes with chili often lack flavor. Many times, she only takes a few bites before losing interest. That I hope she will like this. Thank you, Xiaoruan, that there's no need to be so polite. However, tastes vary, and Sister Xiaoxiao may not necessarily enjoy this. Ruan Mingzhen nodded, acknowledging that everyone's preferences differ. Even if one enjoys spicy food, it does not mean they relish all spicy dishes. Once they finished their conversation, Fu Qinming called everyone over, summarizing the key points of the day's meeting before allowing them to return to their tents to rest. That he beckoned Ruan Mingzhen, "Xiao Ruan. We will set out for Jibei Mountain tomorrow morning, that we will divide into several small groups, and you, Su Li, and I will form one. Just the three of us." Fu Qinming had already arranged the teams, primarily led by group leaders. Ruan Mingzhen had suspected she would not be chosen, but was surprised to find her assumption correct. That Fu Qinming nodded. "Indeed, just the three of us. They will handle the cleanup of the rampant mutated beasts while we infiltrate Jibei Mountain for investigation." Yesterday afternoon, personnel dispatched from the Sandan base to survey the situation reported that a thick plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from a certain area in Jibei Mountain, but it quickly dissipated. Many mutated beasts escaped, and the group of mutated porcupines we encountered in the afternoon originated from that location. Did they not investigate it immediately? Typically, when something unusual is discovered, they would send someone to check it out. Su Li questioned, perplexed. During the meal, Ruan Mingzhen had gathered information about Jibei Mountain from Chengfang. Before the mutated beast became agitated, it was the location with the highest concentration of mutated beasts due to its abundant freshwater resources, including a herd of mutated porcupines. That it's not that there are numerous mutated beasts in Jibei Mountain. Rather, I suspect that the truly formidable mutated beasts have not left and may still reside there, which is likely why the Sandan-based personnel have not gone to investigate. That is indeed one reason, but the primary concern is that a psychic reconnaissance ability user was sent to assess the area, and they only reported seeing a multitude of mutated beast carcasses, including 6 or 7-tier mutated beasts, with the soil stained red with blood. Fu Qinming agreed with Ruan Mingzhen's assessment. Thus, it is highly probable that they are not unwilling to leave, but rather cannot escape. The situation was more dire than they had anticipated, and Su Li's expression grew somber. The ability to slay 6 or 7-tier mutated beasts is no trivial matter. It exceeds our expectations. That I have already informed the base that I believe reinforcements will be dispatched shortly. Fu Qinming had sent a message to one of the personnel responsible for managing the task hall at the base, who was also his direct superior, a lieutenant, as the meeting was drawing to a close. That in this ever-changing world, where one disaster begets another, numerous mysteries remain unsolved. Though Ruan Mingzhen had been reborn, she was not omnipotent. Moreover, the advanced post-apocalyptic world of 300 years hence rendered nearly everything unfamiliar to her. Aside from basic knowledge, to successfully complete the mission, she should not withhold any information. Her intuition warned her that perhaps the impending journey to Jibei Mountain was related to the black energy she had witnessed on the mutated porcupines earlier that afternoon. Resolving her thoughts, Ruan Mingzhen stated earnestly to the two, "This afternoon, I observed a trace of black energy on the mutated porcupine herd, but it swiftly dissipated. I initially thought I was mistaken and did not mention it. I wonder if you noticed anything." Qinming, you mentioned that personnel from the Sandan base saw a thick plume of black smoke emanating from a certain location in Jibei Mountain. This mutated beast uprising is likely connected to that. To be on the safe side, it would be best to summon someone knowledgeable in this area. Are you certain of what you saw? Fu Qiming did not doubt her. Rather, the personnel at the Sandan base had not witnessed any dark energy at the scene or on the bodies of the mutated beasts. Ruan Mingjin nodded resolutely. At this point, Su Li realized that this mission was likely to be more challenging than anticipated. That I believe in Ruan, that Dr. Huangpu once mentioned that after natural disasters, many things emerge from the depths of the earth, perhaps entities beyond our comprehension. Moreover, Ruan had indicated that the dark energy dissipated rapidly, and the mutated porcupine had traveled from such a considerable distance from Jibei Mountain. It was possible that the personnel from the Sandan base arrived too late to see it. There was also the possibility that the dark energy could only be perceived when it was particularly dense, perhaps only visible to a select few under ordinary circumstances. All right, I will inquire with others that if anyone else saw it, I will contact the base. That a heaviness weighed on Fu Qiming's heart, an ominous feeling that this expedition to Jibei Mountain would culminate in a significant event. After he departed, Su Li gazed at Ruan Mingjin with sparkling eyes, as if her almond-shaped eyes were brimming with light. Under his unwavering gaze, Ruan Mingjin felt momentarily frozen, an unfamiliar heat creeping onto her face. Why are you looking at me like that? Ruan, you are truly beautiful. Su Li's admiration grew as he continued to gaze at her. Upon hearing this, the rippling atmosphere around Ruan Mingjin dissipated instantly. Just as she sought an excuse to retreat to the tent for a rest, this fellow looked at her with eager eyes and asked, Ruan, what do you think of my performance just now? The analysis was quite good. Ruan Mingjin's lips twitched slightly, bewildered by his question, finding it rather juvenile. Yet he appeared delighted. Ruan, would you be my girlfriend? Why are you suddenly saying this? No, why not? What reason is there? How long have we known each other? What does the duration of our acquaintance have to do with it? I like you, and everything I possess is also yours. I will strive for what I desire. I have many points, tens of millions, even billions. So what? That has nothing to do with me. I can earn points myself. Ruan, why are you so unwilling to be with me? We had such a pleasant time today. Our friendship is good, but a single day's time is insufficient to prove anything. Chapter 36. Captain Fu, please feel free to command them. Ruan, I discovered you first. You cannot abandon me, despite all this. Ruan Mingjin still did not relent. That Su Li's eyes turned red with sadness. He longed to hold Ruan Mingjin tightly. Could you refrain from repeating that phrase? Gazing at the persistent suitor, Ruan Mingjin felt a throbbing headache. The way this person looked at others or the mutated beasts was either indifferent or sharply cold. Why did it turn into a lovesick gaze when directed at her? Hearing her somewhat perfunctory response, Su Li's beautiful eyes gradually filled with mist, his expression one of grievance, as if he were on the verge of tears. Ruan Mingjin, already harboring feelings for him, felt her heart grow heavier upon seeing him nearly cry just because she refused him. Without thinking, she blurted out, I will begin my assessment of you from today. Su Li was momentarily taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. After a moment, his expression transformed into one of sheer joy, and he excitedly spun Ruan Mingjin around, grinning foolishly. Ruan, I knew you would be the best. Rest assured, I will pass your test. Don't speak so confidently. Be careful not to get slapped in the face. Ruan Mingjin felt his strong heartbeat through their clothes as he held her tightly, her body suddenly feeling parched and slightly heated. She shot him a fierce glare and pushed him away. Don't touch me. All right, I will listen to Ruan. Su Li smiled, raising his hands in surrender. Being assessed meant he had garnered Ruan Mingjin's favor, granting him an opportunity to be with her before anyone else. Upon Fu Qiming's return after gathering information, he found the two exchanging smiles. That a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him, a bitter pang in his heart. That he opened his mouth, quickly composing himself to appear more normal. I just inquired with every team, and indeed, some individuals have observed the dark energy. Aside from Little Ruan, there are 7 other healing ability users in our team. Among all the teammates, only they have vaguely seen the dark energy. Just as Little Ruan described, it vanished swiftly, and they assumed they were merely seeing things. Perhaps, Little Ruan, being a high-level healing ability user allows you to see it more clearly. Chunming, Su Li, what do you think is the reason that only healing ability users can perceive the dark energy? Ruan Mingjin's suspicions had long been confirmed. The two shook their heads in unison. Fu Qiming searched through his memories but found no answers. I don't know. I have known Dr. Huangpu for many years and have never heard of such matters. We still do not know if the deaths of those mutated beasts are related to the dark energy. The emergence of something new is unknown. This journey will likely be anything but simple. Su Li's voice was low, his gaze deep as an abyss. This was their first time taking Yuan Mingjin on a mission, and they had not expected to encounter such a troublesome issue. They hoped nothing would go awry. Fu Qinming nodded, then opened his holographic device to send a request message to his direct superior. With no clear direction, the three returned to their tents to rest. The following morning, everyone packed up their simple tents and quickly prepared breakfast. By the time they gathered at the city gate, it was already 7 o'clock. The personnel from the Sandan base were also lined up at the city gate. Consisting of 3 teams, point 1 was composed of military personnel, while the other 2 teams appeared quite formidable, each member standing erect with serious expressions. The last team, however, seemed somewhat disheveled, most standing askew, with only a few stronger individuals at the front, resembling a makeshift assembly rather than a proper team. Base Commander Morong Linkong had spent the entire night handling official duties and had only managed to close his eyes for 2 hours. Today was the day of departure. Having not come out to greet them yesterday, he had no choice but to appear today. Captain Fu, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. There have been numerous incidents at the base recently, and I was overwhelmed with official work that I worked through the night and was unable to receive you in a timely manner. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings that ITS find. After all, there's still Major Wang. You can focus on managing the base. Fu Qinming's voice was cold, and his gaze remained unperturbed. The rapid reproduction of mutated beasts and the potential for a mutated beast riot posed a significant threat that needed immediate attention. Otherwise, the base could suffer considerable losses, or worse, be completely obliterated. The Sandan base was a medium-sized base, subordinate to the Zhou base, all of which fell under its jurisdiction. Murong Linkong breathed a sigh of relief, then exchanged glances with Wang Lingqing. The situation at Jibei Mountain was certainly not simple. You must exercise utmost caution that I have dispatched a 100-man military team to accompany you and exterminate the mutated beasts. I have already instructed them that if you need anything, Captain Fu, please feel free to command them. Thank you for your concern. Base Commander Fu Qinming nodded, his piercing gaze sweeping over the team members dressed in Sandan base uniforms. Wang Lingqing's lips twitched slightly, casting a guilty glance at the more prominent members of the Zhou base teams, then looked back at the ragtag group that he forced a smile and began introducing everyone. Captain Fu, Captain Qin, Captain Feng, these are the 3 teams from our base that will accompany you. Allow me to introduce you. This is Major Luo Haoran, the captain of our Sandan base's 7th Army. And this is Captain Fu Qinming from Zhou base. Hello, Major Luo. Fu Qinming extended his hand for a brief handshake. Luo Haoran smiled as they shook hands. Hello, Captain Fu. It's an honor. This is Captain Qin Tian and Captain Feng Qin. Wang Lingqing continued introducing. This is our base's S-Class task force, and the leader here is Captain Lu Qing, with Captain Meng Qingqing standing just behind him. Captain Fu, Captain Qin, Captain Feng, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lu Qing stepped forward with a smile, cupping his hands in greeting while subtly blocking the gazes directed at Meng Qingqing from the opposite side. Meng Qingqing, curious, peered around the 3 men. Her gaze lingered on Fu Qinming for a moment before brightening when she finally saw Qin Tian. She had not noticed before, but Qin Tian's tall and robust physique was evident even through his clothing, showcasing his well-defined muscles. His bronze skin and handsome features matched perfectly with her preferences. Chapter 37. I'll pay out of my own pocket to buy points for you. Qin Tian, sensing Meng Qingqing's attention, instinctively stood upright, feeling somewhat nervous, and quickly smiled in response with the other 2. Captain Lu, we are also very pleased to meet you. Perhaps due to nervousness, his voice was significantly louder than usual, drawing the attention of both Fu Qinming and Feng Qin, causing others to glance over curiously. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he was the captain of an SS-level team and had not experienced such awkwardness in quite some time. Meng Qingqing couldn't help but smile, finding this man named Qin Tian rather amusing. His reaction was simply too endearing. Ahem, to be frank, due to the situation at Jibei Mountain, we previously issued a mission within the base, where several ability user teams were dispatched to eliminate mutated beasts, resulting in many never returning. Consequently, no one was willing to undertake such missions again, leading to the formation of this team on a voluntary basis. Wang Lingqing, however, cared little for the details, choosing to remain discreet. He cleared his throat and continued, This is Captain Xia Wuli, and beside him is Deputy Captain Yin Shuer. "Hello." Yin Shuer greeted the three with a polite, faint smile. The trio responded without much emotion. "Hello. Captain Fu, Captain Qin, Captain Feng, I have long heard of your deeds. It is an honor," Xia Wuli said with a smile, extending his right hand towards Fu Qinming for a handshake. However, Fu Qinming merely nodded expressionlessly and offered no further response. Feng Qin and Qin Tian exchanged glances, also only nodding at Xia Wuli without speaking. Xia Wuli's outstretched hand faltered slightly, the smile on his face freezing in place. Ultimately, it was Mu Rong Lingkong who broke the awkward silence, since the introductions are complete. "We should head to Jibei Mountain. Please exercise caution and remember not to act alone. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, evacuate immediately." "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Before boarding the vehicle, Xia Wuli turned to glance at the three teams from Zhou base. A flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, that he caught sight of Yun Shuer boarding another vehicle, his gaze darkening with a forced smile. "Deputy Yun, why are you not taking the first vehicle? Do you find me undesirable?" "Captain Xia, you exaggerate. Your strength is on par with mine. How could I possibly find you displeasing?" Yun Shuer, already stepping into the vehicle, recognized that this plain-looking man with an eccentric temperament was likely venting his frustrations on her. She calmly replied, "Excluding Zhou base's teams, there is still the 7th Army above us. It is only fitting that we do not take the lead, so it matters not which vehicle we board." "I hope you truly believe that," Xia Wuli retorted with a huff, quickly boarding the vehicle. Meanwhile, after soothing Xuen Womi to sleep, Wan Mingjin leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest, that I in reality. Her consciousness entered her space to observe any changes. The flow of time for the cultivated crops was distinct from the outside world, maturing at a faster rate, and as soon as they ripened, she would receive them in the warehouse that on occasions when she could not enter the space, she would use her thoughts to manipulate the items within, such as feeding the poultry. The advanced commercial system, observing her spiritual presence, displayed an expression full of grievance. "Hey, when will you bind with me? When will you take me to find Xiang Shui?" "I don't know. It depends on the situation, that I currently have no idea where she is." Ruan Mingjin replied, collecting the rice from the paddy with a thought, and with another thought, categorizing and storing the vegetables. Moreover, having just joined Zhou base not long ago, she felt it necessary to wait until she was fully settled before making any decisions. "It's not enough for me to just tell you. The place she is in is even more advanced than Zhou base." Little A lamented, watching its energy dwindle. Soon, it would have to enter a state of slumber. Hearing this, Ruan Mingjin quickly deduced the location, smiling knowingly. "Oh, so she is at Xinzhou base. I understand now that it seems you know Xiang Shui, but my records show no trace of you." Little A's electronic expression revealed confusion. After half a month of observation, Ruan Mingjin had gained some understanding of Little A. During this time, it had remained quite compliant and had not engaged in any underhanded tactics. However, she could not dismiss the possibility that this commercial system had ulterior motives. Until she fully discerned Little A's intentions, she would not allow it to leave in search of Xiang Shui. Reflecting on their initial conversation, she chuckled softly. "Your system's records only contain general information, lacking detailed accounts of Xiang Shui's life trajectory, correct?" "That is indeed the case," Little A admitted. Upon hearing this, Little A felt a wave of astonishment. This girl, merely in her early 20s, was extraordinarily perceptive, able to analyze so much from just a few words. Without a host, the energy consumed in this world would double, and it was on the verge of despair, bound by Ruan Mingjin's small world rules, unable to do anything but stare blankly, an experience akin to waiting for death like livestock. Unwilling to resign to this fate and eager to accumulate points and energy, it lamented, "My energy is running low. Just give me a clear answer. When will you take me to find Xiang Shui? Or you could simply let me leave this space. To be frank, I am acquainted with Xiang Shui. If you genuinely wish to find her quickly, you must demonstrate through concrete actions that you pose no threat to her." Ruan Mingjin detected the urgency in its electronic tone that in recent days, she had noticed Little A's electronic expression intermittently disconnecting, likely due to insufficient energy. But so what, as a higher civilization capable of easily entering her space? It must have a way to leave, even if it was only one opportunity. Little A indeed had the ability to forcibly break free from the small world rules for a few seconds. But doing so would come at a steep price. Its energy would be entirely depleted, and all accrued points would be lost as well. The choice of host would no longer be at its discretion. It would depend on how far it could run. After much hesitation, it reluctantly said, as a top-tier commercial system, I not only have my own supply channels, but also possess a dedicated system marketplace. If you promise to take me to find Xiang Shui and bind with her, I will personally spend points to buy for you. Oh, is that possible? Ruan Mingjin, initially assuming that a system would have some assets, found herself intrigued to discover it only had a private marketplace. The system was certainly not simple. Its marketplace must contain numerous rare items for sale. Show me what you have for sale. Chapter 38. You must not be greedy. Little A's electronic expression reflected a sense of pain, and then a blue screen appeared before the small shop, spinning to face Ruan Mingjin, displaying only a few dozen items, each priced no less than 300 points and not exceeding 1,000 points. At a glance, Ruan Mingjin realized that Little A had not revealed all the products. However, she did not press further and began to examine each item carefully. Most items were familiar to her, while the remaining 30% comprised various clothing for men, women, and children. Her gaze darkened, yet she remained silent, continuing to browse. Among the items were a dozen that appeared to possess formidable offensive capabilities. But in reality, she had no use for them. Just evaluating their attributes and prices revealed their true power. These weapons could not even rival a wind blade from a 6th-tier wind ability user. After reviewing the several dozen items, only 3 caught her interest. One was an energy thermal gun, which could be used as a firearm by injecting abilities, boasting greater power and penetration than a real gun. The second was a bell that could be worn on the wrist or ankle, designed to emit an attack similar to a psychic ability by channeling energy, albeit limited to a maximum strength of 4th tier. Regardless of the wearer's own capabilities, the last was an axe, weighing 1,000 pounds, capable of cleaving through a 100-meter-thick city wall, making zombie slaughter as easy as cutting tofu. In truth, it was not particularly useful. She could easily slice through with a wind blade. Squinting slightly, she remarked, Little A, I cannot make use of any of these. Did you fail to display everything? How can your system marketplace have only these few items? Surely, as your exclusive system marketplace, it should contain more than this. Do you think I am unaware? I am. Little A, caught off guard, felt embarrassed and slightly guilty. Reluctantly, it withdrew those items and replaced them with higher-tier products. This time with prices starting at 800 points and reaching up to 3,000 points. These items were significantly better, and no more could exceed the technological civilization level here. This is my only chance to acquire something from you. I need at least a life-saving artifact or a powerful weapon, Ruan Mingjin pouted, finding Little A quite stingy that as she perused the new selection, she still failed to find anything satisfactory. Not to put too fine a point on it. Little A, are you even capable? The prices have increased, but what good does that do? The best item is merely one that can defend against attacks from 5th-tier ability users, while it is permanent and cannot be damaged. It holds little value for me. My patience is not limitless. I cannot allow you to continue misleading me. With such a lack of sincerity, how can I trust you to leave and find Xiang Shui? You. Little A was on the verge of exploding with anger. How could someone be so picky over something that was free? One must realize that the clothing in question could absolutely defend against attacks from ability users of 5th tier and below. And if sold outside, it could fetch an abundance of crystal cores, something others would be scrambling to acquire. While the atmosphere was charged with Ruan Mingjin's fastidiousness, he was also acutely aware that she was a multi-ability user herself, with a 7th-tier healing ability and a 6th-tier wind ability nearing the 7th tier. Those of 6th tier and below could inflict no harm upon her, but he persistently inquired, this would make a splendid wedding gift. Have you considered giving it to your future husband? I have no need for it. Why do you have so much to say? If you wish to linger here, feel free. I have ample time to waste with you. Ruan Mingjin's lips twitched, having traversed into this apocalyptic world 300 years into the future for less than a month. Not only had she received several confessions, but she was also entangled with a little white snake. And even Shuezian had once recommended his brother to her. Little did she expect that this system would suggest that this could serve as a wedding gift. She had plenty of items in her space. What she lacked was a wedding gift. Seeing her impatience, Little A gritted his teeth in frustration. He could only blame his own greed for the change of heart, now that the other party was unwilling to bind with him. He found himself trapped here, Having to plead for her to let him go, to show some sincerity, he would have to make a significant sacrifice, and he was loath to part with the points he had saved for so long. However, one could not reap rewards without taking risks. Since the system shop was exclusively available to him, he controlled how much Wan Mingjin could see and how much he could lose, ensuring it wouldn't be a total loss. With that thought in mind, he hurriedly said, "Please, my energy won't last much longer. I can show you, but this is all I have. You can select from these. If you're still not satisfied, then I cannot help you." Had you said so earlier? After 2 or 3 rounds, Wan Mingjin was acutely aware that what she was seeing was merely what little A was willing to reveal. She did not press the matter, as the intention was to test him, to see if he was truly willing to part with something. After the previous rounds, little A was no longer dismissive. The items displayed on the screen ranged in price from 5,000 to 20,000 points. She first scanned the lower-priced items, mentally noting those that could be useful, before finally setting her gaze upon 2 items priced above 20,000 points, her eyes suddenly sparkling. The 2 items were oral medications. The first was an S-grade ability potion that could guarantee a normal person without abilities would awaken their powers. And crucially, it also had a 70% chance of allowing an ability user to awaken an additional ability. The second was an S-grade limitless potion that could help one break through to 8th tier and below without any bottleneck. Even in contemporary China, it seemed unlikely that such potions could be developed. To be frank, she desired both items. Seemingly perceiving her thoughts, Little A hastily exclaimed, "My points are also needed to prevent my energy from depleting completely and falling into a deep slumber. You cannot be greedy and must choose only one." Understood. Wan Mingjin merely contemplated. She did not truly wish to possess both items. After all, little A's origins were mysterious, and his abilities were unfathomable. Pressing him too hard might provoke a deadly confrontation. She smiled slightly, pointing at the luminous screen before her. "Then I shall take that limitless potion." "Very well, but I will need to wait until you take me to find Xiang Shui before I can give it to you." Little A sought to ensure a backup plan. Should she suddenly change her mind, he would be at a severe disadvantage. His points irretrievable, and he would be unable to bind with anyone else. Feeling quite the loss, he tempted her. "Why not bind with me? You would earn dividends from the points generated by selling items, and once you've accumulated enough, you could use those dividends to exchange for items in the system shop, thereby allowing you to purchase the ability potion as well. The host you originally selected was Xiang Shui. I cannot compete with her." Wan Mingjin shook her head without a hint of hesitation. Little A finally caught wind of the unusual undertone in her words. "Are you quite close with her?" "Guess." Wan Mingjin's expression suddenly turned serious, a cold smile gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze on him. That piercing gaze sent shivers down little A's spine, and ultimately, he extracted the limitless potion to give to Wan Mingjin. After placing the limitless potion in the villa's bedroom, Wan Mingjin's consciousness exited the space. Upon opening her eyes again, the vehicle was still in motion, but they encountered an increasing number of mutated beasts, with the occasional sighting of a few decaying corpses of mutated beasts along the roadside. Due to Fu Qinming needing to maintain constant contact with 5 other teams to stay informed of their surroundings, he could not fully concentrate on driving, and, being at the forefront, temporarily allowed Su Li to take the wheel. Noticing movement beside him, Su Li's gaze softened as he looked forward. "Wan, you're awake. Not going to sleep a bit longer? I rested enough last night. I won't be sleeping anymore." Wan Mingjin shook her head, urging him to focus on driving, while she turned her head to observe the environment outside the window. Time flew by quickly. Jibei Mountain was 700 kilometers from the Sandan base, and the 6 teams took a total of 1 hour and 10 minutes to reach the foot of Jibei Mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous mutated beasts fleeing in groups, but those beasts had been severely frightened and would take the initiative to deter upon seeing them. Thus, they had not engaged in any confrontation. Even so, those mutated beasts were merely the tip of the iceberg, as behind Jibei Mountain lay an unbroken range of mountains, teeming with mutated beasts, creating conditions ripe for a beast tide. Jibei Mountain was enormous, large enough to not connect with the mountains behind it, yet it blocked most of the paths leading out of the mountain. The group originally intended to stop at the foot of Jibei Mountain to access the mountain road, but as countless mutated beasts charged down, Fu Qinming observed for a moment, and had no choice but to lead the team to find a more open area to set up camp. "If we go this way, there's a sheer cliff on the other side. Both Jibei Mountain and the mountains behind it are cliffs, which essentially means no mutated beasts would run that way. We just need to keep our distance when setting up camp, and we want to be struck by the occasional falling mutated beast that Suli used his mental energy to scan the area and found only one cliff devoid of mutated beasts. Because there was no path down the mountain on this side of Jibei Mountain, and the upper area was densely wooded, mutated beasts would not rush this way, and a few might accidentally fall from above in a panic. Following Su Li's indicated direction, the Shaoying squad quickly arrived at a vast expanse of flat ground, with the only two directions surrounded by cliffs, ensuring that even in the event of an emergency, they could escape in time. Upon noticing Fu Chenming's team changing direction, the other teams followed suit. Fortunately, this flat ground was spacious enough to accommodate 6 teams of 100 people each, with a mission at hand. They set up a few large tents. Constructing such tents required some time, but fortunately, they were semi-mechanized, saving quite a bit of time. Once the tents were established, Fu Chenming gathered everyone together and assigned tasks. Given the unique circumstances of Jibei Mountain, moving 100 people together was somewhat inconvenient and made them more susceptible to being targeted by higher-tier mutated beasts, so they would still split into teams. However, this time, 2 groups would work together in coordination that I hope you all remember. Interests come first, but life is paramount. Regardless of whether you reap rewards or not, your lives must always take precedence. With friendship second at a month from now, I hope to see all of you here. Yes, Captain, we will all return alive. The group responded in unison, each person's eyes reflecting determination. Jia Luojia revealed a bright smile, suddenly asking, Captain, speaking of which, the new members joining the team this time are Su Li and Lil Ruan. Which team will they be in? Are you daft? Naturally, they will be with the captain. Don't ask about anything else. Chung Fong rolled his eyes and slapped him on the head. The latter chuckled and fell silent. All right, those previously named will stay behind to guard the camp, while the rest will be assigned to tasks. Prepare yourselves quickly, and we'll set off shortly. Fu Chenming instructed everyone to organize their belongings to avoid any omissions, and then he led Su Li and Ruan Mingjin to the cliff's base, stating, This is your first mission with the team. The others will primarily focus on eliminating mutated beasts to prevent a beast tide. You two will accompany me to explore the situation at Jibei Mountain first. I have already sent a message to the base, and I believe someone will arrive shortly that we can explore the mountain first, and then descend in the evening to meet the support team. Understood. Ruan Mingjin nodded. At that moment, Chung Fong approached, followed by Luo Haoren and 2 others clad in the Sandan-based military uniforms. Boss, I brought the people you wanted. I'll be off to organize my things now. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Hello. We are here at the base's behest to cooperate with you in exploring the cause of the mutated beast riot at Jibei Mountain. Luo Haoren smiled as he addressed the 3, pausing slightly as his gaze lingered on Ruan Mingjin before continuing. These 2 behind me are the capable group leaders of my 7th Army. The one on the left is named Li Hui, and the one on the right is called Nalen Wenming. Captain Fu, this lady and gentleman, greetings to you. I Hui and Nalen Wenming greeted the 3 in unison. Ruan Mingjin and Su Li nodded in acknowledgement, returning the greeting, hello. After a mutual introduction, Luo Haoren inquired, Captain Fu, should we proceed to Jibishan now, or would you prefer to wait a while? We can depart immediately. However, I must bring 2 additional individuals along, so I need to confirm their readiness first. Fu Chenming nodded and turned to the 2 individuals beside him. Su Li had already prepared her belongings in advance, even packing for 2, so she simply slung her backpack over her shoulder without any further preparations. The commercial street offered little in terms of purchasable items, and Ruan Mingjin lacked sufficient points to acquire anything practical. She could only take food that I have no additional preparations, just some dry rations for convenience. I can retrieve them from the vehicle, and we can leave right away. Ruan, I prepared quite a few things for you. I'll grab them from the car and bring them over. Just let me know what you need. With a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Su Li eagerly looked at her. Time was of the essence, and the task was a collective effort, not an individual endeavor. Though Ruan Mingjin was puzzled as to why Su Li had prepared for her without consulting her first, she refrained from voicing her queries and merely nodded in response. It's in my backpack, the purple cloth bundle. Chapter 40. What to do if I like you more and more. Ruan here. Take this. Su Li moved swiftly, returning within minutes with a purple bundle in hand, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Ruan, what is this? I already mentioned it's food rations, easy to carry. Ruan Mingjin accepted the bundle, her gaze falling on a small button that Su Li had slipped into her palm. This small button, a gray-black hue with a deep navy core, was known as a spatial button. She had seen it on the commercial street before. It was quite expensive and used for storage. Akin to the abilities of spatial ability users, albeit with limitations on the spatial range and no enhancement capabilities. Not only was it costly, but it also required periodic recharging by a spatial ability user each month. Otherwise, the spatial button would cease to function, rendering its contents inaccessible and preventing any new items from being stored. For every square meter, it cost 30,000 points, and for every 10 square meters, it would reach a height of 1 meter with additional costs accruing accordingly. Upon grasping the button, she focused her thoughts inward and discovered that it contained a staggering 100 square meters of space. This meant that such a tiny button was worth 3,000,001 points, not including the various outdoor survival and life-saving items Su Li had purchased for her. She hastily returned the spatial button to Su Li, exclaiming, "This is far too valuable for me to accept. Chunming, Major Luo, let us set off at once." Almost denying Su Li a chance to respond, Ruan Mingjin turned and walked briskly away from the camp. After covering some distance and navigating along the mountainside, she came upon a narrow path that led up to a precipice that Su Li, realizing the moment, quickly pursued her. Fu Qinming was slightly taken aback. He had assumed that Ruan Mingjin would act like most women, accepting gifts from the opposite sex without hesitation. To his surprise, she had declined. Given his understanding of Su Li, the spatial button must be worth no less than 100 square meters. Otherwise, Ruan Mingjin wouldn't have reacted so strongly. With this thought, a smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, as he suspected, this woman emerging from the depths of the forest was unlike any other. Perhaps encouraged by Ruan Mingjin's rejection of Su Li's spatial button, his spirits lifted, and he warmly addressed Luo Haoran and the others, Major Luo, General Li, General Nalen. Let us hasten to catch up. Understood, Luo Haoran replied, snapping back to attention and nodding before quickening his pace to follow. Catching up to Ruan Mingjin, Su Li wore an expression of grievance. Ruan, you're still evaluating me. The spatial button is merely a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it without concern for my feelings. Even if you ultimately do not reciprocate my affections, I will not demand it back. It is my voluntary gift to you. Your willingness does not equate to my obligation to accept. One must maintain principles. Until our relationship is unequivocally defined, I cannot and will not accept such a precious item from you. Are those in your base truly willing to risk years of hard work for the pursuit of love, even knowing it may lead to futility? Listening to the almost tearful tone of the man, Ruan Mingjin furrowed her brow, especially at Su Li's last statement, which struck her like a dagger. It left her somewhat perplexed as to how to respond to him. Upon hearing her words, Su Li immediately grasped her meaning, and his gloomy mood lifted in an instant. Ruan, I truly did not misjudge you. What shall I do if I find myself liking you more and more? Let us discuss serious matters, not engage in banter. Ruan Mingjin glared at him in feigned annoyance. He was indeed a jester, his face radiating with a bright smile. Clearing his throat, Su Li felt his face flush and his ears grow warm. Ruan, when you like someone, you must pursue them boldly. All of this is voluntary. Besides, even if things do not work out, the points invested will be compensated by the base according to the circumstances. They will not leave anyone in dire straits. Moreover, there have been similar incidents in previous years where emotional turmoil led to a vicious cycle. Many women had shown interest in hardworking men of modest means, only to have their affections thwarted by wealthier suitors, resulting in numerous individuals losing their life savings and unable to bear the blow, resorting to suicide. Consequently, the base established clear regulations during the courtship period, forbidding individuals from investing more than half their wealth to prevent malicious competition. Ruan, I have many points. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. That is my voluntary gift to you. So please accept it. He paused before adding, given the current circumstances, the task duration may extend beyond the initially set month, and these items will assist you greatly in surviving in the wild. Even when your abilities are depleted, you can still utilize the items within the spatial button. The spatial button alone was worth 3,000,001 points, and the majority of its contents were advanced. Likely not inexpensive. Altogether, they would amount to no less than 5,000,000 points, if not 10 million, that holding on to them troubled him. So he wished to clarify, during the task, I am willing to utilize them. But once the task concludes, I shall return them to you immediately. Unless faced with insurmountable mutated beasts, Ruan Mingjin did not intend to use the items within. Otherwise, if they were damaged, it would be challenging to return them to Su Li. To her surprise, upon hearing her intentions, Su Li's face brightened with a broad smile. Ruan, healing and spatial ability users are considered disadvantaged among all ability users. Therefore, the task hall ensures income protection for healing ability users. During tasks, they receive a share based on their healing effectiveness. This meant that anyone she healed would have their points proportionally deducted based on the energy consumed and the points they earned during the task. As for spatial ability users, they had a basic guarantee, which varied according to the team's rank and the individual's ability level and type. Team ranks were categorized from SSS to D, with levels ranging from 500 to 2,000 points, and so forth. The categories included storage fluidity, with point values varying widely based on the state of the item stored. These were merely the basic guaranteed points. After the task, any mutated beast stored within their spatial compartments could be sold for points, yielding a share based on the storage. Additionally, healing ability users received a full attendance bonus, provided they participated in at least 3 tasks within a month based on their ability level. Chapter 41. How about I carry you? Ruan Mingjin quickly grasped the implications. So, you mean, yes, precisely. This task presents extreme challenges, and the rewards are significant, likely increasing over time. Moreover, we will have opportunities to slay other mutated beasts for sale, which can yield substantial points. The task hall has its channels for this, ensuring we need not worry about sales. Su Li nodded cheerfully. Therefore, do accept the spatial button and its contents. If you truly feel uncomfortable, simply forego my share of the healing points this time. Very well. Since you insist, I shall not be polite. Thank you. With that, Ruan Mingjin no longer hesitated, imprinting her consciousness onto the spatial button, ensuring that even if it were accidentally lost, no one else could access it. As Fu Qinming and the others caught up, their conversation came to an abrupt halt. His eyes flickered momentarily as he quickened his pace to walk behind the two. Just then, a mutated chicken, nearly half a person in size, burst forth from the nearby underbrush. He conjured an ice spike, thick as a pole and a meter long, piercing it through the creature before stowing the carcass in his spatial button. We are in Jibishan, where mutated beasts abound. Do exercise caution. You needn't remind me. I can handle that mutated beast myself. Long before the mutated chicken approached, Su Li had already sensed its presence. With subtlety, he slowed his pace to walk alongside Fu Qinming, deliberately creating a distance between him and Ruan Mingjin, but he had no desire for his blossoming affection with his future wife to be jeopardized by someone else's advances. Until he became Ruan's husband, it was prudent to maintain a considerable distance to Fu Qinming. Discerning Su Li's intentions, pursed his lips, his mood slightly soured, though he refrained from taking further action. The 3 individuals behind exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment at Ruan Mingjin's unexpected refusal. It was well known that, due to the imbalance of genders, many would lavish expensive gifts in hopes of winning the favor of the opposite sex, rarely turning anyone away. Ruan Mingjin's rejection was thus exceedingly rare, earning her the admiration of her peers. That Li Hui, walking at the rear, glanced sideways, his eyes flickering as he caught sight of Ruan Mingjin's slender and graceful figure. He swallowed hard, a glint of determination flashing in his gaze. The pace of the ability users was swift, yet the sheer expanse of the mountainous terrain was vast. After 3 hours of trekking, they had barely reached the halfway point of the mountain. Suddenly, as the 6 were preparing to rest for 10 minutes, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead, startling the previously orderly retreating mutated beasts into disarray. As if they sensed an ominous threat looming near, many mutated creatures, including mutated porcupines and chickens, rushed towards them, scattering chaotically, some large and some small, in a frenzy of fear. Instinctively, Su Li shielded Ruan Mingjin behind him, warning her to be cautious. In that fleeting moment, Ruan Mingjin felt Su Li's concern, a warmth blossoming in her heart as she gazed at his towering silhouette. Fu Qinming quickly assessed the situation, drawing his energy-heavy machine gun and unleashing a barrage upon the approaching mutated beasts. The sound of gunfire reverberated in the air. Not to be outdone, Ruan Mingjin produced the energy laser gun Su Li had prepared for her, joining the fray alongside the others, who swiftly brandished their weapons to fend off the mutated creatures. In no time, Countless beasts lay lifeless on the ground, and those that had witnessed the chaos began to regain their senses, hastily retreating down the mountain. However, some were too paralyzed by fear, mindlessly charging forward, resulting in an endless stream of mutated beasts. Luo Howren furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "This won't do. The mutated beasts are relentless, and our abilities will eventually wane. We must vacate this area swiftly. I will hold off the other beasts. You all collect the corpses." Ruan Mingjin retracted her energy laser gun, extending her hands as an invisible gust of wind surged forth, forming a protective wall around them. With a series of thuds, numerous mutated beasts collided with the wind wall, rendered unconscious. The spatial pocket was a convenient means of storing resources, yet it had its limitations. One could not simply will items into it. Contact or an energy connection was necessary for retrieval. Quick on his feet, Fu Qinming tossed out several ice blocks, swiftly collecting the corpses that came into contact with them into the spatial pocket. "Xiao Ruan, I've gathered all the mutated beast bodies. You must cease your abilities and run ahead. This is taxing. You all go first, and I shall follow closely behind. That I will be fine." Ruan Mingjin's voice was firm and brooked no argument. "Fu Qinming, you must hurry. This is no time for hesitation." The three men exchanged serious glances, compelled to move forward. Su Li remained stationary, and Ruan Mingjin shot him a glare. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. Do you need me to carry you?" "That could be arranged," Su Li replied, a hint of shyness creeping into his demeanor, his handsome face flushing. "After all this walking, you must be weary. Allow me to carry you." "No need for that. Focus and move quickly." Ruan Mingjin's expression darkened, exasperated by his playful banter. If the situation weren't so dire, she might have playfully slapped him. They quickly caught up with Fu Qinming and the others, leaving the mutated beasts far behind. Despite their chaotic behavior, most of the creatures were retreating down the mountain, posing no threat to their escape. After approximately another hour, the six finally reached the edge of the cliff, the earlier roar having originated nearby. Unfortunately, after an hour of searching, they found no suspicious signs. The cliff was situated close to the mountain range behind Jaibishan, and the descent was far, meaning mutated beasts rarely ventured this way. Occasionally, a stray beast would stumble in, only to be dispatched by Su Li's mental prowess. With a resounding thud, Fu Qinming opened the spatial pocket, dumping out the previously collected mutated beasts. Given the variety of weapons used earlier, it was easy to discern who had slain which creature. Now let's divide the spoils quickly and take a moment to rest before seeking further clues. All five nodded in agreement, trusting Fu Qinming not to conceal any of the bounty for himself. Soon, they had distributed the mutated beasts among themselves. Among the group, only Fu Qinming had employed the energy-heavy machine gun, allowing him to collect the most. Ruan Mingjin had amassed 47 beasts, including 5 sizable mutated porcupines, with the remainder being smaller creatures. Her spatial pocket had just enough room for them, with a bit of extra space left. Ai Hui had the least, with only 39 beasts, one of which was a mutated porcupine. Upon witnessing Ruan Mingjin's haul, a scheming glint sparked in his eyes as he smiled and remarked, "Miss Ruan, it's impressive to see a woman excel so admirably, outshining the M.En.Is your husband part of this expedition? We're all human here. There's no need to compare. Besides, what difference does it make whether my husband is here or not?" Ruan Mingjin, having faced far more challenging circumstances, could easily see through Li Hui's ulterior motives. His feigned admiration was merely a guise to probe into her marital status, revealing his less-than-pure intentions. The group was still unfamiliar with each other, merely working together on a task. She felt no obligation to be polite. Sometimes, yielding only emboldens others, a lesson she had learned the hard way in her previous life. Su Li, an empathic mental ability user, sensed the shift in Li Hui's interest toward Ruan Mingjin almost immediately. A wave of jealousy surged within him, and he fixed a wary gaze on Li Hui. Given the high stakes of this mission, I hope Major Li can focus his energies on the task at hand, rather than indulging in idle inquiries. "Ha, Mr. Su, you flatter me. I was merely curious. Given Miss Ruan's exceptional abilities, it's only natural to wonder why her husband would allow her to partake in such perilous endeavors." Li Hui replied, his tone casual yet insincere. Both men were not one to back down easily. Their exchange laid bare Li Hui's intentions, and though his expression faltered momentarily, he quickly regained composure in a world where women are scarce. It's only human to develop feelings for an outstanding woman like Miss Ruan. Your envy is palpable. Did I guess it that you failed to win Miss Ruan's heart, and thus feel threatened by my interest? Li Hui's candid admission, tinged with a mocking tone, nearly sent Su Li into a fit of laughter, though his countenance remained cold and distant. Noticing the escalating tension, Luo Howard interjected, "Haha, we all appreciate beauty. And it's understandable for someone as capable as Miss Ruan to attract attention. However, this is a mission, and now is not the time for romantic pursuits that Li Hui. Perhaps you should temper your remarks and apologize to Miss Ruan." "Oh, I understand. I was merely asking out of curiosity. When one encounters someone appealing, the urge to learn more is hard to resist, and I hope you can forgive my earlier indiscretion, Miss Ruan." With an opportunity for redemption, Li Hui seized it, knowing Luo Howard was still his superior and that he must navigate the situation carefully. Seeing him tone down his demeanor, Su Li scoffed softly and fell silent. Had it not been for the fact that Li Hui was affiliated with the military and an ally in their current mission, he might have acted more aggressively, that AS for forgiveness. That was not the issue. That Li Hui had made a misstep. Su Li had not failed to pursue Ruan Mingjin. Soon, he would be her intended. That he hoped that Major Li would be more mindful in the future. He had no patience for those who spoke in veiled meanings. Ruan Mingjin's voice was neither too bland nor too strong. Her words served as a subtle reminder to Li Hui not to underestimate Su Li. For Su Li was infinitely superior to him. At the same time, it was a warning for him to retreat wisely, when Su Li was previously being foolishly obstinate and refused to leave. Ruan Mingjin felt a stir within her heart, realizing that she was on the verge of accepting Su Li in her eyes. Su Li was about to become one of her own, someone whom no one else could bully. When Li Hui mocked Su Li, she naturally had to retort. After being publicly humiliated, Li Hui could no longer maintain his composure, his face contorted in extreme displeasure. Upon hearing Ruan Mingjin acknowledge Su Li's identity, Fu Qinming's demeanor soured, his gaze dark and heavy as if it could solidify. Yet he remained uncertain about his own feelings toward Ruan Mingjin, whether it was affection or mere fondness. Nalan Wenming snorted lightly, silently enjoying the unfolding drama. Having lived in the same military camp as Li Hui for an extended period, he understood the kind of person Li Hui was, extremely profit-driven, unwilling to waste time on matters devoid of personal gain. It was likely that upon witnessing Ruan Mingjin effortlessly slaying numerous mutated beasts and previously displaying her formidable wind-based abilities, he began to calculate his own interests. However, this time, Li Hui was not merely facing a soft target, but a formidable barrier. And it was a double blow. Observing Li Hui's embarrassment brought Nalan Wenming great satisfaction. Previously, a close friend of his was on the verge of winning over a girl who only had a sixth attendant position available beside her. Yet, for reasons unknown, Li Hui exerted all his efforts to woo her, resulting in Nalan's friend being abandoned by the girl. Ultimately, after spending some time together, Li Hui grew dissatisfied with her, deeming her inferior in various aspects. And they broke up. His friend, somewhat older and desperate for a wife, was nearly driven to despair by Li Hui's interference, almost leading to suicidal thoughts. Had there been evidence, and considering Li Hui's connections within the military, he would have taken action against him, that if not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have exhaled in disdain, exclaiming that Li Hui deserved his fate for seizing love so carelessly. Luo Howard smirked, suppressing laughter, his eyes narrowed to conceal the cold glint within .sa captain and major. He was well aware of Li Hui's mischief. After all, that incident nearly escalated into a life-threatening situation, becoming widely known that he had long wanted to expel Li Hui from the 7th Army, but the latter's connections made it impossible. Even this time, a different group leader of the same military rank as Nalan Wenming was abruptly replaced by Li Hui. With an awkward smile, Li Hui responded to Miss Ruan's insinuation, claiming he had never been indirect in his intentions. Chapter 43. After all, we are utilizing resources at hand. Ruan did not name anyone specifically, yet you seemed quite adept at self-identification. Li truly wished to avoid hearing this man speak. She had felt indifferent before, but now it seemed as every word reeked of unpleasantness. Li Hui glared angrily. "You, everyone, let us keep our voices down. Let us not forget we are still on a mission, that I do not wish for internal strife to hinder our progress," Fu Qinming stated solemnly. Luo Howard, not wanting to waste time, added, "Li Hui, the mutation of beasts is no trivial matter. We should prioritize our mission and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Fine, I understand, Li Hui replied begrudgingly, after this brief interlude. The group continued their ascent up the mountain. Nalan Wenming suddenly spoke up. Continuing like this is not a viable solution. The source of that tiger's roar might provide us with some clues. Yet the roar was singular, and with the vastness of Jibei Mountain, how can we ascertain the correct direction? Li Hui hastily interjected, eager to regain some dignity after his earlier humiliation. As Yuli coldly smiled at him and remarked, "Previously, the lieutenant mentioned that your base discovered mutated beast corpses 1,000 meters above the midway point on the northeastern slope of Jibei Mountain. There are many paths leading up the mountain, but only one proper road lies directly to the west. Just now, I noticed that the tiger's roar came from the northeast. There was a subsequent faint sound that did not carry over. But as a psychic ability user, I caught it. Thus, currently, all mutated beasts are charging down the mountain from the west, and we should devise a plan to navigate through them." Nalan Wenming's eyes brightened as he grasped the crux of the matter. They were not psychic ability users and could not precisely determine the sound's origin, but their physical prowess and extensive field experience allowed them to discern that the roar indeed came from the northeast. Feeling the sarcasm in Su Li's voice, Li Hui felt a surge of indignation but could not voice it, for she was a psychic ability user, and he was not. He shot her a fierce glare and huffed disdainfully. Fu Qinming cast a cold glance at him and nodded gravely. Indeed, the mountains behind Jibei Mountain were vast and known as the Liando Mountain Range, comprising dozens of interconnected peaks that foster a unique climate, nurturing countless mutated plants and beasts. Even the natural disasters that occurred years ago did not significantly impact the Liando Mountain Range. The mutated beasts within could be counted in the tens of thousands. Not to mention the powerful beasts lurking deeper in the mountains, they posed a considerable threat, particularly to your third base. Based on what we have seen today, taking shortcuts would only lead to encountering more mutated beasts. The ones in the western direction would be even more numerous, making passage difficult. That, if I am not mistaken, General Nalan is a wood-type ability user, correct? Ruan Mingjin inquired, looking at Nalan Wenming, upon hearing her speak. The five halted, eager to hear what she would say next. Nalan Wenming, puzzled, replied, "Yes. Why do you ask? You can catalyze vine seeds to create a long rope in the air, allowing us to bypass the mutated beasts on the ground and move towards the northwest." Throughout the journey, Ruan Mingjin had observed that the mutated beasts on the ground required pathways to escape the Liando Mountain Range. She had learned that the edges of the Liando Mountain Range were mostly steep cliffs, which made Jibei Mountain the primary route for the beasts descending. However, this did not hinder the aerial mutated beasts. When threatened, they could scatter and fly away, unbound by geographical constraints. Thus, the only ones they needed to evade were the ground-dwelling mutated beasts. Currently, the mutated beasts were frightened and focused solely on fleeing down the mountain, posing no threat to humans, which facilitated the construction of the Vine Bridge. The four of them brightened at this proposition. It was indeed a brilliant idea. However, after careful consideration, Luo Haoran still felt some reservations. While the method was sound and direct, the length of vines needed to traverse the vast number of mutated beasts was considerable. Nalan Wenming had only recently advanced to the 6th tier, and his powers were not yet stable. He feared that he might lack sufficient energy midway. Moreover, even if the aerial threats were significantly reduced, there were still numerous flying mutated beasts fleeing this way, which could pose challenges if encountered. The solution is not insurmountable. Ruan Mingjin paused before continuing. You are all seasoned soldiers, armed with weapons that can significantly minimize energy expenditure. As a wind-type ability user, I can provide cover, and erecting a wind barrier poses no challenge at all. If you worry about General Nalan's energy being insufficient, we've eliminated quite a number of mutated beasts earlier. Surely there are a few wood-type cores among them that we can extract those cores to replenish General Nalan. After all, these resources are readily available, and it is only fitting to share them during a joint mission. Miss Ruan, I must say, I am thoroughly impressed. You are akin to a second Xiang Lao. How many women in Huaxiao possess such strength? Luo Haoran praised sincerely that it was not merely Ruan Mingjin's suggestion that impressed him. They had considered this approach long ago, but hesitated due to concerns about Nalan Wenming's energy levels and the numerous aerial dangers. Rather, it was Ruan Mingjin, as a woman, willingly joining a team of men on this mission. remaining composed in the face of the beastly onslaught while contributing ideas without an ounce of panic that truly demonstrated her independence, resilience, and intelligence. With this in mind, Luo Howren was the first to present the corpses of the mutated beasts he had slain, 59 in total. His strength and efficiency allowed him to extract a total of 56 cores, 6 of which were wood type, all at the 3rd tier. Including Wenming's own, this would suffice, and there was no need for the others to contribute. That won't do. We are all in this together. You are already assisting us. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to bear the entire burden of the cores. Instead, let us share equally based on how many we utilize. Ruan Mingjin still felt a hint of confusion regarding Xiang Lao, but there was no time to ponder who this person was or whether he was the same as Xiang Shui. Her attention was swiftly diverted. The prospect of not having to produce crystal cores herself brought immense joy to Li Hui. However, upon hearing Ruan Mingjin's words, he felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, aware that opposing her at this moment would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction among the others. With a complex gaze, he glanced at Ruan Mingjin, his expression resembling that of someone looking at a fool. Tinged with a hint of disdain and a jealousy he was scarcely aware of. Chapter 44. Just because I made the pancakes, I support Ruan's proposal. Although our Sand Eagle team may not compare to the established SSS-level teams at the Zhou Tian base, we will not allow any trivial matters to undermine the collective interests of everyone, that we are all cooperating on this mission. So fairness is paramount. This way, no one can voice complaints that Su Li quietly moved to stand slightly in front of Ruan Mingjin's right side, obstructing Li Hui's line of sight. His voice was cold, entirely devoid of the bubbly tone he had when speaking with Ruan Mingjin privately. It now bore an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Li Hui's emotions were not as stable as he appeared. There was a high likelihood that he might engage in actions detrimental to Ruan that to prevent any unforeseen events. Su Li felt it necessary to remain vigilant, especially since he had caught a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction in Li Hui's eyes when Luo Howren mentioned the crystal cores he and Nalan Wenming would produce that Li Hui was affluent. A few 3rd-tier crystal cores meant little to him, yet he would not be allowed to take advantage of the situation. Luo Howren instinctively cast a glance at Li Hui and, indeed, noticed that Li Hui's expression had darkened, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. Perhaps sensing Luo's gaze, he quickly reverted to his usual demeanor. He nodded and remarked, I must admit that my considerations were lacking. Maintaining fairness is beneficial for everyone. Otherwise, Miss Ruan will be using her wind wall to protect us, which consumes considerable energy, so we shall not require her crystal cores that on our side. Wenming will contribute his efforts, and he will not need to provide any crystal cores. Then the 4 of us will supply the cores. Does that sound feasible? Certainly, I have no objections. This division seemed quite reasonable, leaving Fu Qinming and Su Li with no grounds to refuse. That it was Li Hui who hesitated for a while before reluctantly agreeing. Before long, Fu Qinming and Su Li each produced 5 wooden crystal cores. Witnessing this, Li Hui, with great reluctance, followed suit and revealed 5 cores of his own. Ruan Mingjin took out a purple package, opened it, and revealed the provisions inside. Large, freshly made pancakes. She distributed 1 to each person, stating, These are my homemade provisions. They have a long shelf life and can last several days. They are quite large and filling. It is nearly noon, so let us eat one now and later observe the situation. We need to find sufficiently tall and sturdy trees. Thank you, Luo Howren, surprised to find that the 3 of them also received a portion. Was curious whether the pancakes were truly as filling as Ruan Mingjin claimed. He expressed his gratitude and proceeded to eat without hesitation. He took his first bite. His eyes sparkled with delight, and he hurriedly chewed, nearly choking in the process. Quickly swallowing some water, he felt much better and was about to continue eating when Nalan Wenming beside him began to choke, coughing uncontrollably, his face turning red. Alarmed, he hurriedly offered his water, saying, Don't eat so hastily. Here, have some water. This is dry food, which can be rather parched that I forgot to mention. It's better to eat it with water to feel more satisfied. Ruan Mingjin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of someone seasoned in battle being choked by food. Nalan Wenming, feeling embarrassed, dug his toes into the ground, his face flushed after several sips of water. He finally regained his composure and sheepishly admitted, I was just too eager to eat, which is why I choked. However, this food is indeed delicious. Miss Ruan, your culinary skills are remarkable. Whoever marries you will truly be fortunate. That's an exaggeration. Pancakes are quite easy to make, requiring only flour. Ruan Mingjin's lips twitched. Making provisions was far less laborious than cooking. Suddenly, she recalled that most of the food at the food street was primarily dishes. Breakfast items were not abundant and quite monotonous. She hadn't seen any pancakes for sale, leading her to consider that Naylan Wunming's reaction was quite understandable that Su finished the last piece, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Ruan, this tastes so delicious. Once we return from this mission, will you teach me how to make them? Not enough? I have more. Here. Ruan Mingjin declined Su Li's request with her actions as she filled his mouth with a pancake. Fu Chenming watched as she fed Su Li the pancake, their interaction appearing rather intimate. His gaze dimmed slightly, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the pancake he held at Li Hui, having managed to snag a meal. Felt as though he hadn't eaten enough. Clearing his throat, he approached Ruan Mingjin and asked, "Mr. Ruan, may I have another pancake?" "Absolutely not." Without a moment's hesitation, Ruan Mingjin refused. Were it not for Li Hui being under Luo Haoran's command and hailing from the Sandan base, assisting them on this mission, she would not have shared her homemade pancakes with him. Hearing her refusal, Li Hui pointed accusingly at Su Li, who was eyeing the pancakes greedily. "Then why can he have two?" "Just because I made the pancakes, and I am willing to share." Given the previous unpleasantness, Li Hui's current pretense was transparent to Ruan Mingjin. She felt that giving him the pancake was less favorable than feeding it to a dog. "Li Zhongjiang, offering you food is a gesture of goodwill. Withholding it is my right that as a soldier. Can't you discern such basic principles?" Enough, she thought. If he could distinguish, he wouldn't have made such a remark. Su Li glared at Li Hui, still harboring resentment over Li Hui being able to eat the food Ruan Mingjin had prepared. Now, this man was taking liberties and asking for more. He clenched his fists, genuinely tempted to throw a punch at Li Hui. Crack! Li Hui tightened his grip on the bottle, distorting it in his grasp. After a while, he forced a smile that was more painful than tears and said, "I apologize. I merely inquired, because the pancakes are delectable, that I hope Miss Ruan will not take offense. I mean no harm." Ruan Mingjin remained silent, while Su Li let out a cold snort and refrained from further comment. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished eating, Fu Chenming broke the heavy atmosphere, suggesting, "Let us move forward a bit and gradually head towards the west, keeping a close watch on our surroundings to prevent ambushes by mutated beasts." Understood. The group responded in unison. The six of them walked a distance before turning westward. The Li Hui trailed behind, his eyes clouded with gloom that Su Li seemed to sense something and turned to look, prompting Li Hui to quickly conceal his expression and offer a friendly smile that a chill ran down Su Li's spine, and he leaned closer to Ruan Mingjin, communicating with his mental energy, "Be cautious of Li Hui. I have a feeling he harbors ill intentions and may hold a grudge regarding recent events to him." Ruan Mingjin nodded slightly, keeping her gaze forward as they continued walking. Her highest ability was a 7th-tier healing power, and she could easily discern that Li Hui was merely a 5th-tier ability user, far from her match. Should he dare to make a move, she would not concern herself with his affiliation to the Sandan base. Once a fight broke out, she would show no mercy day an hour passed, and with Su Li's mental prowess guiding them, the group adeptly evaded numerous mutated beasts, reaching the western direction where a broad path led down the mountain, an escape route for countless mutated beasts. Chapter 45. Mischief ahead lay the main road down the mountain, with countless mutated beasts rushing down from that direction, overwhelming the entire path and trampling the surrounding trees and underbrush. That Su Li detailed the situation he had discerned using his mental energy. Fu Chenming instructed, "Use your mental energy to locate a suitable large tree, preferably one that is straight and nearest to us." All right, just a moment. There are many types of mental energy, and Su Li's is all-encompassing. Compared to other ability users of the same category, his mental energy is stronger and can store more energy. While others at the 5th tier can skin only 10 kilometers, he can manage 30. He closed his eyes, instantly expanding his mental energy towards the west, that in the blink of an eye, he spotted hundreds, if not thousands, of mutated beasts swiftly traversing the mountains from above or the sides. Expanding his view to carefully search for a suitable large tree, he quickly identified 3 that not only did there need to be one on our side, but there also had to be one across the road. After comparing, he finally selected the one that was the shortest distance away. Opening his eyes, a flash of white light passed, and as he spoke, Su Li's gaze softened as he looked at Ruan Mingjin. signaling her to hurry and follow. "I've found it. Come with me." Ruan Mingjin, understanding the situation, promptly followed suit. Despite her formidable strength as a multi-ability practitioner and a six-tier powerhouse, the group adhered to the customary courtesy of allowing ladies to go first. Apart from Li Hui, the remaining three harbored no objections that Li Hui lagged behind, his keen gaze scrutinizing the surroundings, frequently glancing skyward, that a flicker of malice crossed his eyes upon spotting three enormous avian mutant beasts. After dispatching a few of the oncoming creatures, the six of them successfully arrived at the base of the grand tree identified by Su Li. Without needing further prompting from Fu Qinming, Nailin Wenming deftly sprang onto the trunk, leveraging its strength to ascend, soon reaching a robust branch. Climbing higher until he felt secure on a sturdy trunk, he began to summon the vines as previously discussed. Resources in Jibishan were relatively abundant, with fewer mutated plants but plenty of wild grasses and vines. That it was the height of summer, and while no seeds had yet formed, most vines could thrive from mere cuttings. Especially with wood-based abilities at play. Not only would the vines not perish, but they would also absorb the wood energy to flourish, growing thicker and longer as time passed in swift increments under his command. The vines grew rapidly, reaching toward the similarly towering tree across from them. Upon consuming the sixth wood crystal core, Nailin Wenming successfully ensnared the opposing tree, tightening the vines while securing his end. "It's done, it's sturdy. You all come up quickly, and we shall proceed together." "Understood," Fu Qinming replied, lowering his gaze to Ruan Mingjin. "Xiao Ruan, you ascend first and I shall go ahead and await your arrival," Ruan Mingjin responded without hesitation, her feet catching the wind as she soared to the treetop. Luo Haoran's eyes brightened with a hint of envy. Indeed, wind abilities were advantageous, boasting both offensive power and convenience of use. "That I'm heading up. You hurry and follow." As Su Li climbed, Fu Qinming turned to Luo Haoran, urging him to keep pace. The vines were robust, each as thick as an adult male's waist, with several twisted together creating a span of over a meter. With Nailin Wenming controlling the vines, all six could ascend without fear of collapse. Fu Qinming led the way, followed by Su Li, with Li Hui and Luo Haoran next, leaving Nailin Wenming at the rear to maintain control. Ruan Mingjin positioned herself beside Li Hui, effectively placing herself in the center of the group to facilitate her air barrier, that if they traversed one by one, she would need to move back and forth, expending energy unnecessarily. This arrangement was more efficient, albeit placing a burden on Nailin Wenming. Ruan Mingjin cast a glance downward, observing numerous mutant beasts charging and raising plumes of dust, rendering them barely visible, yet discernible enough to count at least several dozen. Spanning a width of over 600 meters, should one fall, they would soon be trampled into a mere puddle of flesh. Just as they moved forward, for massive mutated avian beasts suddenly charged toward them. All were fourth tier, and upon noticing the obstacle ahead, they opened their mouths to unleash fireballs. Fu Qinming reacted swiftly, summoning ice spikes to extinguish the fireballs, with the residual force aimed at the four mutant birds. The diminished power of the ice spikes, having been melted by the fireballs, allowed the beasts to evade with ease. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li swiftly dispatched two of the creatures with his mental prowess, collecting their remains into his spatial pouch. The remaining beasts were eliminated by Ruan Mingjin using wind blades, also stored in the spatial pouch, adding two more mutant birds to her collection, nearly filling her spatial pouch to capacity. This entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Observing this, Li Hui's gaze darkened, subtly glancing at the vigilant Ruan Mingjin beside him. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he produced a thumb-sized vial from his spatial pouch, uncapped it, and scattered the powder ahead. Having been monitoring the situation with mental energy, Su Li sensed the anomaly when Li Hui made his move, sidestepping just in time. Though his pant legs still caught a bit of the powder, but he shot Li Hui a venomous glare. Even with the four avian mutants dispatched, danger still loomed as long as they had yet to cross. Acting against Li Hui now risked endangering not only themselves, but also Ruan Mingjin. Uncertain of Li Hui's intentions or the nature of the powder, he opted to bide his time, vowing to confront him later once they were safely on the ground. As they neared their destination, the sound of flapping wings suddenly erupted around them, causing the mutant beasts below to stir violently. Those passing nearby became momentarily enraged, attacking one another despite their lingering fear. Yet, once distanced, they returned to their usual frantic charge down the mountain. Just as Su Li prepared to alert everyone, Ruan Mingjin's instincts kicked in, her face paling as she exclaimed, "This is bad. Numerous mutant birds are approaching. We must land swiftly, or none shall survive. Hurry!" In the air, they held little advantage to Fu Qinming, acutely aware of the urgency, shouted as he accelerated his pace, covering 100 meters in mere breaths, with Su Li closely pursuing. As they moved, the vines trembled violently. Due to the distance, Nalan Wenming struggled to maintain balance and fell behind. Chapter 46. What are you daydreaming about? General Nalan, be careful. In mere moments, countless mutant birds closed in, a dark swarm, amongst which were several 6th and 7th tier beasts. Ruan Mingjin's breath caught in her throat as she loudly cautioned, hastily erecting a wind barrier around Nalan Wenming to thwart the beast's attacks. Many mutant creatures targeted Su Li and the others, and as Ruan Mingjin enveloped them in a protective wind wall, she kept a vigilant eye on the mutant beasts while urging Nalan Wenming to come closer and reinforcing the barrier for the four. Fu Qinming was the first to leap onto the treetop, noticing Su Li's body sway dangerously that he reached out to steady him, only to witness Su Li, in a sudden fit of rage, tear his pant leg and throw it into the midst of the mutant beasts. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly regained his composure, his sharp eyes darting toward the approaching Li Hui, then back to Ruan Mingjin, his voice low and filled with concern. "What is happening?" "It's Li Hui. He sprinkled some powder on my pant leg," Su Li coldly declared, turning to block Li Hui's attempt to ascend the tree. His eyes blazed crimson to Li Hui, having just returned from a mission. "You dare to act in such a manner? Prepare yourself to face the consequences. I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. Let me through. Our captain is right behind. You wouldn't want to obstruct Ruan Mingjin, would you?" With the space narrow and another person blocking the way, Li Hui found himself at a loss, not anticipating Su Li's swift reaction, directly attributing the abnormality to him. Without evidence, he clung to his denial, banking on the fact that no one would believe Su Li's singular claim. Luo Haoran, arriving just in time, caught wind of Li Hui's tone, detecting a hint of arrogance and threat. The distance between them was not significant, and having witnessed Su Li's earlier actions, he quickly pieced together the situation that it became clear why the mutant birds, once distant, suddenly converged upon them with aggression. Their eyes had been unnaturally frenzied, and it seemed Li Hui was indeed at the center of it all. His expression darkened. "Li Hui, you would risk our lives for a moment of spite." "Captain, I didn't." Li Hui, with his back turned to Luo Haoran, could hardly contain his smugness, especially under Fu Qinming's intense gaze. Without hesitation, Luo Haoran delivered a swift kick to Li Hui's knee, forcing him to kneel, then turned to Su Li. "Mr. Su, please allow me. Our immediate priority is to get Miss Ruan and Wenming across. We can settle Li Hui's matter afterward." "Xiao Su, the mutant beasts are growing increasingly irate. We must get Xiao Ruan over here swiftly," Fu Qinming insisted, applying pressure on Su Li's shoulder. His gaze flicked to Luo Haoran and Li Hui. Then he sidestepped, seizing Li Hui by the collar and tossing him down to the ground. "Major Luo, I expect to see Li Hui in one piece. You are aware of the consequences should that not be the case." "Yes, Captain Fu, I understand. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Li Hui." Upon hearing Fu Qinming's intent, Luo Haoran stepped forward. With Su Li yielding to the side, he leaped down, landing deftly among the branches. Though the great tree stood a short distance from the main road, several mutant beasts rushed past below. Just as Luo Haoran touched down, he encountered a surge of mutant wild boars, nearly suffering a fracture before swiftly dispatching them. Albeit sustaining some internal injuries, his eyes glinted with malice as he muttered under his breath, "You all wait. I shall not let this matter rest. Li Hui, it seems you truly do not comprehend the meaning of peril. You've embroiled yourself in a significant predicament, and I shall not cover for you." Luo Haoran landed steadily, just in time to hear the final 2 words spoken, and without needing to ponder, he understood the man's thoughts. Did he truly believe that Fu Qinming was merely the captain of an S-level team? His true identity was one that even the base commander dared not offend, yet he had the audacity to speak so boldly when death loomed near. The fabric tainted with medicinal powder had likely been trampled by the mutated beasts, and after enduring the relentless stomping of so many creatures, the powder had surely dissipated into the dust. The mutated avian beasts in the sky, suddenly devoid of their target, screeched in panic, carelessly charging forward. Ruan Mingjin and Nalan Wenming found themselves dodging the erratic flight of the mutated birds with every step. Their short journey leaving them drenched in sweat that a sixth-tier mutated beast dove down with alarming speed, too quickly for them to evade, and unleashed a torrent of flames that ignited the vines in an instant. Nalan Wenming turned pale, realizing the imminent threat that it's going to burn the vines. "Miss Ruan, don't worry about me. Just hurry and escape." It was too late. The sixth-tier fire-type ability ignited with astonishing rapidity. And Nalan Wenming, possessing merely fifth-tier strength, could not hope to withstand the flames. Within mere moments, the fire spread, and the vines were consumed. Ruan. Suli had already leaped to the treetops, watching in terror as the scene unfolded. His body instinctively lunged forward, but Fu Chiming's swift grasp held him firmly in place. "Don't act recklessly. You can't fly. You'll only fall. Don't forget, Miss Ruan is a wind-type ability user. She made it out of the dense forest on her own. We must trust in her capabilities." With the vines no longer providing cover, the mutated birds hurriedly fled the vicinity of the mountain. Nalan Wenming felt the ground give way beneath him. He knew his end was nigh and shut his eyes in despair. However, in the next moment, he sensed a soft hand gripping his arm tightly. Opening his eyes, he beheld Ruan Mingjin's delicate face. Her brow furrowed in concern, causing his heart to skip a beat. Seeing him lost in thought, Ruan Mingjin felt a surge of frustration. "At a time like this, why are you dawdling? Can't you see my energy is nearly depleted? Hurry and use the vines to get us across." Coming back to his senses, Nalan Wenming felt his face flush crimson, but he quickly retrieved backup vine branches, channeling his wood-type abilities to stimulate their growth, then maneuvered the vines to secure them to a sturdy tree. Thankfully, the distance was not too great, and before long he had managed to pull them both to safety. Thud, thud, thud. The two landed safely, their eyes falling upon a group of mutated beasts racing past 3 trees away. Nalan Wenming, still shaken, gasped for breath. Taking a deep inhale, he straightened up and, with a slight blush, turned to Ruan Mingjin. "Miss Ruan, thank you. Had it not been for you, I might have perished amidst the mutated beasts." "No need for thanks. You contributed as well. Without your efforts, I wouldn't have landed safely either. In fact, I owe my gratitude to you. It was only through our combined strength that we managed to traverse the beast-infested area." Ruan Mingjin replied with a smile. Chapter 47. What good would killing you do? Just as Nalan Wenming was about to inquire about the earlier events, he was abruptly pulled into someone's embrace. In an instant, a pleasant yet subtle scent of lotus leaves enveloped him, momentarily rendering him speechless. That Suli held Ruan Mingjin tightly, burying his face in her neck, inhaling her unique fragrance, terrified that this moment was merely a figment of his imagination, and that if he let go, she would vanish. His voice came out hoarse. Ruan, I was so scared. What would I do if something happened to you?" "Of course, you would find someone better than me," Ruan Mingjin replied, taken aback by his intense reaction. Listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat near her ear, her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. The sensation of being cared for felt rather delightful. Upon hearing her words, Suli tightened his grip even more, urgency lacing his voice. Ruan, I only want you. If you were to die, I would follow you. Cough, cough. I get it, now let go, I can barely breathe." Feeling his increasing grip, Ruan Mingjin felt as though her chest was being crushed, and she quickly pleaded for mercy, her voice tinged with an unintentional hint of sultriness. Meanwhile, Fu Qinming silently observed the scene. His gaze darkening, an image of himself holding Ruan Mingjin flashed in his mind, but he shook his head, unable to suppress the self-mocking thought that he felt envious of Su Li's natural ease in embracing Ruan Mingjin without being pushed away. Reluctantly releasing Ruan Mingjin, Su Li's expression turned cold as he strode towards Li Hui, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying 5 meters away, crashing into a mutated beast and killing it instantly. Li Hui, taken aback by Su Li's aggression, stumbled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glowing with malice. "You dare lay a hand on me? It's scum like you that deserves to be kicked. This mission is of utmost importance. Yet you resort to violence against a teammate for your selfish desires. What good would killing you do?" A vicious glint flickered in Su Li's eyes. However, all those present remained indifferent, their expressions cold and detached as they observed the scene before them. Those who had struggled to survive in the apocalypse, devoid of emotional ties, would not lend a helping hand unless there were personal gains involved. In dire circumstances, individuals often unleash their latent potential. Realizing that no one was inclined to assist him, Li Hui understood that his rescue was hopeless. In an instant, his abilities erupted, and countless earthen spikes thrust upward from the ground, piercing through the bodies of the two mutated porcupines in the blink of an eye. Yet despite his sudden surge of power, his abilities barely reached the 5th tier, a result of the crystal cores he had accumulated. The remaining mutated porcupine effortlessly evaded the attack range and swiftly pounced upon Li Hui. In his final moments, he felt a surge of indignation, knowing that those few had the capability to save him, yet chose to stand by and watch. If that was the case, he resolved to take them down with him. However, before he could retrieve the berserk beast lure powder he had previously used, one of the mutated porcupines bit off his arm. In an instant, the forest echoed with his agonized screams. "Ah, you wretched porcupines! Don't come any closer." Chapter 48. Do not feel embarrassed. You have reminded me that without a compelling reason, it is indeed difficult to explain. Nalan Wenming, who had remained silent, smirked that he pressed the mana chip and adjusted the camera to capture the moment Li Hui was attacked by the mutated porcupines, occasionally brandishing his energy sword in front of the lens, causing the footage to shake. Then, as he fell to the ground, Li Hui was caught by one of the mutated porcupines, which bit down on his neck, ripping his head clean off, and the footage froze. Ruan Mingjin, who had only planned to sever Li Hui's hand today, was still contemplating how to find the right moment to eliminate him. After all, having one more enemy was less desirable than cutting the problem at its root. Yet she did not anticipate such a scene unfolding. Major Luo Howard of the 7th Army at the Sandan base showed no reaction. Nalan Wenming recorded the entire process of Li Hui's demise with the mana chip. Not only that, but he also pretended to engage in combat with the mutated beasts, ultimately claiming to have sustained serious injuries himself. She quickly deduced that Li Hui had significant backing at the Sandan base. Otherwise, Nalan Wenming would not have acted this way. This maneuver was indeed clever, saving her the trouble of taking action herself. With Li Hui now dead and his body mangled by the mutated porcupines, Fu Chenming swiftly dispatched the gluttonous creatures, extracting their crystal cores and using his energy sword to carve bloody gashes across their bodies. Having just devoured their fill, the porcupines were killed, and the undigested remains in their stomachs posed a problem. It was better to let other mutated beasts consume them. That he turned to Luo Howard and Nalan Wenming, suggesting, "Let us hurry northeast and see if we can uncover any clues." Indeed, Luo Howard nodded, and the two followed closely behind the trio. As they ventured further northeast, the mutated beasts became increasingly scarce, and those that did appear were either missing limbs or lay incapacitated on the ground, their lifeless eyes reflecting a profound sense of despair. Before long, the 5 reached a hillside, knowing that by ascending a mere 1,000 meters, they would arrive at the site of the incident previously mentioned in Wangling City. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood, prompting the 5 to furrow their brows in unison. Ruan Mingjin felt an inexplicable anxiety regarding the location above, sensing that something was about to transpire. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that many of the mutated beasts approaching from the west were shrouded in dark energy. That up close, their numbers were overwhelming, exuding an aura reminiscent of lifeless entities. That moment, Su Li halted. "Captain Ruan, Major Luo, General Nalan, I see that the ground ahead is stained black by some unknown substance with traces of blood. Every spot of black earth is devoid of life. Perhaps we should rest for a while, regain some strength, and then investigate. Let us take a break then. It's also a good opportunity to eat something and drink some water." Luo Howard had no objections, having expended considerable energy during their journey. After only consuming a thin pancake for lunch, he was now ravenously hungry. That he spoke, awaiting Fu Chenming's nod before sitting under a tree and pulling out the food he had prepared in advance. Nalan Wenming also did not hesitate, joining him and taking out her food as well. Ruan Mingjin refrained from sharing her pancakes this time, just as she was about to take a bite. She felt a burning gaze fixed upon her. Without needing to think, she knew who it was and reluctantly handed a pancake to Su Li. "Here, eat this." Ruan, you're so kind to me. I brought my own lunch, packaged by the restaurant in advance. That MY spatial pouch keeps things in stasis, so whatever I take in is precisely what comes out, and it's still warm. Hurry, eat up. As she spoke, Su Li flipped his hand and produced a box of takeout from his spatial pouch, contained within a metal box. The moment he opened it, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. While the pancakes were tasty, they were monotonous in flavor and could not compare to the deliciousness of meat, especially not against a box meal. Ruan Mingjin suspected that this was indeed prepared specifically for her. But Su Li, feeling shy, had found an excuse not to admit it at Su Li. Did you make this? Cough, cough. How did you figure that out? Su Li's cheeks flushed as if on fire. He had been far more composed when offering Ruan his homemade drinks earlier. Yet now his words stumbled. His almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, and his candid admission made Ruan Mingjin laugh. Unable to resist, she reached out to pinch Su Li's cheek, which was indeed as soft as she had anticipated. Inside was a meat patty, the aroma more enticing than that of the restaurant's offerings, making it easily identifiable that in the future, if you wish to say something, just tell me directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. And besides, this is your heartfelt gesture that I want to mock you for it. So please don't feel embarrassed. Previously, she had mentioned wanting to test Su Li, but before the trial period ended, her heart had already accepted him. Now, they merely needed to break the ice. There was no need for subterfuge to AS prospective partners. There was no need for pretense in their conversations. That it was best to speak plainly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. According to the laws of the apocalypse, 300 years later, being together signified a lifelong commitment. Having experienced betrayal in her past life, she wished to avoid a relationship filled with suspicion and defensiveness. Yes, I will remember that, Ruan. You must eat. This is something I specially prepared for you. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes suddenly sparkled, his golden pupils reflecting the image of the one he cherished. The mere thought that Ruan could say such a thing, because she had decided to accept him, filled him with joy, his heart brimming with sweetness, that he excitedly thrust the lunchbox into Ruan Mingjin's hands, flashing her a silly grin before lowering his head to take a large bite of his pancake, wearing a blissful expression that made Ruan Mingjin blush. You eat a lot. I'll have the boxed meal. Feel free to take as many pancakes as you want. Don't be polite with me. All right, I'll have 2 more of Ruan's pancakes. And also, Ruan, don't be polite with me in the future. Just accept whatever I give you, all right? Fine. Just forget about this matter that I promised you. Time slipped by, and unexpectedly, Su Li still remembered the spatial pouch, prompting Ruan Mingjin to helplessly facepalm. That as she ate, she felt a rare sense of tranquility for the first time since her arrival in this world a month ago. The other two watched this scene with envy, inhaling the aroma of the meal, their gaze lingering on the pancakes in the hands of the two, while they chewed on their tasteless compressed biscuits, feeling as though they were chewing on wax. Strangely, they had never felt particularly special about food before and had even found the flavor of compressed biscuits somewhat pleasant. Now, however, they found the taste utterly bland, reminiscent of a state of blissful disregard. Chapter 49. There is indeed something amiss. Gently inhaling the aroma, Luo Haoran and Nalan Wenming felt their taste buds salivate uncontrollably. They truly longed to taste the pancakes, wondering how they were made to be so thin and delightful, providing such a satisfying sensation when eaten with water. Yet, they could only watch, their stomachs full merely from observing the interaction between the two. Could they not spread this dog food out over time? Fu Chiming clenched and released his hands, a bitter sensation spreading in his throat, his eyes brimming with warmth. An impulse surged within him to drive Su Li away from Ruan Mingjin. But reason held him firmly in place. Hearing Su Li inquire if the food was good, while Ruan Mingjin responded with a smile, he distinctly felt a wave of jealousy emanating from his heart. Turning his head to regain his composure, he then retrieved the fruits Mu Yin had prepared for him from the spatial pouch and approached the two to Ruan Mingjin's earlier words, spoken in front of everyone regarding Li Hui, indicated that she had already embraced Su Li as her own, accepting him as a man. He could not allow himself to be swayed by such matters. That if he truly harbored feelings for Ruan Mingjin, he must exercise even greater restraint, as it would contradict his principles. Until he was entirely certain of his own feelings, he needed to maintain control over himself and refrain from acting impulsively. Furrowing his brows, he strove to suppress his emotions, his demeanor turning somewhat cold. He recalled how Ruan Mingjin had purchased tomatoes and watermelons at the food street shortly after arriving at the base. While he lacked watermelons, he did have tomatoes. Little Ruan, I'll trade you 2 tomatoes for a pancake, but if you want to eat, just let me know. There is no need to give me tomatoes. Though they are part of the same team, and Fu Qinming serves as the captain, Ruan Mingjin is not one to hold grudges over the matter of a mere pancake. Yet, Fu Qinming's expression resembles that of someone who has been owed a significant sum, leaving her perplexed about his feelings. Surely he cannot be upset simply because she did not take the initiative to share the pancake. He does not strike her as a petty individual. Moreover, she is not inclined to think that he harbors romantic feelings for her, considering she was invited to join the team merely due to Fu Qinming's recognition of her 7th-tier healing ability. However, Su Li, being another man, perceives Fu Qinming's inner turmoil, that he lets out a soft scoff, a hint of animosity evident in his gaze. That it is clear that Fu Qinming is somewhat of a complicated individual. He clearly harbors affection for Ruan, yet refuses to acknowledge it internally that Su Li has no intention of alerting his rival, for the position of Ruan's primary suitor is rightfully his alone. With this thought, he smiles and quickly accepts the tomatoes Fu Qinming offers, saying, Ruan, he is giving these to you, just accept them. After all, reciprocation is customary that he has consumed your pancake, so it is only fair that he offers you 2 tomatoes in return. Since you've enjoyed some meat, a tomato will help cleanse your palate. The captain has good intentions. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? Indeed, Fu Qinming feels a twinge of annoyance at Su Li's behavior. Yet he cannot voice his frustration, especially since Su Li had insisted on joining the team countless times, ultimately doing so because of Ruan Mingjin. She is a precious asset, and it would be unwise to confront him directly. Thankfully, Su Li is perceptive enough to provide him with an avenue for relief, causing Fu Qinming's expression to soften somewhat, regardless of whether Fu Qinming acts out of goodwill or a desire for pancakes. Su Li's words have indeed lightened his mood. Ruan Mingjin sees no reason to dwell on the matter and hastily produces 3 pancakes, offering them to Fu Qinming. Captain, pancakes are not worth many points. Here, take an extra one. I still have a few left. If you wish for more, feel free to ask me directly. Very well, Fu Qinming nods, refraining from further conversation, that he turns and finds a stone to sit upon, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the 2 of them. Witnessing the entire exchange, Luo Haoran and Nalan Wenming exchange glances, sensing an undercurrent of intrigue. After much contemplation, they ultimately decide against requesting pancakes from Ruan Mingjin. Firstly, the pancakes were made by her own hands. They are men, after all, capable of fending for themselves. They had initially chosen convenience over preparing easy-to-carry food, so it would be rather unbecoming to ask a woman for food, especially on their first day of acquaintance while merely completing a task together. They must retain a semblance of dignity. After finishing their meal and resting for nearly 10 minutes, the 5 of them continue their ascent up the mountain. After approximately an hour of trekking, the ground gradually begins to level, that a metallic scent of blood pervades the air, and the soil beneath their feet is dark. The higher they climb, the more visible the black earth emits wisps of smoke, and they observe dried bloodstains. Yet no remnants of mutated beasts can be found. The surrounding trees stand lifeless, devoid of any vegetation, while the cold wind howls like a tiger, rendering everything eerily surreal. The scene before Ruan Mingjin feels oddly familiar, yet she cannot pinpoint where she has encountered it before, her brow furrowing in concern. This place is peculiar. Everyone be cautious. Xiao Ruan, have you discovered something? Fu Qinming instinctively inquires upon noticing her unusual demeanor. Ruan Mingjin shakes her head. That I don't know. I just have this feeling that I've seen this scene somewhere before, but I cannot recall. That I only know it is dangerous, that we shall proceed together. You stay in the middle. Xiao Su, keep your mental energy attuned to the surroundings, that if anything suspicious arises, point it out immediately. Throughout his life, Fu Qinming has never encountered such a place. The years spent alongside Huang Pu Jinni have left him ignorant of such phenomena. If such a bizarre occurrence had transpired before, why has it remained unknown until now? Su Li nods, his expression grave, his eyes closed, for his mental energy serves as his vision. The other 2 prepare themselves, adeptly adjusting their formation to encircle Ruan Mingjin. Cautiously probing their surroundings, Fu Qinming leads the way, the ground initially shrouded in darkness. With only faint traces of black smoke as they ascend, the black mist intensifies, becoming tangible and visible, not merely detectable by healing-type abilities. He furrows his brow, raising his hand to signal the others to halt, and cautiously extends his right foot. The black mist, as if sensing a delectable morsel, eagerly swirls towards him, causing him to retract his foot in alarm. Luo Haoran, walking to the left behind him, fails to witness this spectacle and queries, "Captain Fu, has something occurred?" There is a slight situation, but it cannot be explained at the moment that I feel somewhat uneasy. We should leave this place promptly. Fu Chenming lowers his voice, instructing the group to retrace their steps. Only after they have exited the area of black soil does Su Li divulge what he has observed. "Captain, while scanning the surroundings, I noticed a substantial amount of black mist emerging from the ground, almost as if it were a living entity. The area where you stepped was particularly thick with it. It seemed to be excitedly trying to engulf your foot." Chapter 50. It is better to abandon the idea. Early Su Li. Are you recounting some horror story? Nalan Wenming responds incredulously, his eyes widening in disbelief. The situation is simply too surreal. How could mere black mist, which hardly qualifies as a living being, exhibit such animated behavior, even desiring to consume Captain Fu's foot? I sensed it with my mental abilities and observed the black mist moving of its own accord. "It is not a fabrication," Su Li retorts, casting a sidelong glance at him. Fu Chenming's voice carries a weight of gravity. Xiao Su is correct. The black mist is dense enough to take on a physical form, clearly visible to the naked eye. When I attempted to step forward, the mist indeed sought to ensnare my foot. It was only my quick reflexes that spared me from its grasp. That if what you say is true, then the previously unexplained deaths of those mutated beasts can be accounted for. As Luo Howard contemplates this, an unsettling realization dawns upon him that if the black mist is not confined to this area and begins to spread, it could spell disaster for living beings, wreaking havoc on the environment and resulting in the demise of countless creatures. That if it truly expands unchecked, humanity may face dire consequences, with our base at the forefront of the impending calamity. This is a matter of great importance. We must report this to the base leadership. Wait. Ruan Mingjin interjects, sensing the gazes of the four upon her, filled with curiosity. She continues thoughtfully, "Have you all forgotten that Li Hui has just perished? Major Luo and General Nalan are returning unscathed. The forces behind him will not simply let this matter rest. The only option now is to devise a perfect excuse, coupled with the video that General Nalan just captured, to obfuscate the truth. The three of us will return first. You two can reappear in a few days, looking disheveled, but you must meet us first before publicly claiming that I treated your injuries. As for the next few days, you should remain in the Jibei mountain area to hunt mutated beasts, and it would be wise to avoid the area we just left. It is highly dangerous. So keep your distance." Indeed, Miss Ruan has a point. The death of Li Hui does complicate matters. That I believe that even if the individuals behind Li Hui harbor grievances, they will likely refrain from taking overt action against us. Nalan Wenming's eyes spark with insight. That if we can assert that Li Hui succumbed at the hands of a mutated beast, then any further aggression from that individual toward him or Luo Howard would be tantamount to provoking the base commander. Considering that the 7th Army is directly under the command of the base, the TO recklessly target the commander of the 7th Army and Captain Fu, one a major and the other a general, would be foolhardy. If anything were to happen to either of them, it would be difficult for that individual to explain it to the base. After a thorough discussion, the group ultimately decides to retrace their steps. Before departing, Fu Chenming, accompanied by Ruan Mingjin and Su Li, returns to the area thick with black mist to collect samples. After ensuring that Su Li uses his mental powers to meticulously scan the vicinity for any other living entities, they finally make their way back to the tree they had previously passed. Meanwhile, the mutated hedgehog that devoured Li Hui has long been reduced to mere bones, stripped clean. The sky has darkened, with a crescent moon faintly illuminating the surroundings. The trees stand lush, and the sounds of mutated beasts frolicking continue to echo, raising clouds of dust. Nalan Wenming prepares to unleash his powers. Ruan Mingjin raises her hand to stop him. That MY wind abilities are close to the 7th tier. Carrying 2 individuals is manageable. You both take care. If you encounter something you cannot handle, retreat immediately and find a place to hide. Are you sure you can manage? Will it be too taxing for you to carry 2 people? Luo Howard and Nalan Wenming express their concern. The combined height and weight of 2 grown men is no trivial matter. Even with wind abilities, navigating through a horde of mutated beasts occupying several hundred meters would be challenging. That I believe it will be fine. Ruan Mingjin raises her hands, and an invisible force of wind envelopes them, forming whirlwinds beneath their feet that lift them into the air. Stay safe. We're on our way now. Goodbye. Goodbye, Naylan Wenming calls out loudly, his eyes bright as he watches them disappear from view. Luo Howren, standing behind, can easily discern the emotions of his companion, that he himself cannot deny having feelings for Ruan Mingxin. Yet those feelings were extinguished before they could fully bloom, but he pats Naylan Wenming on the shoulder, saying, "Stop looking. Even if you keep staring, there is no possibility. How will you know unless you try?" Miss Ruan is certainly no ordinary individual. She is not someone from a medium-sized base that can be compared to. Her position is reserved solely for those hailing from large bases, so it would be wise for you to abandon your aspirations. "Hey, what are you two doing here?" whispering to each other, just as Luo Howren was earnestly conversing with Naylan Wenming. A somewhat familiar voice emerged from the grass behind them. Turning around, he caught sight of someone parting the bushes, a striking figure accompanied by a dozen others that he paused momentarily. "What brings you here?" "It's a long story. I'll explain later. What are you all doing here?" "I haven't seen our captain, Miss Ruan, or Su Li." Chung Fong brushed off the leaves from his head, recalling the harrowing encounter with a group of mutated porcupines, which caused him considerable distress. The southwestern direction was largely cleared of teams, but this northeastern area had fewer people. Thus, he had led his small group in an attempt to traverse through the mutated beasts in the west to reach this side, encountering some minor incidents along the way, but ultimately arriving safely. Luo Howren nodded. "They just passed by. We can talk as we walk." Meanwhile, Ruan Mingxin and her companions hurried down the mountain in just 3 hours. Upon returning to the camp, they noticed several additional tents had been set up in the area where they had erected their own. Sensing their master's presence, Xiao Tian dashed out from the meeting tent, followed closely by Xuen Womi, both racing eagerly, tongues lolling and eyes sparkling with excitement. "Woof, woof, woof." Xiao Tian leaped into Fu Qinming's arms, and after being set down, circled around him joyfully, barking with glee. Fu Qinming couldn't help but smile faintly, ruffling Xiao Tian's head. "Did you miss me after just a day? Did you guard the camp well today?" "Woof." Xiao Tian barked twice, nodding vigorously, its tail wagging furiously. Xuen Womi, who had intended to leap into Ruan Mingxin's embrace, abruptly halted in front of her, circling around and sniffing earnestly, its expression adorably serious. After a moment, it seemed to have made a decision, stepping on Ruan Mingxin's foot with its front paws, letting out a soft howl as it stood up, resembling a small creature begging for a cuddle, which made Ruan Mingxin chuckle. Chapter 51. Truly impressive, cradling Xuen Womi in her arms. Ruan Mingxin gently stroked its head and inquired, "Xuen Womi, why did you step on me just now?" "Whoa." Xuen Womi grinned widely, tongue out, its previously wise gaze now replaced with acute innocence, leading Ruan Mingxin to wonder if this little creature possessed some unique ability to sense her visit to the black soil. Contemplating this, she continued to pet Xuen Womi while looking at Fu Qinming. "Captain, didn't you collect some samples earlier? Let us see how Xuen Womi reacts to them. Are you suspecting something?" Fu Qinming began, but was interrupted when the woman nodded. He said no more, retrieving the transparent bag containing the black soil from his spatial pocket. Upon its unveiling, Xuen Womi, who had been enjoying Ruan Mingxin's affection, suddenly stood on its owner's arm, as if it had spotted an enemy. Ears perked up, fur bristling, its dark eyes fixated on the bag in Fu Qinming's hand, barking incessantly. Even Xiao Tian, who had been wagging its tail beside Fu Qinming, appeared unrecognizing, retreating 2 steps and barking furiously at him. "What is going on? Why are Xiao Tian and its pup barking so much?" A cold voice emerged from within the meeting tent. As the tent flap was pulled back, a tall, handsome figure came into view. He had spent years cooped up in the laboratory, extraordinarily sensitive to research-related matters, and immediately noticed the transparent bag that Fu Qinming was holding aloft. Quickly donning a pair of glasses from his chest pocket, he approached and asked, "Little Fu, you're quite impressive. I just arrived, and you've already brought me something interesting. What is it?" "I sent you a message on the way back. Didn't you see it?" Fu Qinming raised an eyebrow. Huang Pujini offered an awkward smile, feeling somewhat guilty. He had been working in the lab for 2 days and nights straight, and upon arriving here, he had carelessly thrown together a makeshift bed in the meeting tent. Had it not been for Xiao Tian's loud barking, he suspected he would still be dreaming. "That I'll take a look in a bit. Let these two quiet down. They're giving me a headache. Please follow me to the meeting room." After storing the items away, Fu Qinming instructed for Xiao Tian and Xuen Womi to be taken down, then followed Huang Pujini into the tent, with Ruan Mingxin and Su Li trailing closely behind. Once seated in folding chairs, Huang Pu Jinnie's keen eyes scrutinized Ruan Mingjin with curiosity. You must be Miss Ruan. Indeed, you are as beautiful as I had imagined. I've heard little Fu speak of you. At just 20 years old, you are already a 7th-level healer. Quite remarkable, Dr. Huang Pu. You flatter me that I've also heard about you from Qinming. Achieving a doctorate at such a young age and becoming the director of the Special Zone Research Institute at only 49 years old is truly impressive. The man before her was strikingly handsome, appearing much younger than his actual age, and in her nearly month-long stay here, Ruan Mingjin felt a newfound vitality. During this time, she learned that in the post-apocalyptic world 300 years later, humans generally enjoyed longevity. Based on their physical constitution and abilities, most supernatural beings could live between 276 to 280 years, with a few reaching 300, while certain elder-level powerhouses could exceed that. However, there was a drawback. Supernatural beings found it more challenging to conceive than ordinary people, that I find Miss Ruan equally admirable. Few of your peers can match your accomplishments at this age. Being a 7th-level supernatural being and possessing dual abilities. Huang Pu Jinnie smiled, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Little Fu had grown up under his watchful eye, and if he could marry such an outstanding girl, he would wholeheartedly support it. Yet this lad seemed a bit dim-witted, not seizing the opportunity while the little one was still unclaimed to secure a rightful position. Contemplating this, he glanced at Fu Qinming with a hint of disappointment. Meeting his gaze, Fu Qinming felt as though he were being pressed by his mother to marry, clearing his throat and bringing forth the transparent bag again. Noticing Huang Pu Jinnie's attention diverted, he sighed in relief. This soil was collected from halfway up the mountain. Could you analyze it for any useful information? All right, give me a few days to study it. Huang Pu Jinnie nodded while inspecting the information Fu Qinming had provided, then carefully examined the transparent bag. Anything capable of effortlessly killing numerous mutated beasts and inciting their frenzy is far from ordinary and poses a significant danger. For the time being, avoid that area. Should anything happen, we need to be prepared. Let your people refrain from approaching there and focus on clearing nearby mutated beasts instead. Understood. I'll inform them immediately. Fu Qinming agreed, opening his holographic communicator. Just as he was about to send a message, Cheng Feng's avatar popped up with an update about encountering Luo Haoren and Nalan Wenming, that he briefly explained the circumstances before sending information regarding the situation on the mountainside. Then alerted everyone in the group chat until all acknowledged receipt, finally exhaling in relief. Now, it was already midnight. Ruan Mingjin and her companions quickly prepared a meal and took out their portable tents to rest. While Huang Pu Jinnie, having gone days without sleep, returned to his tent after securing the bag. Due to Huang Pu Jinnie's need to analyze the soil, the exploration mission had to be temporarily suspended until its safety was confirmed. And they would instead join others in clearing mutated beasts. Some soldiers from the Sandan base noticed their presence and sent someone to inquire about Luo Haoren and his companions' whereabouts. Fu Qinming skillfully replied, stating that they had become scattered while traversing the western direction due to a herd of mutated beasts, and their current whereabouts were unknown. The individual likely reported back to Luo Haoren and, upon hearing this, nodded and returned to their camp without further inquiry. Ruan Mingjin had intended to take advantage of Fu Qinming's mission to clear mutated beasts to act independently for a while. Perhaps to indulge herself in the spatial realm, but Su Li clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, insisting on accompanying her for safety. Reluctantly, she agreed. Previously, the spatial pocket Su Li had gifted her only held 100 square meters and was already full. In the days that followed, while hunting mutated beasts, she occasionally took the opportunity to store some in her space when the creatures were oblivious, while the remaining cores were temporarily placed in Su Li's spatial pocket for easier organization. As time ticked by, 3 days swiftly passed. During this period, the two of them managed to hunt between 150 to 300 mutated beasts each. Chapter 52. Celestial bodies having amassed such a considerable number of mutated beasts. Ruan Mingjin noticed that Su Li showed no concern regarding storage issues, piquing her curiosity about his spatial pocket. That Su Li, how large is your spatial pocket? How are you able to store so many mutated beast carcasses without worry? Is the space exceptionally vast? Well, the limit of my spatial pocket is 10,000 square meters. This is the type I purchased. Ruan, just wait a bit. I'll gather more points and get you one too. It'll be convenient for you when you go out to handle matters. Were it not for the constraints imposed by base policies, Su Li would have bestowed not merely 100 square meters upon Ruan Mingjin, but rather 500 square meters, or even more. Aware of his earnestness, Ruan Mingjin shook her head repeatedly. She already possessed a space akin to a small world, and acquiring yet another of such vastness would be unnecessary. A sheer waste of points and no need for that. 100 square meters is already quite ample, and I am very fond of it. You must not purchase any more spatial nodes for me. By the way, Su Li, I have been meaning to ask you a question. As a mutant beast yourself, what is your perspective on humans hunting mutant beasts? Those capable of transforming into human form due to their formidable innate talents, rendering them scarce. Essentially, I have transcended the identity of a mutant beast and belong to the realm of hybrid beings. This world is inherently cruel, governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. Su Li has reached his current standing, devoid of want for sustenance or warmth, through his own relentless efforts. Furthermore, the strong endure while the weak perish. A natural law. The instinct for survival, whether human or mutant beast, necessitates opportunities for growth. The food chain operates in cycles. The heavens endow us with great abilities, yet simultaneously diminish our reproductive prospects that we too face formidable mutant beasts, ensuring the survival of other life forms. The rapid reproduction of mutant beasts could lead to catastrophic overpopulation, and that encapsulates my viewpoint. Why do you inquire so suddenly? Cough. As you know, I have only been at the base for a month and remain somewhat uninformed about these matters. Ruan Mingjin's gaze flickered. She only understood that during the early apocalypse, mutant beasts could be tamed as companions, never having encountered one that could transform into a human. She was entirely unaware that upon achieving human form due to their innate gifts, they transitioned into hybrid beings, no longer classified as mutant beasts. There was no need for explanation. Su Li likely surmised that Ruan indeed lacked understanding of the distinction between hybrid beings and mutant beasts. Perhaps she feared that her excessive hunting of mutant beasts might sow discord between them. Contemplating this, a warm smile graced his lips. Ruan, I do not mind. Even if I were not a hybrid being, I would still need to hunt other mutant beasts for sustenance and strength. Conflicts may arise between different races, so truly, I harbor no grievances. You express yourself eloquently. I understand. Now, let us return to the camp. Realizing that her thoughts had been discerned, Ruan Mingjin felt her cheeks flush slightly. She exhaled softly, bashfully averting her gaze, and nodded before leading the way forward, that in truth, she should have anticipated these reflections through a shift in perspective. It was foolish to be entangled in concerns about his potential resentment. This newfound awareness of Su Li undoubtedly indicated her growing affection for him, leading her to seek his thoughts. It was surprising that despite having lived 2 lifetimes, she felt less perceptive than a young man in his 20s, revealing the limitations of her worldview. To grasp insights, typically associated with the wisdom of the elderly at such a young age, instilled a sense of reliability. Perhaps there was no need for hesitation about being with Su L. Yuli gazed intently at Ruan Mingjin's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he quickened his pace to catch up. Upon returning to the camp, Huang Pu Jiani, who had been squatting all day, darted in front of them. Promptly shoving Su Li aside, he clapped his hands, and in the next moment, 2 researchers approached, bearing a substantial object concealed beneath a black cloth, vaguely suggestive of a humanoid form. Although Su Li was quite displeased with Huang Pu Jiani's actions, he sensed that there must be something significant to convey and, with a furrowed brow, chose to suppress his irritation and moved to stand beside Ruan Mingjin. Ruan Mingjin discerned that Huang Pu Jiani was approaching her and could not help but express her confusion. Dr. Huang Pu, what is this about? Well, I have known Xiao Fu for many years, and his invitation for you to join the team is indeed a cause for celebration. After all, 7th-tier healing ability users are exceedingly rare, and you are a 6th-tier wind ability user. Truly remarkable. With your addition, your team could complete another mission and be promoted to SS rank. Huang Pu Jiani adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a fleeting hint of discomfort crossing his eyes, but he had lived long enough to mask it well, ensuring no one discerned anything amiss. He paused before continuing. Previously, that girl Xiao was discussing presenting you with snow glutinous rice as a greeting gift. As I consider myself somewhat of a senior, and having watched Xiao Fu grow up, I have prepared a gift for you to congratulate you. That I should have given it to you 3 days ago during our first meeting. But there were too many matters at hand, and I had not rested well. also needing to study the soil, which caused a slight delay. Now that you have returned, I have arranged for it to be brought to you. Take a look and see if you like it." With that, he grasped the corner of the long cloth and pulled it down, revealing the true nature of the concealed object, that it was indeed a person. Or more accurately, an entity that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. His features were strikingly chiseled, with deep-set eyes, eyebrows that arched like swords, and a head of short, silky hair that danced gently in the breeze. His muscular physique exuded strength, with arms sculpted to perfection, each contour devoid of excess flesh, radiating power. His bronze skin was sun-kissed and healthy. For reasons unknown, despite his eyes being tightly closed, Ruan Mingjin had an instinctive feeling that, were he to open them, they would resemble stars in the night sky. She pointed incredulously at the humanoid and then at herself. "Is this for me? Is it a robot? Indeed, it is a gift for you." To be precise, it is a half-human, half-robot entity, abbreviated as TNT, which I have recently developed as a significant project that, if successful, it would achieve the remarkable feat of creating a synthetic human. Unfortunately, it always lacks something essential. The experiments were forced to cease, and further research will not continue. For now, it can only be considered a half-living entity, which is why I am gifting it to you. As Huang Pujini spoke. He seemed to recall something, not wishing to elaborate further. Ruan Mingjin had long been aware of Huang Pujini's research endeavors, rumored to be pivotal for humanity's rapid advancement. She did not anticipate such a hasty conclusion. Observing the person beside her gazing intently at the entity, eyes sparkling momentarily, Su Li felt a twinge of discomfort. He grasped Ruan Mingjin's hand, squeezing it gently, his voice tinged with jealousy. Ruan Mingjin paused, quickly realizing the situation, and could not help but laugh. "You're really jealous of a robot, aren't you?" Seeing that Su Li was on the verge of becoming indignant, she quickly stifled her laughter, patting the back of his hand in a gesture of reassurance. Chapter 53. Call me brother. However, while Ruan Mingjin may not have seen pigs climbing trees, she had certainly witnessed pigs running. So she understood the true value of a half-living entity. Moreover, Huang Pujini could not represent Fu Qinming. "Thank you, Dr. Huang Pu. I appreciate your sentiment, but this is far too precious for me to accept. Indeed, this is an item that your research institute has dedicated 2 years to developing. It cannot be given away. Please take it back." At that moment, a deep voice interrupted, and Fu Qinming emerged against the light, followed by a group of people. Upon seeing Huang Pujini, they approached to greet him, casting curious glances at the entity before dispersing. The recent hunts had yielded an abundance of mutant beasts, resulting in an earlier-than-usual return. "This is my personal donation for research. I can gift it to whomever I choose. You have no authority to dictate otherwise." Huang Pujini had not anticipated Fu Qinming's early return, and upon hearing the latter's somewhat frosty tone, his expression darkened instantly, letting out a soft huff. Who was he doing this for? It was truly disheartening to be misunderstood. Without the act of giving gifts to cultivate relationships, would people truly keep him in their hearts? Sensing the change in atmosphere, Ruan Mingjin hurriedly interjected, "Dr. Huang Pu, truly, you need not. The entity is the culmination of your diligent research. Even if it is merely a half-living being, it is already an extraordinary marvel. I cannot and will not accept it. Do not bother with pleasantries. Do not heed that rascal Xiao Fu. This project has been terminated, and there is no possibility of revival. That IT is of no use to me. So it is yours to keep. Once given, I shall not reclaim it." Huang Pujini crossed his arms, slightly raising his chin, casting a sidelong glance at the two, as if to say they should sort it out themselves. Previously, Huang Pujini had regarded the entity as more vital than life itself. Even Fu Qinming had only seen its true form for the first time today, that a half-living entity with an appearance and physique nearly perfect. Embodying the golden ratio, the thought of it being by Ruan Mingjin's side daily made Su Li feel somewhat displeased. Yet Huang Pujini was not one to waver once he made a decision. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Why choose this particular gift? Even the Shenzhou base had failed to produce a half-living entity. There was only this one in all of Huaxia. Did he truly wish to part with it? What is there to hold back? I am a grown man, busy as I may be, but I can manage everything, and my home is regularly cleaned. Having it would serve no purpose. It is better to extend a favor. Ruan Mingjin certainly has need of it. Huang Pujini shot Fu Qinming a glance that he could see that Ruan Mingjin harbored no romantic feelings toward Xiao Fut, merely 20 years old, being a 7th-tier healing ability user with dual abilities. She was destined to reach great heights. At that point, suitors would be abundant, that if the relationship was not nurtured now, by the time Fu Qinming sought to pursue her, it would likely be too late. Did he truly believe that there was no one comparable from the Shenzhou base? Moreover, one must take risks to gain rewards. Only by presenting the half-living entity could he hope to secure a position in her life later on. If he did not regard Fu Qinming as a son, he would not be so painstakingly invested in this matter. With an opportunity, he would have taken the initiative himself. Ruan Mingjin observed the two as they began to argue over this matter. Her lips twitching slightly. My living quarters are rather small. I do not have an extra room for it, and I can manage cleaning and all that myself, that I truly do not require a robot. Alas, this is a semi-sentient being, endowed with independent thought. Should you find yourself in a state of ennui, you may converse with it. Any queries you have can be directed its way, for its mind is linked to the star network, and it possesses knowledge beyond measure. It is undoubtedly an invaluable companion for the household. Consider it merely a tool for idle chatter to alleviate boredom. Fearing rejection, Huang Pujini produced a spherical object reminiscent of a crystal core from the spatial nexus and thrust it directly into Ruan Mingjin's hands. The item felt cool to the touch, and without a second thought, Ruan Mingjin returned it to him. To her surprise, he evaded her gesture like a mischievous child. To Dr. Huangpu, the value of celestial bodies is incalculable. I truly cannot accept this. Please take it back. Little Ruan, do not be so formal with me. It is a gift, so it belongs to you. Who knows, perhaps in the future, when you and Lil Fu are together, we shall be considered family, and family does not speak as strangers. Besides, this is merely a token of my goodwill. If possible, you may call me brother like Little Fu from now on. Huang Pujini waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air that brooked no refusal, his eyes glimmering with intent. But Su Li felt a surge of anger. Such audacity to encroach upon his territory. They had yet to formally unite, yet the position of first husband was already in jeopardy. He longed to snatch the sphere back and return it to Huang Pujini, but he refrained as a man. He could not afford to appear petty. Displaying jealousy before they were even together would surely drive Ruan away. Yet the more he pondered, the more despondent he became. That on one hand, he did not want Ruan to accept the celestial body, for after all, it was a semi-sentient being, a male. On the other hand, he feared being rejected. Ultimately, his body acted before his mind, and he reached out to grasp the corner of Ruan Mingjin's garment, his almond-shaped eyes brimming with unshed tears. Ruan Mingjin met his gaze. Feeling overwhelmed, this man was once again consumed by jealousy. This was merely the beginning. Yet from Su Li's reaction, one could easily envision the chaos that would ensue should she marry 9 husbands. The thought was nearly unthinkable, akin to a grand battle. However, with someone watching closely, and her own heart already swayed, there was little recourse but to indulge him. In an instant, her gentle aura transformed into something fierce. Her expression unchanged, yet her eyes radiated an overwhelming pressure. Dr. Huangpu, we are neither kin nor acquaintances. You cannot simply entrust this semi-sentient being to me. As for your mention of my future with the captain, who can predict how things will unfold? Therefore, please take back this crystalline object. Her words, a fleeting glimmer of hurt flickered in Fu Qinming's eyes, barely perceptible even to himself. He was acutely aware that his feelings remained unformed. Yet hearing Ruan Mingjin utter such words left him feeling hollow. The very atmosphere shifted, and Huang Pujini recognized that this woman had been concealing her true strength. Gazing into Ruan Mingjin's resolute eyes, he understood that she would not be swayed by others, that a spark of intrigue ignited within him. A person with such an aura must have undergone trials of life and death, strong, steadfast, and possessing a commendable character, capable of handling matters with decisiveness and calmness, yet deeply emotional. Once she let someone into her heart, it would be a lifelong commitment, a veritable perfect partner. That he could not help but marvel at the fortune of Su Li and Little Fu, who could so easily stumble upon such a treasure. With a soft sigh, he remarked, Little Ruan, I previously mentioned that with your addition, your team would easily ascend to SS rank after another mission. However, this matter is of great significance. Should we successfully navigate it, your team could directly elevate to SSS rank. Chapter 54. Infectious entities. What does that imply? sensing the gravity in Huangpu Jinni's tone. Ruan Mingjin was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition, reminiscent of the feeling she had while perched on the mountainside. Could the soil pose a significant danger? As anticipated, Huangpu Jinni's subsequent words confirmed her suspicions. He paced thoughtfully before stating, "After several days of research and observation, I have discovered that the soil harbors a particularly aggressive virus. According to the research data, the primary mode of transmission is through bites. As soon as blood is drawn and the wound is contaminated with saliva, infection occurs instantly. This virus is a close relative of the ancient zombie New York virus, exhibiting two mutation pathways. Most will transform into the same monstrous entity, while a minority may develop into zombies. Only healing-type ability users and those naturally endowed with antibodies can achieve immunity. The soil that Little Fu brought back contained the saliva of that mysterious organism. My analysis indicates that this creature, unlike zombies, possesses intelligence and utilizes saliva to mark its territory. Furthermore, its saliva contains an exceptionally potent dark energy ability that, if my assumptions are correct, all infected individuals will possess dark energy abilities and are exceedingly formidable. Why do your words bear such a striking resemblance to the recorded history of the infectious entity XYG-237, created by the Dark Energy Biological Research Institute 297 years ago?" As he listened further, Fu Qinming felt his heart sink, his brow furrowing deeply. Huangpu Jinni nodded solemnly, stating, "It is not merely a resemblance. Research reports indicate that the viral effects of the saliva found in the soil are identical to those of the infectious entity XYG-237. The history taught in your class has been abridged, providing only a brief overview. Only by pursuing further studies and obtaining a bachelor's degree will you gain access to detailed records regarding this matter, as it will be utilized as a textbook." Infectious entity XYG-237, Ruan Mingjin murmured. The name foreign, yet a vivid image surged in her mind. A dilapidated base city, shrouded in darkness, emanating a foreboding aura even in daylight. In the 4th year following the apocalypse, an accident at a secret research facility led to the annihilation of the entire base. Other bases dispatched personnel wearing gas masks to uncover the truth. Yet none returned. Ultimately, no one dared to enter again. Once, during a daytime mission, she had passed that location, the land entirely blackened, even the city walls seemingly tainted by some malevolent force, exuding an overwhelming dark energy. It was rumored that as night fell, the city would echo with the roars of wild beasts, which would mimic various sounds to lure nearby creatures, and anyone, human or mutated beast, who entered would never emerge again. All mutated beasts residing near that area had migrated. If this truly correlates with events from 297 years ago, it aligns perfectly with the timeline of that base's destruction, before the apocalypse. Animals were acutely attuned to danger, and mutated beasts were no different. This was the primary catalyst for the uprising of mutated beasts. Fu Qinming assumed she was unfamiliar with these matters, having come from the depths of the mountains, and thus patiently explained, the infectious entity XYG-237 is, in essence, a viral entity akin to zombies. The sole distinction is that the former was created through research at the Dark Energy Biological Research Institute, resembling a living zombie, yet they retain their intelligence, unlike the soulless zombies that wander aimlessly. The Dark Energy Biological Research Institute suffered a catastrophic incident 297 years ago, resulting in the demise of all researchers, and ultimately led to the base's downfall at the hands of the infectious entity XYG-237, transforming it into a dead city. It was only 200 years ago that the infectious entity XYG-237 emerged from the dead city, leading to a decade-long war against IT. It was during the first year of this conflict that our ancestors named this being the infectious entity XYG-237, that, however, prior to that, it was referred to as the source of the undead. According to historical records, healing-type ability users can perceive the dark energy emanating from viral carriers. Today, I meticulously examined the surrounding terrain, and by comparing it with maps, it is highly probable that Jibei Mountain and its vicinity correspond to the location of the original dead city. Huangpu Jinni's mind flickered, accessing stored maps in his holographic database, alongside a geographical analysis report from over 200 years ago regarding the dead city and its geographical location. The data confirmed the geographical accuracy. Aside from the addition of Jibei Mountain and several connected Lian-do mountain ranges, the rest of the area had remained relatively unchanged, which is remarkable considering the monumental transformations Earth has undergone over the past 300 years. Ruan Mingjin stared in astonishment, a wave of familiarity washing over her. The images of the dead city appeared lifeless, engulfed in a palpable darkness, resembling a monstrous abyss, echoing the memories of the dead city from her past life. Even though she had been reborn, she had only existed for a year in that previous life, and some things remained unchanged. Thus, she pondered, did Xiang Shui truly still live? Was the elder Xiang from the Shenzhou base indeed the same person she once knew? Su Li, sensing her emotional shift, gently grasped her hand, lowering his voice in concern. What troubles you? Nothing. Ruan Mingjin shook her head, forcing a smile to mask her true feelings, bringing her thoughts back to the present. Fu Chiming also noticed that little Ruan seemed somewhat off, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. That he scrutinized her closely and softly remarked, "This mission is proving to be more challenging than anticipated." There have been instances of individuals attempting to replicate the research conducted at the Dark Energy Biological Research Institute regarding infectious entities, and some even ventured to the vicinity of Jibei Mountain for research. Yet all have been eradicated. Given the current circumstances, the emergence of the infectious entity XYG-237 is intrinsically linked to the appearance of the black soil, that if it is not of human origin, then it is likely that this infectious entity has existed for over 2 centuries, remaining undiscovered all these years. Perhaps it has been concealed beneath the Jibei Mountain, only recently surfacing, and it is quite possible that it has undergone self-evolution during this time. The soil in question can only yield the information I previously mentioned, as it pertains to a life form that has vanished from existence for more than 200 years. To advance my research, I must capture one of these infectious entities. Thus, I intend to accompany you to the mountainside to investigate further. After conveying this, Huangpu Jinni sent a message to the base commander and the deputy director of the Special District Research Institute, urging them to promptly identify individuals with antibodies based on their data. Only through their collaboration can we hope to expedite the development of the infectious entity serum. Chapter 55. From now on, you shall bear this name having completed these tasks. Huangpu Jinni approached Ruan Mingjin and solemnly placed the sphere into her hands. The infectious entity is perilous, and the virus is particularly aggressive. In the absence of a serum, the only immediate recourse is to have a high-level healing ability user-administered treatment to avert the risk of becoming an infectious entity. Your role in this is pivotal. Should the mission proceed successfully, you will be one of the key contributors. The half-life form is a gift to you, and in return, the lives of us all now rest in your hands. Little Ruan, the situation is indeed as dire as it appears. That a formidable battle looms ahead, and you will find yourself busy and fatigued. This is merely a token of my brotherly intent. Please accept it. The intelligence of the infectious entity XYG-237 is on par with that of humans. Once it perceives that humans pose a threat, it will swiftly seek opportunities to eliminate healing ability users, placing Ruan Mingjin in a perilous situation. Knowing the gravity of this incident, Fu Qinming ceased to dissuade Huangpu Jinni. Although he had never encountered a celestial body, he had heard Huangpu Jinni speak of them. Even if it does not ultimately evolve into a complete life form, the power of a celestial body is formidable. Even as a semi-life form, once it recognizes its master, its strength is guaranteed to be at least 7th tier or higher. Moreover, the celestial body belongs to Huangpu Jinni, not a communal asset. She can bestow it upon whomever she pleases. His role was merely to advise as a friend, without authority to impede her decisions. The war that lasted a decade, 290 years ago, concluded with the survival of a few, yet the victors suffered immense losses at that time. Healing ability users were already scarce and were nearly driven to extinction by betrayal from the infectious entities. Aside from the newly joined Ruan Mingjin, there exists only one high-level healing ability user within the entire continent's base, and given that over 200 years have elapsed, it is highly probable that the infectious entities have undergone positional changes. With the enemy lurking in the shadows while we remain visible, tackling this challenge is no small feat. Eradicating the menace of the infectious entities and accomplishing this mission is undoubtedly a Herculean task. Having an additional ally by Little Ruan's side equates to an increased measure of safety. Huangpu Jinni pondered for a moment, sighing with a hint of regret in her eyes. Had we access to all the research reports from the Dark Energy Biological Research Institute prior to its destruction? Perhaps our predecessors would have long since developed a serum for the infectious entities. Regrettably, the Institute was obliterated by the infectious entities during the incident. Now, while the situation has not yet reached an irretrievable state, there is still time to study the serum. Given the gravity of the matter, if Ruan Mingjin were to refuse again, it would be tantamount to ingratitude. After all, the infectious entities are exceedingly troublesome. Without a serum, healing ability users present the greatest obstacle to their path. From Fu Qiming's response, it was evident that the celestial body is likely more than just a semi-life form developed by Huangpu Jini. It may very well possess formidable strength alongside its characteristics. Seeing that she had finally accepted it, Huangpu Jini felt a sense of relief and proceeded to instruct her on how to recognize its master. Ruan Mingjin followed suit, dripping her blood onto the sphere, which Huangpu Jini then placed inside the chest compartment of the celestial body. Upon lifting its garment, that a soft metallic sound resonated from the celestial body's chest as it opened its eyes, revealing orbs of black tinged with purple. Though dim, they bore a resemblance to the twinkling stars in the night sky. It fixed its gaze upon Ruan Mingjin, pausing for a moment before speaking in a gentle, mechanical tone. "Greetings, Ruan Mingjin, who is destined to become my master. I kindly ask you to establish a mental connection with me." Ahem. What he means is akin to recognizing the spatial link to his identity. This serves as a double assurance, ensuring that even if the semi-life form develops its own consciousness in the future, it will never betray its master. Only through this connection can it be granted the capacity for independent thought, thus achieving the opportunity to activate its soul level. Huangpu Jini elucidated that Su Li frowned, observing the celestial body for a moment. Although he had grown less resistant to Huangpu Jini, gifting it to Ruan, he felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the celestial body gazing softly with its handsome visage. Upon hearing this, Ruan Mingjin was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that by establishing this mental connection, it will possess its own soul? In other words, much like you and I, both being complete life forms, endowed with souls that confer wisdom?" Huangpu Jini hesitated briefly before responding. "Rest assured, the celestial body is a semi-life form. Even if it acquires its own soul, it will remain incomplete. You need not worry too much. It will still function like a normal human. Dada, I see that I am not concerned, merely surprised at Dr. Huangpu. You truly are remarkable, achieving what even our predecessors could not." Ruan Mingjin regained her composure, a radiant smile gracing her features as she generously offered her praise. She then proceeded to establish a conscious connection with the celestial body. Upon successfully forming the mental link, Huangpu Jini reminded her, "Now, you must bestow a name upon it, preferably a human name." The celestial body, as if awakening from a long slumber, gradually became aware, the surrounding darkness swiftly replaced by a brilliant white light, culminating in the current scene before them. Before them stood a figure with bright eyes and white teeth, skin as pure as snow, resembling white jade, tall and graceful, with an alluring physique. Its eyes sparkled like water, lips naturally tinted red, and brows unpainted yet verdant. Its complexion radiated vitality, as if captivating enough to transcend time, striking directly at one's heart. Upon regaining his senses, he smiled gently, his demeanor softening. "That I humbly request a name from you. Ruan. When Rusi, I have named you thus. Your elegant and gentle nature left a profound first impression on me. From this day forth, this shall be your name." Having scrutinized Wen Rusi closely, she noted the change in his gaze, which indeed reflected her thoughts, eyes reminiscent of the stars. Despite Wen Rusi's towering stature, robust musculature, and a healthy bronze complexion that might suggest an intimidating presence, his features were strikingly handsome, his physique proportioned to perfection. Unlike overly muscular men who appeared disproportionate, upon establishing the connection, the man's eyes visibly brightened, transitioning from an emotionless, primal state to one imbued with warmth, his entire aura transforming into one of gentleness. Upon hearing Wen Rusi's address, Su Li instantly resembled a cat whose fur had been ruffled, glaring fiercely at him. "She is your master. You ought to refer to her as such. You should understand your place. You are not Ruan's husband and certainly should not address her so intimately. I belong to Ruan, that we share a mental connection, an intimate relationship, thus I may address her as I wish." Wen Rusi replied, his gaze shifting to Su Li, his expression slightly frosty. As for you, I have searched the Star Network and discovered that Ruan is currently unmarried. According to your reasoning, it is you who should refrain from addressing her in such a manner. Chapter 56. Chung Fong and others encounter danger. Were it not for my knowledge that this is a semi-life form, I would have truly believed it to be a complete human. It can articulate quite fluently. You know? Ruan Mingjin took a few steps back, standing beside Huang Pujiani as she whispered. Huang Pujiani coughed lightly. The celestial body is not a complete life form. Its intellect will develop based on its master's mind. It appears you are quite astute, and since the celestial body can think independently, it functions akin to a large computer. Engaging in verbal sparring with it will be futile. Moreover, since the celestial body has been bestowed upon you, shouldn't you refer to me as brother now? Ahem. When activating Wenrusi, Ruan Mingjin discerned his 8th tier power level. Huang Pujiani's sudden remark nearly caused her to choke on her own saliva, but given that she had accepted a gift, a mere title would not cost her life. Summoning her courage, she softly called out, "Brother Da." It was as if Huang Pujiani had witnessed a sister-in-law greeting him. He responded enthusiastically, his eyes crinkling in delight. Resembling a wily old fox, Fu Qinming narrowed his eyes, perceiving Wenrusi as akin to a real person, his every action seemingly proper, yet imbued with human emotions, compared to a mere semi-robot. He appeared more like a genuine human being. Yuli found himself at a loss for words, primarily because he and Ruan Mingjin had yet to formally unite. Without Ruan's affirmation, he lacked the confidence to challenge this situation. Yet he was unwilling to swallow his pride, his round pupils bristling with indignation as he glared at Wenrusi at that moment. Yu Kailai approached with a squad leader from the 7th Army of the Sandan base. "Boss, the leader of one of the 7th Army's squads, Qin Shi, wishes to speak with you. Qin Shi, what is it? If convenient, please share your matter here." Fu Qinming nodded thoughtfully, pulling his mind back to the present. His gaze landing flatly on Qin Shi. Concern was etched across Qin Shi's face. Since it was no secret, he did not hesitate to ask directly, "Captain Fu, a few days ago, our major was with you at Jaibishan. At that time, you were separated by a horde of mutated beasts, and we were able to contact the major through the Mana chip, providing daily reports on the situation. However, today we have not received a single response from the major. The video call signal is poor, and he is not answering. I am worried something might have happened, so I came to ask if you have been in touch with him. No, but he is with Chung Fong. Let me see if I can get in touch with him." Fu Qinming replied, furrowing his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He activated his holographic terminal and searched for Chung Fong's contact information. Discovering a message from 2 minutes ago that read, "Boss, save me," along with a location tag, that he enlarged the location for a closer look, then turned to scan the northeastern direction of Jaibishan. His expression grave. 2 minutes ago, Chung Fong had sent me a distress message, along with a location. They are likely in danger. Captain Fu, what should we do? Where should we start looking? I will immediately return and gather everyone. Just give the orders, Qin Shi exclaimed, his mind in turmoil. Luo Howard treated his subordinates exceptionally well, and they all hoped for each other's safety. First, you go back and gather everyone you could. I will organize my team here, and I will call for you when we are ready, Fu Qinming instructed Qin Shi. After they exchanged glances with Ruan Mingjin, their eyes lingering on Wenrusi for half a second, he hurriedly left with Yu Kinlai. I suspect Chung Fong and the others encountered the infected entity XYG-237 ahead of schedule. The situation is urgent. There is no time to eat. I need to retrieve some important items from my tent. He continued, initially planning to set out the next morning, but now faced with an emergency. Huang Pujiani waved at Ruan Mingjin, and Wenrusi, turning towards his portable tent, that if you two have nothing to prepare, hurry and eat something. It seems we may not have another chance to eat tonight. Right? Wenrusi is at least half a life form. He can eat 2 if possible. Give him something? Understood. Ruan Mingjin turned to Wenrusi, asking, "Do you want something to eat? If time is tight, I can manage without it for now. My power levels are full, and I can sustain myself." Wenrusi replied with a gentle smile, "Isn't that going to deplete your energy?" Ruan, do not worry. As a half-life form, I require very little energy. Additionally, I have ample resources and can supplement my energy through crystal cores. My battery, when fully charged, lasts about a month under normal use. Then it's fine if you don't eat. Ruan, we need to gather soon. Let us go eat. Su Li interjected, feeling overlooked, as he took Ruan Mingjin's hand and led her toward the portable tent. This sudden action caught Ruan Mingjin off guard. She noticed his strength was quite overwhelming. Resigning herself to the situation, she asked, "What do you want to eat? Fruits and compressed biscuits, or bread would be fine." At this time, eating the prepared box meals is still acceptable, that I should have asked the restaurant owner to pack more food. He lamented, recalling that they had been eating box meals for convenience over the past few days. And the packed meals from earlier that day had already been consumed, and as they discussed their meal options, when Rusi, who had been quietly following them, felt a twinge of disappointment, although he said it was not late. Ruan Mingjin ultimately shared 2 thin pancakes with him, grateful that the time within the spatial pocket was paused, allowing the food to remain fresh for several days. Biting into a pancake, a rich aroma of wheat filled his palate, delighting him. Ruan, although this pancake is not made of meat, it is delicious. I have scoured the entire star network but have never encountered such food. Did you make it yourself? Yes, I'm glad you like it. Ruan Mingjin replied, playfully nodding her chin. Just as she was smiling, Suli thrust a piece of pancake into her mouth, and upon meeting his playful, evasive gaze, she could only sigh silently, laughing helplessly in her heart. Half an hour later, Fu Qiming had gathered everyone in the camp, including the group that had just returned from hunting mutated beasts. With a clear direction, they swiftly devised a strategy to address the situation. Once the threat was neutralized, they could then focus on eliminating the mutated beasts, leaving a portion of the recently returned personnel at the camp. Fu Qinming led the remaining members to the 7th Army of the Sandan base. Where Qin Chi and the others were already prepared, the Fu Qinming's sharp gaze swept across the gathered individuals. Our teammates and your major are in danger. Every minute we delay increases their peril. Chapter 57. A wife must protect herself. We must hurry to rescue them. Fu Qinming stated gravely, a hint of weight in his tone. After a pause, he continued, to be forthright, a few days ago, I brought back some soil from halfway up Jaibishan. Our base's Special Research Institute director has indicated that this area is home to the XYG-237 infected entity, which was eradicated 280 years ago. Upon receiving this information, I immediately dispatched a request for aid to the base, and I believe help will arrive by morning. Infected entities. The mention of XYG-237 struck fear into the hearts of those present. They knew of its terrifying reputation, described as grotesque, with each individual possessing formidable strength and intelligence comparable to that of humans. Captain Fu, do you have any strategies? How shall we confront the infected entity? What if someone is bitten? How should they be treated? Panic ensued among the crowd as they discussed the implications of the infected entity. Everyone, please remain calm. I and my team, we have a high-tier healing ability user. Anyone bitten can be treated promptly to prevent infection. Fu Qinming reassured them, we outnumber them. So do not worry. Mid-tier healing ability users can also provide effective support until the high-tier healing ability user can heal them. Fu Qinming turned his gaze towards Ruan Mingjin, who nodded in understanding. Clearing his throat, he introduced her to the group. This is my team's high-tier healing ability user, named Ruan Mingjin. She is the only high-tier healer among us. When we head up the mountain to rescue, please prioritize her protection to not overact. The infected entities are quite cunning, so do not make your intentions too obvious. We understand. Upon hearing the presence of a high-tier healing ability user, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they regarded Ruan Mingjin, many of them showing signs of admiration and surprise. Women were a rarity in such teams, typically only appearing in S-rank teams, as the risks of going outside were significant, leading most to seek work within the base. Moreover, Ruan Mingjin was not only a high-tier healing ability user, but appeared quite youthful, clearly just having turned 20. The onlookers' gazes grew increasingly fervent when Rusi, standing behind Ruan Mingjin, noticed the attention directed at her and frowned slightly, preparing to intervene when he saw Su Li step forward, blocking the gazes of the crowd. Fu Qinming surveyed the assembly, noting their focus on Ruan Mingjin, feeling a twinge of displeasure as the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. Seeing Su Li step in front of Ruan Mingjin calmed his rising emotions. To expedite our search, we will take the most direct route up the mountain and then cross through the horde of mutated beasts with the help of Earth-type ability users. This way, we can reach the halfway point without detours. Since we are all here, it indicates that everyone is prepared, so let us set off now. The mission was ostensibly a joint effort with the Zhodian base's ability user team to hunt down mutated beasts. while in reality, it was the Sandan base team assisting the Zhou base users. Leading the way was the Shaoying team, followed by the Qi team led by Feng Qin. Then the Tian team led by Qin Tian, with the 7th Army of Sandan base trailing behind, and finally, the Yiming team led by Lu Qing and Meng Qingcheng. The freeform team had not returned to the camp in several days. Fu Qinming instructed Feng Xiaowei and his team to lead the way while he walked among the group, turning to Huang Pu Jini beside him. Brother, not to mention the old fossils at the Research Institute. You are the only one with a realistic chance of developing a serum for the infected entity. Your safety is paramount. You should not accompany us this time, now that we're here. ISNT a bit late to say that. Huang Pu Jini shot him a sidelong glance, knowing Fu Qinming's intentions all too well. You only mentioned this after we've started up the mountain. You need something from me. Besides, when have you been able to stop me from going where I want? Don't worry, I know my limits and won't put myself in danger. I am not weaker than you. You must swiftly come to terms with your emotional dilemmas and endeavor to win her heart before it is too late. That way, both I and Andy, along with Xiao Xiao, can revel in our shared joy. What are you saying? I genuinely wish for you to protect Xiao Ruan, but I harbor no ulterior motives. The Fu Qinming feels as though Huang Pu Jini has seen right through him, although he claims otherwise. His expression has betrayed him. Huang Pu Jini cannot help but sigh, resigning herself to the notion that perhaps in a past life she owed him this favor, having imparted knowledge to him in their youth. She now finds herself tasked with overseeing his future wife. She feels as though she is becoming half of his caretaker. Brother, lower your voice. I've told you repeatedly that I have no romantic feelings for Xiao Ruan. With someone raising their voice, Fu Qinming quickly turns to glance back, relieved to see that Ruan Mingjin is entangled in conversation with Su Li, trailing at the back of the group. Oh, how amusing. The little one I've watched grow dares to raise their voice at me. Very well, it is indeed futile to attempt to awaken one who feigns slumber. Here they come again. Huang Pu Jini finds herself perplexed by Fu Qinming's thoughts for the first time. Is it truly so difficult to admit one's feelings? Denying them incessantly does not constitute bravery. After all, many eyes are fixed upon Xiao Ruan, and it is clear he is not oblivious to their gazes. He feigns a sorrowful demeanor, his back slightly hunched, hands clasped behind him as he strides forward, shaking his head repeatedly, his tone laced with disappointment. Xiao Fu, your wife must learn to protect herself. Relying on others to look after her is futile. Please refrain from bothering me unnecessarily. The surrounding crowd is drawn to the commotion between the two, casting curious glances. That Fu Qinming's expression darkens, and he takes a deep breath before striding after Huang Pu Jini. He is aware that she is deliberately provoking him, and he is determined to fulfill his promises. That it is not that he does not wish to protect Ruan Mingjin. Rather, he fears he may overlook something crucial. With hundreds of individuals ascending the mountain, mid-level and high-level ability users congregate, their formidable presence intimidating enough to deter the mutated beasts from straying too close. That in a bid for survival, the beasts are forced to huddle together. Fleeing along the main road due west, many smaller and weaker creatures, unable to keep pace, are trampled by those behind them, meeting a tragic end. Chapter 58. The end of the black soil ability, users possess physical capabilities tenfold that of ordinary individuals, allowing them to scale the mountain with relative ease. Urged by the desire to locate and rescue their comrades, the throng moves at a rapid pace, reaching halfway up the mountain in less than an hour and a half. A journey that would typically take 2 hours. Despite the passage of several days, the swarm of mutated beasts continues unabated, a testament to the vastness of the Lian Do mountain range, which harbors numerous creatures. If left unchecked, they may very well give rise to a terrifying tide of beasts that as dusk descends. The Earth-type ability users, in conjunction with Wood and Metal ability users, construct a lengthy bridge that SULI produces an energy handle and presents it to Ruan Mingjin. Ruan, although I have prepared numerous weapons within your spatial nexus, this energy sword is of a higher caliber. It would be perilous once we reach the mountainside. Please take this for your protection. No need for that. You have already provided me with more than 2 weapons on this journey. I cannot accept any more from you. Moreover, this energy sword appears quite advanced, if you give it to me. What will you use for yourself? Ruan Mingjin pushes his hand away, acknowledging that she cannot utilize all the weapons. Besides, her wind abilities surpass his by 1 tier, and with Wenrusi's protection, she is confident that no infected being can harm her. As for you, your mental energy will inevitably deplete, but if you bestow all the formidable weapons upon me, how will you safeguard yourself? And should you meet an unfortunate end, who will I turn to for a husband? Ruan, are you implying that I have passed your test? Do you wish to be with me? As a woman, Ruan Mungjin is certainly not lacking in suitors. Should one fall away, another would surely arise. Yet Su Li is taken aback by her words, which feel akin to a confession. His ears flush with excitement, and he instinctively slows his breathing, tension causing him to clench his left hand repeatedly. Even as twilight has not fully enveloped the sky, the man before her wears a look of pure delight, his eyes sparkling with joy, as if he were a child who has just been gifted a sweet treat. The fact that another can influence his emotions so profoundly indicates the sincerity of his feelings, causing Ruan Mungjin's heart to race. With a slight blush, she replies softly, "Not yet. I must observe your continued efforts." "Very well, Ruan, that I shall ensure my safety." Feeling cherished by his beloved, Su Li beams with happiness, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stows the energy handle away, casting a challenging glance at Wenrusi behind Ruan Mungjin. Wenrusi's lips pressed together, his expression unchanging, his gaze steady and unwavering as he stares ahead, that in no time. Through the collective efforts of the group, a 3-meter-wide bridge is constructed above the main road. Reaching the opposite side, everyone boards the bridge in an orderly fashion, their steps light. Within mere minutes, hundreds of individuals safely arrive on the other side. Had the bridge not been destroyed by the mutated beasts, they could have returned the same way. After crossing the bridge, no one pauses, continuing onward toward the flat terrain halfway up the mountain. As time ticks away, the path narrows, presenting some difficulty, and it takes half an hour to reach the flat ground. Ahead, less than 100 meters away, lies the realm of black soil. Silence envelopes the surroundings, broken only by the sounds of labored breathing and footsteps, creating an eerie atmosphere that Fu Qinming feels a chill run down his spine. Sensing an unseen presence watching them from the darkness, Su Li detects something amiss and promptly unleashes his mental abilities as he scans various locations. He wonders if it is merely a figment of his imagination when he seems to catch sight of a dark object moving. Upon closer inspection, he is startled to meet the gaze of icy blue, indifferent eyes, and his heart races with alarm. An unidentified creature lurks nearby. Everyone, do not crowd too closely. Maintain vigilance. Fu Qinming warns, his expression tense. A white-blue aura flickers in Wenrusi's eyes as he surveys the surroundings. Aside from their group, no other heat sources are detected, indicating that the hidden creatures can evade thermal detection, only revealing themselves to mental ability users. His brow furrows deeply as he draws Ruan Mungjin behind him for protection. Huangpu Jinni trails a few steps behind, keeping a distance from the three, that the surroundings remain eerily quiet, the lurking creatures opting not to attack. Leaving only the echo of footsteps reverberating through the forest that end the stillness. Faint sounds of a stampede from the mutated beasts can be heard coming from the west. When Su Li once again sweeps his mental energy over the area where he previously detected the creatures, he discovers they have already repositioned themselves in anticipation of their exposure. His countenance darkens. "Captain, they have changed their location. It is highly likely that they are the infected beings. XYG-237 that they are entirely black, making the night their optimal camouflage. That we must exercise extreme caution." At this, Fu Qinming's expression grows grave as the group advances another 100 meters. The infected beings remain dormant, yet a sense of impending doom hangs in the air. Ji Songluo, ever vigilant, whispers to Fu Qinming, "Boss, where was Cheng Fong last spotted?" "Not far now, just 600 meters ahead." Fu Qinming magnifies the location sent by Cheng Fong, realizing it is directly in front of him. This means they must venture deeper by over 600 meters into an area they have yet to explore, but he steps back slightly, allowing the others to proceed while he maintains pace beside Su Li. "Xiao Su, please utilize your mental abilities to scan the situation within 700 meters ahead." Understood. Su Li nods and swiftly unleashes his powers, propelling himself forward. In no time, he retracts his mental energy. Huangpu Jinni, standing nearby, has overheard their conversation. Although she cannot perceive the fluctuations of Su Li's mental abilities directly, she discerns from his subtle movements that he has retracted his powers. "What did you find?" Ahead lies a low cliff, its walls broad and smooth, presenting an eerie sight. I noticed a piece of army green fabric nearby, reminiscent of Major Luo and General Nalin's uniforms. Upon closer inspection, I spotted numerous footprints on the ground and a star insignia on the wall, likely left by Cheng Fong and his team. After a brief pause, Su Li continues, "Strangely, I have not encountered a single corpse, nor is there any sign of a stone door or crevice in the wall. The surface is unnaturally smooth that I attempted to penetrate it with my abilities but found it impenetrable. The surrounding area is entirely barren, devoid of any infected beings. However, for safety's sake, I will conduct a few more thorough scans to ensure our security." Upon hearing this, Fu Chenming and the others fall silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Soon enough, Su Li returns after conducting 3 thorough checks, shaking his head at the group. Chapter 59, Limited Healing Abilities for Reasons Unknown. Even with Su Li's affirmative answer, Ruan Mengjin feels an unsettling anxiety in her heart, sensing that something significant is about to unfold. After a moment's hesitation, she cautions, "The infected beings cannot have retreated so easily. They are undoubtedly still lurking nearby, but we must not let our guard down." Xiao Ruan is correct. Historical records indicate that the infected beings are exceedingly cunning. They typically observe their enemies before striking swiftly. It is highly likely they are concealed in the shadows, monitoring us. Caution is paramount. Huang Pujini nodded in agreement. The surrounding individuals also nodded in unison, their gazes growing increasingly vigilant as they advanced further. The black mist ahead thickened, although it remained indistinct in the darkness. Hiss! At that moment, a sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd, causing everyone to turn in the direction of the sound, where they beheld a middle-aged man hopping on one foot, cradling the other. Fu Chenming's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried over to grasp the man's arm. "What happened to you, Captain? I am unsure of the cause." As I was walking, a sudden sharp pain shot through my foot. The man, named Zhou Liqian, lifted his right foot to rest on his left knee. That a nearby individual shone a light, revealing that the sole of his shoe had been entirely corroded. His foot a vivid crimson, with a layer of skin shed and a small area oozing blood. Those who witnessed the scene up close instinctively took a step back. Huang Pujini furrowed her brow. Recognizing the correlation between the black mist and the infected entities, infused with a dense dark energy and a slight corrosive quality, that IT was still uncertain whether a virus was present. "Wenxin, come over and treat him." Understood. The Shaing team consisted of 7 groups, each with a mid-tier healing ability user, with Wenxin being one of them. Positioned in the middle of the group, upon hearing her name called, she promptly stepped forward to unleash her powers. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Liqian's wound was fully healed. Just then, exclamations of alarm arose from the other teams behind them. Fu Chenming surmised that the situation was likely akin to Zhou Liqian's and retrieved an energy horn, calling out to the rear, "Everyone, take heed. The black mist emerging from beneath your feet is dense with dark energy and possesses slight corrosive properties. For safety's sake, I urge everyone to immediately don anti-corrosive combat boots." Received. Upon hearing Fu Chenming's command, everyone responded swiftly, hastily changing into combat boots. The specialized material of the boots effectively prevented corrosion from the dark energy, no matter how much black mist enveloped them. The corrosive effect remained minimal, alleviating concerns of deterioration. Previously, for ease of climbing, most had worn hiking shoes, which were less prone to slips and falls. As Wenxin withdrew her hands, she suddenly felt a prickling sensation all over, akin to being watched by a ferocious beast. Unable to resist, she glanced around, but aside from her comrades, only the unlit shadows remained, perhaps concealing the infected entities, lurking with predatory intent. Ruan Mengjin, noticing her movements, stood a short distance behind, and through the gap between Huang Pujini and the person beside her, she observed that while Zhou Liqian's wound had healed, it now emitted a faint green-black mist. Distinct from the black mist rising from the soil, her gaze flickered, and she leaned closer to Su Li, whispering, "Su Li, Zhou Liqian's wound is healed, but I can see a green-black mist emanating from it." Infected individuals tend to mark their territory with saliva, turning the soil black, and the corrosive nature of the mist indicates it harbors the virus of the infected. That I am a high-tier healing ability user. Though I have yet to break through to the 8th tier, I can still provide healing to my teammates in a limited capacity. Please relay this to Chunming and ask him to take me to the other teams to assess the situation. Certainly that Su Li understood the gravity of the matter and promptly conveyed her message. The corrosive black mist, along with the viral presence of the infected, posed a significant threat. It was possible that the infected were merely biding their time, awaiting the moment their prey succumbed to the affliction, thereby easily overwhelming them all. Fu Qinming's gaze shifted as he caught sight of Ruan, who had half her head protruding from behind Huangpu Jiani, signaling him with a raised hand at that moment. He noticed a flicker of fluorescent light beneath Zhou Liqian's foot, piquing his curiosity. To his knowledge, only high-tier healing ability users of the 8th tier or above could achieve such widespread healing. Zhou Liqian was in the midst of changing into combat boots, doubting his own eyes, and was about to inquire whether the person beside him had seen anything when he felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he met Fu Qinming's gaze, instantly grasping the situation, feeling a mix of apprehension and relief. Fortunately, Ruan Mingjin had joined this mission. Otherwise, he might not have withstood until the base's sole high-tier healer could arrive to provide support, ultimately becoming the infected entity XYG-237 that upon seeing Fu Qinming approach, the members of the subsequent teams greeted him in unison. Captain Fu, why have you come to check on us? Is there a situation? Qin Tian inquired, a puzzled expression crossing his face as Fu Qinming and his companion turned to rejoin the front. Casting a glance at the ominous surroundings, Fu Qinming replied earnestly, "The reason the infected have yet to launch an assault is likely because they are waiting for us to be weakened by the corrosive black mist. Exposing our healing ability users to be cautious. Ensure the safety of the healing ability users within your teams." Understood. Thank you that I will heed your warning. Qin Tian nodded solemnly and swiftly relayed the instructions to those around him. Once the group donned their boots, they resumed their journey forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the crowd neared the precipice of the cliff, a sudden sound of something darting past echoed nearby, its speed so swift that it initially resembled the sound of the wind. Yet there was no breeze at all. When Rusi detected several red dots, but they vanished almost immediately, his expression grave. Ruan, be careful. I just scanned several red dots, and they disappeared in an instant. They must be the infected entity XCYG-237. Yes, I understand. Please be cautious as well. Although you are a semi-life form, there remains a risk of infection. Ruan Mingjin nodded, tugging at Su Li. Be careful. Don't get hurt. Rest assured, Ruan, I will protect you. That Su Li did not turn back, yet a satisfied smile graced his face. Ruan Mingjin felt warmth in her heart as she pulled him aside, stating, I have already mentioned that my abilities surpass yours by 1 tier. I am not weak and do not require your protection. As Fu Qinming instructed his subordinates to heighten their vigilance and prepare for battle. He subtly shifted closer to Ruan Mingjin's position, ready to respond to any impending danger. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and the surroundings fell eerily silent, as if the previous occurrence had been merely a figment of their imagination. Chapter 60. Dark mist. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, they suddenly sensed that the surrounding black mist had grown even denser, becoming slightly suffocating. Swiftly, everyone donned their gas masks. Healing ability users could form an energy barrier over their mouths and noses using their powers, preventing the black mist from corroding their hearts and brains. However, this tactic would inadvertently reveal to the infected who posed the greatest threat, and it was also extremely draining on their abilities. To avoid exposure, Ruan Mingjin retrieved a gas mask from her spatial pocket and put it on. Gas masks were categorized into 4 levels. S, A, B, and C. At the lowest tier, C grade, cost 5,000 points and could only prevent harmful gases for 1 hour. After that, it required decontamination for reuse. The highest S-grade gas masks utilized wood-type crystal cores to convert energy and produce oxygen, completely isolating all gases. One could cost as much as 126,660 points. Before their departure, she had not prepared a gas mask. Being a healing ability user, she typically had no use for one, and she lacked sufficient points for a high-quality mask. Currently, she wore the S-grade mask prepared by Su Li, which had been stored in their spatial pocket together for her. The black mist thickened to the point where even the flashlight's beam could not penetrate it, compelling everyone to turn off their lights. Fortunately, aside from the freely formed team from Sandan Base, all participants in this mission were top-tier ability user squads of S or SS rank, each having accrued substantial points, excluding a few particularly wealthy individuals. Most had prepared A-grade gas masks. A-grade gas masks came equipped with night vision capabilities, allowing them to effectively penetrate the gas and discern their surroundings. However, when everyone activated their night vision functionality. They realized that the black mist surrounding them was entirely different from that which emerged from the soil. It was dark mist released by dark-type abilities. Even the night vision could not fully penetrate it, revealing only a 5-meter radius around them. Ruan, be cautious. Stay behind me. Do not stray too far. Su Li's brow furrowed as he sensed something quietly encroaching. The dark mist enveloped their surroundings, taking on a near-physical quality. Fortunately, as a mental-type ability user, he was less affected by the mist. Though visibility was impaired, he could rely on his powers. Once the dark mist enveloped the area, shadowy humanoid figures began to emerge from the obscurity, resembling individuals who had just emerged from a coal mine, nearly devoid of definition, save for their chillingly bright blue eyes that glimmered in the darkness. The infected entities wielding dark abilities excelled at concealing themselves, rendering their presence undetectable. Now, having abandoned their concealment, Ruan Mingjin realized that they were surrounded by infected beings. Fu Qinming's eyes, obscured by the gas mask, filled with murderous intent. They have come. Everyone, stay alert. Cackling echoed through the air as countless dark shapes surged from the ground, launching themselves towards the outermost edge of the crowd. Due to their early precautions, no one was bitten, although several sustained scratches. The claws of the infected were equipped with backward-facing barbs, exceedingly sharp, capable of tearing flesh with a single swipe. Those who were injured immediately broke into a cold sweat, blood gushing from their wounds, their faces pallid with fear. They dared not linger, hastily retreating to the rear of the crowd, while the healing-type ability users swiftly advanced to tend to their injuries. Though no one had been bitten, a group of infected, designated XYG-237, retreated into the shadows of the night, their eyes like hawks, fixated on the several hundred individuals. One of the infected, having scratched a victim, extended its slightly elongated tongue to lick the blood from its claws, driving it into a frenzy, as its blue eyes gradually became stained with a layer of bloodlust, cackling. Another wave of assault ensued. This time, all the ability users coordinated seamlessly, using their powers to repel the infected as they lunged forward. Unfortunately, the infected were robust and resilient, all possessing mid-tier strength, and the night served as an excellent camouflage for them. With dark mist aiding their stealth in a fleeting moment, they proved difficult to handle. After several rounds of attacks, it became evident that this approach was unsustainable. Fu Qinming turned and approached Ruan Mingjin, intending merely to offer a few words of caution regarding her safety. However, his instincts overtook his mind, and he found himself embracing her. Realizing the abruptness of his actions, he quickly released her as she attempted to push him away. Little Ruan, as the team leader, I cannot remain in the center of the crowd indefinitely, that I must go forward to assist. You must keep yourself safe. Yes, you too, she replied, momentarily bewildered by his behavior. Noticing his swift release and his unaltered tone, she dismissed her thoughts, nodding in acknowledgement before discreetly employing her abilities to heal those who had been scratched. Su Li, observing the scene from the side, furrowed her brow, wanting to voice her concerns, but ultimately swallowing her words. Meanwhile, Fu Qinming made his way directly to the area of fiercest conflict. Just as the infected launched another assault, he swiftly employed his ice abilities, freezing 3 of the infected in an instant, shattering them to eliminate the threat. The nearby infected were taken aback, emitting piercing shrieks before retreating en masse, akin to a receding tide, disappearing within mere seconds, granting the crowd a moment to breathe. At this juncture, Huangpu Jinni urged everyone quickly switch positions. They were merely employing a rotating tactic earlier. Having witnessed Xiao Fu's strength, they will undoubtedly revise their strategy, that we must exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing this, the collective sigh of relief from the group was instantly replaced with tension. True to her words, the retreating infected XYG-237 returned with renewed ferocity, launching an all-out assault without holding back. That if the previous encounters had been mere probes, this time they were fighting for their lives. Before long, one careless individual was pounced upon and bitten on the neck. "Da-da, beast, get the hell off him!" shouted a nearby companion, swiftly kicking the infected away before rushing to help. Seeing the scene before him ignited a surge of rage, and he unleashed a flurry of golden spikes from his body towards the assailant. The infected, sensing danger, released its grip to evade, but having been intoxicated by the taste of blood for too long, It could only dodge half the attack. The remaining spikes pierced its lower body, transforming it into a grotesque honeycomb. While the infected virus and the ancient zombie New York virus share a close relation, they are fundamentally different. The latter evolved from a virus, whereas the former is a result of human interference. Thus, to eliminate a zombie, one must destroy its brain, whereas the infected have three fatal weak points: the brain, the heart, and the lower body. Just as a companion reached the bitten individual, another infected lunged from the side. Reacting swiftly, he extended his arm to block the attack, a faint golden energy shimmering around it. The assailant bit down on his arm, the sound of metal clashing echoing in the AT that moment. Another companion arrived, swiftly severing the infected's head with an energy sword before it could react. Chapter 61. The Infected Assault Thud. Haidong furrowed his brow as he forcefully tossed aside the head of the infected, rising to his feet and viciously kicking the headless corpse. Without hesitation, he scooped up his unconscious teammate, who had been bitten, while another companion provided cover. He was a member of Feng Qin's team, and the bitten individual was his brother, Haiwu, whose flesh had been torn away, blood seeping profusely. Within moments, both of their garments were soaked in crimson. In a state of panic, he instinctively rushed towards the Eagle squad, exclaiming, "This is bad. My brother has been bitten on the neck and is now unconscious. Don't act recklessly. I'll have Captain Fu call Miss Ruan to heal your brother." Feng Qin happened to be nearby. Hearing the commotion, that he swiftly kicked away an approaching infected and dashed toward the source of the voice, intercepting the frantic brother. The sole high-tier healing ability user must not be compromised. Their identity must remain concealed unless absolutely necessary. Lest the consequences be dire, he summoned the nearest mid-tier healer from their team to stabilize Haiwu's condition while simultaneously messaging Fu Qinming, concerned that his momentarily disoriented mind might reveal Ruan Mingjin's identity. Haidong felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had nearly compromised her safety. When the dark mist enveloped the area, Fu Qinming had configured his light brain to automatically read incoming messages, ensuring he would not miss any vital information. Upon hearing Feng Qin's request, he promptly reached out to Ruan Mingjin. However, the signal for her mana chip was unstable, and the surrounding dark mist interfered with the magnetic field. He was positioned too far from Ruan Mingjin to return, so he relayed the message to Huang Pu Jini instead. She was close to Ruan Mingjin and quickly conveyed the situation regarding Haiwu. Relative to others resisting the infected, those standing in the center of the crowd were comparatively safe. Ruan Mingjin nodded and, accompanied by Wenrusi, dashed towards the Eagle squad, with Su Li following closely behind. Huang Pu Jini sighed, casting a glance at the increasingly dense dark mist around them, before swiftly keeping pace. The two teams, being the closest, soon found Haiwu's location. Ruan Mingjin did not approach directly, but instead healed his wounds from a distance, simultaneously purifying the infected virus from the injury. Observing that his brother's wound had completely healed without a trace of scarring, Haidong realized that Ruan Mingjin was the one who had intervened. He exhaled in relief, glancing toward the Eagle squad with eyes full of gratitude, whispering a soft thank you. Though he knew she might not hear him, his intuition told him that Ruan Mingjin was not far away. Since their father's passing, their mother had rarely visited. Haiwu had been raised by Haidong, making him the most important family member in his life. The thought of losing Haiwu was unbearable, as it would feel akin to living in a hellish nightmare. After healing Haiwu, Ruan Mingjin did not return to her team, but instead sprinted towards the other three squads. After all, they were on a mission together, and as the only high-tier healer, she felt obligated to assist in purifying the virus. Leaving the minor injuries for the healing-type users within their own team that as expected. Many had sustained bite wounds, but fortunately, their companions had intervened in time to prevent them from being dragged away by the infected. She meticulously purified the virus from each individual. Once this was completed, she returned to her squad, discovering that a few others had also been bitten. The wounds were minor, but difficult to staunch the bleeding. Fortunately, a mid-tier healer was present, so it posed no issue. They merely awaited her arrival to purify the virus. Just as she finished purifying the last individual, dark mist suddenly parted beside her, bringing her face to face with an infected. She narrowed her eyes, unleashing her wind abilities, which shattered the infected into fragments. Whoosh, cackling. The sound of the wind slicing through the air was accompanied by the shrill, eerie laughter of the infected, as they began to materialize from the swirling dark mist. Suli, wielding her psychic abilities, formed needles of energy and, with a mere flick of her gaze, pierced through the heads of the infected XYG-237. The corpse fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Startled by the noise, Fu Qinming instinctively turned to return and search for Wan Mingjin, only to be abruptly halted by the sudden emergence of a dozen infected beings surrounding him, with a fierce gaze. When Rusi extended his fingers, conjuring an energy sword in his palm, and with a swift motion akin to slicing a watermelon, he advanced to cleave the infected creature that had stealthily approached Wan Mingjin in two. Suddenly, a sharp, bird-like whistle pierced the air, prompting the surrounding infected to retreat hastily. Vanishing in a matter of moments, the collective energy of the group was nearly depleted, and it felt as though a sword of Damocles hung over their heads, instilling a sense of vigilance in everyone present. With no time to rest, Fu Qinming assessed the situation, ensuring that the infected would not launch another attack for the time being, before gathering the group to count their numbers. Although their team had yet to reach SS level, each member was battle-hardened, having endured countless trials in pursuit of points, spending nearly every month in the wilderness on missions, thus abundant in combat experience. Their seamless teamwork ensured that no one had encountered peril. Upon completing the head count, he proceeded to inquire about the circumstances in the other teams. Among them, the Chi squad suffered the least casualties, with only 2 lost, followed by the Tiani squad with 4, the 7th Army with 5, and the highest death toll belonging to the Yiming squad, which tragically lost 11 members, having just lost comrades. The mood was somber, and a growing anger towards the infected simmered within their hearts. Meanwhile, in a spacious tunnel on the other side, 2 individuals moved swiftly, their steps light and silent. Both donned gas masks, managing to see faintly in the dim light, leaving discreet markers every 10 steps. After over an hour, wary of straying too far, they hastily turned back. Upon their safe return, those hidden within a crevice of the mountainside breathed a collective sigh of relief. Realizing that the dark mist within the cave exuded a mildly corrosive energy, everyone hastily donned their gas masks, and Lan Wenming approached the 2 returnees with urgency. "What news? Did you find an exit?" "No," Luo Haoran replied, shaking his head slightly, a heaviness in his eyes. Jialuojia sighed. Worry etched across her features. "What shall we do now? We retraced our steps, yet why did we not find the exit? There must be some mechanism in the direction we came from, sealed off by the infected." Cheng Fong clenched his jaw, a fierce, killing intent gleaming in his eyes that as evening approached, he had intended to lead the team back to the camp alongside Luo Haoran. But instead, he caught sight of a figure entirely cloaked in darkness darting past them, instantly igniting their suspicions. They could not help but speculate whether the recent upheaval of mutated beasts was indeed orchestrated by human hands, or if it was a consequence of the infected. In Chapter 62, still akin to a child who is yet to mature, they endeavored to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic figure, whether it was indeed an infected being. After a brief discussion, Cheng Fong and the others decided to follow it, only to find themselves upon a patch of black soil. Upon arrival, Luo Haoran immediately urged them to retreat, but none had ever laid eyes on the infected before. The characteristics of that figure were strikingly similar to historical accounts, and most concerning was its ability to stand upright like a human, capable of accelerating or decelerating at will. Having lingered in this area for several days without encountering any infected, they thought it plausible that the infected were scarce, and even if they pursued the figure, they could always escape. Little did they know that figure was merely a bait, a ruse employed by the infected creature XYG-237 to lure them in. Not long after they entered, they were ambushed by the infected, and by the time they attempted to retreat, it was too late. The exit had been sealed by the mountainside. Consequently, Cheng Fong's team, originally numbering 18, suffered the loss of 1 member. Having fought alongside each other for years, the weight of their loss weighed heavily on Cheng Fong, who, in a fit of rage, struck the mountainside with his fist. Filled with regret that if only I had detected it sooner, Wang Yun would not have perished. "Captain, this is not your fault. That it was our collective underestimation. The blame lies with all of us for failing to recognize the cunning nature of the infected. They must have been observing us in secret, rendering us defenseless." Yuan Pingyi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Exhaling deeply, as comrades bound by years of shared struggle, their bonds ran deeper than usual. and the misfortune left an indelible mark on their hearts. Jialaja nodded in agreement. Indeed, this cannot be laid at your feet. We all share in this responsibility. Moreover, Wang Yun was not consumed but rather dragged away by the infected. When I glanced back while fleeing, I noticed signs of mutation on his face. Perhaps the infected lured us here not with the intent to kill, but rather to bolster their ranks. Precisely, did not Dr. Huangpu once state that research indicates the infected cannot directly infect laboratory mice, yet they can zombify them? Hearing this, Yuan Pingyi suddenly recalled something, continuing, moreover, historical and academic records have never documented any creature other than humans being infected, indicating that the infected specifically target humans. Other beings infected by the virus merely transform into zombies. At these words, Cheng Feng's eyes brightened. You are right. If the doctor can develop a serum for the infected's blood, then as long as Wang Yun remains unharmed, he might yet be saved. Suddenly, a sound akin to stones dropping echoed from outside. Those concealed within the crevice instinctively held their breath, as Yuan Pingyi swiftly activated his psychic abilities. Forming a mental barrier at the exit of the crevice, the infected, sensing something amiss, crawled over to scrutinize the area, tilting their heads to sniff the air, yet found nothing and quickly slipped away. However, moments later, they returned at an alarming speed, lingering for what felt like an eternity before finally departing. Luo Howren furrowed his brow. The infected XYG-237 was indeed cunning. At the deepest part of the cave lay a chamber spanning 100 square meters. Its walls entwined with unknown vines resembling geckos, albeit with larger leaves, each roughly the size of an adult woman's palm. Adorned with sharp spikes, that in the center of the cave rested a dilapidated machine pod, within which lay a strikingly handsome young man, his eyes closed but emanating a terrifying aura. That moment, a petite girl entered barefoot, pausing beside the machine pod. She removed the gray scarf that had obscured her face, revealing a doll-like visage, her pale skin illuminated by the dim, flickering lights on the walls. Her ruby lips parted slightly. Brother, there are hundreds of powerful individuals outside, and it seems there are even high-tier healing abilities among them. Those who have been captured thus far show no signs of mutation, and we have lost quite a few infected. Even the little mice that were lured in earlier cannot spare the energy to catch any. Brother, what should I do next? The girl's words sent chills down one's spine, yet her eyes sparkled with naivety, as if she were discussing inconsequential matters. After a prolonged silence, without a response from the man in the pod, she leaned despondently against it, her tone tinged with urgency, her voice wavering. Brother, please wake up. It's so boring without anyone to talk to that I must tell you. I'm quite formidable now. It's just that those I capture refuse to cooperate. So they all end up infected. Brother, will you blame me? Brother, please awaken. If you do, I shall not defy your commands any longer. That a faint sigh resonated in the air, followed by a gentle hand resting atop the girl's head, tenderly caressing her. Indeed, after all this time, you remain as childlike as ever. Meanwhile, beneath the earth, Fu Chenming had just returned to his team after assessing the situation when the lurking infected launched another attack. This time more ferocious and powerful than before, scattering everyone in an instant. Just then, the sky began to brighten, unveiling the first rays of morning sunlight. Yet simultaneously, a thick white mist swiftly enveloped the surroundings, completely obstructing their vision. Ruan Mingjin found herself under attack by the infected as well. Unknowingly separated from Suel, by the time she realized the gravity of the situation, only she and Wenrusi remained amidst the infected. Sensing the danger, she tightened her grip on her energy handle, her voice icy. This is bad. They are clearly acting with intent. They must have discovered that I am a high-tier healing ability user. My previous actions were exceedingly discreet, yet numerous infected still rushed toward me. Among them, there is undoubtedly a leader-level infected, XYG-237. It is impossible they could have identified me after just 2 encounters. Ruan. Be cautious. A formidable foe approaches. When Rusi raised his hand to shield her, his expression grave, his gaze fixed intently on a specific point. The mist before them was unlike anything they had encountered. Even the most advanced scanning equipment could not penetrate it. Detecting subtle shifts in the air, his expression hardened, and with a fleeting thought, a multitude of golden needles coalesced around him, piercing toward a designated location. In the next instant, he swiftly raised his hand, conjuring an energy sword to shield himself. The sound of clashing metal resonated, accompanied by fleeting sparks, as both individuals caught a clear glimpse of the assailant. A mutated creature, and were taken aback in astonishment. Chapter 63. Devour the infected entity before them was unlike any they had previously encountered. Its skin was not the deep black they had expected, but rather a pale blue tinged with gray. Its eyes were deeper than those of the prior infected beings, a shade of dark blue that was not entirely black, reflecting a shift in emotion. Had it not been for the evident signs of mutation upon it, one might have mistaken it for an ordinary human. When Rusi exerted his strength, forcefully pushing the infected entity away, which then vanished into the fog. Ruan, this is bad. He possesses 8th tier strength. Leave this to me. You must hide. I will face him alongside you. Ruan Mingjin did not falter. Her ears perked up, detecting movement, and she quickly turned to stand back-to-back with Wenrusi. Her gaze fixed intently on the mist. After all, the target was me. There was no escape now. In light of this, I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety. Wenrusi summoned another energy sword in his other hand. And as the sound of slicing air echoed, he turned to unleash 3 strikes, his golden abilities cutting through the air with a fierce gust. His pupils illuminated with a white halo, allowing him to perceive the surroundings through the expelled golden energy. And soon he detected the presence of the infected entity that he instructed Ruan Mingjin to remain in place. Then his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as he dashed into the fog. Moments later, he returned, his energy sword retracted, his hands covered in a pale blue fluid. With a single glance, Ruan Mingjin knew that Wenrusi had succeeded, yet she did not let her guard down. Remaining vigilant to the shifting surroundings that ASA healer, she understood that Wenrusi bore no external injuries, but still, she inquired with concern, "Are you hurt?" "Rest assured, I am unharmed." Wenrusi smiled, the depths of his eyes gradually softening with warmth. The infected entity lurking within the fog had not attacked again for a while. The two moved in a specific direction, back to back. After an indeterminate period, faint footsteps reached their ears, accompanied by the soft cries of the infected. Crack, crack, crack. Shadows flitted through the mist, causing both to tense instantly. Wenrusi conjured an energy sword with one hand while using the other to shield Ruan Mingjin from potential attacks. Ruan, be cautious. He has summoned other infected beings. Just then, the previously encountered 8th tier infected entity suddenly lunged, forcefully knocking Wenrusi aside into another section of the mist. Wenrusi! Ruan Mingjin gasped in alarm, rushing towards him. However, a chill swept over her from behind. As she turned, she swiftly utilized her wind abilities to eliminate the infected entity that had attempted to ambush her. Her ears twitched slightly as she executed a spinning thrust of her energy sword, piercing the heart of another infected creature that had lunged at her flank. The energy sword flickered between dimness and brightness, and as the infected body fell to the ground, the sword reformed its blade. Crack, crack, crack. The piercing cries echoed, sending shivers down Ruan Mingjin's spine. She called out Wenrusi's name once more, but received no response in that moment. She sensed a fluctuation of psychic abilities and realized that among these infected was one who had awakened psychic powers to disrupt their efforts. If that infected entity remained, she feared finding Wenrusi and the others amidst the white expanse would be exceedingly difficult. Swish, swish, swish. Mere moments passed, and the infected entities hidden in the mist launched another assault. Observing that their surroundings were surrounded by infected beings, Ruan Mingjin, relieved that no allies were nearby, decided to reveal her abilities. She unleashed her earth powers. Spikes erupted from the ground, soaring several meters high, skewering the attacking infected creatures in an instant. Previously, in order to conceal her identity as a 4-element ability wielder, she had suppressed her earth and dark powers. Now, unleashing her abilities, the enhancement of her dark powers enabled her to swiftly sense the presence of similarly endowed infected creatures nearby. Despite any visual obstructions while battling, she made her way toward the location where Wenrusi had been ambushed. Yet, the infected seemed endless, relentlessly charging at her with claws bared, intent on tearing her apart. She had sensed something amiss. During the initial skirmish, she discerned that while the infected appeared numerous, they had consistently provided opportunities for repositioning, allowing the wounded to receive healing more swiftly. It was as if the infected were observing the number of healers within their ranks. rather than having sufficient numbers themselves, thus resorting to such tactics. Now, having confirmed her as a high-tier healer, nearly all the infected converged upon her, attacking in wave after wave that a single individual's stamina is limited. Since her rebirth, Ruan Mengjin had always left herself an escape route amidst danger. After dispatching the 47th infected creature, she became enraged and delivered a powerful kick that sent one of the infected flying several dozen meters away. Retracting her energy sword, she extended her arms, unleashing 10 dark purple tendrils from her palms, which pierced into the advancing infected beings. Those ensnared by the tendrils became paralyzed, unable to move, witnessing their companion being immobilized. The remaining infected hastened forward, revealing their sharp claws, yet they too were ensnared by the dark purple tendrils that erupted from behind Ruan Mengjin. Soon, she was adorned with dozens of tendrils resembling tubes. The remaining infected, sensing her peculiar nature, retreated into the mist, their gazes fixated on her chilling blue eyes, filled with confusion and dread. They felt the dark powers radiating from her, causing them to tremble in unison. Yet they did not relent. Compelled by their orders, they suppressed their fear, baring their teeth in ferocity and urging their long-range attackers to advance, unleashing corrosive energies and poisonous gases in overwhelming quantities. However, they were vastly inferior to Ruan Mengjin. For a high-tier healer, their attacks were mere trifles. With her gas mask in place, the potent corrosive dark energy and clouds of toxic gas were of no consequence. Dissipating before they could approach her, she wished to waste no further time. Channeling her powers, dozens of dark purple tendrils erupted from above her head at incredible speed, darting outward. Howl, howl, howl. Crack, crack, crack. Infected entities struck by the tendrils emitted chilling cries. And those fortunate enough to evade followed suit with terrified screams in that moment. They once again sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Ruan Mengjin and fled in haste, their familiarity with the terrain guiding their escape. Yet several slower infected were caught mid-flight by the tendrils. Chapter 64. Only by handing you over to her will I find peace. Just as Ruan Mengjin was about to absorb the abilities of the remaining infected entities, a chill ran down her back, prompting her to erect a wall of earth behind her. Boom! However, the 5th-tier earth barrier crumbled effortlessly before the onslaught of an 8th-tier infected entity, shattering into fragments in an instant. When Rusi arrived just in time, tackling the infected being and propelling it away, clearing the fog that enveloped them. Yet the mist quickly reclaimed its hold around them. Ruan Mengjin furrowed her brows, hesitating not a moment longer as she began to absorb the abilities of the infected entities. Within mere breaths, all those she had targeted were stripped of their dark energy, resulting in the shattering of their cores and their demise, while her own dark abilities ascended from 5th to 6th tier. Having completed this, she turned to seek out Wenrusi and the formidable infected entity, but half an hour elapsed with no sign of either. The surrounding fog seemed to thicken, vaguely. She sensed something amiss and swiftly darted to the right. Raising her hand to draw out her tang knife from her spatial pocket, the infected entity hidden within the mist failed to evade and was instantly struck down, its legs severed. Crack, crack, crack. The infected entity, overwhelmed with fear, hastily utilized its extraordinary ability to teleport 100 meters away. Unfortunately, the back of its neck had already been locked onto by Ruan Mengjin's powers, making escape impossible before it could flee beyond 500 meters. She severed its head, leaving a splatter of pale blue blood across the ground. After such turmoil, she found herself at a loss in her search for Su Li and Wenrusi, without the interference of the infected entity XYG-237. Ruan Mengjin moved swiftly, encountering no further infected beings. Soon, the white mist ahead began to thin, and as she finally emerged from it, the sun gradually concealed itself behind dark clouds, and a gentle rain began to fall. Frowning slightly, she sheathed her Tang Dao, produced an umbrella, and took out an energy handle for caution. However, when she surveyed her surroundings, a look of astonishment crossed her eyes. Verdant trees surrounded her, and towering peaks loomed above, while the persistent white mist lingered with mountains on all sides, obscuring her sense of direction. She could no longer discern whether she was in Jibei Mountain or the Lian Dome mountain range. Ruan Mengjin activated her mana chip, only to discover that there was no signal, compelling her to abandon the idea of messaging Fu Qiming at that moment. A fierce hunger gripped her stomach after scanning her surroundings. She approached a patch of grass over a meter high, ensuring there was no danger before parting the blades and slipping inside, where she entered her personal space. Upon entering the space, she heard the feeble and resentful voice of the top-tier commercial system. Xiao, Wan Mingjin, I've given you everything. When will you take me to find Xiang Shui? I am currently occupied with a task and cannot assist you in locating her for at least a month. Please be patient, Wan Mingjin replied, halting her movement. Xiao A's voice grew increasingly agitated. You could simply let me leave the space that I am fully capable of finding my way. Must I really do this alone? That is out of the question, that I can only entrust you to her in person. Remain here obediently, that I will ensure we visit the Shinjo base within 3 months at the latest, without granting Xiao A any further opportunity to speak. Wan Mingjin vanished from the spot, leaving the latter in a fit of rage and tears. That I in the kitchen, she stood and contemplated what to eat, taking advantage of the time separated from her team. She desired something better. After days of consuming mutated beast meat or compressed biscuits, her palate craved variety. She first set water to boil, then added pig's trotters and yellow beans to stew. Next, she prepared a chicken, half for white-cut chicken and the other half for spicy chicken cubes, finishing with a stir-fried tomato and egg dish. Just as the trotters finished cooking, she sat down to enjoy her meal. After satisfying her hunger, an hour passed as she packaged the leftovers into a box and placed it in the refrigerator. She then retrieved a box of peach-flavored drink and reclined on the sofa to sip it. Once finished, she took a moment of respite before peering through the space to observe the outside. Seeing no abnormalities, she exited the space. Although 5 hours had elapsed in the space, only 5 minutes had passed outside. She had not forgotten that her team lacked high-level healing abilities. They could only rely on mid-tier healers to suppress the virus if captured. Thus, she needed to rendezvous with her team swiftly. Just as she was about to step out of the grass, she heard hurried footsteps nearby and instinctively crouched down on the first mountain behind Jibei Mountain. A group of individuals, having shaken off a humanoid monster, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The thick mist in the mountains obscured visibility beyond 100 meters, causing them to become entangled with monsters for an extended period, leading to the loss of more than half their comrades before they managed to escape. As dawn broke, dark clouds gathered and raindrops pattered down, making the air feel increasingly humid against their skin. Yin Suer retrieved a 1,000-milliliter water bottle from her space and tilted her head back to drink. In her haste, water spilled from the corners of her mouth, prompting her to quickly set the bottle down and wipe her face with the back of her hand. Having run too quickly, her breath was now erratic, her complexion slightly flushed, and her chest rose and fell gently. Xia Wuli took a sip of water and glanced over, catching a glimpse of Yin Suer, her neckline slightly askew, prompting him to squint slightly. The man seated beside her, noticing Xia Wuli's gaze, followed his line of sight and felt a fleeting embarrassment wash over his dark features before his eyes narrowed in anger. "Captain, we've lost more than half of our people today. Shouldn't we return to the camp? The mist is thick and the humidity high. With the rain falling, who remembers the way back?" Disregarding the man's warning, Xia Wuli stood lazily, casting a disdainful glance at him. "That IT seems our vice-captain had quite a comfortable life before. I wonder if her current situation is equally pleasant." "Xia Wuli, you don't actually like me, do you?" Following his gaze downward, Yin Suer realized her collar had become disheveled during the earlier battle. She quickly buttoned it up, and though she noticed the others looking her way, she composed herself after a brief moment of panic. Upon hearing her words, Xia Wuli let out a scoff. After such a long time, one might crave something more substantial. After all, what difference does it make whether it's meat from a mutated bird or a mutated porcupine? Moreover, it's likely not just me. I'm sure others have long admired you as well. With your kind-hearted nature, Miss Yun, I doubt you would easily sever so many contracts at once. That as he spoke, the others began to gather around, their eyes fixed on Yin Suer with predatory intent. All were men, accustomed to battling mutated beasts, brimming with youthful vigor, and they had been suppressing their desires for far too long. The fact that Yin Suer was not only attractive but also powerful rendered many men utterly defenseless against her. Chapter 65. There are no alternatives. Many had harbored feelings for Yin Suer long before, and now, with an opportunity at hand, each displayed a determined gleam in their eyes. One step closer to Xia Wuli, licking his cracked lips with a lewd smile. "Indeed, Miss Yun, Now that you've just come of age, you ought to consider taking on 3 husbands and 6 attendants that were more than enough to make up the numbers. Why not accept us? We're all acquainted and easy to get along with. If you choose to join us, we promise you won't go hungry or suffer any grievances. You needn't work so hard on your tasks. Just lie back and relax. Get lost. All of you, get out. A man shielded Yun Suer behind him, his eyes ablaze with fury, having long held deep feelings for her. Xia Wuli toyed with the energy handle in his hand. Chuckling coldly, Qi Shi, I advise you to mind your own business, that we've already lost so many brothers. We won't miss one more. After all, we're in the wild, amidst the chaos of the mutated beasts in the Lian Do mountain range. Losing one person is hardly surprising. Yun Suer, you need to leave now. Qi Shi gently pushed Yun Suer forward, whispering urgently. Gazing at the towering figure before her, Yun Suer's heart was stirred, her eyes brimming with tears. She understood that this farewell might indeed be forever, for the cold-blooded Xia Wuli would show no mercy. She and Qi Shi had been neighbors since childhood, attending school and undertaking missions together, forming a bond akin to childhood sweethearts, a deep camaraderie. Reflecting on the moments they shared, she could no longer deceive herself. She realized she had feelings for Qi Shi, not merely as a neighbor or comrade. Qi Shi, no. If we must leave, then let us leave together, that if you survive, I promise to marry you when we return. Will you take me home? This time, I may not be able to fulfill that promise. You must go. Someone needs to survive to seek vengeance. Qi Shi's aura suddenly intensified as he fiercely unleashed his powers, immobilizing Xia Wuli and the others, before swiftly transporting Yun Suer 200 meters away. Run! The farther, the better. I can barely hold on. Don't waste the opportunity I've created for you. Ah, what a touching scene. But alas, you are destined to perish by my hand. Xia Wuli broke free from Qi Shi's mental control, swiftly hurling the energy handle, which struck with ferocity. Qi Shi was violently slammed against a tree, branches snapping upon impact, before collapsing to the ground, pierced by a half-meter-long branch. Blood spewed from his mouth as he lost control over the crowd. His powers seemingly depleted, his face sagging. With the control lifted, everyone surged forward, kicking him forcefully until his breath grew faint. Struggling to lift his head, he sought to catch one last glimpse of Yun Suer. But his vision blurred, and he ultimately succumbed, crashing to the ground. And on the day of Yun Suer's 20th birthday, he had long intended to confess his feelings, but his family's modest circumstances at the Sandan base had left him lacking confidence. He had merely been the childhood neighbor of Yun Suer, ultimately lacking the courage to express his true feelings, that if only he had confessed sooner, perhaps he could have been with Yun Suer now. There are no ifs, coughing, perhaps on the brink of death. Qi Shi's mind raced with memories like a revolving lantern, ultimately settling on the radiant smile of Yun Suer, a visage as beautiful as a blooming flower. He smiled foolishly. Yet in the next moment he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes gradually becoming hollow, losing their luster. Suer, I truly adore you, but regrettably, I can no longer accompany you on this journey. The energy core was seized and returned to Xia Wuli's grasp. He approached, swiftly conjuring a blade of energy, and without a moment's hesitation, cleaved through Qi Shi's skull, retrieving a translucent crystal the size of a pinky finger. In comparison to a psychic ability user like yourself, what importance do mutated beasts hold? This team was a haphazard assembly, with varying strengths, some being underqualified yet rare psychic abilities users. Those who survived, apart from Qi Shi and Yun Suer, were all subordinates of Xia Wuli. The purpose of this mission was not merely to eliminate mutated beasts for points, but primarily to lure more psychic ability users into their fold. With Qi Shi being a target Xia Wuli had long set his sights on, Yun Suer watched in horror as Xia Wuli extracted the crystal core from Qi Shi's lifeless body. Her eyes filled with shock and disbelief that a part of her heart suddenly felt vacant, soon filled with hatred. Time was of the essence, despite her loathing for Xia Wuli and his cohort. Her hands were no match for their numbers. She had no time to ponder other options and turned to flee desperately. She could not squander the opportunity Qi Shi had sacrificed his life to grant her. She must return alive to report to the base leader, ensuring this group faced due retribution. Except for Xia Wuli, who stood grimly in place, the others pursued her relentlessly, that he cast a cold gaze upon Qi Shi's lifeless corpse, a sinister laugh escaping him. Ah, Qi Shi, you truly are a fool, willing to forsake your life for a woman. Did you truly believe that was worthwhile? Fear not. I shall soon send her down to accompany you. Just then, a cacophony of infected creatures echoed nearby, causing Xiao Wu Li's expression to shift dramatically as he rapidly fled the scene. 2 minutes later, one or two black humanoid monsters leaped from the trees, circling around Qi Shi to examine him before lunging at him in unison. Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching rapidly, Ruan Mengzhen parted the brush slightly, glancing towards the source of the noise. Through the thin white mist, she faintly discerned a woman clad in a deep green coat rushing down the slope, closely followed by a man with a delicate appearance, and behind them trailed 11 burly men. The very team formed freely from the Sandan base. Compared to the early days of the apocalypse 300 years ago, order here had improved significantly. There was no longer the constant fear of being devoured by zombies, nor the energy wasted in guarding against fellow humans, preventing betrayal. That time had truly been a slaughterhouse of humanity. She hadn't anticipated that amidst the various rules within the base, there would still be individuals lurking in the shadows, harming women, and couldn't help but scoff that it was unnecessary for her to ponder deeply, as it was hardly surprising that such occurrences arose in this era of scarcity, where despite the laws of nature and the rules of the base, some would still dare to defy the risks involved. Chapter 66. I am not afraid. Thud. Yin Suer, inattentive for a moment, tripped over a branch and, propelled by inertia, tumbled several meters away, coming to rest not far from where Ruan Mengzhen hid in the grass. Xiao Wu Li, endowed with speed abilities, caught up swiftly while others followed closely behind. Surrounded, despair engulfed Yin Suer as she glared fiercely at each individual around her. Xiao Wu Li, are you not afraid of being reported to the base leader for your actions? Ha! You are truly amusing. Far too naive, roared a corpulent man, doubling over with laughter. There are only a dozen of us here. Once you are dead, who will know what transpired today? Xiao Wu Li, I saw you extract Qi Shi's crystal core and absorb the cores of your kind. Are you not afraid of divine retribution, of becoming a zombie yourself? Facing the mockery of the crowd, Yin Suer slowly rose, striving to suppress the fury swelling within her chest. Her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wu Li, her mind involuntarily replaying the scene of Qi Shi's demise, the pain nearly suffocating her. She longed to pounce upon him and tear him apart. That Dio not forget, I still have the Yun family behind me. My light brain has recorded everything. Should I perish, it will be sent directly to my parents. If you are unafraid of the vengeance of the entire Yun family, then come at me. Ruan Mengzhen, hidden in the grass, felt her dark eyes sharpen at those words. The conversation before her rekindled memories buried deep within her heart. In the 4th year after the apocalypse erupted, she too had friends worth cherishing. Yet during a mission, she fell victim to the deceit of Liang Ting and Zhao Ziyi, ensnared by a group of escaped convicts. Ultimately meeting the same fate as the others, their crystal cores forcibly extracted. Only she had managed to escape under their cover. It was from that moment, or perhaps even earlier, that Zhao Ziyi and Liang Ting had secretly begun to sever her support, leaving her alone and helpless. Fortunately, this second chance allowed her to exact her vengeance, but the memories remained vivid. Despite the change in setting, Yin Suer evoked the image of her past self, filled with despair and resentment. The only difference was that Yin Suer seemed to possess a significant status. With a slight movement of her fingers, she restrained herself, deciding to observe the situation further than a mere medium-sized base like the Yun family. I am not afraid. Xiao Wu Li seemed to have heard the grandest joke, his eyes gleaming with madness, using his psychic abilities to force Yin Suer's hand to slap her own face, causing her delicate features to redden and swell instantly. His eyes held the calm before the storm, a twisted smile playing on his lips. Once, I too was sincere like Qi Shi, naively believing in true love. But that was nothing but a farce. All this talk of love is merely a guise for deceit. The one who gives their heart first is destined to suffer a crushing defeat. If only there were divine retribution, then this world would not be rife with villains. But reality is reality. Human nature, the environment. What is not brutal? Why should you women be born esteemed, free to discard anyone at will? As he spoke, he stepped closer, gripping Yin Suer's chin forcefully, compelling her to meet his gaze. With a mocking smile, he inquired, Yin Suer, do you truly love Qi Shi? I certainly love him, but what does that matter to you? A flicker of regret crossed Yin Suer's eyes as she glared at Xiao Wu Li, her resentment intensifying. She loathed herself for not recognizing her true feelings sooner, only to realize them after losing him. Yet, her hatred for Xiao Li's ruthlessness burned brighter. If he had not struck the fatal blow, how could she have been separated from Qi? Being so close, Xiao Li could clearly see the hatred in her eyes. But what did it matter? Since he chose the path of villainy, he had never considered redemption. The more she suffered, the more he reveled in it. Releasing her, he retrieved a handkerchief from his spatial pocket, meticulously wiping his fingers. Now, this woman is yours to play with. But remember not to go too far. After all, the laws of heaven and earth are in effect. With just a thought, she could break the contract. And you would be severely injured, your abilities downgraded, perhaps even losing your life. Rest assured, boss, we know our limits. Wasting our lives on this woman is hardly worth it. One of them grinned, humorously scanning Yin Suer with his slanted eyes. Completely immobilized by Xiao Li's psychic control, Yin Suer could only endure as several hands roamed over her face. As someone began to unfasten her coat, seeking to invade her privacy, despair washed over her, tears streaming down her face. Qi, I fear I shall betray your expectations. That I am so sorry. It was my fault that you perished. That if there is a next life, I shall repay your kindness. Xiao Li, you and your ilk are beasts that deserve to die. Her eyes brimmed with determination. If escape was impossible, she would self-destruct the crystal core, taking everyone with her, prepared for such a scenario. Xiao Li swiftly quelled her rebellious core with his abilities, his face paling yet revealing a smirk of triumph. Did you forget who rendered you immobile? Thinking you could self-destruct your core in front of a psychic controller is quite the dream. You will ultimately pay for your actions today. Yin Suer widened her eyes, glaring at him, her enchanting gaze now reminiscent of a vengeful specter. The others, initially driven by lust, were not fixated on her. Startled by Yin Suer's intent to self-destruct, the previous sense of imminent danger made their skin crawl, and they lost interest. With curses, they withdrew their hands, one of them slapping Yin Suer hard. How dare you, boss? We're no longer interested in her. Let us just kill her. With a sudden hiss, the man had scarcely finished speaking when a blade of wind appeared out of nowhere, slitting his throat. His face bore an expression of contempt from before his demise, and his lifeless body fell to the ground with a thud. The winds howled ferociously, prompting Xiao Li to hastily vacate his position, utilizing his extraordinary abilities to sprint 100 meters away. Despite his quick escape, the delicate, handsome features of his face were still grazed by the winds, causing a wound from which blood flowed profusely. He raised a hand to wipe his face, only to find it smeared with blood, inciting a surge of irritable frustration within him. The spot where he had stood was now pockmarked with varying depths from the swirling tornado. And of the original 11, only 3 bore serious injuries and survived. And in the center of the crater stood Yin Suer, unscathed, with only her hair disheveled by the gusts. Chapter 67. Rescuing others as the hurricane swept through. It caused the nearby grass thickets to thrash wildly. Xiao Li, a psychic ability user with exceptional perception, spotted what appeared to be a figure behind the more than a meter-high grass and shouted, I see you. Who are you? Come out if you dare. However, the impulsive Ruan Mingjin, unable to bear waiting, disregarded his words and unleashed an even stronger blast of wind. Boss, save me. The 3 severely injured individuals, with abilities barely at the 4th tier, stood no chance of escape. They could only manage a cry for help before being swept away by the tempest, which, while appearing wildly chaotic, was in fact a whirlwind of compressed air, concealing countless razor-sharp blades. In mere moments, only a pool of blood remained on the ground. Xiao Li squinted, finally realizing that the assailant was a 6th-tier wind ability user, yet he could not match the figure to anyone in his mind despite searching through a dozen names. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. As a triple-element ability user, he was confident in his ability to prevail even if he was 1 tier lower than his opponent, and he had other means at his disposal. He raised his hand to unleash more of his abilities towards the thicket, hoping to unearth the hidden individual, but he only caught a glimpse of the figure standing up before he heard the distinct approach of the infected creature XYG-237. His expression shifted. Without a second glance, he concentrated his abilities into his legs and, in the blink of an eye, was gone. The entire sequence unfolded too rapidly for Yin Suer to fully comprehend. Once the figure had fled, Ruan Mingjin felt a pang of regret for not having killed Xiao Li. Noticing that Yin Shuer was still standing in a daze, she pushed through the grass and grasped her hand, leading her to a nearby path while using her abilities to mask their presence from the swiftly approaching infected creatures. Yin Shuer snapped back to reality and stumbled after her, glancing at Ruan Mingjin's profile just ahead. Her skin was fair and delicate, and Yin Shuer's heart began to race. This was due to the unwavering determination and sharpness in Ruan Mingjin's eyes, as well as her calm, steady breathing. They ran several hundred meters without a hint of fatigue, the soft fragrance wafting through the air, instilling a sense of tranquility, as if the world had come to a standstill, banishing all danger and allowing Yin Shuer's tense emotions to gradually subside. The two continued running for over an hour before finally pausing. Despite her exhaustion, Yin Shuer remained silent, which caused Ruan Mingjin to regard her with newfound respect. "Are you all right? Thank you for saving me." "I am fine." Yin Shuer shook her head, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Ruan Mingjin. She vaguely remembered her from one of the teams at the Zhoutian base. "Hello, my name is Yin Shuer, the vice captain of a team organized at the Sandan base. The person who just escaped was our captain, Xia Wuli. May I ask your name?" "I know you. My name is Ruan Mingjin." Ruan Mingjin nodded. A gentle breeze swept by, and she suddenly sensed something, urgently pulling Yin Shuer behind a tree to don't speak. "Someone is coming to him." Yin Shuer complied. However, as she surveyed their surroundings, her expression shifted dramatically. Her lips trembled involuntarily, and a flicker of fear crossed her gaze. She wanted to say something to Ruan Mingjin, but hesitated, fearing it might alert the approaching creature. At that moment, she heard faint footsteps, and her mind conjured images of the relentless infected creature pursuing them. Her eyes fixated on the source of the sound, her palms sweating with anxiety that as light rain continued to fall. The mountain path became increasingly treacherous. The once sparse fog thickened, obscuring visibility at a distance. Suli felt a surge of urgency. "When Rusi, are you certain Ruan is in this direction? I can sense her. She is very close, just ahead," when Rusi replied, nodding intently as he focused on honing in on her exact location. Noticing they were drawing nearer, a glimmer of hope lit up his deep-set eyes as he strode forward with purpose. Seeing his reaction, Suli realized they were about to find Ruan, but couldn't help but ask again. "Are you absolutely sure about Ruan's location? Didn't your sensing get interrupted earlier? Is everything truly all right? You may doubt me, but trust in the Doctor's technology," when Rusi answered without turning back. Hearing a familiar voice from afar, Ruan Mingjin's eyes brightened, and she stepped out from behind the tree. Yin Shuer barely had time to intervene as Ruan Mingjin called out urgently, "Miss Ruan, earlier we encountered a creature resembling an infected being from history. They are adept at mimicking humans to lure us into traps. Some of our team fell victim. Rest assured, judging by the tone and footsteps, it is definitely one of our own, that if you're truly afraid, you can hide behind the tree for now. I will call you out once it's safe," Ruan Mingjin reassured, gently patting her shoulder to encourage her to retreat and conceal herself. That Yin Shuer complied. She took a moment to gather her composure, only to be startled by the sudden approach of figures emerging from the thick fog. Chapter 68. Consequences ahead. When Rusi, I recall you clashing with that 8th tier infected. Did it bite you? Ruan Mingjin noticed when Rusi's injuries, realizing he had been too composed and almost deceived her. Her tone turned stern. "Come here. Let me see your wound, so I can heal you." Caught, when Rusi had no intention of hiding it any longer, he turned to face her, closed his eyes, and with stiff limbs, walked to Ruan Mingjin. Obediently turning his back to her, he lifted his shirt to reveal a gruesome, bloody wound on his back. Seeing this, Suli couldn't help but scoff. "I told you, I detected a strong scent of blood from him that I asked him to let me check, but he adamantly refused. Turns out he really was injured. Indeed, the wound is quite substantial. I can smell it too," and Xiangrong chimed in, nodding in agreement. "When we encountered him, he and the 8th tier infected were both gravely wounded. We had no idea where he was hurt, and since we are not healing-type ability users, we plan to find you first. You must speak up if you get hurt again. Do you hear me?" Ruan Mingjin instructed, her tone firm as she utilized her abilities to heal him, while simultaneously lecturing him like a concerned mother. Li's eyes seemed to possess a filter of their own, as she perceived that the voice and demeanor of Ruan Mingjin while conversing with Rusi were exceedingly gentle, even more so than her own, that a sense of imbalance surged within her. And with a hint of displeasure, she grasped someone's wrist, intent on retreating. The relationship between her and Ruan was but a word away from being defined as a romantic engagement, and witnessing their close proximity stirred a discomfort deep within her. Although Rusi was merely Ruan's robot, such intimacy was still unwarranted. The individual beside her wore an expression as if someone owed him a fortune, his jealousy palpable. Ruan felt her lips twitch. Merely offering a word of comfort turned into an irrational fit of jealousy. She was even miffed by the presence of a mere robot. It was hard to imagine how he would react if she were to take several husbands in the future. When she failed to pull him along, Suli pouted, his almond-shaped eyes brimming with misty discontent. His sleek, dark hair was tied back, leaving a few shorter strands cascading down beside his ears that if one overlooked his towering height of 1.82 meters. He resembled a wronged little wife, delicate yet appealing. Ruan Mingjian was rendered speechless. She felt a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Suppressing her laughter, she extended her hand to pinch his cheek. Don't be anxious. I encountered the vice captain of the Freedom Team at the Sandan base not long ago that I was concerned about the infected approaching, so I didn't let her follow us. I'll bring her along now. Upon finishing her words, she swiftly turned back and called out to the figure behind the large tree. Miss Yun, it's safe now. Please come out. After speaking, she remembered she hadn't changed her clothes yet and urged Yun Shuer to wait a moment while she donned a convenient raincoat. The two exchanged umbrellas and soon transformed their attire. Only after putting on the raincoat did the weight lift from Yun Shuer's heart as she followed Ruan Mingjian out from behind the tree. After crossing a patch of grass, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss Ruan, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Go ahead, Ruan Mingjian replied, raising an eyebrow. Hearing footsteps behind her, she gestured for them to remain back while allowing Yun Shuer to continue. Noticing her attentiveness, Yun Shuer smiled gently. It's nothing too secretive. Let them come closer to listen. Here's the thing. The day before yesterday, we ventured to the back mountain of Jibei Mountain and discovered a cave that we intended to explore it but were attacked by the infected, barely escaping with our lives to the Liando mountain range, costing us many casualties that as soon as Su Li and the others arrived. Yun Shuer recounted their harrowing experience and detailed everything concerning Xie Wuli's actions, her voice laced with barely contained resentment. After a brief pause, she continued, while we were in the cave, we also found a patch of blue plants that the infected seemed to hold in high regard, with many lurking nearby to guard them. We were discovered as soon as we approached. That location is not far from here. Blue plants? Aren't the infected like zombies, feeding on flesh and blood? Why would they guard a patch of plants? And Xiangrong queried, her face etched with confusion. However, Ruan Mingjian sensed a different aura. Since the inception of the infected by the Dark Energy Biological Research Institute, there had been no serum developed. Perhaps this blue plant was the key, potentially aiding Dr. Huangpu in his research for a serum. Unusual phenomena often held significance. Ruan's assertion was not without merit, and Su Li recalled that when he was born, a companion flower had bloomed beside his shell, a remedy for his snake venom. Both of their perspectives were compelling. Should they miss this opportunity, it might be a long wait for a serum for the infected. After all, even high-tier healing ability users had their limits. Instead of leaving, it would be wiser to take a risk. The An Xiangrong nodded in agreement. Since we've come this far, why not gather some specimens to bring back for Dr. Huangpu's analysis? It might prove immensely beneficial. Having not considered this angle earlier, Yun Shuer's eyes sparkled with newfound determination that a significant contribution would yield ample rewards, even surpassing the points earned from completing tasks, thereby enhancing her reputation. The financial strain from her family's purchase of a light brain had left her somewhat cash-strapped. So if this discovery proved useful, it could offset her expenses. With a serum, it would also be a boon for the survivors that an average-sized base like the Yun family doesn't intimidate me, she thought, recalling Xie Wuli's words, a glint of resolve flashing in her eyes. Even if Xie Wuli had powerful backing that made them too formidable to confront, so what? If she could achieve a significant accomplishment this time, she could leverage it to exert pressure on the base's upper echelons and avenge Shi. After a brief discussion lasting barely a minute, the group ultimately resolved to venture into the cave. Chapter 69. The cave with a rumble, storm clouds gathered ominously, and the light dimmed as lightning flickered within the clouds, followed by the sound of thunder, briefly illuminating the earth. The drizzle transformed into a steady downpour. Having scarcely eaten throughout the day, Everyone munched on some compressed biscuits to stave off hunger as they prepared for the impending battle. Suli produced a floating umbrella, setting it up and fitting a small ring onto his pinky finger. The top of the floating umbrella contained a small device. Inserting a wind-type or neutral energy crystal core would allow it to hover in midair. Wearing the corresponding positioning ring ensured that the umbrella would follow wherever one went. He adjusted its size to encompass the group and then retrieved several wild fruits from the spatial pocket, offering them to Ruan Mingxin. Ruan, the compressed biscuits are rather bland. These wild fruits I gathered on the way should provide a change of flavor. And Xiangrong and the others have collected quite a few as well. Take these for a taste. All right, thank you that I'll share some with Miss Yun. Ruan Mingxin, awestruck by the marvels of futuristic apocalyptic technology, nodded appreciatively. Seeing the heart-wrenching expression on the man's face, she felt a twinge of guilt for having indulged in her solitary feast earlier that day. Her demeanor softened further as she smiled at him, accepting the wild fruits, which totaled 8, and handing 2 over to Yun Shuer. Yun Shuer was somewhat taken aback. Although she lived comfortably in the base, her earlier years had often seen her stealthily undertaking missions with Qi alongside other teams. She had adapted to outdoor survival, and while she wasn't particularly picky about food, the wild fruits were a delightful change. Thank you, Miss Ruan and Mr. Su. Not at all, Ruan Mingxin replied, hearing Suli's rather stiff response. She couldn't help but chuckle, pushing 3 wild fruits into his hands. That don't give me everything. Save some for yourself. They were picked for you that I'll manage with just 2. Suli's gaze softened as he placed another fruit in her hand. When Rusi stepped forward, producing several wild fruits himself, initially intending to offer them all to Ruan Mingxin, he reconsidered after observing their exchange, deciding to keep 3 for himself and stuffing the remainder into Ruan Mingxin's arms. Ruan, these are for you. Take your time eating. I have enough. You, Ruan, you are my master. There's no need to be polite. When Rusi smiled, his bronze skin giving him an almost endearing appearance, and his starry eyes gazed at her with a profound affection. Ruan Mingxin felt a bit uneasy and quickly turned her head. Su Li and Xiangrong exchanged a glance, nodding in unison as they proceeded along the path through the small grove to the right. The distance of 200 meters was not far, and they reached their destination in a few leisurely minutes. The cave was concealed behind the trees, surrounded by lush undergrowth, with numerous thorny vines obscuring it. Without close inspection, it was difficult to discern the existence of the cave. In her heart, Ruan Mingxin felt a sudden thump, carefully attuning herself to the winds in the area. As a wind elemental ability user, her sensitivity to the breeze was far more acute than that of ordinary individuals. Although the cave was somewhat hidden, a draft was emanating from within, indicating that there were other exits. The group stepped cautiously into the cave. Her suspicions were further validated. Under the night vision goggles, the surroundings were vividly illuminated. The walls had been polished smooth, yet it was evident that they were hewn by human hands. She furrowed her brow slightly and lowered her voice to warn. This cave is rather peculiar. It does not appear to be of natural formation, but rather seems to be artificially excavated. The ventilation suggests there are additional exits, making it highly likely that this connects to the lair of the infected entity XYG-237. We were discovered shortly after entering, and I cannot speak to what happened thereafter. The gazes of Xiangrong and the others swiftly turned towards her, prompting Yun Shuer to hastily gesture and explain. First, take a left, then a right. If you proceed straight for nearly 100 meters, you will encounter the patch of blue plants. Let us venture further inside. Suddenly, when Rusi spoke up, the group had no objections. Their pace did not falter. Sure enough, they soon needed to turn left, and after traversing a short distance without encountering any dangers, they made another right turn, faint light filtering in from 100 meters away, accompanied by rainwater that pattered vigorously against the ground. Before they could approach, a faint rustling sound emerged from the darkness. When Rusi reacted swiftly, gesturing towards a particular direction, his gold elemental ability unleashed in an instant, swiftly killing one infected entity. However, the entity was pitch black, nearly blending into the cave wall, and with the dim lighting and the faint presence of dark energy surrounding them, it was impossible to see the infected creature through the night vision goggles. Relying solely on intuition was futile, but he shouted, "Lu Xingyu!" Received. Lu Xingyu, standing behind Yun Shuer, understood his intent and promptly activated his light elemental ability for illumination. His light ability had a branch that caused burns. which had awakened after a secondary differentiation from the illumination. Thus, gazing directly at his light source for an extended period would result in pain. The infected entities, being light-averse, had been lurking in the cave for too long. Upon encountering the intense light, especially one formed from light abilities, they instinctively recoiled, letting out a pained cry as they hastily retreated. With Lu Xingyu's illumination, the vision of everyone was instantly brightened, revealing numerous infected entities XYG-237 in a spider-like form clinging to the upper cave walls, rapidly retreating towards 3 tunnels leading who knows where. Chapter 70. It is that 8th-order infected entity strange. Why are there so few infected entities guarding this place today? Upon discerning the commotion, Yun Shui's face displayed confusion, yet her hands remained unceasing as she charged forward with the others to eliminate the infected creatures. The fastest of the infected entities, realizing it could not escape, emitted a sharp, brief scream. Li boom boom boom. In total, 5 infected entities met their demise, either cleaved in two by the wind elemental powers or incinerated through the brain by fire elemental abilities, crashing to the ground with a tremendous noise, sending up clouds of dust. When Rusi, who could directly connect to the star network, had been endowed with an analysis of the infected entities in his mind long before being sent to Ruanmingxin. After nearly 2 days of battling the infected, he had gained a fair understanding of them and urged. The infected entities just emitted a call to alert their companions. Soon, more infected will come this way. We must hasten and gather as many of those plants as possible. Su Li, you are in charge of keeping watch around us. Understood that Su Li frowned slightly, dissatisfied with Wen Rusi's commanding tone. However, prioritizing the greater situation, she nodded lightly, extending her mental prowess throughout the cave and even stretching 300 meters into the 3 tunnels. She refrained from probing deeper, as there were more branching paths ahead. The center of the cave featured a large opening, through which rainwater poured down. The rain outside was heavy, causing a significant racket as it fell. Beneath the curtain of rain lay a patch of flat ground surrounded by several small ditches, irrigating the crystalline blue vegetation's roots, stems, and leaves. This place was elevated, likely situated at the summit of Jibei Mountain, where excess rainwater would flow through the soft earth to nourish the blue plants without risking root rot from excess moisture. Such a simple setup, and even if it were merely soil, it was sufficient to demonstrate that the infected entity responsible for cultivating this patch of soft earth possessed a remarkably high level of intelligence. Ruanmingxin's eyes sparkled as she skillfully utilized her wind elemental powers to precisely excavate a large quantity of blue vegetation, securing it within her spatial pouch. Beside her, and Xiangrong gazed on with a hint of envy. Alas, being a fire elemental user, he could not emulate Ruanmingxin's method and could only dig up 1 plant at a time. Shortly, they had harvested several plants, just as they prepared to continue their efforts. Su Li's expression suddenly changed, prompting everyone to halt, and we must leave this place immediately. Numerous infected entities are approaching. Upon hearing Su Li's warning, the group swiftly ceased their actions and sprinted towards the cave's exit. Cackling? Cackling. Li. Just as they turned a corner, dozens of infected entities surged out from the tunnel behind them. Upon seeing their companions' corpses and the unmistakable signs of human intrusion in the soft earth, where the blue vegetation was evidently diminished, they erupted in furious roars, emitting deafening and shrill cries. From the 3 tunnels, the sound of footsteps echoed, and in the next instant, more than a dozen infected entities charged out. They showed no hesitation, all racing towards the direction where Ruanmingxin and the others were fleeing, their icy blue eyes now filled with bloodlust, as if they were not merely losing a few plants, but a rare and priceless treasure. The infected entities, consumed by rage, dropped their concealment. Although they were still indistinct in the darkness, their pairs of ice-blue eyes were strikingly conspicuous that Su Li, perceiving their eyes filled with ferocity through his abilities, felt a wave of astonishment. This is bad. They have succumbed to frenzy, and their speed has increased. We must shake them off quickly. Everyone exerted themselves to run, none replying, yet it was as if their unspoken agreement quickened their pace further. However, just as they rounded the last corner and had not run far, a dozen infected entities caught up to them from above the cave walls. Shadowy figures flashed by, blocking their path ahead. A fierce battle was imminent, and to prevent the humans from escaping, The infected entities blocking the exit did not charge recklessly, but instead circled around. The pursuing infected entities unleashed wild, frantic screams, baring their claws as they lunged at the group. Ruan Mingjin kicked a nearby infected entity away that had lunged at her with its gaping maw, raising her energy sword and forcefully tossing it upward. Successfully slaying one. Meanwhile, Su Li protected her from behind, using his psychic abilities to pulverize the brains of the approaching infected entities, then sweeping his long arm to sever the head of another infected creature that had just been kicked away and was reattacking. The cave's passage was relatively wide, allowing for significant movements, and the group coordinated seamlessly, preventing the infected entities from getting too close in a short span of time. Cackling. However, just as they dispatched over a dozen infected entities, another wave of 10 to 20 more surged from the left tunnel. The infected entities blocking the cave exit possessed sixth-order strength and moved with incredible speed, making them difficult to capture. When Rusi understood that they could not afford to delay any longer, otherwise, all the infected entities in the lair would converge on them. Focusing intently, he predicted the trajectories of the infected entities' movements and instantly unleashed his powers, successfully inflicting severe injuries on the dozen or so infected creatures. Seeing this, Yin Shui's pupils emitted a golden glow. Her black eyes transformed into golden vertical slits, and furry beast-like ears sprouted atop her head as she sped forward, revealing her sharp claws to shatter one of the infected entities. After executing this, she swiftly retreated, but an injured infected entity lunged at her, its claws imbued with dark energy. "Watch out!" And Xiangrong, who had just moved up to eliminate 2 infected entities, sensed the impending danger and hurled a compressed fireball that pierced through the heart of the attacking entity. When Rusi unleashed his abilities once more, shooting through the remaining infected entities' legs, slowing their movements. Seizing this opportunity, he brandished his energy sword and swiftly dispatched their heads one by one. Boom! Above the cave, thunder rumbled across the entire Jibei Mountain, illuminating the area outside the cave with flashes of lightning, allowing faint light to filter in, revealing several indistinct figures moving about. It was that 8th-order infected entity. As long as there was light, eliminating obstructions, when Rusi would be able to clearly see the scene within 1,000 meters. Although they were still over 1,000 meters from the cave's exit, he could still faintly discern that the figures, slightly different in color, belonged to the 8th-order infected entity he had previously battled, whose strength matched his own. During the fierce confrontation, he discovered that the infected entity exhibited an astonishingly rapid recovery rate. Even minor injuries could heal within mere breaths, showcasing an exceptionally potent self-healing ability. Chapter 71. Spare no effort to eliminate them. Had it not been for the fact that both sides were in a state of mutual destruction and the timely arrival of Su Li and her companions, who instilled a sense of caution in the adversary, it is feared that when Rusi would have succumbed to exhaustion after prolonged assault and perished at the hands of the enemy, the group abruptly halted their advance toward the cave's exit. The infected entity moved with remarkable speed, soon entering their line of sight. Ruan Mingjin looked up to meet the gaze of the 8th-tier infected entity, and a shiver ran down her spine. This infected entity seemed even stronger than when they had encountered it that morning. Lu Xinglu used his energy sword to block the claws of the approaching infected entity, while his other hand retrieved another energy handle from the spatial pocket. With a swift motion, he positioned the energy handle against the creature's chest, summoning a blade that instantaneously pierced its heart. He then unleashed a light-type ability that seared the eyes of several infected entities, their skin scorched, causing them to instinctively retreat in terror. However, Lu Xinglu was not one to grant them the opportunity to escape. Swiftly advancing to deliver several decisive strikes. Upon turning around, he caught sight of the 8th-tier infected entity approaching, accompanied by a few others. His keen eyes discerned a familiar figure trailing behind the 8th-tier infected entity, a youthful face marred by dark strands of hair, its complexion dull and not yet fully transformed into darkness. His pupils dilated in shock. It was Qi Li. How had he become an infected entity? Qi Li belonged to Mu Xiaoxiao's team, who was currently unable to undertake missions due to her pregnancy. The team was led by Vice Captain Lu Zhuai, who had battled the infected entities all night. This morning, amidst the heavy fog, everyone had dispersed, and it was unimaginable that Qi Li had succumbed to infection and transformed into infected entity XYG-237. As the 8th-tier infected entity drew near, the previously disadvantaged infected entities seemed to find their backbone, erupting into raucous shouts. One of them, with a hoarse yet oddly hesitant voice, managed to utter a word, indicating a nascent ability to communicate. Yun Shuer stared wide-eyed in astonishment, realizing the cunning intelligence of the infected entities. She had not anticipated they could speak. The Ji Luzhou halted a short distance away, his dark blue eyes fixed intently on Ruan Mengjin through Wenrusi, recognizing the high-level healer as their greatest threat. Any danger to their master must be eradicated. He moved his lips, pausing for a few seconds before issuing a hoarse command. Eliminate them at all costs. Energized by this rallying cry, all the infected entities surged forward with renewed vigor, their eyes glowing crimson as they bared their sharp teeth and charged towards the group. Meanwhile, Ji Luzhou darted swiftly towards Wenrusi, executing a powerful kick that sent shockwaves through the air, audible as a thunderous crack. Night vision goggles revealed the rippling muscles of his leg, taut with exertion, the sheer force of the kick propelling Wenrusi several dozen meters away. Bang! Rua, a gust of wind swept through, instantly sending several infected beings, who were about to pounce on Yun Shuer, tumbling away. Ruan Mengjin raised her hand, and a powerful breeze lifted her from the ground. Pulling her backward, steadying herself, Yun Shuer cast a grateful glance at her before returning to the fray. The last 6th-tier infected being near the cave's exit was particularly cunning, despite Xiangrong's prolonged efforts. He had yet to eliminate it successfully. With a swift turn of its eyes, it suddenly darted out, rolling several times, believing its opponent had simply lost footing. Seizing the moment, it lunged forward to bite in Xiangrong's neck, only to have its heart pierced by a sword blade the instant it drew near. Kicking the heavy corpse aside, it quickly rose to its feet, shouting toward the inside, "Sister Ruan, Lu Xingyu, we've nearly dealt with the infected beings over here. Hurry up and come." Upon hearing his voice, the others swiftly dispatched the infected beings before them and turned to rush toward the cave's exit. However, just as they were about to emerge, they were halted by Xiangrong's sudden presence. For Qili was currently blocking the exit. Time was of the essence. They had no choice but to turn back and continue battling the infected beings that a few infected beings charged towards Su Li. But she effortlessly shattered their brains with her powers. Witnessing the distance between them widen, when Rusi's expression shifted, his hands becoming mere shadows as he unleashed a barrage of techniques. Ultimately, he concentrated his metal-based powers in his right hand, waiting for the opportune moment to strike Ji Luzhou in the chest, successfully pushing him back. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li dashed forward, closely following him. However, Ji Luzhou was unwilling to let them escape so easily. Emitting a brief, urgent shriek, he took a few steps back, then leaped, landing heavily on Wenrusi's shoulder, placing himself right in front of the group. The force of his inertia caused Wenrusi to stumble forward despite his defenses. And luckily, Su Li reacted quickly, supporting him. Meanwhile, Ruan Mengjin had already healed the wound on Yun Shuer's arm to its original state. The sight of Qi Li left in Xiangrong feeling profoundly unfamiliar. Though it was still the body he recognized, the eyes that once sparkled with familiarity now bore a chilling indifference, leaving him momentarily at a loss. "Qi Li, it's us. We're comrades in the same team. We have shared countless missions and fought side by side, rejoicing in each other's advancements and powers. Have you truly forgotten? Do you not remember us at all? Those who exit the cave shall die." Observing in Xiangrong's nearly hysterical demeanor, Qi Li remained expressionless, devoid of any reaction, his voice cold as he uttered several words laden with murderous intent. In response, Lu Xingyu felt a pang of heartache, but was compelled to speak the harsh truth. "Xiangrong, don't waste your breath, and no matter how you call him, he will not respond. Most infected beings do not remember their past lives. Only a few retain memories. Even if Qi Li remembers, he is no longer the same person. Only the serum for infected beings can save him." And Xiangrong's eyes turned crimson as he glared fiercely at Qi Li, biting his lip in silence. Noticing his prolonged inaction, Lu Xingyu instructed the other 3 teammates to protect Yun Shuer and rush toward Qi Li, only to discover that the infected being had grown stronger after transformation. His abilities had escalated from Tier 5 to Tier 6, and he had awakened dark powers as well. While engaging Qi Li, he shouted to the dazed and Xiangrong, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up! If you can't bear to kill him, then let's bind him together." coming back to his senses, and Xiangrong ceased his hesitation, advancing swiftly to coordinate with Lu Xingyu, and soon they had brought Qi Li to the ground. Yet, Qi Li seemed aware that they would not strike fatally, with a forceful twist of his waist. He executed a nimble maneuver, rising to his feet and adopting a reckless fighting style, full of openings but ruthless in execution. When Rusi, wielding his energy sword, struck air, only to be sent reeling backward by Jilu Zhou's palm. At that moment, a figure darted out beside him, and he realized it was too late to intervene. That Su Li attempted to confront Jilu Zhou, employing every technique she could muster, each move lethal and cunning. Yet she was still launched away by his brute strength. Ruan Mingjin quickly used her wind powers to hold him back, preventing him from crashing into the swarm of infected beings, her eyes filled with concern as she scolded. You re 3 tiers below him. Are you trying to fight him in close quarters without regard for your life? Chapter 73. Trapped. Seeing when Rusi struggled to gain the upper hand against Jilu Zhou alone, I decided to lend a hand, eager to test the strength of an 8th tier infected being and ascertain how formidable they truly were. Indeed, it was every bit as powerful as I had imagined. Sensing the piercing gaze of my beloved, Su Li felt a pang of guilt. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several infected beings lunging toward Ruan Mingjin, and without hesitation, she unleashed her mental powers to eliminate them. Feeling pain coursing through her body, leading to a series of violent coughs, that I'll be more cautious next time, she thought. Enough, I hold no grudge against you. Let us switch positions. Ruan Mingjin, recognizing from her voice that Su Li had sustained some internal injuries, hurriedly healed her using her healing powers while simultaneously dispatching 2 nearby, infected beings with wind blades. She intended to swap places with Su Li to assist when Rusi in driving Jilu Zhou back swiftly. But to her surprise, Su Li remained unmoved. Frowning, she grasped Su Li's shoulder and forcibly switched their positions using her wind powers. That I can protect myself, dear, she assured gently. Those words immediately quelled Su Li's frustration. She obediently complied, though she remained vigilant, ensuring her beloved's safety while occasionally launching mental attacks at Jilu Zhou. Despite Jilu Zhou's formidable self-healing abilities and strength, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the combined efforts of the group, especially that of the venomous serpent possessing mental powers. He suddenly realized that if he continued to fight alone, he would eventually perish at the hands of these humans. Watching the infected beings fall one by one, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. These were beings they had painstakingly cultivated over a long period. Suddenly, a chilling, low voice echoed throughout the cave, reverberating ominously, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. In response, Jilu Zhou seemed to receive some command. His dark blue eyes suddenly filled with reverence. He deftly evaded when Rusi's attacks, darting toward the cave entrance and delivering a powerful punch to the mountainside, causing countless spiderweb-like fissures to radiate from the point of impact. The ground trembled violently, followed by a heavy cracking sound, as a stone door descended directly from above the cave entrance. The group attempted to rush forward, but Qi Li lunged at them, successfully stalling them for a few moments. Even Wu Yu, who possessed earth powers, could not prevent the door from descending, that he was compelled to use his earth spikes to halt the door's closure. But the stone door was nearly 10 meters thick and immensely heavy, shattering the spikes in an instant. At the moment the door slammed shut, a thunderous roar reverberated outside the cave, illuminating Jilu Zhou's figure and casting an elongated shadow. A distinct dark energy fluctuation filled the air, and Ruan Mingjin instinctively recognized it as a branch of dark powers known as cover. Through the flash of lightning, she clearly observed the dark energy enveloping Jilu Zhou's hand. The dark power of cover could envelop certain objects, shielding them from other abilities and preventing external control. That was precisely why Wu Yu could not manipulate the stone door with his earth powers. In an instant, the light diminished, visibility hampered, as everyone could only rely on their vague sight and intuition to evade the attacks of the infected beings. Lu Xingyu hurriedly used his powers to provide illumination, revealing a fresh wave of infected beings surging toward them. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed, "Damn it! It seems all the infected beings have come our way. Qi Li, get out of the way. Do you truly believe we won't take you seriously?" As the number of infected beings swelled, and after such a prolonged struggle, everyone's powers were nearly depleted, and their stamina was waning, and Xiangrong felt an overwhelming urgency. His eyes reddened as he glared at Qi Li, who was darting around like an eel, blocking their approach to the stone door, yet refraining from attacking them. Unable to suppress his fury, he shouted, "If you don't move aside, don't blame us for being ruthless despite our long-standing friendship. Those who come near shall die." Qi Li remained utterly ungrateful, rolling aside to evade the gust of blades and swiftly leaping backward until his back pressed firmly against the stone door. His gaze frosty, Dadayan Xiangrong's heart sank with anxiety. Ruan Mingjin clicked her tongue lightly, replacing the energy sword's core, instructing Su Li to remain vigilant against the infected entities approaching from behind. With a determined stride, she advanced, brandishing the energy sword towards Qi Li with lethal intent. The confined space left Qi Li no choice but to confront her assault. Witnessing this, and Xiangrong clenched and unclenched his fists, ultimately deciding to disregard the situation that he warned when Rusi to ensure Ruan Mingjin's safety, then turned to join the rear ranks, sheathing his energy sword and drawing forth an energy laser gun, unleashing a furious barrage upon the horde of infected entities. Perhaps fueled by a desire for vengeance, he rapidly replaced two energy cores, the air filled with the relentless sound of gunfire. Ruan Mingjin and when Rusi synchronized their movements flawlessly, identifying a flaw in Qi Li's defense, and simultaneously delivered a kick that sent him hurtling away. Thud! Qi Li crashed violently against the stone door, struggling to rise, his tongue pressed against his teeth. Emitting a frantic cry from his throat, screech, hiss, in the next moment, countless earthen spikes erupted from his legs, waist, and the sides of his neck, ensnaring him tightly, as when Rusi reinforced the spikes with a wave of his hand. Though killing was off the table, they could not allow him to obstruct them any further. The infected entities behind them grew increasingly frenzied, now displaying a semblance of intelligence. They no longer rushed forward en masse, but instead began to engage in a tactical exchange, with one replacing another in a rotating assault that in this dire situation. Wu Yu hastened to the stone door, attempting to use his abilities to raise it, only to discover that no matter his efforts, he could not lift the door. Upon touching it, a thick layer of purplish-black gas briefly materialized on its surface. Ruan Mingjin's expression grew grave as she declared, "It's a branch of dark abilities known as coverage. That 8th-tier infected entity, Ji Luzhou, is still guarding the cave entrance that we cannot exit from here. We must seek another route." The cave was windy, indicating the presence of other exits. Remaining here any longer would not serve them well. Their stamina was limited. Once their abilities were completely depleted, they would be in peril. Why not take a gamble and find another exit from within? Yin Shui's claws flickered into visibility, her powers nearly exhausted, as she slashed through the throat of an approaching infected entity. Chapter 74. We shall proceed this way, with scarcely a moment to catch their breath. Yin Shui retracted her powers and retrieved an energy handle from her spatial pouch, plunging it into the heart of another infected entity. Ruan Mingjin decisively turned, using her abilities to carve a path forward, leading the charge, with Su Li following closely behind without a moment's hesitation. And the others swiftly kept pace. Before departing, and Xiangrong cast a lingering glance at the violently thrashing Qi Li, then turned to follow, when Rusi wielded his energy sword to create several afterimages, swiftly dispatching the nearby infected entities before seamlessly launching dozens of golden needles, felling numerous foes. With a powerful push, he leapt over Lu Xingyu and the others, reaching Ruan Mingjin before the corner. Ruan, the area above where the blue plants grow should, if I am not mistaken, be situated at the summit of the mountain. Do you have enough energy left? Enough, Ruan Mingjin replied, pausing only briefly to extract a wind-type energy core obtained from hunting a mutated beast days prior, absorbing it as she ran. However, as they turned a corner, the group successfully reached the previously discovered patch of soft earth adorned with blue vegetation. That moment, the rain outside had ceased, even the dark clouds dispersed. And under the sparse moonlight, the group looked up to see three shadowy heads suddenly protruding from the cave's entrance, their icy blue eyes strikingly clear that a collective gasp escaped them. They seemed to have foreseen the impending events. The three pairs of icy blue eyes narrowed slightly before swiftly retreating, and in the next instant, they forcefully pushed a massive stone to seal the entrance. Ruan Mingjin had already unleashed 3 wind blades the moment the infected entities narrowed their eyes. But unfortunately, they met with empty air, Darkness enveloped them instantly, the sounds of dozens of infected entities echoing behind. Lu Xingyu hurriedly illuminated their surroundings while simultaneously employing area of effect burns to deter the advancing infected entities. Think of a strategy quickly. We must restrain this horde. That stone is peculiar. My abilities cannot penetrate it. Su Li frowned deeply, that he had sensed that the three infected entities above were merely at the fourth tier of strength. And he was confident he could control them entirely with his psychic abilities. Yet the stone they used to block the entrance was extraordinarily strange, capable of obstructing his powers. Hearing this, Wenrusi narrowed his profound eyes, reluctantly hurling a dozen golden blades toward the cave's entrance. However, the blades seemed to strike an impenetrable barrier. Rebounding immediately, he hastily dispelled his energy to avoid harming his companions, his expression grave as he produced a golden energy core to absorb. Glancing at those beside him, he whispered, Ruan, is there any other place from which the wind flows? Yes, we should proceed this way. After cautiously sensing the surroundings, Ruan Mengjin's eyes brightened as she noted the wind still flowing through other passages. Without hesitation, she aimed her energy laser gun at the infected entities and unleashed a barrage, then quickly led the group down one of the tunnels. Clatter! Just as they managed to gain a slight distance from the pursuing infected entities. A cacophony of their cries erupted from within the tunnels before they could reach them, causing the expressions of everyone to shift dramatically. Unlike the cave, the tunnels could be either wide or narrow. Rushing in recklessly could easily result in an ambush by the infected entities. Time was of the essence. Yet they pressed on as they approached. Su Li astutely detected another path to the left, obscured by a wall, barely discernible in the dimly lit cave. Ruan, there's a tunnel over here. I can feel the wind. Let us go this way. Ruan Mengjin nodded, following Su Li around the earthen wall. And Xiangrong kicked aside one infected entity and plunged into the tunnel behind the wall, with Wenrusi bringing up the rear to fend off any pursuing entities. Just as Wenrusi joined them, the infected entities soon caught up, and within minutes, a multitude surged forth from the previously mentioned three tunnels. They converged at the patch of blue vegetation, and the entities above swiftly moved the stone aside, gesturing towards the earthen wall. All the infected entities understood and turned to pursue the group. Uncertain of how long they had been running, the group encountered a bifurcation ahead that Su Li, utilizing his abilities, discerned that one tunnel held infected entities 300 meters away and thus led them down the other path. The further they descended, the more the soil beneath them became damp, the air taking on a chilling quality. The group ran breathlessly, not daring to pause for even a moment, their raincoats caked in mud. After a while, they again encountered a bifurcation, this time with 4 tunnels, the destinations of which remained unknown. Yun Schwerer expressed her concern. The terrain is evidently sloping downward. Is there truly another exit? Typically, where there is airflow, there is an external exit. They were all newcomers to this place. None could ascertain the true location of the exit. Ruan Mengjin shook her head, indicating 2 of the tunnels where air circulated, while the other 2 remained devoid of any breeze. That Su Li inspected the 2 tunnels and found no infected entities within 600 meters. Ruan, which direction has the strongest wind? The right one. With the infected entities at their heels, Ruan Mengjin understood the urgency of their situation. Without further ado, she stepped into the right tunnel, the deeper they ventured. The more Su Li's expression grew serious. Ruan, come behind me. The inner wall seemed peculiar, as if something is embedded within, much like that stone earlier, preventing my abilities from probing beyond 200 meters. No way. I am a 6th-tier ability user. If your powers are hindered, you would be in greater peril than I. Ruan Mengjin shook her head, her pace unwavering, refusing to agree to let Su Li take the lead. Wu Yu sensed his strength waning, straining to listen intently. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, it seems the infected entities have not caught up. Can we rest for 2 minutes? Just hold on a little longer. We will run again shortly, or we will soon be overtaken. Wenrushi walked at the rear, and although he could not hear any sounds from behind him, the sense of impending crisis that enveloped his head had not dissipated. He absolutely could not afford to pause, for if he were caught up, the narrow tunnel would yield dire consequences. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yu had no objections. After all, survival was paramount, and taking risks was simply not an option. After running for a while without incident, their line of sight gradually widened. They turned a corner and were met with the startling sight of 4 branching tunnels. One directly ahead, quite spacious. 2 on the left that were somewhat narrower, and 1 on the right that was also relatively wide. Chapter 75. Unstoppable. The central tunnel, the broadest of them all, clearly emitted light, causing everyone's eyes to brighten as if they had glimpsed hope. However, at the forefront, Ruan Mingjin sensed something was amiss. Yet apart from the footsteps of a few, there was no other sound. She had no choice but to lift her feet and run ahead. Su Li's nerves remained taut, highly sensitive. The instinct of a beast man alerted him that this place was far from simple, but he flicked his tongue like a serpent to sense the air and soon realized that there were numerous mixed scents of infected beings. A wave of unease washed over him, but thankfully, the passage had widened significantly, allowing him to stride forward confidently and reach Ruan Mingjin. Ruan, I feel a bit uneasy. Let me lead, you just follow me. All right. Given the precarious situation, Ruan Mingjin acquiesced, though she urged him to exercise utmost caution. Just as their group had barely taken a few steps into the central tunnel, a rustling sound emerged from ahead. Akin to human footsteps but much lighter. Everyone abruptly halted, and Su Li's expression shifted. It's an infected being. We need to quickly retreat to the side. Gaga. It seemed they had been detected, as the infected beings in the largest tunnel surged toward them with alarming speed. The 2 left tunnels exhibited evident gusts of wind, and everyone hurried in that direction. However, just as Su Li led the charge into one of the tunnels, several infected beings suddenly emerged from the adjacent one. Wu Yu and 2 other teammates barely managed to dodge, only to be tackled down. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, using energy swords to block the infected beings' gnashing jaws. The foul stench emanating from the infected beings made Wu Yu's face flush with discomfort, and with a fierce effort, he cleaved the head of the infected being that had pounced on him in 2 sizzle. Bang! The earlier chaos had allowed Yun Shuer to enter the tunnel first, while Ruan Mingjin lagged behind. She quickly employed her wind-based abilities to hurl the infected beings attacking Wu Yu and his companions away, observing that Wu Yu had sustained a scratch and the others had been bitten to varying degrees. She hastily utilized her healing abilities to mend their wounds and purify the virus. Quickly, you all go ahead. Wu Yu and the others hesitated for a moment. After all, Ruan Mingjin was one of the only 2 high-level healers at their Zhou Tian base. And being a woman, they could not afford any mishaps. They were men, after all, and how could they flee first? Seeing their reluctance, Ruan Mingjin once again blew away the nearby infected beings against the mountain wall for a few seconds, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. You are closer to the tunnel, and this passage isn't very wide, with so many infected beings. How am I supposed to get through if you block me? Move swiftly and enter. Don't dawdle like some feeble men. Cough, cough, cough. Then, Ruan Mei, hurry and keep up. If anything happens to you, we're all doomed. With the stakes laid bare, there was no time for further debate, though you could not suppress a violent cough. Quickly leading the 2 into the tunnel. Ruan Mingjin wanted to follow, but was obstructed by an infected being lunging at her side. Her eyes glinted with determination, and her energy sword flashed forth. Yet the creature evaded her strike. Only then did she realize that this infected being was also of 6th tier, nearing 7th tier strength, but upon recognizing the creature's appearance, her pupils contracted in shock. Wang Yun. Gaga! Wang Yun tilted his head, evidently puzzled as to why this human woman recognized him. Yet that did not impede his assault. Just as he initiated his attack, a sound of claws slicing through the air echoed from behind, accompanied by Wen Rushi's fearful voice. Ruan, be careful, puff. Upon hearing the commotion, Ruan Mingjin seized the moment when Xiangying and Lu Xingyu were distracted to temporarily block Wang Yun with her earth-based abilities. Then, she swiftly plunged her energy sword into the chest of an approaching infected being, immediately following it up with wind abilities to shatter the heads of several other infected beings. Meanwhile, the attacking infected being was timely dispatched by Wen Rushi, who pierced its brain and heart with a metallic blade. However, he was also forced to divert much of his attention, resulting in several infected beings' claws raking across his arm, leaving uneven wounds that extended from his shoulder down to the back of his hand. Sizzle! At that moment, Wang Yun broke free from the earthen restraint and lunged toward Ruan Mingjin. She executed a slide to get behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his back, accelerating her speed with wind abilities. Then leaping up to deliver a crushing blow. pinning Wang Yun to the ground with all her might. Meanwhile, when Rushi, disregarding his injuries, resumed the fight upon ensuring her safety. However, the claws of the infected beings carried slight toxins and corrosive dark abilities. Healing slowly, and blood continued to drip from his arm, staining much of his shirt. Red-as Ruan Mengjin pressed Wang Yun into the ground. She did not pause for breath, propelling herself forward with a powerful push. Using one hand to sever the head of another infected being, while the other hand, enveloped in wind abilities, thrust against the neck of yet another infected being, decapitating it with an invisible wind blade. In the blink of an eye, her energy sword had shifted to her left hand, while her right hand grasped Lu Xingyu's clothing, using wind abilities to pull him behind her, with a swift leap. She landed atop an infected being, her toes driving it forward, and with a flash of silver light, the heads of 4 or 5 infected beings dropped simultaneously, before their corpses hit the ground. She had already landed gracefully. Reaching Wenrushi's side, she immediately utilized her abilities to heal him, that in no time, the previously gaping, hideous wounds had regenerated new flesh, healing without a trace of scars. Gaga! Gaga! The furious shrieks of countless infected beings erupted around them, causing Wenrushi's expression to change as he swiftly pulled Ruan Mengjin back, causing the infected beings that had charged from the direction they had come to miss their mark. He turned to shout at the two approaching the tunnel. There are too many infected beings. Ruan, and I will exit through this side first. You two hurry and follow. Do not linger. As his words fell, he and Ruan Mengjin disappeared into the right tunnel, watching the relentless tide of infected beings pursuing them. Lu Xingyu and Xiangying felt their scalps tingle with fear. They summoned their resolve and swiftly cleared the few infected beings blocking the tunnel, without regard for the still prone Wang Yun. They stepped over him. The infected beings were tough-skinned and robust, far more defensively capable than humans. Such treatment posed no real threat to Wang Yun. Before long, Su Li came rushing towards them, followed closely by Yun Shuer. Lu Xingyu frowned deeply, hastily pushing Su Li forward. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly running back at a time like this? Yun Shuer, breathless with anxiety, replied, he is worried about Miss Ruan and couldn't help but return. I couldn't stop him. Chapter 76. It's Xiaodian, where's Ruan? She hasn't caught up. Where is she? Su Li's eyes burned crimson. The mere thought of Ruan Mengjin falling to the infected beings ignited a storm of wrath within him. Wishing to annihilate all creatures in sight, Xiangying felt the murderous intent emanating from Su Li, and though his face darkened, he maintained his composure, explaining as they ran, do not worry. The infected beings chased us and scattered our group. She escaped with Wenrushi through another tunnel. With Wenrushi by her side, she will be safe. The most urgent matter now is to rid ourselves of these infected beings and reunite with them. With that, Su Li could only turn and hasten after Yun Shuer, that he understood that Xiangying was right. Returning would yield no results and only lead to their demise at the hands of the infected beings. It was better to ensure their own safety first and then seek a way to reunite with Ruan. Yet the underground tunnel was vast, branching out in all directions, making it no simple task to locate someone in this labyrinthine expanse. Until he could ascertain Ruan's safety, he was consumed with anxiety, parched and restless, as the tempest of his fury brewed within him. The tunnel was eerily silent, in order to shake off the infected beings. Ruan Mengjin and Wenrushi did their utmost to muffle their footsteps. Only the sound of their own breathing echoed in their ears. Uncertain of how long they had been running, just as her strength was about to wane, Ruan Mengjin stumbled over a protruding clump of earth and nearly fell forward. Wenrushi reacted swiftly, catching her with a firm embrace, steadying her. The woman was slender, delicate to the touch, warm and soft, causing Wenrushi to blush slightly, a wave of heat washing over him. Once she was steady, he quickly released her, akin to a child who had made a mistake. Momentarily flustered, he adjusted his expression and steadied himself, saying, Ruan, it seems the infected beings haven't caught up. We can rest for a moment. Pausing for a moment, he added, now that it's just the two of us, if you feel fatigued, you must tell me. Aren't you tired? Ruan Mengjin, unaware of the man's unease, looked at him with curiosity. Wenrushi nodded earnestly. Aside from feeling a bit weak from overexerting my abilities, I don't truly feel fatigue from the physical exertion. Wenrushi fell silent for a moment when Ruan Mengjin suddenly called out his name. He looked at her in confusion. You know, The girl's tone was clearly laden with meaning that I in an instant. The man comprehended her implication. He pressed his lips together slightly, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Yes, there is your blood on the crystal core, and I knew it when I was activated. Wan Mingjin remained silent for a long while, taking a break of approximately 10 minutes to drink some water before continuing onward. Eventually, she asked, "Will you betray me?" "Absolutely not." When Rusi replied firmly, that he gazed at the back of Wan Mingjin's head with warmth. His voice gentle. Ruan, you are my master and my family, that I will never, ever betray you. My name was given by you, and it is you who granted me independent consciousness. You are my everything. And regardless of what the future holds, I will always stand by your side. All right, I believe you, Ruan Mingjin said, a slight smile gracing her lips that I in that moment. She not only sensed the trust emanating from Wenrusi, but also truly felt the bond that connected them for the very first time. The underground tunnel was devoid of light, and time slipped by unnoticed. It was impossible to tell how long it passed, or whether it was day or night outside. They found a spot where the earth had crumbled to rest. The location was secluded, and the presence of infected entities was faint, making them difficult to detect. Upon awakening from her slumber, Ruan Mingjin opened her eyes to meet Wenrusi's deep gaze. Startled, she asked, "Why are you staring at me? Haven't you rested at all? You sleep for now? I will keep watch that I no need, as long as my energy is sufficient. I do not require sleep that let's eat something first." Caught off guard, Wenrusi's eyes flickered slightly, and he shook his head. Turning away, he then produced a compressed biscuit from his spatial pocket and began to eat it with some water, following suit. Ruan Mingjin took out a biscuit as well, casting a curious glance at him, noting the absence of a spatial button on his person. Wenrusi, how large is your spatial pocket? Currently, the largest spatial pocket that can be created spans 10,000 square meters. And mine is approximately 20,000 square meters. After a brief pause, Wenrusi continued, "My spatial pocket is also a part of my body, and the materials used are exceedingly rare, which allows for the 2,000 square meters of space. Perhaps because of this, I do not need to seek out spatial abilities users to replenish its energy. The food and water were placed in my spatial pocket by the doctor before he left." "Ah, I see." Ruan Mingjin nodded, falling silent thereafter. After finishing their meal, the two resumed their journey. The infected entities had not pursued them, allowing them to slow their pace, nearly silent in their steps. After an indeterminate amount of time, they encountered 5 branching tunnels that as they approached, a faint sound of breathing emanated from one of the tunnels, barely audible. However, as a wind-type ability user, Ruan Mingjin's hearing was significantly superior to that of her peers. Her gaze darkened as she prepared to alert Wenrusi, but it seemed the individuals on the opposite side had also sensed their presence, as a faint sound of hurried footsteps echoed, indicating that they were quickening their pace toward this direction. Wenrusi also heard it and swiftly pulled her into a nearby tunnel. Ruan, this tunnel has wind, right?" "Yes," Ruan Mingjin nodded in affirmation. Before she could react further, a gentle breeze, carrying the faint sounds of climbing and the rustle of stones falling, reached her. Her expression shifted slightly. This was bad. Infected entities were approaching from within. "We must leave this tunnel immediately." As she spoke, she had already pulled Wenrusi out of the tunnel. At that moment, a bright yellow figure darted from a neighboring tunnel, charging directly at them. Wenrusi's brows knitted tightly as he instinctively pulled Ruan Mingjin behind him, preparing to kick out, but she stopped him just in time. "Wait, it seems to be Xiao Tianwolf." Xiao Tian, panting, leaped to her feet and began licking her vigorously, evoking laughter from Ruan Mingjin. Just as she was about to speak, another figure followed closely behind, momentarily stunned upon seeing Ruan Mingjin, then bursting into joy as they recognized her. "Boss, it's Xiao Ruan. Where have you been? Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Jin Xianwei, a familiar face, was instantly overjoyed, beaming as he approached, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the dark lines covering his arms. "Xiao Ruan, I never expected to run into you here. Just in time. I was accidentally bitten by the infected entity XYG-237 earlier. Please help me heal." Chapter 77, An Encounter. With the sound of hurried footsteps, Fu Chenming emerged from the tunnel with a dozen others. Upon seeing Ruan Mingjin safe and sound, the frown that had etched his brow for the past 2 days finally relaxed. Ruan Mingjin quickly healed Jin Xianwei, affectionately ruffling Xiao Tian's head as she ran toward another tunnel. Urging the others, infected entities are closing in. We must leave here quickly. Without hesitation, the dozen individuals followed Wenrusi into the tunnel. Moments later, the tunnel Ruan Mingjin and Wenrusi had entered was filled with a dozen or more infected entities. They sniffed the air, carefully assessing the situation, then charged into the tunnel that the group had previously vacated. The tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to pass side by side. Xiao Tian emitted a low growl, alerting everyone to the danger. Its keen senses detected numerous creatures approaching from behind, moving with the same speed and vibrations as the humanoid monsters they had encountered earlier. The gravity of the situation settled on everyone, quickening their pace. Swish, swish, swish. The physical abilities of ability users surpassed those of ordinary individuals by several folds. The higher the ability level, the stronger the physique. A fifth-tier ability user's running speed could rival that of a first-tier speed-type ability user. They sped through the tunnel like leaping leopards, their agile figures leaving behind fleeting shadows. Before long, they reached a wider area ahead, revealing several branching tunnels. Ruan Mingjin, running at the forefront, concentrated on sensing the airflow, quickly selecting a direction, leading the group into it. Time passed, and the passage widened further, the light gradually brightening, and the wind was more palpable. Ruan Mingjin sensed something and raised her hand, signaling those behind her to slow down. Upon seeing the gesture, Fu Qinming hastily instructed Jin Qianwei and the others to ease their pace. Uncertain of what lay ahead while infected entities pursued them from behind, they had no choice but to press forward cautiously. After rounding the final bend, the view opened up significantly as they took in the sight of several tunnels. Figures emerged from the shadows, startling both parties. Recognizing they were not infected entities, both groups heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Shi, leading his team, noticed the halt of the individuals in front and inquired with confusion, "Dr. Huangpu, why have you stopped?" It is Xiao Ruan and Xiao Fu. Huangpu Jinny's eyes lit up as she quickly explained, darting around Feng Xiaowei to approach Ruan Mingjin and Wenrusi. She then glanced at Fu Qinming, who had followed from behind. "What is the situation on your side? Is anyone hurt?" "Fortunately, we're okay, but this isn't the time for conversation, that we need to leave here first. A lot of infected entities are chasing us." Fu Qinming nodded in agreement, leading the group toward one of the tunnels. However, he suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye and immediately halted, near the ground beside one of the tunnels. There was a star-shaped mark. His pupils contracted as he turned sharply to run over. "This is a mark left by Cheng Fong. We should take this route. There's wind here too," Ruan Mingjin quietly acknowledged. After running a distance, they spotted a light source ahead. As they approached, they discovered a cave to the right, where dozens of infected entities lurked nearby. Sensing the unfamiliar presence, the infected entities turned their heads in unison. And in the next instant, they charged forward at incredible speed. Jin Qianwei held his breath, shouting, "Run!" They're all sixth tier. Retreating was not an option. They could only push forward into the soul tunnel ahead. Their footsteps never ceased as they successfully entered the tunnel just before the infected entities reached them. An Earth-type ability user quickly conjured Earth to block the tunnel entrance, temporarily stalling the advance of the sixth-tier infected entities. The infected entities crashed against the earthen wall, fists pounding relentlessly. Within mere breaths, they shattered the barrier. Yet as they surged forward, they encountered another earthen wall. With no other option, they continued their relentless chase. After running for nearly an hour, the ground inclined upward, providing a slight resistance. Yet none of the group showed any intention of pausing for a rest. Suddenly, Ruan Mingjin caught a whiff of the scent of freshly turned earth after rain. Mingled with a hint of grass, her eyes brightened. The exit was just ahead. A flicker of doubt crossed Fu Qinming's gaze. If the exit lay before them, had Cheng Fong and the others already escaped successfully? Minutes later, a bright light appeared at the entrance ahead. Upon reaching it, they found a long corridor-like passage, with small openings the size of bricks every 2 meters on the left, from which beams of white light streamed in. Directly ahead was the visible exit, illuminated by pure white light, while the right side bore 2 equally sized tunnels leading into the unknown. Without the slightest hesitation, a group of individuals immediately dashed towards that direction. However, halfway there, a horde of over a dozen infected beings suddenly surged forth from one of the tunnels on their right, several of which were at the formidable 6th tier. The team was instantly plunged into chaos. As more infected creatures continued to emerge from the tunnel, and even the tunnel they had previously traversed echoed with the cries of the infected. Ruan Mingjin intended to lead her companions forward, but was blocked by several 6th-tier infected beings that in mere moments. Additional infected entities surged forth to obstruct their exit. She narrowed her eyes and was the first to unleash a barrage of wind blades. The infected beings hindering their path seemed disinterested in engaging in combat, solely intent on stalling their advance, evading attacks without mounting a counteroffensive. Suddenly, a series of sharp, urgent cries erupted from behind, sending a chill down the spine of everyone present. All silently lamenting the dire situation. Be cautious. In the midst of the fray, Huang Pujini found himself close to Ruan Mingjin. Having promised Fu Qinming to protect her, he conjured a water vine and flung it at a 6th-tier infected being. Sending it flying to that moment, he caught sight of Fu Qinming rushing towards him. They exchanged a glance and nodded before continuing to eliminate the infected, when Rusi swiftly dispatched several infected beings. Positioning himself protectively around Ruan Mingjin, as time slipped away, the exit loomed tantalizingly close. Yet they could not breach the defensive line. The infected poured forth like an unrelenting tide. Suddenly, a sharp claw erupted from the mass of infected. Lunging at Wenrusi's face, he quickly leaned back to evade the attack, simultaneously hurling a razor-sharp metallic blade in retaliation. The sound of the blade embedding itself echoed as the claw recoiled. In the next instant, a shadow leaped high from the throng of infected, pouncing toward Wenrusi. It was an infected being of near 7th tier, approaching 8th, when Rusi exhibited no sign of retreat. Gripping his energy sword, he charged forward, his strike swift as lightning, posing a lethal threat. The 7th-tier infected being found itself on the defensive, frequently retreating to avoid annihilation. Ruan Mingjin glanced over and, seeing Wenrusi managing the situation with ease, focused her attention on the tunnel entrance, unleashing a relentless barrage with her energy laser gun. When her assault proved futile, she stowed it away and drew her energy sword, advancing toward the nearest 6th-tier infected being. Each strike aimed at vital points. This particular infected had only recently attained 6th-tier strength and soon fell victim to her wind blades, which severely hampered its mobility. Seizing the opportunity, she lunged forward and severed its head. However, at that critical moment, a powerful kick struck her side, sending her hurtling away, crashing against the earthen wall. She barely registered the sound of cracking before the ground beneath her gave way, and she plummeted downward. Attempting to use her wind abilities to arrest her fall, she found herself under the cold, indifferent gaze of an 8th-tier infected being, its shallow dark blue eyes devoid of emotion. The infected's earlier kick had been forceful. As she tried to adjust her trajectory, a sharp pain surged through her. The 8th tie,